Choose the legendary guild talent capable of ascending to SSS rank, Eternal Sovereign. Consequently, every player within the guild transforms into a godlike being. Behold the Super Artillery Mage, dealing 1,000-fold damage over 1,000-fold range. Witness the Charged Warrior, unleashing skills that typically require 3 years of accumulation without the need for preparation. Marvel at the Infinite Phantoms, each a deadly assassin mirroring the prowess of the original. Experience the Indomitable Tank, whose health points grow exponentially every moment. Revel in the Archer, whose attack range knows no bounds, capable of striking across dimensions. Chapter 1. The Cycle of 4 Lives. Lu Tsang, we are immortal. Lu Tsang gazes into the distant starry sky, a vast and profound darkness reminiscent of the Milky Way, teeming with countless swirling eyes. He then casts his gaze downward upon his own body. His form is riddled with innumerable wounds, or rather, it resembles nothing more than a shattered shell, his entire being in tatters. Lu Tsang's eyes glaze over. With a soft click of his tongue, a radiant clockwork portal materializes before him. Who cares whether you are mortal or not? The third server of the Illusion Realm will grandly open on January 1st, 2024. Major professional teams and large guilds are making bold proclamations. The game company behind Illusion Realm claims this will be the last server to open. A torrent of memories floods the mind of a hollow shell. Seated upon the toilet, Lu Tsang stares at the notifications popping up on his smartphone. This is the third time now that he stands up unsteadily. Goodness, have I really been squatting for too long? Why must I always be reborn in such an environment? With practiced ease, he flushes and opens the door. Lu Tsang muses that if ordinary reborn individuals were in his position, they would likely not maintain such composure. However, having undergone this occurrence twice before, his reaction is remarkably calm. This marks Lu Tsang's third reincarnation. In his first rebirth, he was indeed anxious and flustered, eager to complete everything at once. But now, there's no need for haste. Lu Tsang understands that rushing is futile. With each experience, one grows accustomed and serene, even with the act of reincarnation itself. I have already optimized my approach along the best route to the utmost degree, yet it remains insurmountable, absurdly so. The sheer numbers are overwhelming. After washing his hands, Lu Tsang presses his temples, his tone rife with resignation. Strength talent is simply incapable of prevailing. It seems I have no other options. Illusion Realm, the world's first and also the last fully immersive virtual reality game. Through the gaming pod, one can connect their consciousness to a wholly virtual world, an existence so vividly real that it can be deemed humanity's second realm. Upon its release, Illusion Realm ignited a fervor. Anyone who could afford the gaming pod essentially joined the game, with participants ranging from 6-year-old children to 80-year-old seniors. Indeed, it is humanity's second world. Even those disinterested in combat can appreciate the breathtaking landscapes of this universe. For the elderly, it offers a chance to regain youth for the disabled, a means to experience a wholesome body once more. No one can resist the allure of this virtual realm. Today marks the second anniversary of Illusion Realm's launch. Exactly 1 year prior, the second server was unveiled. And as the clock strikes midnight, the second anniversary of Illusion Realm arrives, heralding the opening of the third server. This will also be the last server to ever launch. From this year forward, no new realms will emerge. Just as Lu Tsang steps outside, a voice calls out beside him. Lu Tsang, in 2 hours, the new server of Illusion Realm will be live. Are you prepared? This time, we must be the first guild to conquer the initial dungeon. With your addition to our Hidden Element Guild, victory is assured. I heard the guild master secured an extraordinary assassin talent activation code for you if you attain it. We shall be utterly invincible. Familiar dialogue echoes in Lu Tsang's ears. Indeed, he is now a professional player in the Hidden Element Guild, having achieved accolades such as the world's top assassin and best team commander in the previous 2 months. Global competition. In Illusion Realm, every player receives a unique and randomly assigned talent. Thus, one cannot claim absolute fairness or balance. However, due to the game's immense popularity, numerous organizations in the real world have established professional clubs and tournaments. Those who compete professionally are generally the most formidable players within Illusion Realm. While it may seem there exists a talent system, it may not be entirely equitable nor balanced, yet professional matches retain a captivating allure. Upon encountering the bald figure before him, donned in a black mask obscuring his mouth and revealing only his eyes, Lu Tsang cannot help but sigh. Yinze, must you also cosplay your character's flaws in the real world? Can't you change that? Forget I wish to meet the guildmaster. Lu Tsang is disinclined to engage in further banter. Yinze chuckles. Perfect timing, the guild master wishes to see you as well. Before long, guided by Yinze, Lu Tsang arrives at an opulently decorated office, where a jade carving rests upon the desk. Seated in the boss's chair is the gaunt, sharply featured guild master of the Hidden Element Guild, Liu Song. I've heard you were looking for me. A professional smile graces the guild master's face. Ah, how fortuitous. I was just about to seek you out. There are matters to discuss. With hands buried in his pockets, Liu Song's demeanor is indifferent. No need for discussions. You intend to inform me that the Shrank talent is meant for someone else, correct? Apologies, guild master, but I plan to withdraw from your guild. Chapter 2. The Eternal Sovereign. I intend to withdraw from the Hidden Element Guild, and I shall compensate you for the breach of contract within the stipulated time frame. The smile that had adorned the boss's face instantly froze. What? How could you possibly know? After uttering this statement, Liu Song turned on his heel. You never intended to provide me with the activation code for the elite talent, did you? Thus, I am merely here to inform you that I shall no longer be working for the Hidden Element Guild. Liu Song opened the door and stepped outside. Behind him, the president of the Hidden Element Guild slammed his hand on the table and stood up abruptly. Liu Song, have you thought this through? If you breach our contract, the penalty is 500 million. Even you, without the support of our guild, can hardly afford such a sum. You only secured your championship title 2 months ago. You haven't even had a chance to attract advertisers. Leaving the guild makes earning money far from simple. As the first assassin of the Phantom Realm and the best commander in team battles, earning 500 million in this world is indeed achievable. However, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that Liu Song has yet to capitalize on his newfound fame. The clandestine whispers of the elite assassin talent left for me were meant to deter me from engaging with other guilds. The third district is the final server within the Phantom Realm. Should I fail to obtain a suitable talent here, the opportunity to create a new character will be lost forever. After Liu Song clinched the championship, other guilds extended their olive branches in the form of elite talent activation codes. Yet constrained by the Hidden Element Guild's private negotiations, which promised me an elite assassin talent, he rejected all offers from competing guilds. Out of trust accrued through years of collaboration with the Hidden Element Guild, Liu Song places faith in them. In retrospect, the first iteration of myself was indeed too naive, lacking cunning, and did not insist on a written contract, relying instead on verbal assurances. Yet, it is also true that the first version of myself was youthful, easily ensnared by the seasoned schemers of society. Wait, Liu Song, where do you think you're going? The president implored. Even if you approach other guilds now, they will not take you in. The server is about to launch. Their talent quotas have already been determined. They cannot afford to change them for you. If you remain with the Hidden Element Guild, I can still secure an elite talent activation code for you. Do you really wish to start with a random talent? Liu Song had already descended the stairs, his figure fading from view. Yet a faint voice floated back from afar. Do not worry about me. We shall meet again soon, President. However, I suspect you might not wish to see me again very shortly. After leaving the guild, the looming penalty weighs heavily on Liu Song's mind. He ran a hand through his hair, contemplating the possibility of losing his grand estate if he could not repay the debt. Starting off with a staggering 500 million in debt truly feels like an infernal challenge. If he fails to repay, it is likely that even the gaming pod will be forcibly sold. At that point, he might have no choice but to play a pod bar. Nevertheless, these are mere trifles. For one who has already experienced 2 rebirths, such adversity is, indeed, inconsequential. Bai Lu was still rubbing her eyes, seemingly not yet fully awake. Brother, aren't you supposed to be at the club, pushing to meet deadlines and gaming all night? Upon reuniting with his sister, Liu Song's expression softened considerably. I quit. Bai Lu was his half-sister. Liu Song's biological father had left the family before he could even remember. Their mother remarried, and a stepfather had a daughter, Bai Lu. Despite lacking a blood connection, Liu Song and Bai Lu had grown up together. However, 3 years prior, their parents had perished in a car accident, leaving only the two of them to rely on each other. Reflecting on memories from hundreds of years ago, Liu Song couldn't help but feel a pang of nostalgia. Lulu, when a new area in the game opens, come online and play with your brother for a while. Lulu was her nickname. Upon hearing Liu Song's invitation, Bai Lu visibly brightened. Really? Her brother was a professional player and rarely had time to play with her, consumed as he was by training. The prospect of him having time to join her brought her immense joy. Although she had only recently begun university, she was already a heavy internet addict. However, would this not hinder her brother's progress in the game? Brother, the opening of the game is a significant event. All the major guilds are racing to gain an advantage. As a professional player, should you really spend time playing with me, an amateur? While her skills were commendable among her peers, they remained merely average. Playing alongside her brother could potentially impede his progress, preventing him from keeping pace in the early stages. Observing Bai Lu's concern for him, Liu Song smiled reassuringly. It won't. I have my plans. He continued, The server will open soon. Get ready to log in. By the way, I'll send you an activation code. Just copy it later. An activation code? Really? I knew my brother loved me the most. Lu Tsong sent the activation code directly to Lulu's phone. After receiving it, she entered the code into the gaming pod, saving it to her clipboard. I hope this life goes smoothly. I truly do not wish to experience it all over again. At midnight, the alarm rang, and Lu Tsong closed his eyes within the gaming pod, connecting to the realm. Buzz. His mind connected to the network, and in an instant, he entered a vibrant world. Please select the server you wish to enter. Server 1, Fantasy. Server 2, Void. Server 3, Infinity. Selecting Server 3, Infinity. Entering server. Detecting that you have not created a character on this server, please proceed to character creation. Please enter your name. I shall call myself Tsong Xiao. This name had accompanied him through 3 lifetimes. Buzz. Light illuminated, revealing various weapons on the ground. Behind each weapon stood different deities. A long staff, adorned with a colorful crystal at its tip, was accompanied by the grand figure of magic god Isbarat, arms raised triumphantly. A gleaming white longsword was paired with the imposing image of war god Kainu, roaring skyward while wielding a battle axe. A staff adorned with a green orb at its apex stands before the gentle visage of god of life, Kimaroni, surrounded by a verdant aura. An unassuming black dagger lurks in the shadows, behind which is the obscured figure of god of assassination, Tissi, shrouded in a veil of black mist. A silvery flintlock pistol gleams, backed by the intricate gears of god of machinery, Mani. A golden longbow rests, accompanied by god of archery, Lu Wei. A gray shield stands strong, its protector being god of guardians, Obetus, formed from resilient earth and stone. These are the foundational professions within the realm of illusion. The individual, constrained by a 500 million contract penalty, could not immediately sever ties with the guild after a sudden change of heart regarding his talent activation code. Thus, he found himself compelled to follow the guild and team in their quest for various dungeon first kills. Yet the resources obtained proved to be limited. Ultimately, the majority of resources flowed to the Hidden Source Guild, leaving him significantly behind due to a lack of prior preparation. In his rebirth, he once more received a talent activation code, albeit with a distinct choice this time. In this life, Lu Tsong opted for a lone wolf approach, departing from the Hidden Source Guild to forge his own path. However, the power of the talent code remained limited, preventing him from achieving ultimate success. In his third life, during his second reincarnation, Lu Tsong selected the assassin role again, but this time, due to prior preparation, he acquired a special talent activation code. Once again, he chose the solitary path, achieving multiple first kills and stirring the entire realm of illusion with his prowess. It was in this life that he ventured into the starry expanse, confronting the multitude of gods, only to realize the overwhelming number of divinities present, making it an endless battle. Gazing at the distant dagger, Lu Tsong sighed, "This time, I cannot choose you." His eyes swept across the gods, lingering not upon any of their forms. He initiated the special exchange activation. Buzz. Before Lu Tsong, a box materialized. Please enter the activation code. You have only 3 attempts. Failure in all 3 will result in the loss of activation privileges. This is the nature of special exchanges within the realm of illusion. Upon completing certain unique tasks or achieving specific accolades on the first 2 servers, one might receive an activation code as a reward. A level activation code could fetch 20 million in the market, a price set before the game began to influence the real world. As the realm began to impact reality, the price of a level talent activation code soared to 2 billion. Yet by then, currency had also depreciated. As for the level activation codes, they have always been valuable yet scarce. Before the realm's influence on reality, they could still be acquired, but after that, even the resources of an entire nation might not suffice for a trade. Nonetheless, Lu Tsong's aspirations did not hinge upon such level activation codes. He input the activation code. Activation code. Lu Tsong gazed at the substantial 300-character activation code before him. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Even the luckiest individuals would struggle to guess correctly. However, suddenly he recalled something. Perhaps it was not entirely hopeless. There remained a chance of success. Lu Tsong clicked confirm. However, at least not now. Congratulations on completing the activation of your code. You have successfully activated the Eternal Sovereign. This is the singular talent with the potential to ascend to a higher level. It is also the only activation code within the realm of illusions that holds significant value. Talent. Eternal Sovereign. The effects of this talent are exclusively applicable while you serve as the guild leader. Effect 1. The fewer the number of elite guild members, the more potent the other effects of this talent become. Effect 2. Guild challenge tasks will appear, and completing these tasks will yield special and substantial rewards. The fewer the members, the greater the rewards for completion. Effect 3. Universal Dominion allows you to acquire the abilities of any member within your guild and replicate their equipped gear. Lasting for 2 minutes with a cooldown of 2 minutes. The fewer the members, the longer the duration and the shorter the cooldown. Description: an exceptionally unique guild enhancement talent, seemingly brimming with infinite possibilities. Although this talent is of a certain level, it possesses the capacity for growth, potentially evolving to legendary status. However, this level appears somewhat overpowered. It is indeed rare to encounter a talent that possesses 4 effects upon initial acquisition. The Eternal Sovereign stands as the only talent accessible to humanity that can be upgraded to such heights. Even with level talents, no matter how formidable, one cannot breach the boundaries of those perverse rules. Even if one were to traverse the path of their past life again, even if their combat prowess were tenfold greater than before, they would still be unable to unravel the ultimate deadlock. Furthermore, while the path of the past life may seem powerful, it does not allow for the true acquisition of all resources. Playing as an assassin entails sacrificing resources from other classes such as mages, warriors, guardians, healers, archers, and gunners, and similarly, other professions require relinquishing certain resources. Even choosing a class like the All-Rounder, which can access all resources, means foregoing classes like the Cataclysm Destroyer or the Endbringer Sword Emperor. To gain is to lose. Throughout Liu Cang's journey, he has witnessed numerous powerful skills and even divine equipment from other professions. Yet, due to his own limitations, he finds himself unable to utilize them. Moreover, a single individual can only possess 10 equipment slots, and skill points are finite. Even if one acquires skills and equipment, they cannot equip or learn them all. The ability to replicate the talents of others within the guild is a key aspect. If I can cultivate the members of my guild to exceed my past life strength, my own combat power will only increase, never diminish. Thus, this path is the ultimate route that Liu Cang intends to pursue. If I can gather the strongest assassins, the mightiest mages, the most powerful warriors, the finest healers, and the greatest of all professions, collecting the best items, skills, and equipment, then combined with the enhancements of a high-level guild talent, I would theoretically forge the strongest path. Choosing not to select a profession, I will enter as a free spirit. Do you confirm not to choose a profession? This may reduce your attribute gains, and this action is irreversible. Confirm. Before choosing a class at level 20, a free spirit will accumulate 12 fewer attribute points per level compared to other professions. However, this seemingly insignificant deficiency pales in comparison to the hundreds of thousands or even millions of attribute points that one will possess later on. You have obtained the profession, Free Spirit. Buzz. You have entered the initial town, Maple City. Once again, I find myself on these familiar yet unfamiliar streets. All around me are exhilarated players, their excited exclamations filling the air. Wow, is this the illusory realm? Haha, new zone. I have finally acquired a talent at this level. This time, I shall not squander a moment. Upon arriving in the town, Liu Cang wasted no time and promptly sought out the location of the guild administrator. This serves as a safeguard for newcomers. It is only after players reach approximately level 20 that they may collide within the town. By that time, players will have departed from a novice town to explore the world. Otherwise, with a bustling new zone, the millions of players entering simultaneously would find themselves jostling in the third zone, and merely reaching the front to accept a quest could take several hours. Liu Cang approached the guild administrator directly. I wish to establish a guild. Such a non-special public interaction appears unique to each player. Even if many converse with the administrator simultaneously, it feels as though the service is tailored solely for them. Very well, please provide a name for your guild. God Slayer. Liu Cang had long contemplated the name for his guild. In past lives, he had been vanquished by deities, leaving only a final contingency to open the portal of time and space. Time and again, he had met his demise. Even with the ability to be reborn, the memories lingered painfully. The name of this guild serves a dual purpose: to commemorate his past as a victim of divine wrath, and to imply a reversal of fate, suggesting that it is now his turn to slay the gods. Congratulations, your guild name has been successfully registered. You may activate your guild by paying 100 copper coins within a day. Fortunately, having entered the game early, no one else had registered this guild name. Most of those who registered first were members of large guilds, who had already dispatched individuals to secure their own guild names. Naturally, should another player seize a coveted name, these guilds would negotiate with that player to persuade them to deregister, releasing the name for their use. 100 copper coins, you say? Liu Cang opened his inventory, revealing only 10 copper coins, merely the starting funds for players, clearly insufficient for establishing a guild. He would need to complete his first quest to acquire the necessary 100 copper coins. Ah, fortuitously, it is on my way. Lutsong approached an elderly man nearby and accepted the quest he had posted. These quests are non-special and unique to each player. However, due to the realism of the illusory realm, any actions that provoke anger could result in the NPCs ceasing to issue quests to that player. There are often instances where players have offended NPCs, leading to interruptions in their quest chains, a loss that is difficult to rectify. If one were to eliminate this entity, it would truly vanish permanently from the world of this player, though it would remain unaffected in the eyes of others. The aforementioned pertains solely to the ordinary. As for the extraordinary, it exists as a singular phenomenon within the entire realm, akin to real individuals in the world. Should they perish, they are deemed dead in the eyes of all players. Just after completing a mission, a friend request popped up. White Deer has requested to add you as a friend. Quite prompt indeed. Lutsong chuckled softly and accepted the request. No sooner had he done so than a barrage of voice messages flooded in from the other side. Brother, the activation code for the extraordinary talent. How did you acquire it? Such a precious item. How could you possibly share it with me? It's too extravagant. Brother, did you rob a bank? Was this talent inadvertently sent to me instead of being meant for you? What now? In this realm, one cannot change accounts, and I have no way to return this talent to you. Woe is me. White Deer initially presumed the activation code pertained to a talent of lower or intermediate tier. The code for an extraordinary talent could fetch 1 million in the marketplace. The game world comprises only 3 zones, signifying merely 3 opportunities to create accounts, and the probability of awakening an extraordinary talent stands at a mere 1 in 10,000, while the chance for a lower tier talent is 30%. Most players possess lower tier talents. Extraordinary talents, apart from those activated via codes, are limited to a fixed number of 10 individuals per zone, within the first 24 hours of the 3rd zone S opening. The 10 owners of extraordinary talents will be established. With only 3 zones in the new region, the actual probability of awakening an extraordinary talent is essentially 0. 0-1 thus. Investing 1 million for a stable extraordinary talent activation code is deemed worthwhile. White Deer's reasoning was quite straightforward. He preferred not to gamble on a 1 in 10,000 chance, and acquiring an extraordinary talent activation code was certainly advantageous. Otherwise, there was a high likelihood of randomly obtaining a lower tier talent, which would be rather unfortunate. Of course, should it be an extraordinary talent, although it would cause his brother some distress, White Deer would be exceedingly delighted. However, an extraordinary talent is fiercely contested even among core members of major guilds. In professional competitions, most battles revolve around a singular extraordinary talent, which serves as the core combat strength of professional teams. With such an extraordinary talent landing in the hands of a leisurely, somewhat casual player, how could White Deer not be flustered? Do not overthink it. Brother has not made a mistake. This talent is indeed meant for you. Regrettably, White Deer lacked proficiency in the assassin class, which demands exceptional skill. Otherwise, he could have bestowed the extraordinary assassin talent activation code upon White Deer. Fortunately, in his previous life, Lutsong had already discerned that each extraordinary talent has subsequent advancement methods. However, as it stands, aside from his own talent, there seems to be no known means to elevate it to the next tier. Let us proceed, accept the quest, and venture to the northern fields to slay wild boars. We must secure the first dungeon kill in the 3rd zone. White Deer hesitated upon seeing the message pop up in the chat box. Brother, did you perhaps send this message to the wrong person? Do you have other sisters? Did we just achieve the first kill in the 3rd district's dungeon? Surely, you must have sent the wrong message. How could it possibly be just the 2 of us? There are so many prominent guilds vying for it. You are a holder of a tier talent now. You have no right to contend for the first kill. Who else could? Furthermore, I never claimed it was solely us. Chapter 4. The Charge of the Chant. Lutsong and Bai Lu arrived at the outskirts of Maple Blossom City. The area was already teeming with players. Many of those coming to the 3rd district were not novices. They were well aware of the most efficient methods for leveling up in the early stages. The Stargate Guild is recruiting. Priority given to players with tier talents and those with established accounts from older servers. Tier talents are rewarded with a monthly salary of 100,000. This is precisely why the activation code for a tier talent can fetch 20 million in the market. Tier talents are highly coveted among the major guilds. A 100,000 monthly salary is impressive, considering many still earn only 50,000 to 60,000 annually, with monthly incomes falling below 5,000. Gome. New guilds are recruiting. The Chrysanthemum Explosion Brigade is seeking novice players. The Fireball Sect is recruiting. Only mages. Only fire mages. Any ice mages discovered will be expelled from the guild without exception. The Leisure Tea Society is also welcoming newcomers. Those who enjoy casual gameplay are invited to join our guild. The number of recruiting guilds is astonishingly high. It is currently 12:04 a.m. on a Saturday. Due to the well-implemented weekend policy, there is no work on Saturday and Sunday. With the opening of the Mirage Realm, these players plan to grind through the night. Brother, you must be from the Hidden Origin Guild, right? Aren't you supposed to be looking for them? Bailu, hearing the call from various guilds, felt a twinge of curiosity regarding her brother's occupation. No need. Lulu, I've established a guild. Please join it shortly. Bailu was visibly taken aback. Brother, you created your own guild? Can you even do that? Wouldn't that violate your contract? Lu Tsong merely smiled, refraining from disclosing his breach of contract. It's fine. Bailu, somewhat understanding yet confused, replied, oh, then I'll join. Since brother says it's fine, it must be. He has always been reliable and never failed to keep promises. Bailu opened Lu Tsong's message interface, preparing to apply for membership in his guild, only to discover that he had no guild at all. Wait, brother, where's your guild? Oh, it hasn't been established yet. I lack 90 copper coins. Huh? Don't others just gather a few accounts to pool funds and establish it directly? You, a professional player from the illustrious Hidden Origin Guild, are short on gold? Oh no, copper coins? Brother, when did you fall into such misfortune? Having just acquired the tier talent he gifted her, Bailu dared not jest. Unbeknownst to them, during their conversation, they had inadvertently made their way to the rural outskirts. Lu Tsong opened his initial weapon pack, selecting a dagger as his starting weapon. This was a special privilege for free agents, allowing them to choose any weapon from the initial weapon pack. Northern farmland. Surrounding the fields were numerous wild boars. Many players have gathered here to level up, marking this as the most optimal training ground during the early stages. The expansive area is ample enough to accommodate millions of players honing their skills. Indeed, the influx of players entering the Illusion Realm today certainly exceeds 1 million. Yet within mere minutes of the server's launch, this locale suffices. Lu Tsong opened his quest list. Quest, slay 20 wild boars. Quest reward, 100 copper coins, experience points, 500. After confirming the details of the quest, Lu Tsong closed the task list. This was a habit cultivated from his previous life, where neglecting to thoroughly read quest descriptions led to dire consequences. Since that incident, Lu Tsong has diligently developed the practice of scrutinizing even the simplest of quests. Concurrently, Lu Tsong noticed a nearby player clad in red attire. Trusting one's instincts, Bailu hastily waved her hands. Can I do it alone? No. I will mess it up. Lu Tsong chuckled softly, ruffling Bailu's hair. You won't, Lulu. Have faith in your potential. Encouraged by her brother's trusting gaze, Bailu timidly nodded. All right. With his sister's consent, Lu Tsong grasped his dagger and swiftly charged toward the nearest wild boar, preparing to unleash his attack. Meanwhile, he activated his skill through concentration. Skill learned, Arc Light Flash. Assassin skill. Arc Light Flash executes a rapid, curved displacement, inflicting a normal attack on enemies in its path. With a maximum displacement distance of 5 meters, cooldown time, 3 seconds, no resource cost. Whoosh! Lu Tsong executed the Arc Light Flash, swiftly slicing through one wild boar, while simultaneously drawing the attention of 5 others. This ordinary Arc Light Flash resembled a rigid steel ruler, capable of bending but limited in its curvature. Yet, Lu Tsong's execution of the skill was so pronounced that it nearly traced a complete circle. While it is not necessarily true that a greater curvature equates to a better skill, the sheer execution of Lu Tsong's Arc Light Flash was undeniably astonishing. Even players not specializing in assassins could recognize the prowess displayed. This singular use of Arc Light Flash transcended players' expectations of the skill. Observing this display, Bailu's eyes sparkled with admiration. Is this the skill of a professional player? Even the basic skills could be employed so gracefully. The 5 wild boars, now enraged from the attack, charged toward Lu Tsong. However, he remained composed, executing a backward leap, his dagger slicing through the air to strike the 2 boars behind him, followed by a roll that allowed him to deftly maneuver under the beasts and forward. In the span of a mere second, he had attracted 7 monsters. Rising to his feet with remarkable swiftness after the roll, Lu Tsong felt no impediment in his speed. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly. Upon attracting the monsters, Lu Tsong promptly turned and fled. The creatures of the Illusion Realm were no ordinary foes. At level 1, Lu Tsong possessed a mere 8 points in Constitution and a health pool of only 120. However, a single boar's charge inflicts over 30 points of damage. Being struck 4 times results in death. Naturally, as a reborn individual, Lu Tsong, if he so desires, would never allow these level 1 monsters to touch him. Bailu, I will release you as soon as I can. Song communicated with by Lu through the team voice chat. While evading, he simultaneously drew in more monsters. Another arc flash was unleashed, this time showcasing an impressive maneuver. Song's skillful execution captivated the attention of surrounding players. What was that flash just now? An arc flash? An impressive arc flash? Who is so remarkable? I recall that the top assassin in Zone 1, Cang, has never employed such a technique. Has he? However, only a few players witnessed the arc flash. The majority were drawn to the wild boars instead. In a mere 4 seconds, Song was already followed by a throng of wild boars, their eyes gleaming red. Upon closer inspection, there were a staggering 15 of them. What the hell? Is this person insane? Has that guy named Cang gone mad? Summoning so many wild boars without a care for his life? Even professional players would hesitate to agitate such a multitude of wild boars. The wild monsters in the illusory realm are notoriously formidable. Even seasoned players could find themselves in dire straits if they let their guard down. Typically, experienced players would only dare to engage 2 or 3 at once. Yet, Song managed to attract 15 simultaneously. Casting a sidelong glance behind him, Song assessed the situation. It's time. Cast Fireball. Talent. Empowered Chanting. Allows the casting of all spells with enhanced chanting time. The longer the chant, the greater the skill's range and power. With a maximum chant time of 10 times the initial duration. If the chant duration is less than 1 second, it defaults to 1 second, increasing power and range up to 30 times. Bai Lu swung her staff, and a crimson magic circle ignited, culminating in the instantaneous eruption of an enormous fireball aimed directly at Song. Boom! A spherical explosion radiated outward from Song's position, engulfing everything in scorching flames. 303, 320, 312, 314, 321. Boom! Chapter 5. The Fearless Hero. As the fireball detonated, all 15 wild boars behind Song were instantly reduced to ashes. Their health was merely 150. How could they withstand a fireball that dealt over 300 damage? As the flames subsided, Song emerged unscathed. Teammates do not inflict damage upon one another. In fact, even without a team, players in the green namestate do not suffer friendly fire from skills. The only exception is if Lu activates the red name kill mode, allowing indiscriminate attacks on other players. Well done. Bai Lu was, in fact, a highly gifted player, unaware of her formidable combat instincts. Moreover, she possessed remarkable computational prowess. A girl who managed to gain admission to Tsinghua University despite her gaming habits clearly had extraordinary talent. Song had recognized Bai Lu's potential in his first life, but considering her studies, he had refrained from allowing her to become too engrossed in gaming. As for the subsequent 2 lives, due to Song's preference for a lone wolf strategy and various reasons that rendered it inconvenient for him to act alongside Bai Lu, his nurturing of his sister remained insufficient. If one attempt fails, then there shall be another, and yet another. However, there is no need for continued suffering, nor is it essential to gaze solely into the future and the distant horizon. It is also pleasant to pay heed to what lies nearby. Help! Someone save me! Great one, please! After Song dealt with 15 wild boars, a player clad in red, wielding a massive sword on his back, came rushing towards him, crying out. Hot on his heels was an enraged wild boar. The player's name? Fearless Hero. Indeed, it was him. Song had intended to seek him out, yet unexpectedly, he had come looking for Song instead. Although Song was a reborn individual and possessed knowledge of various players' information, he could not possibly track every player's movements after entering the game. Observing the wild boar behind the player, which was nearly at death's door, he swiftly unleashed a dazzling arc of light, simultaneously delivering 2 additional strikes. 15, 22, 18. The 3 damage outputs struck almost in unison, and with a dull thud, the wild boar fell lifelessly to the ground, gradually transforming into ashes. Turning to the player, Song called out, Hey, Fearless Hero, the wild boar chasing you is dead. Fearless Hero continued to run, but upon hearing Song shout, he turned his head. Sure enough, the wild boar that had been pursuing him was no more. In an instant, without Song even registering the action, Fearless Hero clasped Song's leg. Great one. You must be a great one. Please, take me with you. Song couldn't help but smirk slightly. He had heard tales of Fearless Hero's embarrassing early days, but witnessing it firsthand was quite another experience. Get up quickly. I will take you along. Fearless Hero sprang to his feet, and Bai Lu approached, her expression tinged with hesitation and awkwardness. Brother, is this your friend? No, I just met him. However, let's team up with him to level up. Fearless Hero was also a possessor of a top-tier warrior talent, one that was crucial for Song's plan to recruit him into the guild. Really? You truly wish to take me with you? Yes. However, the condition is that you must join my guild. Fearless Hero was an absolute novice. Despite having acquired a talent, he had yet to grasp its true value. In the realm of Illusoria, such a degree of naivety could only be likened to that of a panda. After all, given Illusoria's notoriety, even those who had never played had certainly heard whispers about it. Thanks to Fearless Hero's sufficient navet, this was the perfect moment to lure him into the guild. Otherwise, it would be too late once he realized the worth of his talent. Currently, Lutsong had no other attractive conditions to offer. Other major guilds casually tossed around millions in checks and offered salaries in the hundreds of thousands. The only bargaining chip Lutsong possessed was his substantial debt of 500 million. He certainly couldn't say to Fearless Hero, brother, this 500 million debt is yours now. In response to Lutsong's proposal, Fearless Hero exclaimed, all right, joining the guild? No problem. Without a moment's hesitation. However, I might not be able to defeat these monsters. No worries. You can simply wait on the sidelines until you level up. Once you reach level 5, we shall embark on our quest for the first kill in the Ashen Forest. That will be the moment you need to exert your efforts. First kill? What is that? Upon hearing this question, Lutsong's lips twitched. Truly, a novice who does not even comprehend the concept of a first kill. Lutsong extended a party invitation to the valiant warrior, who at least knew how to form a team and promptly joined. Lulu, gather your strength. Lutsong sprang into action, continuing to lure the wild boars. Securing the first kill requires not only strength, but also the essence of time. For the progress of other guilds would not be sluggish. I will explain the first kill to you along the way, employing the same tactic as before. Lutsong led a horde of wild boars in pursuit of him. Having gained some experience, Bailu had grown accustomed to such a strategy. With an innate talent for gaming, Bailu grasped the concept after merely observing it once. Note, can chant Fireball for seconds. Boom, 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 boom. 303, 320, 312, 314. 321. You have slain a wild boar, level 1, and gained experience. 11. You have slain a wild boar, level 1, and gained experience. 11. You have slain a wild boar, level 1, and gained experience. 11. In a mere span of 5 seconds, over a dozen wild boars lay lifeless on the ground. Without a moment's delay, Lutsong turned to attract the next batch of wild boars, executing a dazzling maneuver in a zigzag pattern. A small displacement skill of an assassin was masterfully manipulated by Lutsong. Meanwhile, Bailu's task became significantly easier. All she needed to do was stand firm and unleash her power. Boom, 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 boom. 313, 328, 314, 322, 323. You have slain a wild boar, level 1, and gained experience. 11. You have slain a wild boar, level 1, and gained experience. 11. You have slain a wild boar, level 1, and gained experience. 11. This continued in a cycle. After a relentless barrage of 8 consecutive explosions, Lutsong's team had collectively slain approximately 100 wild boars, all within a brief span of just over a minute. This efficiency left other players in a state of astonishment as they momentarily forgot their own leveling endeavors, captivated by the spectacle of Lutsong's team. An assassin, accompanying a mage, decimating wild boars in heaps. Who exactly is that Bailu? Her fireballs possess astonishing power. Could she be a talent of the highest caliber? A talent of the highest caliber? I recall that if one discovers a talent of this nature, they can report it to the guild and receive a bounty. Indeed, if one identifies a talent without a guild, the reward could amount to 5,000 yuan, equivalent to my monthly salary. The fools continue to discuss, while the wise have already begun to contact the talent department of the major guilds. By the way, have they perhaps already met the hidden conditions? Without giving other players the chance to harass him, Lutsong and his companions entered the city after declining several friend and party invitations. They quickly arrived before a nearby guide to complete their quest. You have completed the quest. Eliminate the wild boars in the outskirts. You have met the additional condition by eliminating 100 wild boars. You have received a hidden reward. Experience points, 3,000, copper coins, 500. Congratulations. Your level has risen to 5. Eliminating 100 wild boars was the swiftest method to reach level 5. Even on the 10th day after the server opened in Zone 1, this hidden quest had already been discovered. Even in the future, it remained the fastest formula for leveling up to 5. After completing the quest, Lutsong immediately approached the guild administrator to register a guild. The guild administrator smiled and said, "You have a registered guild that has not yet been activated. Guild name, Divine Slaughter. Would you like to pay 100 copper coins to activate it?" Activate. Lutsong paid the 100 copper coins. You have activated the guild, Divine Slaughter. You have acquired the title, Guild Leader of Divine Slaughter, and you have activated the talent, Eternal Overlord. Chapter 6, The Overlimit Warrior. Meanwhile, the valiant hero without fear was somewhat astonished to see his level. What? Level 5 already? The big shots truly are impressive. Bai Lu, on the other hand, looked at the fool beside her with disdain. It was one thing to bring her along, but why did her brother also have to bring this fool? Suddenly, a prompt appeared before Bai Lu. Song Xiong has sent you an invitation to join the guild, Divine Slaughter. Would you like to join? Divine Slaughter? Bai Lu gazed at the name of the guild, and then at Lu Tsong, asking, Brother, when did you become so eccentric? You're not a child anymore. Hearing his sister's teasing, Lu Tsong couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. This little girl, is she itching for trouble? Just as he was about to retort, Bai Lu interjected, I'm 21. What? Can't even remember your own age? I didn't realize you had reached the age of forgetting your own age so quickly. Bai Lu waved her hand with a sigh. Lu Tsong couldn't help but chuckle, deciding not to continue the argument. Indeed, after 3 reincarnations, if one were to calculate his age, he would be far older than the oldest person in this world. He was no longer a child. However, due to the intricacies of his experiences in the illusory realm, filled with ups and downs, and as his strength increased, his perception of time had also changed, preventing him from feeling like an old man. Bai Lu helplessly spread her hands, but despite her words, she clicked to join the guild. Upon joining, she found the hero without fear was already on the guild member list. She glanced at the red-clad youth beside her, who bore a massive sword. So fast. Didn't we agree to join together? Besides, isn't your brother the big shot? Hero without fear was already aware of the relationship between Song Xiong and Bai Lu. He was merely a novice, but not a fool. For him, being able to ally with someone powerful was a tremendous advantage. He remained utterly oblivious to the fact that he was endowed with exceptional talent, merely feeling as though he had latched onto a powerful ally. This sentiment was not entirely misplaced. With such a formidable companion, what was there to worry about? Following their lead seemed the most prudent course. Bai Lu slightly retracted her neck, revealing a look of disdain. You truly lack any awareness of being a burden, she remarked. Except for her brother, Bai Lu was notoriously sharp-tongued around outsiders. Indeed, your brother is quite the good person, Yongzhe Wuwei commented, stroking the back of his head. Noticing the lack of rebuttal from her, Bai Lu lost her desire to mock him. Instead, she opened the guild member list and delved into the details of Yongzhe Wuwei's profile. According to the guild leader's settings, members could view detailed information about one another, including talent attributes. As the leader, Lu Tsong had the discretion to keep certain members' information confidential. However, it was apparent that he had no such intentions. Upon glimpsing Yongzhe Wuwei's information, Bai Lu's lips twitched. Yongzhe Wuwei. Level 5. Class Warrior Basic. Health 1200. Strength 120. Constitution 90. Agility 70. Spirit 10. Talent. Limitless Warrior. Doubles strength, constitution, and agility from all sources. All warrior skills undergo a single evolution, transforming techniques into charge attacks that achieve maximum effect without needing to charge. Really? With such stats, what do you fear? 1200 health means a wild boar only inflicts 30 damage. How could you be chased by one? Bai Lu mused. With 120 points in strength, coupled with a great sword that enhances your power, a wild boar with 120 health would likely fall in a single blow. Oh, but wait. This was his level 5 attribute. He had just been at level 1. Nevertheless, even at level 1, with slightly lesser attributes, slaying a wild boar should be a walk in the park. Bai Lu was baffled as to what Yongzhe Wuwei had been running for moments ago. Yet, the notion of a high-tier talent made her swallow hard. She glanced at Lu Tsong. Could it be that her brother had known all along about his exceptional talent? If so, the Godslayer Guild now boasted 2 high-tier talents. In terms of elite combat capabilities, they seemed poised to rival major guilds. In the illusion realm, there were 8 super large guilds, and current intelligence revealed that each guild in Area 1 had only 12 high-tier talent holders. With 2 high-tier individuals within the Godslayer Guild, they were already on par with larger guilds. Reflecting on her brother's unusual behavior that day, Bai Lu felt a twinge of curiosity. What was he truly thinking? She was tempted to click on Lu Tsong's detailed information, only to find that it was locked. It seemed Lu Tsong had noticed something, casting a smile in her direction. Bai Lu pouted in response. Stingy. In reality, her own talent was nothing worth concealing. It would be difficult for others to target her even if they knew. Even if one were to expose their innate abilities, it might entice more individuals to join the guild. The capacity to enhance the guild's overall talents is exceedingly rare throughout the illusory realm. However, that time has not yet arrived. We must at least await the ascension of our talents. Lu Tsong examined the guild's task list, and, as anticipated, a challenge task had appeared. Guild Challenge Task. Clear the level 5 dungeon at maximum difficulty. Additional challenge. Complete the dungeon in under 5 minutes. Task rewards. Golden quality equipment. Select any piece. 3-star skill book. Guild contribution points. 5,000. Extra reward for completing challenge. Custom-made exclusive growth weapon. Rewards have been activated to the maximum extent based on the current number of guild members. The rarity is 10-fold the base reward. Such rewards are indeed substantial. This challenge task is not particularly difficult to complete at a standard level. One merely needs to clear the dungeon, with no restrictions on achieving a first kill or completing it within a certain time frame. Yet under such simple conditions, one can obtain a piece of golden quality equipment of their choosing. Lu Cang vaguely recalled that in his previous life, he had acquired his first piece of golden equipment only after defeating a level 20 world boss. Bai Lu, brave and fearless, take on the guild's challenge task. Challenge task. Bai Lu questioned, somewhat perplexed, as she had not heard of any such tasks within the guild. However, daily tasks were commonplace. Yet for most large guilds, these daily tasks were typically delegated to lesser members. Oh no, cannon fodder. Bai Lu pinched her own cheek, reflecting internally, how can one casually regard others as cannon fodder? Was her brother truly going to assign her to undertake those daily tasks? Although there was a shortage of manpower, engaging in such activities felt like a waste of her high-level innate abilities. A flurry of thoughts coursed through Bai Lu's mind, yet her hands moved swiftly, clicking open the task interface. Upon seeing the task, Bai Lu instinctively covered her mouth in disbelief. Golden quality equipment? Bai Lu looked at Lu Cang incredulously. In that instant, she began to deduce something about Lu Cang's innate abilities, which were evidently connected to the guild. Meanwhile, as Bai Lu's mind was still reeling from the shock, Brave and Fearless turned to Lu Cang and said, "Boss, the task has been accepted." Lu Cang nodded. "Good. Head to the Ashen Forest and secure the first kill." Chapter 7. The Bet. Outskirts of Maple Blossom City, the Yinyuan Guild had secured an entire expanse of wilderness for leveling up. Among them, a swift-footed assassin flickered in and out of visibility, claiming the life of a wild boar with each appearance. Naturally, these boars were already weakened, having had their health diminished by other members of the Yinyuan Guild, leaving them for this assassin to reap. Unexpectedly, that fellow Lu Cang had changed his mind at the last moment. If he were to employ his shadow talent at level, combined with the nullification of shadow space, the first kill would undoubtedly belong to our Yinyuan Guild. Yinyuan, why not allow Lu Cang to utilize his level's nullification? The primary assassin's level talent should outperform shadow spaces, shouldn't it? Performance is not the most crucial factor. What matters is loyalty to the Yinyuan Guild. Do you truly believe Lu Cang will remain loyal? Confronted with such a question, the vice president, Yinyuan, fell into silence. Lu Cang was an individual of considerable ambition. Yinyuan chuckled softly. This is precisely the issue. If we grant him the top-tier talent, once he departs from the Yinyuan Guild, our guild's strength will be significantly diminished. Couldn't we simply express this to him directly? But Lu Cang is the darling of the World Championships. Coupled with his skills, if we fail to retain him, he will inevitably seek refuge in another guild. My heart is restless at the thought of losing him. With a thud, yet another wild boar fell. In the distance, Yinyuan, who had been hunting, paused in his actions. President, that makes 100. We must not afford other guilds any opportunities. It was shortly after Yinyuan's departure that the talent departments and Lu sent a message. President, we have potentially identified a wild holder of top-tier talent. The individual is named by Lu, and according to our intel, appears to possess a charge-type mage talent. The accompanying video depicted by Lu casting spells, charging, and obliterating wild boars. Additionally, we have discovered a rogue player named Song Qiong, whose skills are quite extraordinary. We suspect that this Song Qiong might be a new account of Lu Cang. Following this, a video was shared, showcasing Lu Cang employing arc flash to trace near circular or even elliptical paths. Upon viewing this footage, Yinyuan's pupils constricted involuntarily. As a guild primarily comprising assassins, how could the Yinyuan Guild be unaware of the operational difficulty of arc flash? If this truly is Lu Cang, then his current prowess may surpass his performance in the World Championships by several tiers. Make an effort to recruit the player named by Lu. As for this Song Qiong, ascertain whether he is indeed Lu Cang. If he is, I wish to have another discussion with him. If he is not, inform him that the Yinyuan Guild is prepared to offer a bid of 50 million, along with a monthly salary of 2 million, solely for him to impart assassin techniques within our guild. Before the Ashen Forest dungeon, there were not many players, yet it was not an insignificant number either. Numerous players were leveling up nearby, poised to enter the dungeon directly upon reaching level 5. However, the majority of players were still at level 3. Although they were merely 2 levels away from 5, it was estimated that they would require nearly an hour to achieve this ascent. Thus, the competition for the first kill was largely out of reach for ordinary players. By the time they reached level 5, the large guilds would have already secured the first kill. Yet there were those who arrived at the Ashen Forest before Lu Tsang. At the dungeon entrance, 5 players were already seated, evidently having run the distance, and now resting to regain their strength. Clearly, their leveling pace was swifter. Other players gazed at the group, engaging in lively discussions. That's the Stargate Guild. This must be their initial team, right? Xing Shi, the Star Mage from District 1. He hasn't changed. It appears the Stargate Guild has once again secured the top-tier talent this time. I've heard he signed a lifelong contract with Stargate. His influence within the guild is likely second only to that of the president. How delightful it is. When might I also ascend to the status of a professional player? The Stargate Guild predominantly focuses on the mage class. Naturally, their leveling speed in the early stages exceeds that of the Hidden Origin Guild, albeit only slightly. Within a mere span of seconds, the initial team from the Hidden Origin Guild appeared before the player's eyes, promptly arriving at the entrance of the dungeon. After a brief moment to recuperate, fully restored, they entered the dungeon without delay. In the Hidden Origin Guild, the commander, Grey Toon, issued commands. Although he was not of the highest talent level, his role in the dungeon strategy was pivotal. The presence of a commander is crucial in such endeavors, and even the highly skilled Silent Void must heed his directives. Several members of the Hidden Origin Guild were commanded to take their seats. Grey Toon's gaze swept around, and he suddenly noticed a mage clad in a white robe nearby. It was White Deer. His eyes brightened as he recalled a message recently shared by the head of the talent department in their group. He approached directly, addressing her, Miss White Deer. However, before he could extend an invitation, Lu Tsang interjected, blocking the two. Grey Toon regarded the person who obstructed him, recognizing Sky. He remained unperturbed, saying, Mr. Sky, you are indeed a team. Your performance on the outskirts of the city was quite impressive. The Hidden Origin Guild has taken note of your talents, and we wish to inquire whether you would consider joining us. With your exceptional skills as an assassin, you must understand that the Hidden Origin Guild is the most formidable assassin guild. We would ensure you are well compensated. If you are willing, we can discuss terms immediately. Upon hearing this, Lu Tsang raised an eyebrow. Discuss terms now? What about your first kill in the dungeon? He smirked slightly. What if I were to demand that you relinquish the first kill to me? The smile on Grey Toon's face gradually faded. The first kill is something even the Hidden Origin Guild can only strive for, Sky. I hope you do not jest about this matter. As the two engaged in conversation, an unwelcome voice intruded upon the dialogue. Hey, how can there be good fortune without us? Xing Shi, hands in pockets and neck tilted high, wore a carefree grin. Oh, the Hidden Origin. Are you here to poach? This White Deer, she is a player of high talent, isn't she? With her petite frame of merely 165 centimeters and her vibrant hair resembling a child's. How much is the Hidden Origin Guild offering? We at the Stargate Guild would offer you double. Recalling the past, Lu Tsang chuckled. You all wish for White Deer to join your guild. Why not engage in a wager? White Deer and I would accept no remuneration and join whichever guild secures the first kill. However, upon hearing Lu Tsang's proposal, Xing Shi retorted dismissively. Who are you? Can you make decisions for others? I am her brother, Lu Tsang replied, glancing back at White Deer, suddenly thrust into a decision. She felt a twinge of hesitation, yet ultimately nodded slightly. I agree to my brother's decision. After all, it was Lu Tsang who had bestowed upon her the talent she possessed. Certainly, while talent is but a secondary aspect, the more paramount factor is her unwavering belief in her brother. I had scarcely completed my statement when I was interrupted. My conditions had yet to be fully articulated. Should your team secure the first kill, White Deer may join your guild. However, if our team achieves this feat, each of your guilds shall owe me 1 million gold coins. Upon hearing Lu Tsang's demand, Xing Shi could not help but cover her face in disbelief, exclaiming, Are you out of your mind? Do you comprehend the value of 1 million gold coins? That amounts to a staggering 100 million. 1 gold coin is equivalent to 10,000 copper coins. 1 gold equals 100 silver and 10,000 copper. Currently, the market rate for purchasing gold is 1 silver coin for 1 yuan, making 1 gold coin worth 100 yuan. By proposing this, Lu Tsang is essentially demanding 200 million. Xing Shi's amusement grew. This is quite entertaining. Who else is in your team? Lu Tsang gestured, indicating myself, White Deer, and that warrior known as Fearless Hero. Xing Shi cast a glance at White Deer and Fearless Hero, noting they did not exude the aura of seasoned experts. Their grip on weapons, stance, and gaze all suggested a lack of experience. Fearless Hero seemed preoccupied with something on the ground, entirely detached from the current situation. Among this team, the only one who could be considered a true expert appeared to be one named Song Xiong, who exhibited no discernible weaknesses. Yet, with merely one expert, the prospect of securing the first kill seemed somewhat fanciful, especially with 5 seasoned professionals on their side. Huh, excellent. I shall accept your wager. By the way, what if the first kill is achieved by guilds from other regions? Would your sister then be compelled to join those guilds? The starting cities of the Fantasy Realm number 4, each strategically located in different regions of the map. Presently, it seems the 8 major guilds have divided the cities, indicating that 2 guilds must contest for the first kill of the same dungeon. Xingxi confidently patted her chest. I, representing the Stargate Guild, hereby consent. Lu Tsong nodded lightly. The Stargate Guild had a reputation for integrity, and he had already recorded this agreement as he spoke. Lu Tsong then turned to Gui Diao. What about you? Should you decline the wager? Even if you secure the first kill, we shall not affiliate with your guild. Gui Diao frowned, taken aback by the unexpected complexity of the situation. I must consult with the guild leader. Moments later, Gui Diao responded, the guild leader has agreed. Upon uttering these words, Xingxi promptly turned and headed towards the dungeon. Have you rested enough? It's time to commence. Our task has just become a bit more demanding. The other initial members of the Stargate Guild rose in unison, blending seamlessly into the dungeon. Observing this, Gui Diao signaled, the break is over. Let us enter the dungeon. Following his command, the initial team of the Hidden Element Guild also swiftly entered the dungeon. Brother, do we need to recruit others? Shouldn't we also be entering the dungeon? White Deer inquired, her impatience apparent as she watched them hurriedly proceed. No need to recruit anyone else. Lulu, learn the Earth-Fire Impact spell and max it out. Earth-Fire Impact is an elemental magic spell for mages, available at level 5. Upon release, the ground shall ignite, conjuring a fiery eruption akin to a volcano, which, once charged, will surge skyward. The advantage lies in its extensive range and formidable damage. However, the drawbacks are equally pronounced, requiring a significant build-up time and a lengthy prelude. When wielded against players, few would be foolish enough to fall victim to its wrath. Nonetheless, this skill is favored among mages for dungeon raids, particularly against foes incapable of evading its onslaught. How does one learn this? Lu Tsong mused, rubbing his forehead. Is this brave and fearless truly so naive as to not even know how to acquire skills? He accessed the basic information interface and noted the time. There was ample opportunity before other guilds secure their first kill. In his previous life, his encounters with Brave and Fearless had occurred only in the later stages. Although he had heard tales of the characters' early exploits, he had never witnessed them firsthand. This is your first foray into this game, is it not? Are you aware of your talent's effects? Lu Tsong queried, prompting an embarrassed scratch of the head from Brave and Fearless. I don't know. Is this person truly an imbecile? Lu Tsong thought. Brave and Fearless. Open your status interface. There you will find an introduction to your talents. Cough, cough, boss. How does one access the status interface? Indeed, a rarity more elusive than a giant panda among gaming novices. Swipe right with your hand. In the status bar, under character information, you can view it. Alternatively, you may simply voice command to check your personal information. The skill tree is also located in the status bar. Brother, are we really taking this gaming simpleton into the dungeon with us? Bai Lu glanced at Brave and Fearless, then at Lu Tsong. This is a bona fide simpleton. Lu Tsong gestured to his ear. Also, switch the chat mode to team voice. Everyone else can hear us. Bai Lu pointed at Brave and Fearless. Skepticism etched on his face. Brother, aren't we aiming for the first kill? Do we truly intend to bring a simpleton along for that? He switched the chat mode to team chat, ensuring their discussions remained private. Initially, Bai Lu had placed his faith in Lu Tsong, confident in his ability to secure the first kill, for his brother was undeniably formidable. However, now Lu Tsong insisted on including this simpleton in their quest. Even if he possessed a high-level talent, he was, without a doubt, a genuine simpleton. The term simpleton reverberated in Bai Lu's mind endlessly. In response to Bai Lu's incredulous inquiry, Lu Tsong merely smiled lightly and reassured him, it's all right. The first kill shall undoubtedly be ours. In his past life, the timing of the first kill's emergence exceeded the expectations of other players. The time frame was, in fact, quite generous. Oh, I found it. Is this where I adjust the team voice? Brave and Fearless exclaimed, unknowingly altering the chat mode, successfully switching it to team chat. He also discovered his information panel. Wait, I actually possess a high-level talent? Upon hearing this, Bai Lu could no longer contain himself. You should have seen your talent level when you created your character. Why are you only realizing it now? I I found the beginner's guide to be overly verbose, so I continually opted to skip it. The only detail I recall is acquiring that sword, after which I bypassed all other prompts and arrived in this city. Boss, I have honed my skills. Well, take a moment to practice your newly acquired abilities and get a feel for them. We shall enter the dungeon in a minute. All right. Bailu appeared noticeably anxious. Brother, but they have already entered the dungeon. Do we really need to wait for him to familiarize himself with his skills? Yinyuan and Shingman had already ventured into the dungeon. Not only did their party outnumber ours, but they were also seasoned players. Now, even time is not on our side. No rush. Becoming acquainted with one's skills is paramount. So let's give them a minute. Meanwhile, Lutsong learned 3 skills from the skill tree. One was the mage's Fireball, another was the fighter's Sky Step, and the last was the guardian's Relentless Taunt. Lutsong sat upon a stone before the dungeon entrance, observing the fearless warriors testing their skills. Did you just hear that? That team aims to compete with the major guild for the first kill. Damn. I initially believed that strikingly beautiful girl named by Lu would be snatched up by the guild, only to discover that one of their members is utterly inept, having no skills whatsoever. If such a team were to secure the first kill, would that not be an affront to intelligence? That fellow called Song Xiong is merely boasting. If they manage to claim the first kill, I will literally turn upside down and defecate. Seriously, ISNT that akin to selling out one sister? Goodness, this brother truly is something else. Truth be told, Song Xiong's skills should be quite commendable. I recently spotted him on the community forum. However, carrying an incompetent dead weight is quite another matter. Their team seems to consist of only 3 members, does it not? There are no other level 5 players in the vicinity. Do they intend to delve into the dungeon with just 3? Other guilds have 5 members and have already entered the dungeon, while their trio is lagging behind. Bailu, overhearing the surrounding discussions, felt her face flush crimson, nearly reaching her ears. Furthermore, her mind began to wander, wondering if she would truly be sold out by her brother. Ultimately, how could such a configuration secure the first kill? The thought made Bailu tremble, her hands slightly shaking. Yet suddenly, Lutsong grasped Bailu's hand. Do not mind them. Trust your brother. Let us enter the dungeon. Entering the Ashen Forest, they chose the highest difficulty, Nightmare Mode. Chapter 8, Ashen Forest, Lava Fire. Upon entering the Ashen Forest, blood-red eyes illuminated from all directions. Night Cat Demon. Level 5. Health 900. Nightmare Bonus. An additional 500 experience points gained upon defeating monsters. Nightmare Bonus. This monster has received enhanced attributes. In a nightmare dungeon, even a mere small creature possesses 900 health points, and their numbers are staggering. Seeing so many monsters made by Lu increasingly anxious. She was equipped with only the most basic black iron quality gear, and the other slots were devoid of any equipment. Had it been in the past, I would have never dared to challenge the nightmare dungeon at such a moment. White Deer, charge the fire. Understood. Fearless warrior. Follow my lead. With a swift motion, Lutsong executed a dazzling arc, spiraling around a tree and striking down 7 or 8 nightcat demons. Immediately after, Lutsong unleashed an aerial strike. Aerial strike. Air technique instantly stomp on a target below, inflicting minor damage and inducing a brief slowfall effect. If the target is a creature, the cooldown for aerial strike is reduced by 50. Cooldown time, 3 seconds. Lutsong landed on the head of one night cat demon, leaping high once more and bellowed to the heavens. Come and catch me, you short and ugly fools. Relentless taunt. In an instant, he attracted the attention of every cat demon in the forest. Those that were previously focused on White Deer and the fearless warrior were now entirely drawn to Lutsong. The relentless taunt can be categorized into silent and vocal taunts. When a user shouts and taunts, it instills hatred in all who hear it. The method of insult varies in effect depending on the type of monster. Lutsong's taunt struck right at the heart of the night cat demons, akin to cursing someone's parents in the Dragon Kingdom. Squeak, squeak, squeak. One by one, the cat demons leaped from the branches, pursuing Lutsong. The fearless warrior stood frozen, unsure of where to run, surrounded by a horde of cat demons. Fearless warrior, come here. But there were too many monsters. Hearing Lutsong's call, the fearless warrior gritted his teeth, gripping the massive sword behind him. He drew his sword and unleashed a powerful slash. Whoosh! The fearless warrior surged forward 10 meters in an instant. Limit Breaker. This talent allows all warrior skills to evolve. Boom! 590, 520, 691, 515. The effect of the Limit Breaker talent enables immediate maximum damage without charging. White Deer was momentarily stunned by the force of the strike. Indeed, a top-tier talent is formidable, even when wielded by a fool. The fearless warrior had managed to keep pace with Lutsong. Lutsong remained airborne, executing arcs and aerial strikes as if flying through the heavens. The number of cat demons drawn to him grew exponentially, with over 70 now pursuing him, filling nearly half the dungeon with monsters. With Liu Cang's current health at level 5 and 225 points, he could hardly withstand 2 strikes from the Nightmare Dungeon's foes. Fearless Warrior, Earth Splitter Slash. Upon hearing Liu Cang's command, the Fearless Warrior acted without hesitation, trusting the expertise of his ally. Liu Cang leaped toward the Fearless Warrior, and the surrounding cat demons followed suit, converging toward him. In midair, it appeared as though the cat demons aimed to envelop the Fearless Warrior in a sphere. Then, they struck down with great force. Earth Splitter Slash. Boom! With a single strike, a shockwave erupted. The numbers 1529, 1523, 1522, 1525, and 1527 echoed as the cat demons, rushing from all directions, were all vanquished by this one blow. Earth-splitting slash. Battle technique after charging for 13 seconds. Swing the sword to inflict 315 times the power value and damage within a radius of 10 meters, sending all enemies within the range flying. Cooldown, 7 seconds. Mana cost, none. This type of charge skill boasts immense damage potential. After all, a charge of 3 seconds equates to 3 seconds of no output. It is worth noting that a single swing of the greatsword delivers a damage of 15 times the power value, if 3 strikes are executed within those 3 seconds. The total damage from merely swinging amounts to 45 times the power value. Furthermore, this skill necessitates remaining stationary, much like a living target. If the benefits of such a charge are not substantial, then the skill would be rendered obsolete. Naturally, there are strategies for charge combat. In later stages, skills such as mobile charging and pre-charging can mitigate the negative impacts of charging. However, none can compare to the prowess of the indomitable hero, Limitless Warrior, who can wield power without the need for charging. The indomitable hero is revered as the mightiest of all charged warriors, with each of his strikes in later battles being instantaneously unleashed after over 1,030 seconds of charge. This strike had been meticulously calculated by Liu Cang. All the cat demons had just been lured to him, and the timing of this release was perfect, clearing the forest of all such creatures. You have acquired sufficient experience. Level increased to 6. You have acquired sufficient experience. Level increased to 7. With a continuous onslaught that annihilated over 70 cat demons. Coupled with the additional experience boost from the Nightmare Dungeon, his level surged directly to 7. I did it, boss. He rejoiced, perhaps too soon. Yet in the surrounding forest, crimson eyes re-emerged, one after another, as cat demons, unbeknownst to him, silently returned to the trees, their claws embedded in the trunks, fixating on their prey. The second wave was imminent. Although this dungeon had been thoroughly examined in the first area, in the third area, certain mechanisms of previously encountered dungeons would be altered. For instance, in the first area, the cat demons of the Ashen Forest appeared only once. Upon defeating all the cat demons, the Cat Demon King would materialize, and vanquishing it would lead to success. However, in the third area, the cat demons of the Ashen Forest would appear in 3 waves, each wave more numerous than the last. Liu Cang was aware of this newly introduced mechanism in the third area. Yet, the Yinyuan Guild and the Stargate Guild were oblivious. Having just opened, they were encountering this dungeon for the first time. Unaware that the dungeon's mechanisms have been altered, they planned their approach based on rehearsed strategies, intending to attract and eliminate all cat demons in one go. Alternatively, they can engage them one by one, while a single wave clear is efficient. The current damage output of the Stargate Guild pales in comparison to that of Bailu. In terms of lethality, they certainly do not measure up. Should they attempt to clear in one wave, they would soon discover that after finishing, a new wave would emerge, necessitating additional time to regroup and unleash their skills anew. Regarding the Yinyuan Guild, an assassin's prowess may swiftly vanquish foes in dungeons, yet they falter when it comes to eliminating minions. Consequently, those 2 guilds would undoubtedly expend more time in their dungeon endeavors than they had during their prior rehearsals. It would not be surprising if they required not merely a minute, but even 5. At that moment, the second wave of cat demons had emerged. Boss, the second wave is here. What shall we do? The Valiant One stood back to back with Liu Cang, astonished that after dispatching one wave, a second had appeared. In the distance, Bailu was gathering energy, growing increasingly anxious as Liu Cang had yet to issue the command to unleash their attack. Their power had already reached the 10-second limit. With 30-fold range and might, Bailu lingered at the entrance of the dungeon, where few trees stood, while Liu Cang and his comrades found themselves amidst the forest, encircled by the cat demons. All the cat demons had set their sights solely on Liu Cang and the Valiant One. At last, The cat demons could no longer contain themselves and lunged towards Lu Tsang. It was precisely at that moment that Lu Tsang issued his command. Release. With Lu Tsang's directive, Bai Lu felt a wave of relief wash over them as they wielded their staff, causing the ground to become a vivid crimson. In the blink of an eye, a cataclysmic eruption followed. 2120, 2104, 2012, 2125, 2021, 2103. The ground fire erupted. With 30-fold damage and range, it nearly engulfed the entire dungeon. Chapter 9. Mastery of Transformation. Upon the release of Bai Lu's skill, every single cat demon was obliterated in an instant. Even the newly spawned cat demons were incinerated by that single strike. You have gained sufficient experience. Level increased to 8. After vanquishing this wave of cat demons, Lu Tsang and his companions also ascended to level 8, drawing ever closer to level 9. Charge the fireball and await the opportune moment to unleash it. Once the ground fire is prepared, shift to charging that. Lu Tsang commanded. Bai Lu immediately began to accumulate energy for the fireball spell. Ugly little cat demons. Look at me. Lu Tsang taunted once more, causing the newly spawned cat demons to turn their attention towards him. The reason Lu Tsang had delayed the second wave was to allow for the cool-down period of the taunt, ensuring that the third wave would not arise while Bai Lu lacked skills to maintain aggro, as even a brief lapse of 2 to 3 seconds could result in the cat demons fatally assaulting the Valiant One. The residual effects of Bai Lu's ground fire had ultimately failed to eradicate the entirety of the third wave of cat demons. The cooldown for the ground fire spanned a lengthy 30 seconds. Although a potent ability, such an extensive cooldown period was rather excessive. At least at level 5, a 30-second cooldown was quite prohibitive. Without the integration of supplementary skills, the mage would face a prolonged vacuum period following the casting of this skill. Moreover, Bai Lu had yet to accumulate any cooldown reduction attributes. The Valiant One seemed to have found his footing in battle, though still apprehensive. He began to actively engage in the fray. Once assured that the cat demons would not target him, he commenced aiding Lu Tsang in clearing the nearby riffraff. Horizontal slash, vertical slash, diagonal slash, diagonal slash, vertical slash. 790. 720, 791, 715. With a series of swift slashes, accompanied by waves of energy, the hero, undaunted, displayed an impressive prowess. Yet, in a moment of carelessness, he inflicted excessive damage without vanquishing his foes, inadvertently drawing their ire. This provoked the cat demons to turn and pursue the valiant hero. Alarmed by the sight of several cat demons shifting their focus towards him, Undaunted hastily fled. Boom! Suddenly, a fireball erupted behind him, exploding into a spherical blaze. Those cat demons, already on the brink of defeat, were instantly obliterated by this strike. Following the attack, the white deer recited a new incantation for a fireball, lamenting, "Those cat demons are left with but a sliver of health. If you had merely turned and struck them, they would have perished in an instant. Yet here they come. What if they strike me? With 1500 health, a mere touch won't fell you. How do you know I have 1500 health? It's written on your health bar." Upon reaching level 7, Undaunted's health had indeed risen to 1500, marking him as quite resilient. At least, when compared to Lu Tsang, who had only 300 health at level 7, he was decidedly sturdier. Undaunted, wait at the marked location, Lu Tsang instructed, dismissing the bickering of his companions with a gesture that conjured an arrow marker upon the ground of the instance. Upon seeing the mark, Undaunted immediately dashed toward it. Meanwhile, Lu Tsang, having drawn a multitude of cat demons, gathered their aggro towards himself, skillfully maneuvering to cluster them together. However, Lu Tsang refrained from rushing to Undaunted's vicinity to clear the monsters just yet. 30 seconds had not yet elapsed, and White Deer's skill was still on cooldown, so he planned to wait a moment. After evading for a brief period, Lu Tsang finally made a wide turn and sprinted towards Undaunted. This maneuver undoubtedly caused the other two members of the team to break into a cold sweat. With hundreds of cat demons in pursuit, a single misstep could spell disaster for Lu Tsang. His audacity was only matched by his skill. Had another player attempted the same, they would likely have perished. Even professional players would hesitate to claim they could simultaneously evade such a throng of cat demons. Lu Tsang's method of drawing aggro was far from straightforward. He leaped from tree to tree, treading upon the heads of the monsters, deftly weaving through the gaps and openings between them. Maneuvering midair was perilous. A single touch would send him crashing to the ground, resulting in a grim fate of being overwhelmed by countless cat demons. With a ground-shattering strike, Lu Tsang dispatched the current wave. As he landed, the multitude of cat demons that had been tailing him lunged forward in a frenzied assault. Undaunted felt a chill run down his spine but immediately unleashed a powerful sword strike. 1529, 1523, 1522, 1525, 1527 boom. The colossal sword struck down, unleashing a shockwave that annihilated all the cat demons in one fell swoop. You have gained sufficient experience points. Level increased to 9. Following the demise of the third wave of cat demons, the experience points finally accumulated, allowing his level to rise to 9. It was at this moment that the cat demon king finally made its appearance upon a nearby tree. Accompanying the scene was the night cat demon royal guardian. Level 10. Health 12,000. Skills: Pounce, Savage Claw, Bite, Swift Dash, Claw, Light Flash. Description: a cat demon endowed with tenacious vitality, exhibiting extraordinary agility and inflicting immense damage. One must be cautious not to fall victim to its grasp. At long last, it had emerged. Lulu, unleash the ground fire. Boom! The ground fire erupted instantaneously. 2120, 2104, 2012, 2125, 2021, 2103. It swiftly engulfed most of the dungeon. The night cat demon royal roared amidst the flames. In the heart of the inferno, Lutsong activated his ethereal light and leapt into the air, arriving before the night cat demon royal. Eternal Sovereign's metamorphic domination target, Fearless Hero. In that fleeting moment, Lutsong activated his talent, mirroring all the abilities of the Fearless Hero, along with the great sword in his possession, boasting a strength value of 30. Metamorphic domination allows the user to replicate any guild member's abilities and equipment for a duration of 2 minutes, with a cooldown of 2 minutes as well. However, the current drawback was that after utilizing metamorphic domination, one could no longer employ their original skills. In the air, he swiftly executed a horizontal slash, immediately followed by a 180-degree reversal and a diagonal slash. 1092, 321, 1092, 321, 1092, 321. Vertical slash, diagonal slash, vertical slash. 1092, 321, 1092, 321. Each targeted strike was directed at the Night Cat Royal's most vulnerable points. Inflicting damage on different parts of a monster results in varying effects, which explains the discrepancy in damage values despite identical attributes. Under Lu Tsong's deft manipulation, every strike's damage reached its zenith. If the Fearless Hero wielded this talent, achieving miracles through brute force and numbers, Lu Tsong's acquisition of it represented a flawless fusion of strength and finesse. Bang! 3292. In a mere second, Lu Tsong unleashed over 9,000 damage output through a flurry of combos, maximizing damage to its fullest potential. Ashen Forest Nightmare difficulty. My goodness, how can there be a second wave? I remarked, sensing something amiss with the number of monsters in the first wave. At this moment, the members of the Stargate Guild had gathered together, relying on their base attributes. The notion of clearing these monsters felt like a mere dream. Their primary attributes generally hovered around 40 points, a value bolstered by the makeshift white equipment amassed by the Stargate Guild along the way. The opportunity for a first kill was fleeting, leaving them little time to acquire additional gear. Clearing monsters primarily relied on teamwork to trigger mechanisms. The most effective strategy was to achieve damage multiplication through the synergistic layering of various mechanics, with stable execution of their talents. Inflicting damage several times greater than their attribute values was entirely feasible. In just 2 minutes, they had cleared the first wave of minor monsters through Star Dawn as talent. Yet, they were unprepared for the arrival of a second wave. Can you still unleash your power, Xingshi? Just wait 5 minutes. The tank Xing Shi gazed at the nearly 100 cat demons that had just spawned, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Xing Hui, heal me. I'll draw the aggro. Xing Hui glanced at Xing Shi and replied, all right, just don't die. If you go down, we're done for. Damn it, with so many cat demons. Even the most agile maneuvers 1T allow me to evade them all, especially since I'm a shield bearer. Xingshi raised her radiant staff and declared, if it comes to worst, we'll take our time dealing with this wave and see how to manage the next. If there's a third wave, I'll reserve my burst for that. If not, I'll unleash it immediately. Should a third wave arise, securing the first kill will surely take at least 15 minutes. Cold sweat beaded on Xingshi's forehead. The sensory immersion in the illusion realm felt astonishingly real. It's all right if we're struggling. The other guilds are likely facing the same challenges. The adjustments in the illusion realm are typically equitable. If our dungeon has new mechanics, others likely do as well. Presently, other guilds are probably grappling with the same exhausting new mechanics in their dungeons. The Xingmen Guild had originally anticipated claiming the first kill in just over 10 minutes, but now it would stretch to 15, marking a significant downturn in expectations. The team from Yinyuan Guild readied themselves once more to confront the onslaught of cat demons. Amidst the defense, the healer, Xinghui, couldn't help but inquire Oxy, what do you think are the odds of those three obtaining the first kill? Upon hearing Xinghui's question, Xingshi chuckled, Xinghui, please don't make me laugh during such a critical moment in this battle. Our guild is struggling with this dungeon. What chance do those three with their ragtag team have of securing the first kill? Xinghui frowned, a hint of doubt in her expression, yet her actions remained fluid. Noticing Xing Shi's health depleting, she cast a star healing spell on him, a scene they had rehearsed countless times. What if that white deer isn't even a possessor of a high-level talent? Perhaps that is why he appears so casual? With a swift motion of her right hand, 10 magical arrays materialized around Xingshi, each one automatically unleashing starflow orbs. The orbs shot forth rapidly, cascading like a torrential downpour, striking one cat demon after another. Regardless of their prowess, this wager holds no risk for us. Xinghui continued to question, by the way, why didn't you establish a contract with them earlier? Did I have the luxury of time? Every second counts in this race for the first kill. Besides, we hold the upper hand in this wager. Insisting on a contract would be unfair to them, wouldn't it? What if they breach the agreement? If they break the contract, so be it. Do you genuinely believe that a verbal promise would secure someone as sister? As long as this is advantageous for our negotiations, that suffices. This isn't a slave trade. If you insist on a contract, the most likely outcome is that you'll just scare them off, understand? As she wielded her staff, unleashing the starflow orbs, Xingshi imparted her wisdom to Xinghui with earnest conviction. In the midst of a grueling battle, Xingshi found himself exasperated as he observed two leisurely mages engaged in casual conversation while he labored to attract enemies. His frustration peaked when he realized that their lack of effort could lead to their first kill being snatched away by another guild. Xingshi, you are too tense. Securing the first kill is not as easy as it seems, one of them remarked. Suddenly, an announcement echoed through the air. Congratulations to player Song Xiong, brave and fearless, for conquering the level 5 nightmare difficulty dungeon, Ashen Forest. The Divine Killing Guild has achieved the first clear of this server's dungeon. This unexpected notification momentarily stunned the members of the Yinyuan Guild who were engaged in the dungeon raid. It was in this moment of distraction that Xingshi, the team leader, failed to evade an attack and was knocked to the ground by a cat demon, plunging into a perilous predicament. Curse it, Xingri, support me, Xingshi shouted, desperately attempting to push the cat demon away with his shield, only to be overwhelmed by more of the creatures. The warrior beside him, tasked with dealing with the other cat demons, was also besieged. Some of the cat demons had already begun sprinting towards Xinghui and Xingshi. Despite possessing a high-level talent, Xingshi remained a fragile mage. Should he be struck by the oncoming cat demons, his demise was almost certain. The disparity in attributes was overwhelming. The battle relied solely on talent and skill, allowing no room for error. This single misstep plunged the entire team into a perilous crisis. Warrior Xing endeavored to draw aggro, while she unleashed his full offensive potential. Yet Xinghui's healing could not keep pace. The warrior's health plummeted, and he quickly succumbed to the onslaught. Witnessing the warrior's demise, Xingshi, who was both a damage dealer and commander, promptly issued the order to retreat. With the first kill already claimed by another, continuing the dungeon held little significance. It would be far more prudent to exit and focus on leveling up instead. In the World Channel, players were abuzz with curiosity. Divine Killing? What guild is this? I've never heard of such a name. Countless players stared at the notification that appeared before them. Who were these members of the Divine Killing Guild that managed to seize the first kill from the 8 major guilds? I think I just saw someone named Song Xiong in the community. He's an assassin expert from Maple Blossom City. I read a post stating that the Yinyuan Guild offered him a hefty sum of 50 million, plus a monthly salary of 2 million, to provide training. Wow, that kind of treatment is comparable to that of an individual with top-tier talent, isn't it? No, perhaps not quite, but certainly better than most of the level talents. However, I believe that even if Song Xiong accepts the offer, he will only receive that pay for a few months at most, until his skills are fully learned by the Yinyuan Guild, after which he would likely be dismissed. Does this imply that he is merely an ordinary expert without any talent? An ordinary expert? Are you aware that discussions about Song Xiong have already erupted among players specializing in assassins? Some are even comparing him to the #1 assassin, Song, with some believing that Song Xiong is not inferior to him. A fan of Lute Song happened to see those words, and he felt a twinge of discontent. Is that not an exaggeration? To compare with the first assassin? Do you truly understand the prowess of Song's gameplay? Ultimately, The one referred to as Sangxiong merely employed a single skill, Arc Light Flash, and yet they are deemed comparable to the foremost assassin? Perhaps this Sangxiong has spent 2 years mastering just that one move. It's worth noting that others call him Sangxiong, not Sangxiong, and he has recently triumphed over 2 major guilds, acquiring 2 million gold coins, hardly the mark of poverty. Moreover, is it not possible that Sangxiong could be Cang? Such a notion seems implausible. Everyone knows that Cang belongs to the Hidden Origin Guild, while the system has just announced that this Sangxiong hails from an unheard-of guild called Divine Kill. If Sangxiong were indeed Cang, then it would stand to reason that the Hidden Origin Guild would have secured the first kill. This analysis is not without merit, especially considering that prior to the opening of the 3rd district, Lu Cang's private account had issued an announcement stating that he would continue to collaborate with the Hidden Origin Guild. Anyone unaware of the underlying circumstances would not think that Sangxiong could be the first assassin, Cang. However, their team comprises only 3 individuals, and such an extraordinary record of completion raises questions. They cannot merely be talentless, ordinary experts, can they? Ashen Forest completion time, 2 minutes 13 seconds. This completion time is utterly astonishing. A player gazing at the completion record pinched the arm of a companion, inquiring, "What is the fastest completion time for the Ashen Forest dungeon in District 1? I recall it being around 5 minutes. That record was set later, as the highest entry level for the Ashen Forest is level 10, and a guild had gathered some players to level cap, providing them with a set of level 10 golden quality equipment to set the record. Thus, this completion speed of 2 minutes and 13 seconds is somewhat outrageous. By the way, I have seen someone named by Lu in the community. He's part of Sangxiong's team. He seems to possess formidable spell-casting prowess, so it would not be surprising if he were in the party. And then there is the one known as Brave and Fearless. I am uncertain of his background, but for 3 individuals to secure the first kill from the 8 major guilds is undeniably impressive. Following the announcement of the first kill, players were initially stunned, quickly filling the community with analyses of Sangxiong by Lu and Brave and Fearless. The Divine Kill Guild also ascended in the community rankings, carving out its own identity. Inside the Ashen Forest dungeon, Lu Cang landed, the heavy sword in his hand dissipating. His expression was as tranquil as still water, showing no signs of fatigue or breathlessness after executing a series of dazzling maneuvers, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. "Brother, you are so impressive." With the Cat Demon King vanquished, the remaining Cat Demon guards turned to ash and vanished. The battle had come to a complete end. In truth, Lu Cang could have already utilized the abilities of Brave and Fearless, but the problem lay in the fact that Brave and Fearless was currently not agile enough. Furthermore, he lacked taunt skills. Without proper aggro management, it would be impossible for just Brave and Fearless to handle so many cat demons alone. The white deer might also catch the attention of nearby cat demons, diverting their aggression toward it. Thus, Lu Cang could only maintain his solitary skills, managing the initial enmity before leveraging the valor and strength of a hero to eliminate foes swiftly. Witnessing the smoke rising and transforming into ashes, the white deer could not help but shed a few tears. "I thought I was truly going to be sold, brother. I knew you wouldn't allow your dear sister to toil in vain." While she held on to her belief, the prospect of the consequences still filled her with trepidation. Lu Cang chuckled softly, ruffling the white deer's head. "Enough with the sentimentality. Let us see what treasures await us." The demise of the Cat Demon King yielded bountiful spoils. Upon achieving the first kill in the dungeon, they would inscribe their guild's name in the record, thereby securing the corresponding first kill rewards for their guild. After vanquishing the Cat Demon King, Lu Cang promptly addressed the world announcement, as he had long since lost count of how many times he had done so. All rewards from the dungeon would be encapsulated within a treasure chest. At this moment, a chest had materialized near the corpse of the Cat Demon King, serving as the bounty of the entire dungeon. Nightmare Forest Treasure Chest. Chest level 10. Contents: Server First Kill Rewards. Nightmare Difficulty Dungeon Completion Rewards. Reward level. The typical server first kill reward roughly equated to a level reward, translating to an activation code for talents of similar caliber. However, under Lu Cang's talent enhancement, the tier of these spoils had been elevated to a higher level. As for such a tier, it was not something one could casually obtain through a mere first kill in a dungeon. First kill rewards were an inevitable occurrence within the illusory realm, and if Lu Cang refrained from claiming them, others would surely seize the opportunity. A reward of this caliber was at least on the scale of the entire server, and special rewards of this magnitude pertained not solely to humanity, but encompassed significant events across all races within the illusory realm. Opening the chest, Lu Cang unleashed a burst of golden light from within. Astonishingly, A drop of lucky crystal dew was among the spoils. Drop of lucky crystal dew. 1 luck point. Using this item can raise luck to a maximum of 4. Luck, as an attribute, is exceedingly rare. Though it may seem trivial to gain just 1 point of luck and only applicable below 4 points, Lu Tsong was aware that the maximum luck value was 112 points. Upon reaching 12 points, one's fortune becomes boundless, manifesting desires as if the entire world revolves around that individual. The chest yielded a total of 6 pieces of silver quality equipment, which was significantly better than the usual 15 chance of acquiring silver quality gear upon completing a nightmare difficulty dungeon. Black iron, bronze, silver, gold, and platinum. Silver gear during this era could be deemed overwhelming against the majority of players. Regarding the distribution of equipment, Lu Tsong was generous. The heroic headband that enhances strength is yours to use. Lu, this equipment is impressive. The boots featuring the mobility Chan attribute are indeed a treasure. I never anticipated such an immediate windfall. Among the spoils, the headscarf belt and bracers that augment strength were granted to the fearless warrior. Meanwhile, Bai Lu acquired the head crown that enhances spirit and the boots with the mobility casting attribute, albeit lacking any additional attributes. The superior gear of the guild members signifies that Lu Tsong's own equipment is also commendable. The omnipotent transformation can replicate equipment as well. Ultimately, the talent of Eternal Sovereign is already comparable to that of the highest tier. As for the boots that enhance agility, Lu Tsong decided to keep them for himself. Naturally, the coins and luck-enhancing potions were promptly collected by Lu Tsong, and Bai Lu and the fearless warrior had no objections to this distribution. In truth, even if Lu Tsong had claimed all the equipment for himself, they would have had no grievances. The first kill was primarily attributed to Lu Tsong's efforts. Were it not for his adept command, monster aggro management, and the decisive finishing blow, they would have been overwhelmed by swarms of cat demons within mere seconds of entering the dungeon. Without hesitation, Lu Tsong consumed the drop of lucky crystal dew. Your luck has received a permanent enhancement. My current luck should now stand at 3 points. Lu Tsong recalled that in his previous life, he began with a luck value of 2. Bai Lu, your brother is quite remarkable. What is his background? Huh, only now do you inquire? However, this is hardly a secret. Have you heard of the legendary assassin, Tsong, from the Illusion Realm? Goodness, what, you truly do not know? Thanks to the unprecedented popularity of the game, Lu Tsong's notoriety rivals that of Feek from the still thriving game of a decade ago. Even those who do not play this game have likely heard whispers of that individual. Unbelievable. Bai Lu was somewhat exasperated. What kind of environment does this person reside in that he remains oblivious to such knowledge? Lu Tsong had not forgotten that upon completing the challenge quest, one could receive a unique weapon, and he was now preoccupied with thoughts of that reward. Understood. The three departed the dungeon. As expected, the entrance was already teeming with players. Upon seeing Lu Tsong and the others emerge, they swiftly encircled them. How bothersome. These players buzzed around like reporters, clamoring with a cacophony of inquiries. Tsong, how did you secure the first kill in the Ashen Forest? What enabled such rapid speed? Tsong, could you share the ranks of your teammates' talents? Tsong, would you be interested in a duel with me? Our Moonlight Guild offers 2 billion world coins for the acquisition of your guild, merging with ours. World coins are the currency of this realm, with a unified currency system across the globe. As for purchasing power, it equates to $3 for a bottle of cola, 100,000 for a betrothal gift, and approximately 1 million for a house in suburban first-tier cities. The mention of 2 billion left the fearless warrior, standing nearby, utterly astounded. 2 billion, 2 billion, 2 billion. Throughout his life, he had never encountered such an amount, not even 20,000. 200 million, what an immense fortune that is. The brave are undaunted. Just now, the leader mentioned 200 million. Understood. The brave realized that for Lu Tsong, this sum appeared rather inconsequential. Indeed, a true magnate is worthy of admiration, and it seems he has aligned himself with the right person. Speaking of which, not long ago, he seemed to have heard something about 200 million as well. However, due to Lu Tsong's instructions, he had been engrossed in reading the player's manual and had not paid heed to the actions of others. Swish. Meanwhile, Lu Tsong lingered behind. He smiled faintly and addressed the players. By the way, please remind Yinyuan and the Stargate Guild that they currently owe me 1 million gold coins each. Do remember to repay me promptly. Chapter 11. Exclusive weapons dominate the rankings. Amidst the crowd, the figure known as Dark Current twitched at the corner of his mouth. He was sent by the Yinyuan Guild to negotiate with Song Qiong, a seasoned negotiation expert who had previously lured Song away from the Yinyuan Guild. Dark Current brimmed with confidence for this negotiation. However, the obstructive players had completely blocked the area. leaving him no opportunity to exchange even a single word with the one called Song Xiong before he departed. He could not even catch a glimpse of his appearance. Where could he find him now? As for whether other guilds could conquer the Ashen Forest dungeon, no other players seemed to care. As long as they could not secure the first kill, no one was concerned about their subsequent rankings. Most could only focus on the first position, especially since this first place not only claimed the title of first kill, but also shattered the record for completion time. A completion time of 2 minutes and 13 seconds is unlikely to be surpassed for a long while, and this record may very well be preserved indefinitely. Back in Maple Blossom City, Bai Lu and the Brave had arrived beside the guild administrator to submit their quests. Lu Cang and the others had all reached level 10. Upon reaching level 10, the leaderboard feature was unlocked. Currently, on the level leaderboard, only Song Xiong, Bai Lu, and the Brave appeared, their names standing solitary at the top. Bai Lu gazed at the leaderboard, exhilarated. This is my first time on the leaderboard. She had always been a semi-casual player in Zone 1. With so many players in the Illusion Realm, it was rare for her to even be considered for the leaderboard. Not to mention the grand level leaderboard. She had never even ranked in any casual categories. As the guild leader, Lu Cang's members gained a slight advantage in experience from defeating monsters nearby, placing him at the top of the rankings. Bai Lu, having slain 15 more wild boars than the Brave, secured the second position. Naturally, the Brave found himself in third place. As for the equipment leaderboard, Lu Cang and his companions did not dominate it. Certain talents would bind exclusive equipment at the start, and the effects of these exclusive items were fairly impressive, allowing them to rank respectably on the equipment leaderboard. Nevertheless, even so, the 6 pieces of silver equipment recently revealed by Lu Cang and others rank within the top 100 of the equipment leaderboard. The leaderboard only displays the names and rankings of the equipment, without providing specific details. Furthermore, if those on the leaderboard wish, they can even conceal the names of their equipment. However, for several silver pieces, there is no necessity for concealment. Bai Lu, as a seasoned player, you should require no instruction in selecting equipment. Such fundamental matters are well within your capability. Brave hero, it would be wise for you to select a garment that enhances strength, preferably one that boosts charge attack damage, as this would suit you best. When it comes time to choose your specialized weapon, do not act blindly. Seek my counsel. Lu Cang assigned the task. You have received 3-star skill book, 5,000 guild contribution points. You may now select any piece of level 10 gold quality equipment. The most troublesome aspect for a free spirit lies in this. For other classes, those focusing on strength can mindlessly choose gear that enhances strength, while those prioritizing spirit can simply select items that boost spirit. However, free spirits, due to their utilization of skills from various professions, find themselves lacking in all attributes, complicating the selection of equipment. Yet Lu Cang did not hesitate. Amidst a plethora of options, he chose gauntlets that increase agility by 220 points, with an effect that inflicts a critical hit, triple damage, if 2 consecutive physical attacks strike the same target. Brother, I have chosen a robe that enhances spirit, with an effect that grants an uninterruptible focus during casting, along with a shield equivalent to the damage of the spell being chanted. A commendable choice. For mages with long casting times, the greatest fear is interruption. It is all too simple to disrupt a chant with just a bit of control. Bai Lu's selection of this garment was indeed wise. As for Brave Hero, he opted for this steadfast battle garb that enhances strength, granting a shield based on the duration of his charge skill. This is undoubtedly an ideal match for him, as he always maximizes his charge when casting skills. Both of you have chosen equipment that enhances shields. Lu Cang initially thought Brave Hero might be more adventurous in selecting damage-boosting gear. However, upon reflection, he realized that this timid fellow would likely prioritize survival gear if left to his own devices. Next came the choice of specialized weapons. You have completed the challenge task. Please select your exclusive weapon. Exclusive weapons can be cultivated infinitely and grow without limit. Specialized weapons are coveted by all within the realm of illusion. Every attribute and effect of these weapons is tailored specifically for their owner, bestowing unmatched combat prowess upon players wielding them compared to those without. However, the conditions for obtaining specialized weapons are exceedingly challenging, categorizing them as elite rewards, resulting in a scarcity of players possessing them within the realm. Yet now, at the onset of the server, there are already 3 players in our guild who possess specialized weapons. Please select weapon type. The array of weapon types is dazzling. Sword, blade, battle axe, spell book, life staff, magic staff, dagger, staff, shield. The realm encompasses all types of equipment. Selecting the Chinji box, Lu Cang glanced over and chose the exclusive gear for wanderers. Chinji box allows for free transformation of weapon types. Note, upon selecting the Chinji box, No custom attributes can be added to this weapon, but you may choose 5 variable weapon types. Confirm. Please select the required weapon types. Dagger. Given that my former profession was an assassin, the dagger is an indispensable choice. Shield, spear, flintlock, greatsword. After Liu Cang voiced his selection, the Qinji box materialized. Qinji box, unenhanced. Equipment quality, silver, upgradable. Equipment level, 10, equal to the user's level. This equipment is exclusively customized by the firmament. Current transformable forms, dagger, spear, shield, flintlock, greatsword. Attribute values, default strength 120, agility 120, constitution 120, spirit 120. Attributes will change upon transformation. Current effects, none. Effects vary based on transform form. Description, a unique piece of equipment capable of transforming into 5 weapon forms. Above Liu Cang's head floated a weapon box. With a mere thought, 5 weapon projections appeared beside him. Simply grasping any one would grant him that weapon. Liu Cang seized the dagger, and with a gentle flick, it transformed into a spear. Besides the projection method, the weapon also supports direct switching. After selecting his weapons, Liu Cang turned to Brave and Fearless. Boss, do you think I should go with the battle axe, the great hammer, or the great sword? Brave and Fearless furrowed his brow as he examined the selection panel before him. Liu Cang promptly responded, I would recommend the great sword. Liu Cang certainly had his reasons for saying so. Oh, all right, I'll choose the great sword then. However, Brave and Fearless did not inquire further, choosing to trust Liu Cang's judgment. After all, the words of a master could never be wrong. Wow, so many attributes. Boss, I'm overwhelmed. How do I choose? Select the attribute that replaces the standard attack with a charge strike. What? There's such an attribute? The boss is truly remarkable. If Liu Cang hadn't mentioned it, Brave and Fearless would have been oblivious to its existence. After all, with an overwhelming number of selectable attributes, the custom weapon feature listed all possible choices, allowing players to pick freely. Searching for a suitable option among tens of thousands of attributes would be akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Glancing through them one by one could very well take until dawn. Those suffering from choice paralysis would surely be left in despair upon seeing such an array of options. But Liu Cang's suggestion undoubtedly alleviated Brave and Fearless's dilemma. After finalizing the attribute selections, Brave and Fearless acquired his exclusive weapon. Brave and Fearless Greatsword, unenhanced. Equipment quality, silver, upgradable. Equipment level, 10, equal to the user's level. This equipment is exclusively customized for Brave and Fearless. Attributes, strength 360. Sub-attribute, critical rate 20. Effect, charge slash can be charged for 0.6 seconds, replacing normal attacks with a charge slash that inflicts 4 points of strength damage. Description, a colossal sword that can replace normal attacks. Upon witnessing the weapon displayed by the valiant hero, Liu Cang felt somewhat speechless. Why not bestow a name upon your equipment? Sighing, Liu Cang suggested, never mind. Later you can seek out the blacksmith to pay 1 gold coin for a name change. I shall grant you 10 gold coins for that. Meanwhile, Bai Lu opted for the grimoire as her primary weapon type. The distinction among grimoire, staff, and short rod lies in the casting speed. Regarding the attributes, Bai Lu chose the spell storage, which allows completed spells to be inscribed on the pages, enabling immediate use without incantation. Maximum number of stored spells, 3. The weapon attributes of specialized weapons are exceedingly formidable. Under normal circumstances, acquiring such attributes is nearly impossible. Furthermore, the attribute values of specialized weapons far exceed those of weapons of the same tier. A golden quality weapon adds merely 220 points, while a silver quality specialized weapon effortlessly boasts 360 points. Boss, what shall we do next? Shall we continue to seize the first kill, or pursue records in other dungeons? The valiant hero was already brimming with excitement. Having obtained the new great sword, he was eager to engage, and his colossal sword had ascended to the top of the equipment leaderboard. Following closely was Bai Lu's grimoire. However, Liu Cang's weapon was absent from the rankings, as he had concealed his ranking immediately upon acquiring the weapon. Boss, let us venture into that forest dungeon again. I feel our current strength could make it feel like chopping vegetables. I am prepared for an all-nighter. In less than an hour, he had become thoroughly captivated by the game, succumbing to addiction. Hearing the valiant hero's request, Liu Cang merely chuckled lightly. What skill is it to bully the same dungeon? I shall take you to play something far more exhilarating. First, learn your skill book and acquire the charge sword skill. All right, the valiant hero had no doubts at all and promptly pulled out the 3-star skill book he had just obtained. The skill book, devoid of a labeled skill name, was a self-selected skill book, exceedingly rare. Among the available 3-star skills, the valiant hero directly chose the charged sword skill, which evolved into a 4-star skill, Fierce Dragon Sword Slash. Chapter 12. Dying would be embarrassing. All skills possess corresponding star ratings, and skill evolution entails ascending the skill's star level. For instance, a 1-star Fireball might evolve into a 2-star Scatter Fireball, Fireball Explosion, or Double Fireball. Each skill's evolution presents a distinct trajectory, resulting in an abundance of skill varieties akin to branches sprouting from a tree. Boss, I have learned it. Huh? Are you not playing anymore? No, we shall continue. However, we must wait a moment. Bai Lu, standing nearby, appeared puzzled. Brother, what are you doing? If it's food you seek, just order takeout. I'm not even hungry right now. Let us proceed to the next dungeon. That previous experience was exhilarating. My dear sister, I declare tonight to be the night of illusions. An all-night battle. Lu Tsang's lips curled slightly. Truly, she is my sister, deeply ensnared by the allure of the game. Log off, brother. However, faced with Bai Lu's playful entreaty, Lu Tsang maintained a stoic expression. Upon seeing her brother's demeanor, Bai Lu immediately adopted a more docile attitude. All right then, if you insist on logging off, so be it. Soon, Lu Tsang transferred 10 gold coins to the valiant warrior, Fearless, and subsequently exited the game with Bai Lu, leaving Fearless alone in Maple City. What? They just left? I have no idea what to do now. Well, leveling up is never a bad option. Right, the boss said that when unsure, one should consult the strategies. Let's see, the community is accessed here. I ascend to it. Strategies. Lu Tsang awoke from the gaming pod and entered Bai Lu's room. She had already risen from her pod, and, upon seeing Lu Tsang enter, spoke with a hint of concern in her voice. Brother, you seem a bit off today. You haven't mentioned anything about the Yinyuan Guild, and it feels like you might have had a falling out. Lu Tsang nodded in acknowledgement and replied, Yes, indeed we have. Pack your things. We need to leave for a few days. Bring a few changes of clothes, and I'll explain everything on the way. Huh? Change location? Where to? You'll understand once we arrive. Oh, all right. Bai Lu wasted no time and swiftly gathered her clothing as Lu Tsang waited at the door with a small suitcase. Brother, let's go. Before long, the two departed the villa and made their way to the garage. Lu Tsang opted against a flashy Lamborghini, choosing instead a modest Volkswagen. After placing the luggage in the trunk, he took the driver's seat while his sister settled into the passenger side. I have a house in the city that no one knows about. We will play games there. Hearing this, Bai Lu felt a twinge of worry. Brother, something must have gone awry, right? Otherwise, why would you give me the activation code for the talent? You mentioned that you had a falling out with Yinyuan. How much is the penalty for breach of contract? And this talent, it couldn't possibly have been stolen from the Yinyuan Guild, could it? Bai Lu was acutely aware of the talent's immense value, an item rarely traded, perhaps worth billions. If her brother had truly stolen such a thing, he could face severe consequences. Rest assured, my talent was neither stolen nor acquired through theft. I earned it myself in Zone 1, Lu Tsang reassured her. As for the breach of contract, the penalty is merely 500 million. You need not worry. Upon hearing Lu Tsang's explanation regarding the talent's origin, Bai Lu felt a wave of relief. She believed in his prowess within Zone 1. However, the subsequent revelation made her nearly leap from her seat. What? 500 million? Bai Lu was no naive girl. She understood the gravity of such a sum. Do not be so startled. Lu Tsang pressed the accelerator, and the car roared to life, surging forward. In the next instant, he slammed the brakes. The vehicle halted just in time, stopping mere centimeters from a pillar. Bai Lu pressed her hand against her chest, her heart racing at the near collision with the wall. Lu Tsang's lips twitched slightly. After nearly a century without driving, he had almost forgotten how to operate a vehicle, having spent most of his time soaring through the skies. Bai Lu, seated in the passenger seat, pressed against her heart, murmuring, if you can't drive, perhaps we should take a taxi. After restarting the engine, it finally functioned properly. Once they exited the garage, Lu Tsang resumed their previous conversation, saying, What is all the fuss about? Your brother just made 2 billion. What is the big deal about owing 5 billion? Bai Lu muttered softly, That 200 million hasn't even been credited yet, and they might not even pay us. Hearing her quiet complaints, Lu Tsang chuckled, They will pay. Besides, there is still 3 billion left. Do you think earning 3 billion is that easy? Upon hearing Bai Lu's skepticism, Lu Tsang smiled. Lu, do you believe that if we don't ask for that 3 billion, the guilds will bring it to us themselves, and they will be eager to do so? Bai Lu sighed and shrugged. If anyone else said that, I would certainly think they were boasting, but since it's you, my brother, I can only believe it. Anyway, let us talk about the activation code for the advanced talent. Throughout the journey, the siblings discussed many topics, and when Bai Lu learned that the Hidden Origin Guild intended to harm her brother, she slapped her thigh, nearly incensed. Lu Tsong crafted a story to convince her that the activation code was obtained in Area 1. In truth, Lu Tsong was aware of numerous activation codes. Even though they had been friends in a past life, in this new life they were strangers. Lu Tsong had experienced the phenomenon where friends in one life became enemies in the next. Enemies are not always foes, and friends are not always allies. For instance, a certain deity named Tissi exemplifies this. In his second life, Lu Tsong was killed by her, yet in his third life, she saved him. Among the activation codes Lu Tsong possessed, the highest rank was that of the assassin talent. However, he refrained from allowing Bai Lu to inherit that talent, as she was ill-suited for the assassin profession. It was best for this talent to return to its rightful owner, whom Lu Tsong intended to recruit into his guild. After approximately 40 minutes of driving, Lu Tsong brought Bai Lu to an apartment that was quite spacious and contained 2 gaming pods. This was a property Lu Tsong had purchased nearby for Bai Lu's convenience when she attended university. He had not anticipated that it would prove useful at such a time. Upon entering, Bai Lu tossed her luggage aside and exclaimed, "I ordered takeout and instructed them to leave it at the door. Let us log on. Tonight is the night of illusions. Hurry up, brother. We're already 40 minutes behind. Others are catching up to us." All right. His sister was indeed quite addicted to gaming. Even he, as a reborn individual, was not anxious to rush her progress. Yet here she was, urging him to catch up. After acquiescing to Bai Lu, Lu Tsong settled into the white gaming pod and logged into the game. Buzz. Just as he logged in, a message appeared. "Brave and fearless. Boss. Help. A lot of people are chasing me. Brave and fearless. How do I check my location? Sky. Just send your current position directly. Brave and fearless. Westwind Plains 714-2779. Sky. All right. I'll be there shortly. Don't perish. Brave and fearless. What happens if I do? Sky. It would be rather embarrassing." Chapter 13. 8 against 1. After Lu Tsong departed, Brave and Fearless rummaged through the community for strategies. The tactics for the illusory realm were diverse and abundant. Within the 3rd District S community, there were thousands of strategies solely focused on leveling up. Consequently, Brave and Fearless was utterly at a loss as to which guide to peruse first. After several attempts, he finally stumbled upon a leveling guide for warriors. Upon opening it, he noted the recommendation to first defeat 10 small white rabbits, followed by locating 2 elite bear monsters in the forest. After slaying them, one would advance to level 4, ensuring a stable progression. After much elaboration, it finally reached level 10. After reaching level 10, proceed to Westwind Plains, where the quantity of monsters is sparse, yet each offers substantial experience, making it the ideal location for a warrior who typically possesses limited area damage to level up. After reading this guide, Brave and Fearless first decided to rename his weapon. He then sought the route to Westwind Plains, heading there with determination. The destination was not far, and following the navigational route, he arrived shortly. Here, he encountered the unicorn tigers, level 10 monsters that appeared significantly larger than ordinary tigers, exuding an aura of ferocity. Summoning his courage, Brave and Fearless struck one directly, replacing his regular attack with a charged special move. 52-21. With a single blow, he dealt 5,000 damage, and the feeble level 10 creature could not withstand his assault, falling instantly. Thus, savoring the sweet taste of victory, Brave and Fearless continued to hunt relentlessly. After approximately half an hour, he finally ascended to level 11. Immersed in the joy of leveling up, he remained blissfully unaware of the gathering of ill-intentioned players nearby. 8 players, some crouching and others standing in the grass, fixed their eyes on Brave and Fearless. A portly player spoke through the team voice channel. "He hasn't even noticed us yet. Big Eye, is he the big fish you mentioned? He looks somewhat familiar. ISNT, he a member of the party that just achieved the first kill in the dungeon?" The player referred to as Big Eye, with hands in pockets, grinned widely. Indeed, that's him. The portly player continued to scrutinize. He could take down level 10 monsters with a single strike. His attributes are quite impressive. Beside them stood a bespectacled mage clad in black. Yes, his skills are rather formidable. Wait, he has learned the Dragon S Blade Draw, which is a 4-star skill. Does that not require charging? This individual seems almost monstrous. The portly player concluded. A 4-star skill book could very well be a reward from a first kill in the dungeon. If 3 people can achieve a first kill, his talent must be exceptional. I see he possesses quite a few good pieces of equipment. His armor is of golden quality, his headscarf silver, and both his bracers and belt are silver as well. As for that weapon, I have never encountered such a design. It could very well be a specialized armament. The mage adjusted his glasses and pondered, could I be mistaken? He then turned to the companion known as Big Eye and inquired, what are your thoughts on his skills? Furthermore, he is currently at level 10, equipped and skilled adequately. We are engaging in a battle beyond our level, yet we possess a numerical advantage. Big Eye, what do you estimate our chances of victory to be? Big Eye chuckled softly. I have observed him for approximately 20 minutes. Although his gear is impressive, his skills are distinctly at the level of a novice. If we execute our maneuvers correctly, we can easily toy with him. Additionally, I am aware that capturing such a large fish is no simple task. So I have summoned an ally. Big Eye gestured toward a strikingly attractive yet aloof beauty within the team, who emanated an aura that discouraged any approach. Upon seeing her, the mage nodded in agreement. Indeed, this is an excellent opportunity. If we eliminate a player endowed with such exceptional talent, we could leverage that achievement to gain entry into the Zero Annihilation Guild. He continued, let us proceed according to our usual protocol. Should any equipment drop, we will sell it, and the proceeds will be divided as previously arranged. After uttering these words, his name transformed into a crimson designation, Demon Hunter. With a flourish of his staff, a red magic circle materialized, followed by a fireball hurtling toward the brave, unyielding. The explosion reverberated as the fireball detonated upon impact, inflicting a mere 42 points of damage. The mage's pupils constricted upon witnessing such a meager effect. Just how formidable is his constitution that this fireball caused so little harm? A notification appeared before the brave, unyielding. You have been maliciously attacked by a player. You may retaliate against this player and their team. He had been assaulted. Almost simultaneously, a diminutive assassin named Lone Eye emerged from behind him, brandishing dual daggers. A gust of wind swept through, propelling the brave, unyielding 10 meters away. The assassin, known as Lone Eye, vanished from sight, rendering the feint of illusory phantom ineffective. The encirclement of 8 players aimed at the brave, unyielding had collapsed into a void. What? Why are you fleeing? With such exceptional equipment and skills, you choose to escape? At that moment, a world announcement punctuated the air. Second-ranked player, Song Xiong, has logged in. Big Eye, what should we do? Song Xiong is online. Could he be rallying reinforcements? The brave, unyielding may be a novice, but Song Xiong is no amateur. In just an hour, he has become a widely recognized expert within the realm, ascending to the status of a professional player with an undetermined upper limit. As the group pondered whether to pursue or retreat, a shadow darted forth from the team, charging after the brave, unyielding, disregarding the decisions of the other 7 players. Her speed left the remaining players momentarily stunned. Yet, Big Eye quickly regained his composure. What should we do? We must pursue him. Let us eliminate him before Song Qiong arrives. After the decision was made, a player named Bu Feng swiftly followed, conjuring a gust of wind as he joined me. The players behind him enjoyed a boost in their movement speed. The fearless warrior, while fleeing, initiated a voice call with Lute Song. Song Qiong, who is pursuing you? Lute Song stepped onto the teleportation array. A glimmer of light flashed, and he arrived at the outskirts, producing the chocobo horn he had just purchased from the mount shop. Summoning a chocobo, he promptly mounted it and set off towards the west wind plains, with a white deer perched behind him. Fearless warrior, I don't know. Why didn't he look back? I just ran. In the previous life, this fearless warrior was among the foremost players of the human race, undaunted by even the mightiest foes. It was truly unexpected to see him exhibit such cowardice in the early stages. Fearless warrior, do you think they will catch up? Song Qiong, if they do, you should confront them. With your current attributes, standing still and attacking them would likely keep them occupied for a while. Comforted by Lu Song's words, the fearless warrior let out a sigh of relief. Suddenly, his pupils contracted, and his body instinctively reacted. Whoosh! Fearless warrior, boss. There's someone named Lung Qingying, along with 7 others. I can't see their names from this distance. Should I continue fighting? Upon hearing this name, Lu Song chuckled helplessly. Song Qiong, never mind. Don't engage, just run faster. Chapter 14, Godly Maneuvers. Lung Qingying, an assassin, is one of the naturally gifted players in this round. Additionally, she ranks as the second best assassin. However, unlike Lu Song, she has not joined any guilds or clubs for competitive play. Instead, she survives as a lone wolf, earning her keep through bounty hunting. As the saying goes, where there are people, there is a community. The illusory realm is no exception, rife with rivalries among players. With these rivalries come bounties. Lung Qingying specializes in this, taking on others' bounty contracts, occasionally receiving commissions from large guilds to assassinate high-level gifted players, which brings in substantial rewards. Uniquely, she possesses no activation codes and is an ordinary level talent in the first zone. Her prowess stems solely from her exceptional skills, allowing her to claim the title of second best assassin. Upon entering the third zone, She also started with a random talent, but fortune smiled upon her, granting her a high-level talent. In later times, if the fearless warrior were to encounter Lung Qingying, the odds might be even. If she launched a surprise attack, the fearless warrior would stand at a disadvantage. In a fair duel, she would undoubtedly prevail. Despite the fearless warrior's flight, his pursuers drew ever closer. His movement speed was unremarkable, while those with speed boosts quickly closed the gap. The fearless warrior was caught up to twice, but managed to force Lung Qingying to retreat using his skills, the Dragon Slash and the Earth Splitter. Given his attributes, even with her remarkable skills, she could not withstand his attacks. What renders the valiant hero both helpless and frustrated is that this skill forces her to retreat. Lung Qingying's reflexes are exceptionally sharp. Even without any preliminary movement from the valiant hero, she discerns the opponent's intentions from the initial actions. Thus, the moment the valiant hero unleashes her skill, she elegantly performs a backflip, evading the attack range entirely. Ultimately, the hero's skill lands nowhere. The valiant hero is acutely aware that this individual, named Lung Qingying, possesses skills far superior to her own. Before long, the other 7 members also rushed over. "Boss, I can't hold on any longer." The valiant hero had entered the marksman's attack range, and distant revolver bullets were unleashed in rapid succession. Bang, 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 bang. In that fleeting moment, a figure raced past the valiant hero with astonishing speed, a silver flash in hand, striking with incredible swiftness. Clang, 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 clang. To the astonishment of all, Lutsong split the bullets in midair with a dagger, sending them clattering to the ground. Throughout this process, Lutsong's speed remained unimpeded. The act of slicing bullets and sprinting at full speed occurred simultaneously, too swift for the eye to perceive. Soon after, a radiant arc flashed by, an arc of light. There was no pause whatsoever as it coursed through the bodies of the pursuing players hot on the heels of the valiant hero. In an instant, the 4 players chasing the valiant hero were annihilated by Lutsong. Meanwhile, at a distance, both Single Eye and Magic Hunter swallowed hard, as Single Eye's innate talent lay in his keen vision. Possessing exceptional dynamic eyesight, he could perceive Lutsong's movements when others could not. Upon grasping the actions, his first words to Magic Hunter were, "Run? How could such a player exist? To slice bullets while sprinting?" The marksman's bullets travel at speeds rivaling those in the real world. Indeed, while bullets possess a collision volume that could potentially be deflected without injury if struck, the question remains, which normal person can perceive the speed of a bullet, let alone with a dagger, a weapon so diminutive? Furthermore, how could he produce an arc of light? During the execution of that arc, he managed to link it to a standard attack? Are such maneuvers even achievable by a mere human? In the brief exchange of just a second, this individual, known as Song Qiong, exhibited at least 3 extraordinary maneuvers that defy human capability. A monster. This person is a monster. Single Eye was utterly astounded by Song Qiong's prowess. This was no mere third-class expert. Even if Song were to arrive, he would likely be unable to contend with him. Just as he contemplated fleeing, the ground became exceedingly bright, and a searing flame began to envelop the surface. Single Eye's pupils constricted. How could he not recognize this initiation? It was the mage's earth-fire impact. Yet, the area of effect was far too extensive. There was no time to escape. Lutsong did not pursue Single Eye, but calmly stated to the terrified individual, "By the way, please expedite the repayment from the Yinyuan Guild and the Stargate Guild." Boom! In the next instant, the earth fire erupted. 8021, 8011. 2 outrageous damage figures surged forth. In an instant, the lone rogue and the demon hunter, both with merely 500 health points, were reduced to ashes. Within the span of a mere second, only Lung Qingying remained on the battlefield. The tide of battle had shifted dramatically. Lung Qingying surveyed her surroundings, let out a sigh, and raised her hands, declaring, "I concede. Will you allow me to leave?" Within the city, one could exit the game instantaneously, but in the wilderness, one required a preparation time of 10 seconds. Accompanied by conspicuous glow, evading the situation by logging off was impossible. Lung Qingying was reluctant to face death, as each demise would be permanently recorded in her character profile, tarnishing her reputation as a bounty-hunting assassin. Furthermore, dying meant losing 10 experience points from her current bar. With a slim chance of equipment loss, Lung Qingying had a clear understanding of the situation. The one named Song Qiong was exceptionally skilled. Now in a 1 against 3, she realized she stood no chance. In response to her plea for mercy, the fearless warrior was unwilling to relent. "You were just chasing me relentlessly, and now you expect me to let you go with a mere admission of defeat? How about this? Take one of my strikes, and if you survive, I shall release you." Lung Qingying replied, Consider it a debt of gratitude. I can return the favor. My guild is short on members. Join us, and we can call this matter settled. Frowning, she added, I am a solitary player and loathe the constraints of a guild. Let me make it clear. I am not in need of money, so do not attempt to negotiate. The fearless warrior bristled. What gives you the right to bargain with us at your current station? With that, he raised his great sword. This woman clearly displayed an impertinent attitude. However, Ling Qingying disregarded his threat as though it were nothing. Addressing Lu Tsong, she stated, If you insist on my joining, provide me with a compelling reason. Though she did not earn as much as professional players from competitions, advertisements, or sponsorships. As the second-ranked assassin in the illusion realm, she had accrued considerable wealth through bounties. Some lucrative contracts could yield as much as 1,000 gold coins for slaying a player, equating to a substantial sum. During her tenure in the first district, numerous guilds had extended invitations for her to join, all of which she had declined. Those grand guilds demanded adherence to their directives, a notion Ling Qingying found distasteful. Lu Tsong, well aware of Ling Qingying's inclinations, responded with a smile, Our guild values freedom. We will not impose our will upon you. Moreover, I possess knowledge of how to acquire the exclusive weapons of assassins. He then turned to Bai Lu and the fearless warrior, display your weapons. Lu Tsong harbored no concerns about Ling Qingying divulging their secrets. Firstly, the characteristics of exclusive weapons were exceedingly distinct, and each individual's weapon in the illusion realm was uniquely styled. Just as one could instantly identify the great sword of the fearless warrior as an exclusive weapon, the news of the Godslayer Guild's exclusive weapons was impossible to conceal. Secondly, during Lu Tsong's second life, he had spent nearly 2 years alongside Ling Qingying in the Dark Abyss, leading him to believe he understood her well. She was not the type to betray confidences. Following Lu Tsong's command, Bai Lu and the fearless warrior presented the details of their weapons. However, it did not reveal excessive information, only presenting the distinctive names of the specialized weapons. Upon witnessing the holy record and the god-slaying greatsword displayed by the white deer and the fearless hero, Ling Qingying could not help but feel a flicker of emotion. 2 specialized weapons. If one includes the celestial, that makes 3. Specialized weapons are what Ling Qingying had long desired to acquire. Chapter 15. The First Kill and the Expansion of the Wilderness. The news of the battle on the West Wind Plain swiftly spread throughout the illusory realm. The mastermind behind it was none other than Du Pian. The recent skirmish had cost him a bronze-quality weapon, a loss that made him grit his teeth in frustration. However, the information about the Celestial was now fetching a handsome price. Thus, he sold the footage of the encounter for 20,000 gold coins. The entire video lasted merely 2 seconds, yet this brief glimpse ignited a tremendous uproar within the illusory realm. Numerous heated discussions surged to the forefront of the community. Dagger splits bullets. Arcane flash connects smoothly. Has the title of the first assassin changed hands? Stunning member composition revealed in the God-slaying guild. At least 3 top-tier players? Among them, Celestial possesses this extraordinary talent. Once again pursued for debts. When will the Stargate and Hidden Origin repay? Moonlight Guild offers 1 billion. Requesting a merger with the God-slaying guild. Countless players expressed their astonishment upon viewing the Celestial's gameplay video in the community. Most players in Area 3 were seasoned veterans with a profound understanding of gameplay mechanics. What? Is such gameplay even humanly possible? Those delusional fans of Lu Tsong. Stop blindly idolizing him. What can Celestial do that is so remarkable? If it were truly possible, it would have spread throughout the illusory realm by now. I can't even stand still and split a bullet with a dagger. Yet this Celestial can accurately split 6 bullets while moving at high speed. I declare on the spot that this Celestial is the #1 assassin in the illusory realm. Stop your nonsense. Others may be freelancers, not assassins. Just because one has skill does not make them an assassin. Celestial is undeniably the foremost expert in gameplay within the illusory realm. I believe no one can deny that. When will these 2 guilds repay their debts? Surely such a large guild can't be incapable of producing a mere 1 million gold coins, can they? Damn, I was considering joining their guild, but at this rate, they might not even be able to pay salaries. Indeed, it must be said that the Moonlight Guild has been generous. Not long ago, they offered 200 million and have now raised their bid to 1 billion. If I were in their position, I would have sold immediately. However, soon after, another significant piece of news emerged within the illusory realm. Stunning revelations about the Hidden Origin Guild. The first assassin, Celestial, left the Hidden Origin Guild before the server launch. The first assassin, Celestial, may face a staggering 500 million gold coin penalty for breach of contract. Examining the similarities between Celestial and Tsong, they are actually... Upon the release of this news, The minds of players throughout the illusory realm exploded. Celestial has left the Hidden Origin Guild, coupled with Celestial's performance. Does this not firmly announce that Celestial is indeed Song? Internal news suggests that the Hidden Origin Guild has dispatched individuals to seek out Lute Song. Unexpectedly, if the Celestial Firmament is indeed Lute Song, then the Divine Kill Guild must have been established by him, which clearly indicates a direct confrontation with the Hidden Origin Guild. However, while other players boast in the World Channel, Lute Song and his companions remain industrious. West Wind Plain Dungeon, Wilderness Expansion. Entry Level, 8. Dungeon Difficulty, Simple, Normal, Hard. Nightmare. Current First Kill Team, none. Current Fastest Completion Record, none. Lute Song and his team sought out a nearby dungeon. Upon arriving at the entrance, Lute Song addressed Brave and Fearless, stating, "The strategies available in the community are tailored for ordinary players and are unsuitable for our use." Bai Lu nodded in agreement, explaining, "To level up efficiently, the quickest method is to farm dungeons. Wild monsters yield too little experience. Only those lacking the strength to conquer dungeons would resort to grinding in the wild. For us in the Divine Kill Guild, tackling dungeons directly is undoubtedly faster." Brave and Fearless nodded in a semblance of understanding. Lute Song then turned to the nearby Lung Qingying, asking, "What are your plans? If you cannot decide at the moment, you're welcome to join us in the dungeon." Lung Qingying hesitated briefly, but ultimately chose to join Lute Song's party. She had yet to come to a firm conclusion regarding the Divine Kill Guild's invitation, but leveling up was certainly essential. As for the notion of grinding dungeons, Lung Qingying found no reason to refuse. Yet, she couldn't shake off the question of what Lute Song was truly after. It was perplexing that he had just pursued Brave and Fearless, but was now inviting her to join in the dungeon run. Nevertheless, as it was merely a game, she decided not to overthink it. If need be, she could simply compensate them later. Lung Qingying has joined the party. "Bai Lu, are you ready?" Bai Lu signaled with a thumbs up. "No problem." Her spellbook had already recorded 3 fully charged spells. "All right, then it's up to you." After giving the instructions, Lute Song opted to enter at the highest difficulty, Nightmare. The other team members followed their captain's choice and agreed to enter the dungeon. As darkness enveloped them, they soon found themselves in a vast, open plain, standing at the center while being surrounded by white-furred wild wolves. In the distance, faint light patterns marked the dungeon's boundary. Even for a dungeon of the plain type, the area was not infinite. Wilderness Windwolf. Level, 10. Health, 3,500. Skills, Charge, Bite, Pounce. Description: Wind wolves residing in the wilderness possess tremendous speed and are likely to inflict bleeding upon biting. Lung Qingying furrowed her brow slightly, assuming a battle stance in preparation for the impending conflict. Facing over 100 monsters with 3,500 health each was daunting, no matter how skilled she was. Moreover, at the center of the wolf pack stood a formidable creature, the Gale Wolf King, towering at 2 meters tall. Gale Wolf King. Level, 15. Health, 135, 000, 1, 350, 000. Skills, Earth-Shattering Roar, Wind Blade Howl, Pack Summon, Pounce, Gale Charge. Traits, Bloodlust Fury. The lower the health, the higher the damage and speed, peaking at a 70 increase in damage and a 90 increase in speed. Traits, Call of the Pack. Upon entering battle, the user can consecutively summon Wild Wind Wolves 3 times, entering a state of immobility during this skill's activation. Description: An extraordinarily ferocious king of the Wind Wolves, becoming increasingly formidable as its health diminishes. One must be wary of its astonishing speed. With a health pool of 100,000, even those endowed with supreme talents find it quite challenging. In contrast to the earnestness of Qingying, Lute Song appears rather nonchalant, his hands casually tucked into his pockets. He displays no intention of treating the dungeon with seriousness, which causes Qingying to furrow her brow in discontent. Suddenly, a massive meteor descends from the heavens. 3-star elemental magic. Meteor Strike. Designate a location to summon a meteor, dealing 10 mental damage to directly struck targets, and inflicting 1/5 of this damage as impact damage within a radius of 300 meters, subsequently igniting a fiery inferno within a 100-meter radius that inflicts 0.5 mental damage per second for a duration of 1 minute. The Wind Wolf King continues to howl at the sky. Call of the Pack. This is the singular action the Wind Wolf King will undertake upon entering the dungeon at Nightmare difficulty. It will summon wild wind wolves 3 times in succession, each summoning bringing forth 100 wolves. During this process, it remains immobile in a state of invulnerability. Coincidentally, this state renders it the perfect target for Meteor Strike. The meteor streaks through the sky, trailing a long tail of fire as it plummets to the earth. It falls for a full 2 seconds, Boom! It strikes the Wind Wolf King's back with unerring accuracy. A terrifying shockwave erupts in all directions. 287-422, 52186, 51721, 53953. The Wind Wolf King is instantly obliterated by a staggering 250,000 damage. The 30-fold increase in power and range also wipes out all minor foes within the dungeon. The meteor strike takes a full 2 seconds to descend. Typically, few are struck head-on, as the true threat of the meteor strike lies in the impact damage within a 200-meter radius. It is nearly impossible to escape this range, and the fiery inferno that seals movement is exceedingly troublesome. Unfortunately, at nightmare difficulty, the Wind Wolf King only calls forth the pack at the start and does not evade. With just one meteor strike, a world announcement erupts. Congratulations to players Cang Xiong, Brave and Fearless, Bailu, and Qingying for clearing the level 8 Nightmare Dungeon, expanding the wilderness. Completion time, 00003. The Divine Killing Guild has achieved the first clear of the Expanding the Wilderness dungeon. Chapter 16. If you want me to repay you, then come out. The dungeon was completed in a mere 3 seconds. In this brief span, Lu Cang and Bailu's levels soared to 12, while Brave and Fearless ascended from level 11 to 13. Qingying advanced from level 8 to 11. After securing the first kill, Lu Cang wasted no time, expertly opening the treasure chest to allocate the equipment. The additional reward for the first kill were quite substantial, and achieving it activated Lu Cang's talent for leaving a mark, granting him extra rewards. Although it was not a world-first kill, the mark mechanism still rendered the rewards exceptionally generous. This chest yielded 3 pieces of silver-quality equipment, 4 pieces of bronze-quality gear, and 130 gold coins. In addition, there was a rushing bird horn, a mount with commendable speed, making it an excellent choice for the early game. Among the 3 silver items, one was a dagger capable of inflicting critical hits that triggered bleeding effects, an exceptional dagger with remarkable attributes, truly a godsend for assassins at this stage. Upon seeing the dagger, Long Qingying was transfixed, her gaze fixated upon it. Though she remained silent, her eyes betrayed her desires. Lu Cang allocated a ring that enhanced spirit to Bailu, while the Fearless Warrior replaced his level 5 wrist guard with a level 10 one. The remaining slots were filled with bronze equipment, bolstering his constitution and making him more robust. Following this equipment upgrade, the attributes of the guild members received another boost. The Fearless Warrior's strength had now soared to nearly 2,000 points, with a constitution of 340, and his health had reached 5,100. Meanwhile, Bailu's spirit had increased to 1120 points. In stark contrast, Long Qingying, at level 11, possessed only 82 points in agility, her best equipment being a level 3 bronze-quality dagger. The disparity in their gear was glaring. One side boasted specialized weapons and high-quality equipment, while the other was clad in rags, lacking even a complete set of gear. As a result, when Long Qing laid eyes on the silver dagger that dropped from the dungeon, her longing was palpable, her hand almost reaching out for it. The Fearless Warrior was taken aback by the intensity of her gaze, thinking to himself, why is this woman staring so wide-eyed? Once the other equipment was distributed, it finally came time to determine the ownership of the dagger. Bleeding Silver Stab Silver. Equipment level, 10. Agility, 90 sub-attribute, 10 critical rate. Effect, inflicts an additional bleeding effect after a critical hit, dealing damage equivalent to the main attribute value over 5 seconds. Lu Cang held the dagger in his hand, turning it twice before smiling and saying, no one in our guild needs a dagger. Let's sell it at the auction house. The gold will be split evenly. Upon hearing this distribution outcome, Long Qingying hesitated, her palm opening and closing. She had merely laid down during this dungeon run. According to the unspoken rules within the realm, she had no right to participate in the allocation of this item. Receiving experience without active involvement was already a privilege. Yet, even with this knowledge, a sense of humiliation washed over her. As the second-best assassin, she was accustomed to being invited to lead dungeons in the old district, where others would pay for her services, and if they could not afford it, the distribution of equipment would depend on her whims. In this moment, fate has turned its wheel, and it is she who finds herself traversing the dungeon. Yet, she lacks even the right to distribute the spoils. Wait, this dagger. I shall purchase it. Unable to contain her inner yearning, Long Qingying hastily interjects. Upon hearing her words, Lu Cang turns his gaze towards her. 1,000 gold coins. A firm price. You. Long Qingying's brow furrows at Lu Cang's demand. If not, I shall list in the auction house. Gritting her teeth, she contemplates the situation. Under normal circumstances, a silver-quality dagger would never fetch a price of 1,000 gold coins. Most early game transactions among players revolve around copper and silver coins. After all, one gold coin equals 100 units, not even accounting for early game premiums. However, Lung Qingying frowns and declares, I shall buy it, but I do not possess that many gold coins. Can I transfer world currency directly? Certainly. Very well. I shall deposit it into your game account. The realm supports direct transfers to game accounts, which can be conveniently withdrawn as well. After all, using world currency to purchase gold is the same. Lung Qingying promptly initiates the transfer. A notification appears before Lu Song. Your account has been credited. 100,000 phantom coins. Phantom coins can be withdrawn at a 1:1 ratio for world currency. Their sole purpose is to facilitate player transactions. In the realm, one cannot recharge to purchase additional items. Everything must be earned through the player's own efforts. Once the transaction concludes, Lu Song addresses Brave and White Deer, stating, this dungeon is cleared. On to the next. We have fallen behind and must strive to reach level 20 before the others achieve level 10. Lung Qingying reveals no outward emotion, yet internally, she struggles to contain her thoughts. Reaching level 20 before others reach level 10? Is this even a reasonable statement? This is considered falling behind? She glances at the leaderboard. These individuals have already dominated the top 3 ranks. Moreover, the leaderboard reflects a distinct gap. With fewer than 50 players at level 10, the player base in the realm comprises nearly 80 of the world's population, amounting to approximately 11 billion. Even with the newly launched servers in Area 3, there should be around 3 billion players, and Song Xiong and his companions are among the top 3 of that 3 billion. With such standings, Song Xiong dares to utter the phrase falling behind. Lung Qingying mentally scoffs, while Lu Song turns to her and inquires, will you join us? Forming a party does not diminish the experience gained by each member. If a monster is worth 100 experience points, every individual receives the full amount, rather than splitting it among 4 players. Lung Qingying, lacking a guild, would be recorded as a solo player even while accompanied by a guild member. Thus, having her along poses no detriment. After a moment's hesitation, Lung Qingying ultimately nods. Yes, I shall join. She simply cannot refuse such an opportunity for rapid advancement. As a skilled player, she understands the significance of maintaining a lead in levels. Uncertain if it is merely an illusion, Lung Qingying feels as if the vast sky is toying with her. This sensation is akin to being ensnared in a concoction of honey and milk, waiting for her to succumb. If this continues, she may very well transform into a member of the Godslayer Guild. Shaking her head to dispel the dreadful thoughts, she muses, how could such ideas arise? It must be due to the chaotic array of distractions she often indulges in. Upon receiving Lung Qingying's assent, Lu Song smiles and suggests, all right, let us head to Bear Forest. There are numerous dungeons there. In the brief span of an hour, the Godslayer Guild accomplished the first kills of 2 dungeons consecutively. Moreover, the latest record was an astonishing 3 seconds. Even more astonishing was the inclusion of Lung Qingying's name among the achievements. The name Lung Qingying is renowned in Zone 1. She is known as the aloof assassin, a stunning beauty. Like an iceberg, she remains distant from others, merciless in her dealings. She operates on a pay-per-job basis, never aligning herself with any guild, maintaining her status as a lone wolf. Even the most gifted members of major guilds have met their demise at her hands. Today, however, even such a formidable force has joined the Godslayer Guild. How powerful must the Godslayer Guild be now? If the Godslayer Guild initially had 3 elite levels, the addition of Lung Qingying, a lethal assassin capable of taking down foes through sheer skill, would imply that the guild now possesses the strength of 4 elite tiers. Incredible. Yet, one might argue that Lung Qingying should not be considered on par with the elite. She is at most a level 5. Her assignments primarily involve assassination, and in direct confrontations, she may not truly rival the elite talents. Has anyone reached level 10 to unlock the leaderboard? Where does the Godslayer Guild currently stand? Presently, only the elite teams of the 8 major guilds are likely to reach level 10, especially after completing a level 5 nightmare dungeon. Look, the Godslayer Guild has posted an announcement. Within the community, a post has risen to the pinnacle of popularity. The Godslayer Guild is recruiting, accepting only elite members. The Yinyuan and Shimin guilds must repay their debts. The poster is none other than Song Qiong. Upon seeing this news, countless players draw in sharp breaths. This is audacious. Only accepting elite members? Even the 8 major guilds would hesitate to make such a claim. Moreover, this announcement is a blatant challenge to the 8 major guilds for their members. Aside from activation codes, there are only 10 individuals with elite talents. If all of them are snatched by the Godslayer Guild, what will become of the others? The dilemma is that the rival guilds can only seethe in silence. The Godslayer Guild has already secured record-breaking achievements in 2 dungeons, both extraordinary milestones. First kills and completion time records are the finest form of promotion for any guild, symbolizing its true strength. In every heart lies a scale. When choosing a guild, players naturally opt for the one that promises the greatest personal benefit and the brightest future. The Godslayer Guild's 2 first kills undoubtedly serve to add weight to that scale. The more weight, the greater the likelihood of elite talent gravitating towards the Godslayer Guild. Upon encountering the news in the community, Yinyuan furrowed his brow in distress. This marked the 3rd occasion on which he had been urged to repay debts. The initial instance occurred when Song Qiong emerged from the dungeon, exclaiming a demand. The second instance was prompted by a video disseminated by an individual named Dupian, which concluded with Lutsong's insistence on repayment. And now, in this latest instance, Lutsong had the audacity to issue a recruitment call while simultaneously reminding them of their financial obligations. Yinyuan ran his fingers through his hair, suddenly recalling Lutsong's parting words. However, I believe you may soon find yourself wishing not to see me again. If this continued, their Yinyuan Guild would be reduced to a discredited organization incapable of producing even 1 million gold coins. The discussions circulating in the community were rife with inquiries such as, when will the Yinyuan Guild repay its debts? And the Yinyuan Guild is facing a financial crisis, unable to muster 1 million gold coins to fulfill its wager. Consequently, the quality of new recruits for the Yinyuan Guild had yet to meet expectations, with the number of ordinary members falling significantly short compared to other guilds. Frustrated, Yinyuan lamented, repay, repay, repay. Yet where are you to be found? How can I repay you? He was nearing his wit's end. Since leaving the Ashen Forest, Song Qiong had vanished, leaving only tales of his legendary exploits in the world's first kill announcements. However, now burdened with the stigma of a discredited guild, rival guilds seized the opportunity to kick them while they were down, stirring the waters with remarks such as, the Yinyuan Guild is in dire straits, teetering on the brink of dissolution, and the Radiant Guild is recruiting the most trustworthy guild. Indeed, the Yinyuan Guild yearned to shed its tarnished reputation. Yet the pressing issue remained. Song Qiong was nowhere to be found. Yinyuan sent a message to the reconnaissance department. Has Song Qiong been located yet? The response was disheartening. Report to the president. We have not seen Song Qiong or his team in the wilderness. It appears they have departed. While Yinyuan pondered strategies regarding Song Qiong, another world announcement flashed before his eyes. Congratulations to the players, Song Qiong, Brave and Fearless by Lu, and Lung Qing Ying for clearing the 11-level Nightmare difficulty dungeon, Bear's Nest. Completion time, 00013. The Godslayer Guild has achieved the first kill in the Bear's Nest dungeon. Upon witnessing this record, Yinyuan's lips twitched in disbelief. I searched tirelessly for you, and you turn around to secure yet another first kill? Moreover, a completion time of merely 10 seconds? The Bear's Nest was located in an 11-level area, where the creatures were predominantly bears, high in attack power, thick in health, yet slightly sluggish in speed, posing a formidable threat to most players. However, for Lutsong's team, these bears were no obstacle. They effortlessly sliced through them, swiftly reaching the dungeon area. Upon entering the dungeon, Bailu skillfully activated the Meteor Strike, executing a flawless sequence of operations that resolved the dungeon in a mere 13 seconds. After exiting the Bear's Nest dungeon, Lutsong and his companions welcomed yet another upgrade to their equipment. Lung Qing Ying wore a frosty expression, having just spent 200,000 coins to procure gear from Lutsong. Though she possessed a modest sum of money, Lung Qing Ying was not the owner of a grand guild. Spending 200,000 on a piece of silver equipment still caused her considerable distress. Moreover, up until now, these items had remained unused, as the white deer had effortlessly dispatched the monsters in the dungeons. In other words, there was no enjoyment to be had. However, it must be acknowledged that witnessing the white deer's prowess time and again stirred something within Lung Qingying. Song Qiong, if I join your guild, will I truly obtain a specialized weapon? She believed that a significant part of the strength exhibited by the white deer and the fearless heroes stemmed from their exclusive weapons. Lutsong smiled slightly. Of course, do you wish to join? Lung Qingying fixed her gaze upon Lutsong, and after a moment's hesitation, she sighed, forget it. She was unsure of the source of her stubbornness, but her long-standing habit of not joining any guild led to an instinctive resistance towards joining the Divine Slaughter Guild. Once a habit is formed, it is challenging to alter. To be honest, she had not found a compelling reason to refuse. Her rejection was purely instinctive. For Lung Qingying, Lutsong was merely guiding her through dungeons, akin to the whispers of a demon, murmuring in her ear, join the Divine Slaughter Guild. and you shall acquire the coveted exclusive weapon of your dreams. She shook her head, dismissing the thought. Lu Cang was not in a hurry. He understood Lung Qingying's nature. With her refusal, he said little, instead looking towards the next dungeon. Let us move on to the next one. This left Lung Qingying feeling somewhat empty inside. If Lu Cang were to invite her once more. As they walked, she opened the community tab and discovered it was brimming with news about the Divine Slaughter Guild. This guild, which had first appeared on the player's radar, had become a hot topic of discussion among all players. After all, they had achieved consecutive first kills in 2 dungeons within less than 10 minutes. Entering the 3rd dungeon, Giant Bear Cave, Nightmare, which was structured around waves of monsters, similar to the Ashen Forest, where one must clear several waves before the next could appear. Just as Lung Qingying thought that this dungeon, which could not be cleared in one wave, would finally offer her a chance to shine, a meteorite fell. With a thunderous crash, it obliterated an entire wave of monsters. However, the second wave soon emerged. Just when Lung Qingying assumed the white deer might be entering a fatigue phase, it raised its spellbook once more. To her astonishment, another meteorite plummeted from the heavens. This made her pupils constrict in disbelief. What manner of player was this white deer, capable of summoning 2 meteorites in succession? Surely, such a talent was beyond the ordinary. Boom, boom. With 2 meteorites striking down, a sea of flames engulfed the area. The 3rd wave of monsters required no active cleansing. Shortly after their emergence, they were incinerated by the relentless flames. Damage numbers soared: 5291, 5192, 5921, 5929. 2 overlapping infernos dealt over 10,000 damage per second. Even in a level 14 Nightmare difficulty dungeon, the monsters did not possess such high health. The 3rd and 4th waves of monsters were effortlessly obliterated by the fiery inferno spawn from the meteorites. Lung Qingying found herself deprived of any opportunity to engage. After the 4th wave, the formidable foe finally emerged, the Bison Giant Bear. Level 18. Health points 235,000. Skills: Earthquake Shockwave, Roar, Deathstrike, Pounce, Heavy Press. Trait: Vigorous Life, recovers 50 health points for 5 seconds after sustaining damage. Description: a giant bear endowed with robust vitality and formidable recovery abilities. As Lung Qingying prepared to act, Lu Cang surged forward ahead of her. Unbeknownst to her, his weapon had transformed into a colossal sword. In a single, fluid motion, he executed a powerful strike, seamlessly transitioning into a charged slash. Horizontal, vertical, and diagonal cuts flowed together in a dazzling display. It was astonishing to witness such fluidity and grace from a weapon typically associated with heft and clumsiness. In a climactic finale, Lu Cang angled his giant sword for a devastating downward cleave. Earth Shatter Slash. As the Earth Shatter Slash descended upon the foe, Lu Cang deftly adjusted his grip on the sword. The Dragon Sword Slash was unleashed in a diagonal arc, sending forth a wave of sword energy. This marked the culmination of an exquisite combo executed in mere seconds, so smooth that it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. The only visible evidence of the onslaught was a cascade of damage numbers: 65, 812, 7, 839, 8, 959, 10, 239, 108, 427. By the time anyone comprehended the events, the foe lay defeated. Even an expert like Lung Qingying failed to discern the specifics of the encounter. Dragon Sword Slash charges for 15 seconds, unleashes a sword strike dealing 450 times the power value and damage, with a range of 550 meters. Cooldown time: 9 seconds. During the cooldown, each full charge attack reduces cooldown by 1 second with no cost. The synergy between the Dragon's Sword Slash and the Braveheart talent is remarkable. Since the cooldown reduction is contingent upon a full charge, it necessitates a significant investment of time. However, with a specialized weapon, even ordinary attacks can diminish the cooldown of the Dragon's Sword Slash. Lu Cang, with his swift execution of combos, could even unleash 2 Dragon's Sword Slashes within a single second. In the realm of fantasy, the harmonious combination of talent, skills, and equipment can yield effects surpassing mere arithmetic. Some mechanisms may appear trivial, yet when paired with a specific talent, they can become extraordinarily potent. With the Bison Giant Bear vanquished, it fell to a series of flawless strikes, prompting the familiar world announcement to reappear. Congratulations to player Cang Xiong, Braveheart, White Deer, and Lung Qingying for completing the 14th level Nightmare difficulty dungeon, Giant Bear Den. Completion time: 00021. The Divine Slayer Guild has achieved the first kill in the Giant Bear Den dungeon. As Lung Qingying gazed upon the world announcement before her, A sense of joy eluded her. Instead, a thought took root in her mind. How splendid it would be if the difficulty of these dungeons could be heightened. It made her feel like a mere idler, having reaped the benefits of experience through a few fortunate encounters. After several successive gains, she felt a tinge of embarrassment creeping onto her face. She surmised that Lu Cang's ulterior motive was to have her owe a few favors to others. Yet, she was reluctant to forego such an opportunity for rapid advancement. Being ahead by several levels at the launch of the server undoubtedly conferred a significant advantage. Only a fool would relinquish such a boon. Thus, it seemed she would have to accept this debt of gratitude. The recent bounty revealed an astonishing 5 pieces of silver equipment. As the dungeon's level increased, so too did the quantity of loot, albeit still mostly comprised of items required by Lu Cang, by Lu, and the Fearless Warrior. Upon realizing this outcome, Lung Qingying felt a wave of relief wash over her. Abruptly, she became aware that she was actually relieved that no equipment she needed had dropped. In Chapter 17 of the top 50 rankings, 40 spots were claimed. After clearing the giant bear cave, Lu Cang led the team to continue their endeavors in the other 2 dungeons within the bear forest. Congratulations to players, Song Qiong, Fearless Warrior, by Lu, and Lung Qingying for conquering the level 15 Nightmare difficulty dungeon, the terrifying bear forest. Completion time, 00009. Conquering Guild, Divine Slaughter. Congratulations to players, Song Qiong, Fearless Warrior, by Lu, and Lung Qingying for conquering the level 16 Nightmare difficulty dungeon, the Gloomy Bear Cave. Completion time, 00015. Conquering Guild, Divine Slaughter. With the completion of 2 dungeons, yet another announcement of their first kills appeared before the players. Until level 20, each dungeon's first kill was heralded with an announcement. However, upon reaching level 20 and stepping out of the novice town, the notifications for first kills would cease, as the number of dungeons would exponentially increase, even surpassing the number of players in the illusory realm. In Lu Cang's party, Lung Qingying naturally enjoyed the privilege of benefiting from 2 more first kills. Unbeknownst to her, her own audacity had thickened slightly, and she felt a tad more at ease. The sensation of winning effortlessly was rather delightful. At that moment, the 4 of them traversed towards the next dungeon under Lu Cang's guidance. To Lung Qingying's surprise, the formidable Song Qiong exhibited none of the airs of a great leader. Instead, he was imparting knowledge in a straightforward manner to the Fearless Warrior. You must always remember to weave normal attacks between your skills. This is how you maximize your damage, Lu Cang instructed, elucidating operational techniques. The Fearless Warrior listened attentively, diligently committing Lu Cang's strategies to memory. Beyond the basic understanding of intertwining normal attacks with damage skills, Song Qiong would occasionally delve into deeper insights. Even for a skilled player like Lung Qingying, listening to Lu Cang's explanations proved to be immensely beneficial. Simultaneously, she began to glean a better understanding of Bai Lu and the Fearless Warrior's capabilities. It seemed that the Fearless Warrior's primary strength lay in the ability to unleash charged skills without the need for prior accumulation. The primary ability of the White Deer appears to be the storage of skills, with the effect of these skills being amplified, though the exact amplification ratio remains unknown. In comparison, my own assassination-type talents do not offer much advantage in dungeon runs. As for the individual known as Song Qiong, the specifics of their talent remain unclear. However, they seem to possess an ability akin to replication, allowing them to borrow the equipment and abilities of their teammates. If they can consistently collaborate with holders of high-level talents, the potential is indeed considerable, perhaps even exceeding established limits. In the brief span of merely 20 minutes, Lung Qingying has already ascended to level 16, while Lu Cang and the others have reached level 18. The dungeons do not consume much time, with the majority of the duration wasted on travel. At this rate, the dungeons near Fenghua City may not suffice for their endeavors. This team shows no inclination to repeatedly clear dungeons. They simply move on to the next one after achieving a first kill in each. There are only 11 dungeons for levels below 20 surrounding Fenghua City. The Divine Kill Guild has already cleared 6, leaving the remaining count at less than half. If this pace continues, it is estimated that within another half hour, all dungeons in the vicinity of Fenghua City will bear the name of the Divine Kill Guild. Under normal circumstances, these dungeons should be a battleground for various guilds, each vying for supremacy. Yet now, it has devolved into a one-sided affair. The points for the Divine Kill Guild in the guild leaderboard have soared to an impressive 10,000 points, with a world first kill yielding 5,000 points. Subsequently, each first kill in a dungeon earns an additional 1,000 points. Following the Divine Kill Guild, The second place is held by Brilliance with 1,000 points, while Drunken Moon and Gentle Flow also share the same score after securing a single first kill. The ranking of the Divine Kill Guild can be characterized as a significant and overwhelming lead. As for the purpose of guild points, they serve many functions: upgrading the guild, exchanging for rewards, and unlocking guild skill trees, all of which require these points. In the Bear Forest outside Fanghua City, a team from the Hidden Origin Guild continues their search for traces of Songqiong. Following the dungeon trail, they encounter a series of clearance records from the Divine Kill Guild: 13 seconds, 21 seconds, 15 seconds, 9 seconds. Observing these records, Heijing swallows hard and exclaims, "Isn't the Divine Kill Guild being a bit outrageous? Back when we were competing for the record in Area 2, Shadow Twilight didn't produce such terrifying times." Heijing is a seasoned player, holding accounts in both Area 1 and Area 2, and is considered a veteran of the Hidden Origin Guild. Shadow Twilight was a top player recruited by the Hidden Origin Guild in Area 2. I recall their time being around 1 minute. A minute compared to 9 seconds is a vast difference indeed. Obsidian grunted in acknowledgement. That individual named White Deer seems to possess a talent well suited for dungeon runs. But the fact that they can achieve such records at this stage is truly astonishing. At that moment, a newcomer following them inquired, "Do we not have any records in the 10-second range?" Upon hearing the question, Black Crystal chuckled coldly. 10 seconds? Our record stands at no less than a minute." The newcomer appeared puzzled. "Huh? Why is that? Aren't all players of the same level? There exists a disparity even among levels. And the primary objective of those bestowed with advanced talents is to ascend in rank first. Shadow, you are a novice in the illusion realm, are you not? It is only natural for you to be perplexed." Black Crystal paused momentarily, contemplating how best to elucidate his point, before continuing. "Let me pose a question to you. Who do you think levels up more swiftly, high-tier players or ordinary ones?" "Hee. And from where do their equipment originate?" Black Crystal inquired further. Shadow stroked his chin thoughtfully. "The guild purchases equipment from other players." "Oh, I see your point, senior," Shadow exclaimed. "Hee. It's good that you understand." Black Crystal explained, "There exists a significant gap between high-tier and ordinary players, and such strategic players would never lower their rank merely to set a record in a dungeon. For instance, in the Ashen Forest, they reached level 10 after one run, thereafter losing their eligibility to farm that area. The same principle applies to other dungeons. While high-tier talents are indeed formidable, without adequately superior equipment, their true potential cannot be realized, and, consequently, records cannot be elevated. Exceptional records are forged through the prowess of equipment. All 8 major guilds possess players with high-tier talents. Under optimal equipment conditions, their records would not deviate significantly from those of White Deer. However, therein lies the dilemma. Achieving full equipment is no simple feat. Who among them could possibly wield golden quality gear, or specially crafted weapons at level 10? Dungeons of Nightmare difficulty yield only silver quality equipment at best. To obtain golden quality gear, one must brave the frenzied difficulty dungeons or rely on world drops. This illustrates the stark contrast between modern armies and primitive tribes. Thus, the records established by White Deer represent an insurmountable legend for other guilds. During their discourse, another world announcement echoed. "Congratulations to players Sky, Fearless Hero, White Deer, and Cold Clear Blossom for conquering the level 16 Nightmare difficulty dungeon, the Rampaging Bear Den." Upon witnessing this world announcement, beads of cold sweat trickled down the foreheads of the onlookers. Hey, another one. In merely 20 minutes, they had already achieved 6 first kills. The Rampaging Bear Den lay just ahead. Hastening their pace would allow them to intercept and fulfill the task assigned by the guild leader. As Lutsong and the others emerged from the Rampaging Bear Den dungeon, in less than 10 minutes, Sky, Fearless Hero, and White Deer had adorned themselves with a complete set of silver gear: helm, bracers, belt, trousers, and tunic, along with 2 rings, a necklace, boots, and a weapon. In total, 10 equipment slots were filled with silver gear, all exceeding level 10. The equipment leaderboard was dominated by their names, with nearly 40 of the top 50 pieces belonging to them. The top 2 slots were naturally occupied by their special weapons. They did not conceal their achievements, nor did Lutsong impose any restrictions on them, as such items could hardly be hidden. While names were visible, their effects remained unseen. The 3rd, 4th, and 5th pieces of equipment were none other than the gilded adornments they wore. Beyond that, a series of silver gear followed, and upon gazing at the leaderboard, one could see that the names of the 3 individuals dominated the rankings entirely. The holder of the 5th piece of equipment, Songqiong. The 6th piece, Bai Lu. The 7th, Brave and Fearless. Even some equipment from players who had been eliminated was still visible on the leaderboard. Lung Qingying had certainly heard of the phenomenon of leaderboard domination. Occasionally, a particular guild would seize 3 or 4 positions within the top 10 of a ranking. However, she had never encountered such an overwhelming display of supremacy. In a single guild, merely 3 members occupied more than 40 positions within the top 50. Chapter 18. Pulling the plug? Is that a backdoor tactic? Xianglin had no dungeons left. Next, they would head to Blackwater Creek. After finishing her dungeon run, Bai Lu felt a thrill of excitement as she scrolled through the community discussions, exclaiming, "Brother, I never expected that one day I could become a legend in the illusory realm. Did you see? The entire community is abuzz about us. I've even been dubbed the white-haired destructive sorceress." Bai Lu's character was a girl with flowing white hair. Within the community, a plethora of overly dramatic players bestowed nicknames upon the strong based on their characteristics. Upon hearing Bai Lu's jubilant exclamation, Brave and Fearless became curious. "What about me? Do I have a cool title?" Bai Lu fell silent at his inquiry as she browsed through the community. The useless warrior chased by small fry. The foolish newbie who can't learn skills. The lucky level waste. The historically weakest player. Would you like to hear more? Each nickname struck Brave and Fearless like arrows, piercing his spirit and delivering a crushing blow. His eyes flared with indignation as he exclaimed, "Damn, who came up with those titles? I want to confront them. Why does Bai Lu get all the cool nicknames while I have none?" In response, Lu Tsong merely patted Brave and Fearless on the shoulders, saying, "All right, let's south hit the road and aim to clear all the dungeons in Blackwater Creek within an hour." His tone was flat, as if discussing a trivial matter. However, upon hearing Lu Tsong's words, Lung Qingying felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. What Song Xiong said was truly terrifying. The Blackwater Creek dungeons were major instances, unlike the smaller ones, designed for players between levels 18 and 20. In the illusory realm, players could only undergo a job change upon reaching level 18, with level 20 being the cap before this transition. Without a job change, further leveling was impossible. Thus, the intensity of the level 18 dungeons was typically tailored for players who had undergone their job changes. Even for those who had completed their job change, finishing an entire dungeon would require over an hour. The monsters within these dungeons were significantly more formidable than those in lower-level instances. To clear 4 dungeons within an hour, especially without having undergone a job change, was something only Song Xiong would dare to suggest. As thoughts of a job change crossed her mind, Lung Qingying couldn't help but inquire, "Song Xiong, are you not considering a class change?" Song Xiong and his companions had already reached level 18, making them eligible for a transition. Lu Tsong sighed wryly, "I wish to, but the circumstances do not permit it. Without a suitable profession, how can one change?" Upon hearing Lu Tsong's somewhat self-pitying lament, Lung Qingying felt a surge of frustration. A Blood Fury warrior is indeed a rare class. "So picky? What class do you wish to transition to?" Lu Tsong replied nonchalantly, "It must at least be a unique class inheritance. Unique inheritances are singular for each class branch, and acquiring one is not solely dependent on strength. It also requires ample luck, and more luck. After all, no one truly knows how to obtain a unique inheritance. The lack of information means one can only hope for serendipity. Clinging to the notion of a unique class may result in never transitioning at all." Lung Qingying wanted to retort, but ultimately maintained her aloof demeanor. "Well, I wish you good fortune. I shall transition as soon as I reach level 18. To what? Shadow Dancer?" Lung Qingying replied flatly. Upon hearing Song Xiong's sudden sarcasm, she nearly rolled her eyes in exasperation. "A second-rate assassin? You mean me?" "You, Song Xiong. You are overly fixated on strength." Lung Qingying intended to counter, but the words faltered on her lips as she realized Song Xiong's skills surpassed her own. Just then, amidst their verbal exchange, a voice echoed from afar. It called out for Lu Tsong, who turned to see several players riding chocobos approaching. Upon spotting Lu Tsong, the group wiped the sweat from their brows. "Finally found you." The newcomer, Lu from the Hidden Element Guild, announced himself. Lu Tsong shifted his gaze from Lung Qingying. "Oh, it's you. Are you here to settle the debt?" Lu, taken aback by Lu Tsong's inquiry, felt a sense of exasperation at the relentless focus on money. However, he dared not provoke Song Xiong's ire. "Haha, indeed. Our Hidden Element Guild honors our bets. The president instructed me to deliver the funds to Brother Song Xiong as swiftly as possible. By the way, Brother Song Xiong, do you know an assassin named Song?" Upon hearing Lu's question, Lu Tsong replied coolly, "No need to test me. I am Lu Tsong." He had no intention of concealing his identity. Meanwhile, Lung Qingying gasped slightly. The rumors within the community had merely been speculation. Song Xiong had never explicitly confirmed he was Lu Tsong. Furthermore, she was somewhat aware of Lu Tsong's abilities, having engaged with him in the first district. Tsong was undoubtedly not akin to the Song Xiong before her, whose skills were so extraordinary. The disparity between them was significant. Thus, while the community speculated that Song Xiong was Lu Tsong, Lung Qinying did not share that belief. Ordinary players often fail to discern the subtle differences in technique between skilled players. It appears that Bai Lu is utterly incapable of discerning the substantial differences between his brother's past and present actions. The overwhelming majority of players within the community merely recognize that Song Qiong and Tsong share similar names and both exhibit formidable skills, leading to the erroneous conclusion that Song Qiong is indeed Lu Tsong. However, had they been aware of the actual disparities between the two, they would undoubtedly deem their assumptions to be utterly absurd. Cold Qinying possesses a level of skill that is professional within the entire realm of illusion. She is not merely a novice, but has reached a level of competence. She holds a clear understanding of the differences between Lu Tsong and Song Qiong. To illustrate, Tsong's abilities represent the pinnacle of mortal achievement, while Song Qiong's skills verge on the divine. The techniques executed by Tsong are theoretically viable and can, in practice, be replicated, albeit not always successfully. In training sessions, even seasoned professionals might manage to replicate those intricate maneuvers once or twice out of 10 attempts. Conversely, Song Qiong's techniques defy conventional understanding. Even those deemed theoretically impossible are far beyond reach. One might not even grasp a fragment of such complexity after 100 or 1,000 attempts. Thus, Cold Qinying has never considered Song Qiong to be Lu Tsong, at most believing that they are merely acquaintances. Therefore, upon hearing Song Qiong's own admission of being Lu Tsong, how could she not be astounded? Her astonishment is mirrored in the incredulous expressions of Lu, who is equally shocked by the revelation. The speculation, it turns out, is indeed true. Within the ranks of the Hidden Origin Guild, opinions are evenly split regarding whether Song Qiong is Lu Tsong. If Song Qiong is not Lu Tsong, then it is implausible for such a skillful player to have emerged from nowhere. How could there be so many grassroots experts? Even if there is one like Cold Qinying, her skills have already gained her widespread recognition. Surely, with the dissemination of information in the realm of illusion, no one could remain unaware of such a talented individual. However, if we assert that Song Qiong is indeed Lu Tsong, then it raises questions about the remarkable advancement of Lu Tsong's abilities. Just days prior, during training, he had not exhibited such techniques. Am I truly required to jest with you? Lu Tsong remarked. It seems Lu Tsong has been concealing his prowess quite effectively. I suspect that during his professional matches, he must have been holding back. Had he revealed such skills earlier, victories would not have come so perilously. And Lu gritted his teeth and said, Song, you are aware that I was the one who brought you into the Hidden Origin Guild. Upon learning the truth, and Lu planned to employ a series of emotional appeals, but he was interrupted by Lu Tsong. No need for sentimentality. It serves no purpose. I am well acquainted with your persuasive tactics, having accompanied you to several negotiations. Your standing now is no less than that of the Hidden Void, perhaps even higher. Lu Tsong remarked dismissively. Hidden Void? Is that the level that received the activation code? I have not forgotten what Yinyuan mentioned about the level of talent being bestowed upon me. Lu Tsong's words struck a nerve, leaving Lu speechless, revealing the shortcomings of their Hidden Origin Guild. Why not join my guild instead? Lu Tsong casually suggested. Upon hearing this, Lu's heart raced with excitement at the prospect of joining the Divine Killing Guild. The prospects for this guild indeed appear promising. The recent conditions within the Hidden Element Guild have been steadily improving. A moment of silence enveloped the two, neither daring to break the stillness. It was only when Dark Current's captain, Black Crystal, called out that he roused from his reverie. Realizing his indiscretion, he chuckled awkwardly, complimenting, Brother Lu Tsong. You must be jesting. This is hardly within reach. Indeed, merely jesting, Lu Tsong replied with a gentle smile. Dark Current's face twitched. He felt utterly deceived. Having genuinely pondered the matter, Lu Tsong continued, I apologize, but our guild's minimum standard is a tier talent. Damn, are you mocking me? Dark Current retorted, feeling slighted. As a headhunter specifically tasked with recruiting for the Hidden Element Guild, he had repeatedly brought in high-quality talents, thus earning the guild's regard and receiving a tier talent activation code. However, this only highlighted the unfairness of Lu Tsong's treatment. Despite not being a core combat member, merely a headhunter, he had received a tier talent, while Lu Tsong, an honored player in the World Championship, the foremost assassin in the illusion realm, and an exemplary commander in team battles, was granted the same tier talent. Furthermore, it was a tier talent designed to assist the tier talent of Void Shadow, Shade. How could the premier assassin stoop to assist others? Brother Lu Tsang, this matter reflects poorly on us at the Hidden Element Guild, Dark Current stated, his expression grim. Perhaps it would be best if Brother Tsang refrained from joining our guild for the time being, but let us not allow this to sour our relations. We are willing to offer compensation for our misstep. What do you say? Lu Tsang harbored no anger. He merely smiled faintly. Ha, I still owe you 500 million. What compensation? Dark Current's negotiations were undoubtedly conducted in a live-streamed format, shared with the inner circle of the Hidden Element Guild. His decisions were influenced significantly by the upper echelons of the guild. Meanwhile, within the guild stronghold, several high-ranking officials gathered around a table, their expressions grave. We've released the tiger back into the wild, one noted. With the fearless warriors, White Deer, alongside him, and the guild that had secured 7 first kills. Including 1 world first kill, the Divine Kill Guild's worth exceeded at least 16 billion world coins. A world first kill holds immense value for a colossal guild like Hidden Element, amounting to billions. If they could directly purchase a world first kill, Hidden Element would wholeheartedly agree. The publicity surrounding a world first kill would compel countless hesitant tier talent holders to decisively choose their guild. Considering a tier talent is valued at 20 million, 200 individuals would represent a valuation of 4 billion. Although the probability of awakening a tier talent is 1 in 10,000. The player base in the illusion realm is vast, with 110 million players. A 1 in 10,000 awakening probability translates to 110,000 potential candidates. Such a monumental world announcement could sway more than 200 individuals. Without a doubt, in addition to the supplementary rewards from a world first kill, the equipment innovation would place the first team far ahead of other guilds. 4 billion is a conservative estimate. Each tier talent holder's value is immeasurable, with a baseline valuation likely exceeding 3 billion. At present, it seems that the number of players in the 3rd district is approximately capped at around 20, with 10 being innate and an additional 8 or so from activation codes. Though not significantly more, the maximum team size for ordinary dungeons is 5, and the disparity in combat power between a team led by a single formidable player accompanied by 4 lesser ones versus a team composed entirely of powerful individuals is vast. The greater the number of strong players, the better the rankings achievable in various dungeons, battles, and events. Moreover, in competitive arenas, they can easily overpower other guilds. The benefits accrued over time from this superiority are incalculable, especially in a game with 80 billion players, where the economic value is immense. Such worth can only be conservatively estimated at 30 billion. Additionally, with the other first kills secured by the Divine Slaughter Guild, and the established connection between the White Deer and the Fearless Hero with exclusive weapons, the total value of the Divine Slaughter Guild is already a minimum of 160 billion. Should one consider the actual value, it could even double. After a brief contemplation, Yin Shun made a decision to abandon Lu Tsang, as he would not be coming. However, they could seek to privately entice the White Deer and the Fearless Hero. Furthermore, they needed to investigate Ling Qingying's situation. Despite repeated invitations, she had not responded. Yet she had aligned herself with the Divine Slaughter Guild upon the game's launch. While the other executives were deliberating on recruitment strategies, a robust player suddenly interrupted their discourse. Ying Tao, strategic minister of the Yinyuan Guild, he stated, "Recruitment can wait. The first world will soon be reset. We did not secure the world first kill in the dungeon, but we must seize it in this realm. The innate ability of Yin Kong can execute a percentage-based life value strike. While I cannot speak for others, the world must belong to our Yinyuan Guild. However, the threat posed by Tsang Xiong is significant. We must devise a means to divert him. Enlu, you know what to do, right?" The higher-ups issued the directive, which Enlu was obliged to follow. Enlu glanced at the White Deer and the Fearless Hero behind Lu Tsang. Yet it was evident that now was not the opportune moment to undermine them. To approach them for friendship at this juncture might arouse Tsang Xiong's suspicions regarding his ulterior motives. With an apologetic smile, Enlu addressed Lu Tsang. "Brother Tsang, regarding the activation code issue, our Yinyuan Guild sincerely apologizes. The penalty should not fall upon you. Otherwise, that 500 million penalty would be rendered void. It is not too late. Let us gather offline, myself, the president, and a few old friends, to discuss this matter and clarify everything, shall we? After tonight, the penalty will be nullified." And Lu smiled apologetically. In reality, whether the penalty would be annulled was not solely his decision. Upon arrival, seasoned negotiators would take the reins of the conversation. After navigating through the night, the Yinyuan Guild's initial team would have trained adequately and accomplished their objectives, thereby diminishing the gap with the Divine Slaughter Guild, which would subsequently lose its threat. Not to mention, there remained a possibility of enticing the White Deer and the Fearless Hero. By appealing to their interests, reasoning with them, engaging their emotions, and applying pressure, it was evident that the two newcomers had only a fleeting connection with the Divine Slaughter Guild, lasting just over an hour. In the eyes of the Underflow, there is nothing that cannot be unearthed. After all, he has been involved in human resources for quite some time, regardless of whether they are siblings or brothers. Familial ties can prove fragile in the face of interests. Moreover, it remains uncertain whether this Bai Lu is truly the sister of Cang Xiong or merely an impostor. As long as he manages to entice someone over, Lu Cang will find himself as a mere figurehead, stripped of the authority he currently wields. A single meal could potentially nullify a breach of contract worth 500 million. With a combination of inducements, pleas, and apologies, it is reasonable to expect Cang Xiong to at least show some courtesy by sharing a meal. No matter how adept Lu Cang is, he is still just a 21-year-old youth. The Hidden Origin Guild is fully aware of this vulnerability. 500 million is no trivial sum. I just spent considerable time seeking favor from the higher-ups. But what about you? Will you repay the money? We are pressed for time, and if your guild lacks funds, we shall take our leave. Underflow felt a wave of frustration. How could Lu Cang be so impervious to reason and so quick to assert that the Hidden Origin Guild is financially strapped? If this word were to spread, their reputation would be tarnished once more. Although Lu Cang also owes a penalty, he can afford to be obstinate, claiming he has no money, as he truly is devoid of funds and is indifferent to his reputation. However, the Hidden Origin Guild cannot afford such a luxury. Their recruitment relies heavily on reputation, and a tarnished name would deter new players. Upon hearing that Lu Cang intended to leave, he hastily called out, "We do have funds." Should Lu Cang depart, and subsequently post about it, the Hidden Origin Guild would undoubtedly face the wrath of players. Once prices stabilize, the exchange rate for gold coins will be 100 world currency. However, at this early stage, players possess scant resources, and acquiring gold from others necessitates spending more. To procure 1 million gold coins at the current market rate would require at least 1.5 billion. Lu Cang had even factored in the exchange rate. Underflow felt an urge to curse. How could prices still be rising? He had assumed that 100 million would suffice. The higher-ups had even transferred him 100 million illusion coins for compensation. As for the 1 million gold coins, the Hidden Origin Guild cannot possibly produce them. In such a brief time, how could they amass 1 million gold coins? Upon hearing Lu Cang's demands, Lung Qingying realized that Cang Xiong had previously sold her equipment at a discounted price. Nevertheless, charging her 1,000 gold for an item that could only fetch a mere 10 gold in Zone 1 warranted a scathing rebuke for being a profiteer. Underflow, sweating under the pressure, awkwardly sought guidance from his superiors. They too felt a sense of helplessness. Yet, the circumstances were not entirely Underflow's fault, as everyone could see the unfolding situation. After a brief moment, a response came from above. Transfer the funds. The illusion currency has already been credited to your account. Within the Hidden Origin Guild, the upper echelons sat together, thoroughly stumped by the obstinate Cang Xiong. Are we truly at our wits' end with Lu Cang? What are our options? Should we storm into their residence and sever their internet connection? Upon hearing this lament, all the senior members turned their heads in unison. Are we not aware of where Lu Cang resides? When the time comes, simply disconnect their internet line, and they will inevitably miss their opportunity to strike. Chapter 19. A kill worth 20 million. Upon receiving the transfer, Lu Cang immediately issued an eviction order to Enlu and his companions. Although Enlu wanted to say more, his mission extended beyond merely repaying a debt. However, the warm yet distant smile Lu Cang cast upon him made him reconsider. Behind Lu Cang, the fearless warrior had already placed a hand on his great sword. It appeared that if they did not leave, the warrior would take action. Sensing the escalating tension, Enlu and his group ceased their insistence and turned to depart. Engaging in a confrontation would be futile and only serve to worsen their already strained relationship, which was contrary to their intentions. Ultimately, Enlu and his companions left in disappointment. Wow, yes, the thrill of earning such a sum in one breath is exhilarating. Although my brother was previously a professional player and earned a considerable amount, witnessing 15 billion directly transferred to my account is truly astonishing. Bai Lu's eyes sparkled with excitement. 15 billion. My brother had previously provided me with a monthly allowance of 5,000, which was already considered generous among my peers. This amount equates to 30,000 months of living expenses. Lu Cang, noticing the gleam in Bai Lu's eyes, smiled faintly and directly transferred 10 million to her. Brother, this. You still have to pay the penalty. It feels inappropriate. Bai Lu expressed her surprise, yet could not resist accepting the transfer. Come on, don't be coy. You earned this with your efforts in the recent dungeons. The first kills and records by Lu achieved were undoubtedly worth far more than 10 million. If other guild members discovered that Lu Tsang had secured such a prodigy for a mere 10 million, they would surely be infuriated. This is sheer exploitation. The fearless warrior, after all, is still a student. Seeing Bai Lu receive 10 million, he couldn't help but swallow hard. The allure was overwhelming. "What you call, brother?" Lu Tsang replied somewhat speechlessly, yet he still transferred the 10 million to the fearless warrior. Lu Tsang knew that the Hidden Element Guild would not relent and would likely attempt to entice the fearless warrior and Bai Lu. Bai Lu was fortunate, being his sister with talent bestowed by him. But the fearless warrior was just an ordinary student. Resisting the temptation of wealth would be a challenge indeed. Imagine, during college, if someone suddenly offered you billions in exchange for joining their guild and aiding them in gaming, would you refuse? In such a situation, hesitating for even a second would be a disservice to the money. For the fearless warrior, the illusory realm was merely a game, and the Godslayers Guild had only been joined for 2 hours. There was no deep emotional connection or sentimentality involved. "Brother, thank you so much. You are my deity, my idol, my one and only," the fearless warrior exclaimed, clinging to Lu Tsang's leg, which prompted Bai Lu to give him a disdainful look. Lu Tsang helped the fearless hero to his feet, resting a reassuring hand on his shoulder, and spoke earnestly. "Fearless, as you can see, our guild is still in its nascent stage. We lack substantial funding at this moment. In the short term, it may seem that larger guilds can offer you more financial incentives, but in the long run, the prospects for our Godslayer Guild are far more promising. Look, we have secured first kills that those large guilds failed to achieve, and we are far ahead on the leaderboard. We rank third in levels, and our equipment list boasts a plethora of top-tier gear. On the guild leaderboard, it is indisputable that we are the foremost guild in the illusory realm. You were the second to join our guild, and even White Deer is behind you. You are now an elder of the Godslayer Guild, but if you were to leave, you would have nothing left. The potential of our guild is immense, which you can clearly see. If you were to join another guild, imagine the regret you would feel when we, the Godslayer Guild, dominate the others in the future. Right now, just 2 hours after the server launch, I could offer you 10 million. Just think about what that could mean in 2 days, 3 days, or even a week. Can you dare to imagine? Trust me, if you see anyone else wanting to join you, regardless of who they are or their intentions, simply refuse them and patiently await your fortune." Lu Tsang spoke with a profound sincerity that resonated with the fearless hero, who nodded repeatedly in strong agreement. Ling Qingying observed from the sidelines, unable to dismiss Lu Tsang's remarkable persuasive skills. The grand vision he painted was indeed compelling, and it seemed a pity not to pursue such an opportunity. She was astonished to discover that the renowned Lu Tsang was not only a master of gameplay, but also a master of persuasion. This was a different side of him than she had previously known. As Lu Tsang caught Ling Qingying's gaze, they exchanged looks for a moment before he posed a question. "Do you also wish to share in the profits? If you're not part of our Godslayer Guild, it's best to forget it." This question nearly took Ling Qingying's breath away. Did he think she needed that 10 million? "No, thank you," she replied. "Oh well, I was going to say that if you wish to join, I could share some with you." A lump formed in Ling Qingying's throat. Why did Lu Tsang have to be so infuriating? She had indeed planned to accept his invitation to join the guild the next time he extended it, as she felt sufficiently prepared for such a commitment. However, how could she bring herself to accept such an invitation now without feeling that it was solely for the sake of that 10 million? After the discussion about the division of wealth, Lu Tsang glanced into the distance, noting that the others had already moved away. He then switched the communication mode from team to all. Speaking to those around him, he said, "All right, come out now." A rustling sound emerged from the nearby bushes as several players stood up. "Ahaha, brother Lu Tsang has spotted us," one of them exclaimed. Indeed, Lu Tsang is a true master, so perceptive. Let us skip the pleasantries and settle the debt. Starfall, hearing this demand, twitched his lips. The Hidden Element Guild had come to find Lu Tsang, and they certainly would not miss out on this opportunity. Lu Tsang only heard a chime indicating, "Your account has received 5 billion illusion coins." Ah, the Stargate Guild is quite generous. "Brother Tsang, we shall refrain from unnecessary pleasantries. In truth, we have another request for your consideration. Speak. You owe the Hidden Origin Guild a penalty fee, do you not? We have a bounty commission, and we wonder if your esteemed guild might be interested." Upon hearing this, Lu Tsang raised an eyebrow. Continue. Xing Ke boldly stated, "We intend to place a bounty on Hiding Void, offering 10 million for each kill. This is the standard bounty for high-level players within the illusion realm. Various guilds often commission powerful players or guilds to eliminate others, aiming to hinder their progress. This can significantly impede advancement in the early stages." Lu Tsang surmised the rationale behind their request. The world is set to refresh tonight. 20 million for a kill. Lutesong directly raised the price. Xing Ke gritted his teeth. That's too expensive. Internally, Xing Ke felt exasperated. They had contemplated increasing their offer. But how could he justify such a staggering price hike? However, Lutesong merely lifted his eyelids. When you recruited by Lu, you stated that for every amount offered by the Hidden Origin Guild, you would provide double. I still have the contact information for the Hidden Origin Guild. The implication was unmistakable. Should Xing Ke refuse, Lutesong could easily reach out to the Hidden Origin Guild, where interests reign supreme. The Hidden Origin Guild would likely be more than willing to commission Lutesong to eliminate Xing Shi at an even higher price, leaving the Stargate Guild in a state of panic. Xing Ke fell into a brief silence, but soon received word from headquarters. Thus, he reluctantly acquiesced. Very well. 20 million, but you must ensure at least one kill within 2 hours. What if there are multiple kills? Lutesong retorted. Xing Ke did not ponder deeply. Typically, how many times can one kill? The respawn points are safe zones. One cannot simply hunt without restraint. Fine, we accept. After delivering these words, Lutesong turned to Lung Qingying. This task is assigned to our Divine Kill Guild. Do not expect to share in the bounty. Chapter 20, Guild Upgrade Blessings for All. If you wish for me to join, you ought to invite me to the guild properly. Lung Qingying felt as though she might lose her mind. Yet, she maintained her frigid exterior. It matters not. I do not require it. Is Lutesong toying with me? After agreeing to Xing Ke's request, Lutesong began to summon his companions. He was acutely aware of the time. Central Square of Maple Blossom City. Lutesong promptly approached the guild administrator, with Lung Qingying nearby. At this juncture, Lutesong turned to Lung Qingying and inquired, "Will you join the guild?" This time, Lutesong spoke without a hint of jest. Lung Qingying was momentarily taken aback. What is this? Why the sudden formality? Just moments ago, he had informed her that the Divine Kill Guild had accepted the task, and she would not receive any reward. Yet, in less than a minute, he was formally inviting her to join the guild. I will join. Lung Qingying, no longer hesitant, readily accepted. Shortly thereafter, Lung Qingying received an invitation to a guild. Guild invitation from the firmament. Do you wish to join the Godslayer Guild? She pressed to join, and a notification promptly appeared in the lower right corner of the screen. Player, Lung Qingying has joined the guild. To her surprise, this moment arrived so casually. She had anticipated some grand event, yet what ensnared her was merely this simple phrase. Ah, it seems I am rather materialistic, she mused with a hint of self-deprecation, before turning her attention to the guild's detailed information panel. Guild name, Godslayer. Guild level, 1. Guild points, 11,000. Guild skill enhancement, none. Guild members, 410,000. Member, firmament level, 18, talent, hidden. Fearless hero class, warrior level, 18, talent, limitless warrior. White deer class, mage level, 18, talent, energized chant. Lung Qingying class, assassin level, 17, talent, shadow kill. With a maximum capacity of 10,000, the guild had only 4 members, which was indeed quite sparse. However, the community speculations proved true. White Deer and Fearless Hero were indeed of high caliber. This was not a well-kept secret. Yet seeing 3 high-level players in the member list was still somewhat astonishing. At least, Lung Qingying had never witnessed such a spectacle. High-level players were exceedingly rare, with even 2 in a guild considered surplus. Now, to have 3 distinct high-level players in one guild was truly unprecedented, even including herself. As for Lutesong, whose talent remained a mystery, he had evidently chosen to conceal it, likely not wishing to disclose any information. Though curiosity stirred within her, Lung Qingying refrained from inquiring further. White Deer had also noticed the notification of Lung Qingying entering the guild and couldn't help but glance at her information. Indeed, she too possessed a high-level talent. It seemed her brother was aware of who truly held high-level talents in the illusory realm. Perhaps this was a manifestation of her brother's talent, White Deer pondered. Consequently, with the addition of Lung Qingying, the Godslayer Guild now boasted 3 high-level players, thereby enhancing its strength, which delighted White Deer immensely. She clicked to view the effects of Lung Qingying's talent. Shadow Kill. Effect. Base speed increased by 100. Each successful attack creates a perfect illusion identical to the user, with health equal to the user's. The illusion dissipates upon reaching 0 health or after sustaining 3 hits. The illusion possesses the same abilities and equipment as the user, with a maximum of 5 illusions created simultaneously. New illusions cannot be generated from existing illusions. Each illusion grants an additional speed increase of 100. Once summoned, illusions can swap positions with the user or other illusions. Illusion duration increases with level and agility. Current duration, 19 seconds. Range, 100 meters. The illusions possess the strength of the original body, while also enhancing speed and enabling position swaps. Facing the enigmatic cold Qingying is akin to confronting 6 formidable adversaries. The talent of Shadow Kill, while seemingly less potent than the 30-fold damage enhancement of the White Deer, may not offer the same elevation in attributes and skills as the Fearless Warrior. In truth, however, a single activation of Cold Qingying can conjure an illusion capable of withstanding 3 strikes. Moreover, the original entity can continuously interchange with this illusion, rendering it nearly impossible for any assailant to target Cold Qingying directly as long as the illusion persists. This grants Cold Qingying ample opportunities to strike and generate new illusions. Assassins are inherently designed to seize the initiative. Evading contact with one is indeed a daunting challenge. Such is the formidable strength of a top-tier talent, a coveted asset that every guild yearns to possess, its potency vastly surpassing that of lesser talents. Ah, this is your 10 million. Luzong transferred the funds to Cold Qingying. With 300 million at his disposal, he remained unconcerned about this sum. Cold Qingying raised an eyebrow slightly, but did not decline the offer. Oh, I almost forgot. Luzong accessed the guild panel and clicked to upgrade the guild. Points required for upgrade, 1,000. Gold required for upgrade, 500. Average member level required for upgrade, 15. This upgrade unlocks the guild store and skill tree. Fortunately, there was no requirement for the number of participants to upgrade. Otherwise, elevating the guild's level would have been quite challenging. The 500 gold was an amount Luzong could afford. After conquering numerous dungeons, he had amassed over 1,000 gold coins. This led him to ponder how, in comparison to real-world currency, gold coins were indeed far more arduous to acquire. As for the average level requirement, the 4 members in the guild each surpassed level 17, thus easily fulfilling the criteria, confirming the upgrade. Yunsha Guild has successfully upgraded. Your guild level has been elevated to level 2. World announcement. Congratulations to Yunsha Guild for becoming the first guild in the illusion realm to reach level 2. This guild has received an additional blessing, granting all members a 1 luck boost. The world announcement reverberated throughout the entire illusion realm. What? Yunsha Guild is on the air again? The world announcement, colloquially referred to as going on air by players in the illusion realm, had occurred 8 times in just 2 short hours. With world-first kills and numerous initial completions of dungeons, they had now also ascended to a level 2 guild. The frequency of their appearances on air was more prevalent than that of ordinary players tackling dungeons. Upon witnessing this notification, other prominent guilds were left astounded. How could it be that even the first guild upgrade was seized by Yunsha? Their relentless pursuit of first kills was driven by the allure of those 1,000 points, enabling them to surpass other guilds in the race to upgrade. The first guild to complete the upgrade would gain a permanent blessing, an immense advantage that would not only yield substantial enhancements, but also set them apart from other guilds. Imagine, for a newcomer, 2 guilds offering similar benefits, one endowed with blessings and the other devoid of such advantages. Which would he choose? Naturally, he would opt for the guild that provides enhancements. Who wouldn't wish to garner additional benefits? It is only logical that the guild with divine blessings would be the first to achieve an upgrade. Furthermore, there is no mention of other players in the divine killing guild. The requirement of an average level of 15 is quite detrimental. Even if the 8 major guilds expelled all other members, they would still fail to meet this criterion. At present, where could one find others leveling up faster than those in the divine killing guild? Moreover, how can one simply expel members? Does that truly reflect the grandeur of a major guild? However, the blessings conferred by this guild have indeed stirred envy among players. The enhancement is quite different from what one might have envisioned. Relying on this enhancement seems rather excessive, as it elevates the guild's overall luck stat, which feels rather extreme. Members of the Glorious Guild are also perturbed. When we achieved our first upgrade in District 1, we did not receive such magnificent rewards. Our enhancement merely grants an additional 30 damage to light attribute attacks. While this boost is not insignificant, it pales in comparison to the effect of a luck stat of 1. Goodness, might I switch to the Divine Killing Guild? A luck stat of 1. This enhancement is truly astonishing. It borders on favoritism. 1 point of permanent luck? Merely this enhancement could rival an annual salary of 1 million. Such a value is sufficient to compel other major guilds to disband and migrate entirely to the Divine Killing Guild, all for the sake of this luck enhancement. Various guilds express their discontent regarding the advantages gained by the Divine Killing Guild. This enhancement, indeed, seems excessively powerful. While the light attribute damage boost is commendable, acquiring something of this caliber is not particularly difficult. Single attribute damage enhancements are relatively abundant in the realm. However, achieving a luck stat of 1 is akin to a Herculean task. Typically, one may only obtain temporary boosts to their luck, such as an increase of 1 point lasting for 2 hours. Liu Cang finds himself puzzled as to why his upgrade has yielded such a formidable enhancement. Yet, upon reflection, it dawns on him that the first upgrade triggers a world announcement, which likely activated his talent's inscription mechanism. Thus, the reward's effectiveness has been amplified. It must be said that this inscription is rather advantageous. His luck stat has likely increased to 4 points. A luck stat of 4 signifies that during dungeon raids, the loot from treasure chests is predominantly what he desires. When engaging in daily random events, his chances of success have significantly improved. If Liu Cang were to visit a casino now, participating in a game with a 50 win rate, he would almost certainly achieve a positive return. However, currently, there are no such facilities in the city. Additionally, the luck stat manifests in various facets, such as the random triggering of hidden quests, with 4 points of luck. These quests are likely to trigger first, if not inevitably. 4 points of luck represent the upper limit of an ordinary person's fortune. Players typically commence with a luck stat of 12 points, delineating the distinction between the average individual and those possessing a modicum of luck, as even a mere 3 points can significantly showcase the benefits of fortune. Nevertheless, even with 4 points of luck, its impact during battles remains negligible. While daily performance may shine, in combat, 4 points of luck do not manifest any remarkable prowess. Ascending to 5 points of luck, however, allows one to effectively utilize luck in battle. In a previous life, Liu Cang had encountered one of the 3 emperors of the human race with 11 points of luck. It was nothing short of revolting. All crucial skills became ineffective, and every item that could malfunction indeed did, while the opponent triggered absurd effects repeatedly. Had it not been for the timely resolution of certain misunderstandings, one could only dread the humiliation of restarting. Liu Cang opened the guild skill tree. Guild skill, swift movement, level 1 increases out-of-combat movement speed, including riding, upgradable. Guild skill, rapid recovery, level 1 enhances food recovery effects, upgradable. The level 2 guild skills are limited. Liu Cang fully invested in the basic guild skills, upgrading swift movement to level 2, enhancing out-of-combat speed by 2. Rapid recovery also ascended to level 2, augmenting recovery effects by 4. Within the illusion realm, one can recover post-combat through resting and consuming food. Ordinary rest is slow, but when paired with food, recovery speeds up significantly. As for potions, they are generally considered a scarce resource that players only use during battles. A small potion in the general store costs 10 silver. Higher-grade potions are simply unavailable in the early stages. In the early phase, guild skills do not require excessive resources and can be easily maxed out. The new guild shop feature offers some purchasable supplies. Yet the level 2 guild shop lacks valuable items, mostly containing high-grade potions and scrolls. While these are indeed rare, they are not worth expending guild contributions on, as there will be ample opportunities to acquire such items after leaving Fenghua City. Once the matters pertaining to the guild upgrade were settled, Liu Cang cast a glance at the member list and sighed softly. Lung Qingying, unaware of the cause of Liu Cang's sigh, wondered why he appeared troubled again so soon after the world announcement. One might assume someone had usurped his first upgraded guild. What's wrong? She inquired. Liu Cang replied with a wry smile. Our guild's member composition is severely lacking. We have no tank or healer, only damage dealers. It's quite troublesome without a tank possessing a level talent. Upon hearing Liu Cang's grievances, Lung Qingying was left utterly speechless. 3 level talents in the same guild should suffice. Yet he still desired a tank and healer? Could a few players with level talents truly perish? Initially, she thought Liu Cang's statement about needing a level was a jest. But upon witnessing the reality of their 4-member guild, she understood he was serious. However, it was too late for regrets. In the illusion realm, joining a guild entails a cooldown period for withdrawal. After joining a guild, one must wait at least a day before leaving. Noticing Lung Qingying's peculiar expression, Liu Cang reassured her, I remember my promise to you. I will secure a specialized weapon for you, but it will take some time. Lung Qingying nodded in acknowledgement. Regarding the matter of the specialized weapon, she remained unhurried, aware that such an armament would not be easily procured. She did not expect that merely joining the guild would grant her access to it. However, she found it perplexing how Liu Cang took such delight in photographing others, as if he fancied himself a valiant hero unafraid of danger. Well then, let us all accept the challenge tasks. Just moments after logging in, Liu Cang had expressed his desire to take on a challenge task, only to be interrupted by a plea for help from the valiant hero. He neglected the task, focusing solely on rescuing him instead. Challenge tasks? Lung Qingying inquired, perplexed. Lu Cang elucidated. They are found in the guild's task board. Upon seeing the challenge tasks, Lung Qingying couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Guild challenge task. Objective: eliminate a world entity. Additional challenge: within 1 hour, consecutively eliminate 4 world entities. Task rewards: 1,000 equipment enhancement stones, silver, 15,000 guild contribution, a choice of a 4-star skill book for one's class. Additional challenge reward: a choice of a unique class transfer book. In Lu Cang's perspective, the additional rewards encompassed more than what was merely inscribed. Furthermore, there was an extra reward to be claimed. Upon completing the challenge task, the Eternal Sovereign's talent tier will ascend to Chapter 21, a bounty of 20 million on Lu Cang's head. Initially, he believed that advancing his talent would necessitate complex conditions. After all, in his previous life, he only knew that talents could be evolved, yet lacked clarity on the specific advancement pathways. Thus, he was uncertain about the conditions required for such a significant enhancement and whether it could be achieved in the early or later stages. These details were information he needed to explore. To his surprise, the progression of this talent occurred quite swiftly. Consequently, his talent could finally be elevated. Even if he were to inquire about his talent level, he would not feel embarrassed in front of the guild members. Otherwise, being the only one at a lower level while the entire guild was at a higher tier would indeed invoke a sense of inferiority. Lung Qingying was equally astonished by the rewards of the challenge task, and, being as perceptive as she was, suddenly comprehended the source of Bai Lu and the valiant hero's formidable strength. Challenge tasks. The previous Ashen Forest must have been a challenge completed by Bai Lu and the valiant hero. Additionally, Lung Qingying began to form a hypothesis regarding Lu Cang's talent abilities. The ability to alter guild tasks must be related to a talent that holds some connection to the guild, which was not difficult to surmise. It seemed she had made the right choice. A fleeting thought crossed Lung Qingying's mind regarding her decision to join the Divine Slaying Guild. Her initial impression was that she had not made a poor choice. After accepting the challenge tasks, Lu Cang stated, "Next, we shall proceed to Heishui Creek and tackle the dungeon there." Hearing Lu Cang's plan, the valiant hero appeared somewhat taken aback. "What about the commission from Stargate? Are we not going to hunt the hidden void?" "Haha, there is no need for us to seek him out. He will come to us willingly." Having dealt with the Yinyuan Guild for so long, Lu Cang understood their nature. After all, his interactions with them had spanned more than a mere 3 years. In previous lives, Lu Cang had engaged with them extensively, whether as foes or allies, in both internal and external affairs. Lu Cang believed that he understood the Hidden Element Guild better than even its president, possessing an intimate knowledge of its inner workings, the personalities of its members, their likely actions and decision-making processes. Their tendency to resort to underhanded tactics when straightforward methods fail was well known. Given the guild's substantial influence in the early stages, Lu Cang had conducted numerous simulations during his previous life, encompassing the vast majority of potential scenarios, making it nearly impossible for the guild's actions to deviate from his predictions. This foresight was the reason he hastily decided to leave with his sister. Having experienced the severing of connections in his second life, he was prepared. After finalizing his decisions, Lu Cang turned to Lung Qingying and inquired, "What are your plans? Aren't you joining us for the dungeon raid?" Lung Qingying furrowed her brow slightly, puzzled by Lu Cang's sudden question. "Oh, you mentioned your fondness for freedom, and I was concerned you might be reluctant to join our endeavors." Although Lu Cang's statement was innocuous, for some inexplicable reason, it irked Lung Qingying to hear it from him. In the real world, Lu Cang's villa. Is this the one? A black car pulled up beside a villa. This was a standalone residence by the seaside, worth a considerable sum, easily counting into the millions. Only 2 members of the Hidden Element Guild had come to execute the task. Such underhanded dealings were not meant for the awareness of many, as word of such actions would tarnish the guild's reputation. Nevertheless, they maintained a facade of being a prestigious guild, reliant on their reputation, which should not be too sullied. As the 2 emerged from the vehicle, they donned electrician uniforms. Their plan was to cut the internet cable and flee when the time was right. If caught, they would claim to be there for electrical maintenance. Just then, the shorter electrician attempted to peek through the window. "Ace, the lights are still on. It seems someone is home. We shouldn't raise any alarms." Ace slapped his forehead, acknowledging, "You're right." The taller electrician suggested, "Let's locate their circuit breaker and internet cables for easier execution later." They knew they couldn't act directly at this moment. If they severed Lu Cang's internet connection, he could merely relocate to another place to play games. If Lu Cang went to the soundbar, they certainly couldn't cut off the entire establishment's network. Regrettably, They were entirely oblivious to Lu Cang's foresight regarding their actions. Even the lights in the villa were intentionally left on. The Hidden Element Guild dared only to covertly sever connections, shying away from any more audacious actions. They would not engage in murder or arson, at least not in Lu Cang's previous experiences, and with the game not yet integrated with reality. It was unlikely they would resort to such extremes over trivial matters. The Hidden Element Guild maintained a certain moral boundary, albeit a limited one. However, even if they were inclined to commit murder, they would struggle to pinpoint Lu Cang's current location. In the illusory realm, Blackwater Creek, after departing from Fenghua City, Lu Cang and Bai Lu rode upon the Windrider. The fearless hero rides the rampant rhino, while the icy and serene Qingying is mounted on the rampant bird. These states, obtained from the loot of dungeons, are quite commendable for early stages. However, not long after leaving the city and nearing the first dungeon, the Blackwater Cavern, they found themselves surrounded by a multitude of red-named players emerging from all directions. Luca immediately discerned their intentions. It was evident they were targeting him. As the saying goes, great rewards attract brave hearts, with the Yinyuan Guild placing a bounty on the head of the elusive Yinkong and commissioning him to eliminate Yinkong. Luca had no illusions about the Yinyuan Guild adhering to any code of conduct. His own head, as well as that of Xingxi, was likely also under a bounty. Conflicts between guilds are a source of entertainment for players, and such occurrences do not tarnish a guild's reputation. Bounties are quite common in the realm of illusion, especially in later stages where the loss of experience upon death is substantial. Consequently, guilds may resort to high-priced contracts to eliminate the elite members of rival guilds, thwarting their development. After laboring all day in a dungeon for a mere 20 experience points, being slain in the wild can render that entire effort futile. If one were to drop rare equipment or items upon death, there would be no solace to be found. The large-scale killing and plundering of players in the wilderness is a frequent spectacle in the realm of illusion. Upholding morality and law in this world is as laughable as waiting at a traffic light in a game of 5. Luca and his companions reined in their mounts, coming to a halt. Xiaolong, there are 37 in total. They might have some tricks up their sleeves. Can we handle this? Qingying replied coldly, I can, but I do not go by Xiaolong. As the players from all directions gradually converged, they began to chant, Sanggu, though I am your fan. Your head is worth 20 million. Apologies, idle. This money is crucial to me. I have family to support. Forget the idle talk. Kill him, make some money, and perhaps gain entry into the Yinyuan Guild. The players swarmed towards Luca, displaying evident ignorance and lacking any semblance of strategy, possessing only audacity. Hearing their shouts, Luca couldn't help but scoff internally. My head is worth 20 million. Am I the king of water thieves? If they're placing a bounty on me, will my reward increase after the skirmish? By the time my bounty reaches 3 billion, will I be crowned as one of the 4 emperors of the illusion realm? With these thoughts in mind, Luca gestured for attention, calling out to Qingying, Hey Robin, when will we make our move? In an instant, Qingying had already appeared behind the foremost player, executing a swift throat-slitting maneuver. A backstab. One was dispatched in the blink of an eye. Simultaneously, 2 identical doppelgangers materialized beside her. I've already made my move. Also, I do not go by Robin. Luca replied lazily. You've unleashed your flower fruit powers and still claim not to be Robin? Qingying, too fatigued to retort, shot back. You're the one who is a flower fruit. Your whole family is. Shadow strike, throat slit, backstab. Lung Qingying executed her combination skills with remarkable finesse, summoning clones to aid her. The existence of these phantoms granted her an extraordinary surge in speed, an enhancement that transcended mere movement velocity. It encompassed action speed, skill casting speed, and attack speed, rendering her movements a dazzling blur. 5 clones unleashed a relentless barrage of abilities, creating an utterly one-sided battlefield. Most players, oblivious to the unfolding chaos, fell victim to Ling Qingying's swift onslaught. Although her attributes did not rival those of Bai Lu or the fearless hero, her affiliation with the Divine Assassin Guild bestowed upon her a power far beyond that of a mere novice. She could easily dispatch ordinary players. What on earth is going on with those clones? Damn it, Lung Qingying has truly joined the Divine Assassin Guild. This wasn't team mentioned in the intel. First, I need to find the real one. Throat slit. Players who fell victim to the throat slit were rendered mute, unable to utter a word or chant spells, while suffering continuous bleeding damage. Immediately following was the backstab, and yet another player succumbed to the ground. Whereas the real body, we must first deal with the clones. Each of those phantoms possesses damage. What kind of monstrous skill is this? One player attempted to strike at the swiftly approaching clone, but just as he aimed his revolver at Lung Qingying's doppelganger, and pulled the trigger. Bang. 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 The clone before him morphed into a shadow. Shadow strike. Transform into a shadow and move 3 meters in a designated direction. Cool down. 5 seconds. This was a fundamental mobility skill of an assassin. Lung Qingying's clones were not so easily apprehended. As a top-tier assassin, she excelled in evading attacks through adept positioning. To land a hit on Lung Qingying's clone meant facing inevitable retaliation. PFF. 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 Blossoms of blood erupted one after another. This battle was devoid of suspense, amounting to nothing less than a massacre. These players were truly mere fodder. None of their counterattacks were worth noting. Their skills were subpar, and they lacked any particularly threatening talents. Lung Qingying relished in their demise. After a brief 8 seconds, the ground lay strewn with corpses. 37 players had fallen, their discarded equipment scattered across the battlefield. Lung Qingying stood tall at the center of the arena, surveying the scene as if admiring her own crafted artistry. Meanwhile, Lu Cang dismounted from the Windwalker bird and patted her shoulder, remarking, "Well done, you've passed." That simple phrase ignited a flicker of frustration within Lung Qingying. Just a passing grade? Was her skill truly so inadequate? Yet, she quickly quelled the flame of indignation. After all, eliminating 37 trivial players was something anyone in the Divine Assassin Guild could accomplish. Those within the guild were all extraordinary, unfazed by Lung Qingying's inner turmoil. Lu Cang continued, "This level of attack was likely just a test. After completing the dungeon, we are likely to be ambushed." Lung Qingying furrowed her brow. Previously, she had been the one guarding others. Now, it was her turn to be guarded. Indeed, joining a guild brings its complications. So, shall we proceed with the dungeon? Our guild has always adhered to the principles of fairness and freedom. If you do not wish to partake, you need not. Lung Qingying replied, "Let us do it." Naturally, one cannot level up without engaging in dungeons. Fine, once we finish this one, their main force should have arrived. That player named Yinyuan is also a skilled assassin. He is an assassin, and so are you, Xiaolong. Do not bring shame upon our divine kill guild. It will be quite embarrassing if we fail. Upon hearing Lu Cang's earnest advice, a sense of helplessness welled up within Lung Qingying, accompanied by a twinge of reflection. Indeed, the president has a way of speaking that can be rather infuriating. In the world of One Piece, Nico Robin. Chapter 22. You claim that seconds are meant to protect the rear? My brother was once a very serious and earnest individual. He held himself to high standards, engaging in rigorous training daily while also maintaining a fitness regimen. He was exceptionally composed and seldom made jokes. At the age of 21, he bore the demeanor of a 30-year-old man, somewhat rigid. Furthermore, my brother rarely spoke in full sentences. Although he followed through on everything he said, he seldom made promises lightly. Even with formidable strength, he remained tense, perpetually exuding an air of tautness, rarely allowing a sense of relaxation to surface. Yet now, my brother radiates a sense of calm, confidence, and a hint of humor. He has even taken to making jokes. If the previous version of my brother felt taut, like a sword poised to be unsheathed, the current version feels more approachable and affable. However, this affability does not stem from a desire to please others. Rather, it carries a subtle aloofness, a faint undercurrent of arrogance that seems to emerge in the background. Bai Lu recognizes that this description may not be entirely accurate, yet it appears to be the most fitting. It conveys an impression of someone who regards everything with indifference, capable of handling nearly any situation as if everything were within his control. Though slightly arrogant, it instills a sense of reassurance. Lu Cang and the others arrived at the entrance of the Blackwater Cave dungeon. The Blackwater stream is not a stream at all, but rather a vast expanse of black marshland. The monsters here are all level 18 and above, with some exceeding level 20. The strength of these creatures is significantly greater than that of ordinary wild monsters. After reaching level 18, along with the unlocking of class advancements, the power of the monsters has seen a remarkable escalation. Blackwater Cave, dungeon level, 18 to 25. Dungeon difficulty, easy, normal, hard, nightmare. The Blackwater Cave dungeon still offers only 4 levels of difficulty, with no insanity level beyond nightmare. In total, there are 11 dungeons near Maple City, yet only one of them possesses the insanity difficulty level. If one were to assert that other difficulties in the game can be surmounted with mere synergy, then it is imperative to acknowledge that for the insane difficulty dungeons, possessing a high-level talent becomes almost an indispensable prerequisite. Players with talents below a certain level face insurmountable challenges in these dungeons, which elucidates the rarity of golden quality equipment. Only a minuscule fraction of players, precisely 1 in 10,000, can conquer this level of difficulty, thereby rendering golden quality gear an elusive treasure for the vast majority. However, It is fortunate that in the realm of the game, equipment is not bound by restrictions and can be traded. Thus, ordinary players can eventually acquire gear relinquished by elite players, albeit after a lengthy cycle. At this juncture, as the group stood before the dungeon, Lu Tsang offered his counsel. This particular dungeon was expansive and located within a cavern, rendering the meteor spell less effective. Bai Lu, you should first learn a level 1 Wind Gust, Lu Tsang instructed. Referencing the mage's fundamental spell, Wind Gust, 1 star. 1-star skills can be directly learned using skill points from a skill tree, whereas skills of 2 stars and above necessitate the acquisition of skill books. Wind Gust creates a powerful gust of wind that disperses mist and poison, inflicting 130 points of damage while launching all hostile targets within the area into the air. Cooldown, 15 seconds, mana cost, 150. Although the damage inflicted by this spell is minimal, its formidable launching effect is highly coveted by mages. In terrains featuring cliffs, it can be utilized to hurl monsters off the edge, resulting in environmental kills, an exceptionally useful spell in the early stages. Employing the meteor spell in this dungeon would be impractical, as it has certain constraints. While the meteor spell is undoubtedly potent, it can only be deployed in open terrain. After all, meteors descend from above. Should the summoned meteor be obstructed by other entities, it still inflicts some impact damage, but the force will be significantly diminished. Furthermore, in the game-s dungeons, the terrain is susceptible to the effects of spells. If Bai Lu were to cast the meteor spell here, it is highly likely that the meteor would strike the cavern ceiling, causing a collapse and entombing them all within. This would be akin to playing with fire, and the most probable outcome for the players would be to be buried alive. Replace the stored meteor spell with Wind Gust, Fireball, and Earth Fire, Lu Tsang advised. Bai Lu complied with her brother's directive, canceling the spell stored in her grimoire and initiating the incantation for new spells. Soon, her grimoire was inscribed anew with 3 fully charged skills. Brave warrior, do not flee upon encountering monsters. Your attributes can eliminate all but the strongest foes. This dungeon is an opportunity for you to hone your skills and practice the techniques I just imparted. Understood, she affirmed. Subsequently, Lu Tsang turned his gaze toward Lung Qingying. You may proceed as you wish. Lung Qingying responded with a slight acknowledgement, yet within her, a twinge of discontent brewed. Why was it that others received such detailed instructions while she was merely given freedom? Nevertheless, she felt a spark of anticipation, curious to see how Lu Tsang would strategize for her, as she harbored a sense of intrigue regarding his expertise. However, she refrained from voicing her thoughts on this arrangement. Upon entering the dungeon, Lu Tsang and his companions immediately felt a heaviness in their steps. The interior of the Black Water Cave was a swamp, thick with black mud. Current status: movement speed reduced by 30 due to swamp terrain. You are currently within a toxic miasma. You have acquired the poison effect. As soon as they stepped into the dungeon, all party members were afflicted with the poison status. A noxious green fog enveloped them. Current status: poisoned, 1 layer, inflicting 1 point of toxin damage per second. This toxin damage increases with each layer accumulated. Bai Lu summoned a gust of wind. Upon hearing Lu Tsang's command, Bai Lu immediately unleashed a spell stored in the sacred record. A vast area of wind surged forth. Whoosh! The fierce gale swept through the dungeon, dispersing the green mist. The toxic miasma was directly dispelled by Bai Lu. Simultaneously, several black slimes floating in the black swamp were also lifted into the air by the gust. Black liquid slime. Level: 18. Health: 5600. Skills: Acid Spray. Spike form: Tentacle Strike. Traits: Acidic Corrosion, covered in acid, causing significant damage to weapon durability. Description: Slimes found in the Black Water Cave, possessing highly acidic properties. Exercise caution to avoid contact with them. Had they not been blown into the air, the presence of these black slimes would have been nearly imperceptible, concealed within the dark swamp. Although Bai Lu, Lung Qingying, and Lu Tsang were well equipped, their gear primarily enhanced agility, strength, and spirit, offering little increase in health. A mere brush from the monsters of this nightmarish level 18 dungeon could lead to their demise. Indeed, the valiant brave, without fear, finally seized an opportunity. Witnessing the slimes being lifted, even the most inexperienced newcomer recognized this as a chance. Lu Tsang had previously instructed him that the best time to deal damage was when the enemy was incapacitated. Brave without fear assumed a stance and charged forth. He struck with a swift upward slash, then followed through with a downward cut. However, he had overextended and needed to turn around. The time taken for this maneuver exceeded a second. What a challenge! Yet, before his blade could connect with the black slime, it exploded into fragments of light, vanishing into thin air. 25872. The damage dealt by Brave without fear was astonishingly high. No additional strike was necessary. As he paused, slimes continued to burst around him like raindrops. Stab, backstab, quick slash, combo strike. The slimes, still suspended in midair, detonated in rapid succession. Brave without fear realized he was at risk of being outshone by the newcomer. Observing this, Lu Tsang could not help but tease. Lung Qingying, displeased, remarked, "President, could you refrain from idly chatting?" Lu Tsang and Bai Lu stood together. "How can one claim that I am merely speaking idly? Have you not seen my efforts to protect the mage?" The white deer stands at the rear of the formation, with the nearest monsters at least 20 meters away, a distance far beyond the reach of any slime. In the eyes of Lung Qingying, Lu Tsang appears to be nothing more than a bystander, exerting no effort while merely observing. Previously, the negligence in the dungeon left her feeling uncomfortable, but now, witnessing the guild leaders in action while she toils only amplifies her disquiet. It seems as though she has been duped into laboring without reward. Yet, Lu Tsang seems entirely unconcerned with her sentiments, instead reminding her, "Brave warrior, you have forgotten to use your dragon slash." Prompted by Lu Tsang's reminder, the brave warrior recalls that before executing skills, one should first employ the dragon slash. Having neglected this fundamental action, he swiftly sheathes his great sword, and in the next instant, unleashes a powerful sword draw. Whoosh. 220,886. 226,874. 225,868. A fierce slash slices through the air, instantly obliterating all slimes within a 50-meter radius. The dungeon, in an instant, appears significantly clearer. The expansive range of the dragon slash proves ideal for clearing monsters. Almost immediately thereafter, the swamp begins to stir. Behind the white deer, a massive maw suddenly gapes from the mire. What is happening? Never has one heard of such a creature dwelling within the Blackwater Cavern. Is this yet another new mechanism of the dungeon? How abrupt! The mage is in peril. However, in the next moment, Lung Qingying notices that Lu Tsang, standing beside the white deer, has inexplicably drawn a battle spear. He swiftly executes a melee skill of the mage, Heaven Strike, aimed at the upper jaw of the monstrous maw. Upon striking, a second Lu Tsang appears behind him. Before this apparition, the white deer's unique weapon, Holy Record, hovers, its wielder chanting incantations. Fireball. Boom! A fireball plunges deep into the maw. The explosion resonates. 121,481. A staggering amount of damage erupts. One fireball inflicts a devastating 120,000 damage. The spells recorded in the Holy Record include Gust, Fireball, and Ground Fire Impact, as the Meteor spell cannot be utilized within this dungeon. The white deer has not recorded it. Black Swamp Crocodile. Level 20. Health 135,000. Skills: Bite, Tail, Whip, Roar, Death Bite, Pounce, Heavy Crush. Traits: the submerged crocodile can immerse itself in the black swamp, rendering it immune to most attacks and rendering its movements undetectable to foes within the mire. Description: a giant crocodile adept at assassination and ambush. It can easily kill with a single bite if one is not vigilant, making it extremely dangerous. This creature is one of the 3 great beasts lurking within the Blackwater Cavern, lying in wait beneath the swamp. It only emerges once a player's party has cleared the slimes at the entrance and upon its appearance. It will immediately target the unit with the least health using Bite Kill. Those struck by this skill, particularly the fragile, are almost certain to be eliminated instantly. This mechanism possesses a formidable initial strike capability. Encountering it for the first time almost guarantees a casualty within the team. Alas, Lu Tsang was no novice in this regard. Once the fireball detonated, the attack was entirely interrupted. Simultaneously, before Lu Tsang, a version of himself wielding the god-slaying greatsword was summoned forth. Upon witnessing this scene, Lung Qingying's pupils involuntarily constricted. This familiar ability was none other than her Shadow Kill talent. This was also the reason Lu Tsang so fervently desired her to join the guild. Their past friendship was one aspect, but possessing Lung Qingying's Shadow Kill effectively meant having 5 versions of himself, a significant enhancement to his combat prowess. The colossal crocodile strike was interrupted, smoke billowing from its mouth, yet its massive tail swung violently towards Lu Tsang and Bai Lu. Lu Tsang leapt, cradling Bai Lu, while the phantom immediately wielded the greatsword, executing a powerful dragon strike. With a level 18 brave and fearless, fully equipped in silver gear, his strength had surpassed the 4,000 mark. The mighty dragon's draw dealt a staggering 200,000 damage. In an instant, one of the crocodile's 4 health bars vanished. The difficulty of a level 18 dungeon was indeed significantly higher than before. Now, 200,000 damage could no longer secure an instant kill. Nightmare difficulty dungeons are not to be trifled with. Only teams that have completed their job change possess the qualifications to challenge such a level, with each member equipped with at least one piece of silver weaponry. Even for such a team, defeating the first boss would require approximately half an hour of concentrated damage output under optimal conditions. After Liu Cang's sword strike, the health bar turned to stone-like gray. While Liu retreated, the colossal crocodile let out a deafening roar, and from the marsh emerged small crocodiles. As these diminutive creatures appeared, they too attempted to bite. However, their emergence was rather random, failing to land any hits. The locking mechanism for health was brief, and, after summoning the minions, the lock was lifted. Liu Cang switched to a flintlock pistol and fired a shot, creating yet another phantom duplicate. The duplicate immediately activated the Brave and Fearless ability. Another dragon strike swiftly severed the second health bar, while simultaneously annihilating the newly spawned crocodiles, rendering them utterly ineffective. Following the depletion of this health bar, the colossal crocodile was devoid of any locking mechanism. Fully aware of this, Liu Cang seized every opportunity to deal damage. 49, 281. 38, 145. 20, 459. 51, 239, 240, 291, 240, 299. A relentless flurry of swift strikes, a seamless series of combos. In a mere 3 seconds, the 1 million health points of the colossal crocodile were obliterated within the marsh. While such a swift defeat should have been a cause for celebration, upon hearing a particular remark, Lung Qingying felt a lump constricting in her throat, unsure of where to begin her lamentations. The essence of protection lies in the notion that once the threat is eliminated, the mage shall encounter no peril, correct? Chapter 23. The Divine Judgment of the Celestial Realm. Concealed. Countless thoughts flickered through her mind. The vastness of the heavens is indeed enigmatic. After a brief pause, Lung Qingying mustered the courage to pose her most pivotal inquiry. You just utilized my innate ability, did you not? Liu Cang did not shy away from the truth. Indeed. Lung Qingying nodded thoughtfully. I see. Then, what are your intentions? Liu Cang countered. I have no particular plans. This arrangement is quite satisfactory, she replied, not perceiving Liu Cang's use of her talent as a detriment. Rather, she regarded it as a form of reciprocal exchange. In return for the specialized weapon and the privileges bestowed by the guild, it was only fitting that she offer something in return. At least for the time being, remaining within this guild promised numerous benefits. For instance, the challenge quests were certainly not advantages one could expect from other guilds. Moreover, the blessing of fortune I provided an abundance of advantages, making her feel somewhat uneasy if Cangyun sought nothing in return. Thus, upon realizing Liu Cang had ulterior motives, Lung Qingying felt a sense of relief wash over her. As long as everything is in order, I shall loot a corpse. After this dungeon, the subsequent ones would primarily be abundant. The dungeons themselves were simplistically categorized by the players into Old 1, Old 2, and Old 3. Furthermore, the additional dungeons allowed for immediate looting of chests post-completion. Should one procure excellent gear from these chests, it would certainly enhance their combat prowess for the next encounter. Moreover, death within a dungeon did not result in complete expulsion. Rather, one would respawn outside the dungeon with residual health. The colossal alligator that had perished now transformed into a treasure chest. I possessed the highest luck. No one would contest my claim to the chest, would they? Liu Cang inquired before opening it. His gaze shifted towards Lung Qingying, who felt the faintest throbbing of veins on her temple. Was the guild leader seeking to provoke her? While she had indeed professed a desire for freedom, it seemed unnecessary to question her on every matter. Nay, from now on, you shall be the sole opener of chests in my presence, Lung Qingying declared, intending to resolve the matter once and for all. The others in the team merely shook their heads in agreement. There were indeed no objections. Subsequently, Liu Cang opened the treasure chest. Ah, fortune smiles upon us. An 18-level dagger, bestowing an additional 230 points of agility. A 2-star skill, Flame Pillar, excellent. The Flame Pillar, an advanced skill of Earth-Fire Impact, not only inflicted fiery damage, but also maintained a continuous eruption of flames. Against stationary foes, the damage output was utterly formidable. The ferocious headscarf granted 200 points of strength and could elevate the skill level of the sword/skills beneath its equipment tier by 1. Such an item was indeed rare. Skill levels were immensely valuable. Enhancing them required skill points, and with each advancement, the skills tier dictated the points needed. 4 points for a 4-star skill and 5 for a 5-star skill. Typically, skill points were accrued through leveling up, with 1 point awarded per level. Having ascended to level 18, the character possesses a mere 18 points. For the valiant hero, the formidable dragon skill at level 4 was swiftly exhausted. As for the dagger, after its demise, Lung Qingying's level coincidentally reached 18, making the dagger a fitting acquisition for her. The equipment at level 18 boasts attributes befitting a post-class change, significantly surpassing those of level 17. The dagger was promptly allocated to Lung Qingying, yet she found herself in a state of deep conflict. Just moments prior, she had expended 100,000 on the dagger, and having scarcely utilized it before it became obsolete, the loss felt truly agonizing. Initially, she had hoped that the dagger would suffice throughout her entire novice phase. However, despite her inner turmoil, one cannot simply forsake new gear. Upon donning the new equipment, Lung Qingying was enveloped in delight. The distinction of level 18 gear was palpable. She reassured herself that she had essentially traded 100,000 for an 18-level piece of gear, considering the previous one a gift from the heavens. With this thought, her spirits lifted considerably. The valiant hero also equipped the fierce headband. The dragon/skill level ascended to level 2. Lu Tsong directly proposed, valiant hero, allocate the dragon skill directly to level 5. Utilizing a skill book to learn a skill necessitates spending corresponding star-level skill points. Thus, learning the 3-star Dragon Slash had already cost the valiant hero 3 skill points. With 13 skill points remaining, he could fully invest them into the dragon skill, elevating it to level 5. Alright boss. Skill points allocated. Dragon Slash level upgraded to 3. Skill points allocated. Dragon Slash level upgraded to 4. Skill points allocated. Dragon Slash level upgraded to 5. New effect unlocked for Dragon Slash. Double Slash. Dragon Slash, smiley face, 5 charges for 15 seconds. Unleashing a powerful strike that inflicts damage equivalent to 680 times the strength value, with a range of 670 meters. Cooldown time, 8 seconds. During the cooldown, each full charge attack reduces cooldown by 1 second, with no cost. Additional effect, Double Slash. After hitting a target with Dragon Slash, the same charged effect can be instantly utilized again within 5 seconds. At level 5, the Dragon Slash skill, in comparison to level 1, saw an increase of 30 points in strength multiplier damage and an enhancement of 20 meters in range. More importantly, this new Double Slash effect effectively doubles the output. Wow, boss, this skill is incredible. Am I now invincible? Upon hearing the valiant hero's exclamation, Lung Qingying rolled her eyes inwardly. Such naivete was almost comical. Meanwhile, on the other side, Bailu had also acquired new skills. To date, Bailu had learned 5 skills: Wind Gust, Fireball, Earth Fire, Meteor, and Flame Pillar. Valiant hero, remember that skills will undergo a qualitative transformation at levels 5 and 11. The higher the star level of the skill, the more potent the effect. Needless to say, a 5-star skill upgraded to level 5 requires 25 skill points, while a 1-star skill needs only 5. Can it not be powerful? However, skill points are finite, and one must deliberate carefully when allocating them. The opportunities to respec are also limited, so one should refrain from squandering skill points. The means to respec in the Phantom Realm are not easily attained, as Lu Tsong can count them on his fingers. Well then, let us proceed to the next task. After completing their preparations, Lu Tsong and his companions ventured deeper into the dungeon. Bailu once again augmented her sacred recording with the Inferno Pillar skill. It must be said that the specialized weapon significantly compensates for Bailu's shortcomings. Otherwise, to unleash the full potential of her talents would require at least 10 seconds of chanting, a duration that seems excessively protracted in any battle scenario. The marsh ahead still concealed a considerable number of black slimes, yet the valiant warrior, undeterred, drew his sword to confront them. A series of notifications appeared: 314516, 317584, 319525, 324528, 315569. The valiant warrior has slain a black liquid slime, gaining experience, 6,150. The valiant warrior has slain a black liquid slime, gaining experience, 6,914. The valiant warrior has slain a black liquid slime, gaining experience, 6,911. There is no need to search for the slime's hiding places. With a single decisive strike, the valiant warrior eliminated all slimes within a 70-meter radius. With such efficiency, what was once a nuisance transformed into pure experience gain. And soon the 4 companions cleared the small monsters, arriving at a chamber. The chamber was an expansive cavern, housing a 2-headed black giant serpent embedded partially within the wall. In another direction of the cave, there was a stone portal, seamlessly integrated into the wall, clearly designed to be opened with difficulty. Black King Dual Serpent. Level 25. Health 1-535-000. Skills: Fireball, Ice Spike, Flame Jet, Frost Strike, Head Whip, Bite, and Drag. Traits: alternating elemental attacks will cause an explosion that inflicts massive area damage after dealing one type of elemental damage to the same target. Description: a serpent capable of simultaneously wielding ice and fire attributes. The attributes of its two heads can alternate, discernible through the glow of their eyes. This creature employs casting-based techniques. Normally, one must avoid its skills, but Lu Tsong and his companions were currently outside its aggro range, and thus would not provoke it. Lung Qingying nodded. She was aware of this mechanism from Area 1, but was uncertain if any changes had occurred in Area 3. Xiaolong, you take the lead. I will activate the hidden feature. Take it slow. If you kill it too quickly, we won't be able to access the hidden level, Lu Tsong instructed nonchalantly. If they were to complete the dungeon in the usual manner, this would be the final encounter. However, to unlock the hidden stage, they must activate it before defeating this foe. Do you know how to unlock the hidden feature of the Blackwater? Lung Qingying expressed slight surprise. In this particular dungeon, there exists a concealed door, the method of which to unlock remains a mystery yet to be deciphered by anyone. After stating this, Lu Tsong provided no further explanation and charged directly towards the imposing stone door that was sealed. Lung Qingying sighed softly, feeling that Lu Tsong was truly inscrutable. However, considering the debt of gratitude she owed him and the current circumstances, she could only sigh again and instruct warriors, engage the monsters, and remember to initiate with the rampaging dragon. Mages, cast the flame pillar. Understood. The valiant warrior replied with enthusiasm. It was his first time taking the initiative in battle. As previously, it had always been Lu Tsong who took the lead. The prospect of unleashing the rampaging dragon, particularly at this moment, stirred an intense anticipation within him. Following the command, the valiant warrior charged towards the colossal serpent, entering its attack range. The very moment he stepped within the danger zone, the ground beneath him erupted in a crimson glow. Upon perceiving the red light, the valiant warrior instinctively rolled to the side, driven by his body's primal instinct to flee. Boom! Just as he evaded, a flame pillar surged skyward from the area enveloped in red light. The near miss extinguished much of his earlier excitement. In a moment of panic, he exclaimed, "Sister Lung, is this task a bit too ambitious for me? One must practice to improve." Lung Qingying believed firmly. She held a simple view regarding the valiant warrior's predicament. If one could not evade, they would meet their demise. And the experience would serve as a lesson for the next dungeon run. While they conversed, Lung Qingying had already advanced closer than the valiant warrior. Clang, clang, clang. With a series of swift strikes, shadow strike, rapid thrust, and swift slash, 5 phantoms were conjured in an instant. Witnessing this, the valiant warrior felt a surge of apprehension, contemplating retreat. Yet, he ultimately gritted his teeth and pressed forward. Having already secured a reward of 10 million from the guild leader, retreating now would be utterly disgraceful. Each of Lung Qingying's skills could inflict damage 6-fold, translating to a damage multiplier of 6. Even a minor skill with a damage multiplier of 1 would become 6 when each phantom struck. Although not as extravagant as the 30-fold damage in area of White Deer's Chan of Energy, Shadow Kill, excelled in its agility and versatility. Regrettably, Lung Qingying's equipment was lacking. With all 6 phantoms attacking simultaneously, they managed to inflict just over 100,000 in damage. Boom! Immediately following, another flame pillar ascended. 15, 218. 21, 391. 10, 240. 10, 240. 12, 045. 12, 042. As the flame pillar surged, engulfing the area in flames, the valiant warrior closed in and executed the rampaging dragon S double strike. 321. 911. 302. 181. After the rampaging dragon reached level 5, its cooldown decreased from 9 seconds to 8. Though it may seem a mere second, the second execution of the double strike counted as a fully charged attack, allowing for an immediate reduction of 1 second from the cooldown, with a cooldown of 7 seconds. Followed by the formidable 5-part slash, only 2 seconds remained. The fearless warrior, though lacking in technical prowess, still possesses the fundamental ability to cast skills. Fearless warrior. Pause for a moment. If you continue, you shall perish. With a mere 5 million health points remaining, a double strike from the fearless warrior would easily deplete over half of that. Fortunately, Lu Tsong has arrived at the door. He places his hand upon it and recites the incantation he painstakingly memorized from his previous life. This is the language of the celestial realm. At present, aside from Lu Tsong, no other player possesses knowledge of this tongue. Upon completing his prayer, a golden radiance emanates, spilling forth from the crevices of the stone door. In a swift moment, the stone door bursts open. A towering, 3-meter-tall, humanoid being, radiating golden light, steps forth from within. In its hands, it wields a magnificent golden sword. World announcement. The Celestial Realm has activated the hidden level of the Blackwater Cave. The Celestial Realm becomes the first to trigger this hidden activation. Upon its emergence, the 4 members of the party, including Lu Tsang, gaze in awe at this luminous entity. Even the Dual Kings, the Black Serpent, cease their activities, staring blankly at this golden apparition. Celestial Judgment Envoy. Level 30. Health points 5,000,000. Race, Celestial Being. Unique Creature. Deity of Faith, Zhuya. Skills, Holy Judgment, Radiant Sword, Tribunal, Glorious Flash, Firefall. Sacred Flame. Traits, Glorious Sacred Fire. All enemies afflicted with light attribute damage will be marked by the sacred fire, suffering burning damage every second. Description: a Punisher from the Celestial Realm, sealed within the Blackwater Cave for a unique reason, seemingly bearing a special sacred artifact. Travelers from another realm, thank you for breaking the profound Black Seal. I shall slay that evil giant serpent for you. The Celestial Judgment Envoy raises its sacred flame sword, engulfed in roaring flames. Before the envoy can make a move, Lu Tsang swiftly plunges a dagger into the envoy's calf. In an instant, an illusory doppelganger wielding a massive sword is summoned beside Lu Tsang. No need for trouble. I kindly ask you to join in death as well. Chapter 24. Fivefold Sword Draw, Full Charge. Once again, news of Lu Tsang's appearance on television circulates. The entire world channel erupts into chaos. What the heck? Brother Tsang is on TV again. How many times is this? Damn, I've lost count. With all the first kills and guild upgrades. It must be at least 10 times, right? Does the second level announcement count? Damn, is that even relevant? In a brief span of 2 hours, nearly 10 announcements have been made, and it seems he has been offline for nearly an hour. That averages out to about once every 5 minutes. World announcements typically pertain to significant events that impact the entire server, and the average player seldom graces the screen. Even major guilds scramble fiercely for a single world announcement, as each announcement represents a golden opportunity for publicity. For them, every promotional opportunity signifies a chance to introduce a multitude of fresh talent. After all, 5 individuals of exceptional skill joining the guild equates to a profit of 100 million. Presently, Lu Tsang has monopolized the television, causing a wave of envy among players. The reason for this announcement has triggered a hidden event, specifically within the Blackwater Cavern. Might it pertain to the stone door in the cavern? This door has been the subject of study for 2 years, yet no clues have emerged on how to unlock it. How could Tsang possibly know the method of access? If a hidden level were to be unlocked, the rewards could very well incite intense envy. Alas, could it be that Tsang has already deciphered the means to open the stone door and plans to exploit it upon the opening of a new district? Such cunning. This indeed presents a plausible speculation. After all, in the older districts, as 1S level rises, there is little incentive to unravel the secrets of lower-tier dungeons. If one were to enlist another's help to claim rewards, how could one ensure that the ally would not hoard the bounty or even betray them outright? With the impending launch of a new district, knowing how to unlock the door would certainly be advantageous for creating a new character to secure the rewards personally. Alas, I am filled with resentment. Why am I not an exceptional talent? I too desire to join the Divine Kill Guild. I wonder what treasures Lu Tsang might unveil. The rewards from hidden levels often far surpass those of ordinary dungeons, with the potential to yield legendary unique items. Amidst the diverse discussions in the World Channel, on the other side, the Yinyuan Guild dispatched a covert team from the southern part of Fenghua City, setting forth towards the Blackwater Cavern. Is Yinyuan truly mobilizing the Hidden Void to eliminate Lu Tsang? This could severely hinder their development. Dimming Light sent a message to Yinyuan. Yes, the intent is to assassinate. Currently, Lu Tsang is acknowledged as the foremost expert in the entire illusion realm. Should the Hidden Void succeed in eliminating him, the title of the realm's strongest would be firmly established within their ranks. The presence of the top expert in the illusion realm within the Yinyuan Guild would serve as an incredibly impactful promotion. Yet, Dimming Light expressed concern. Does an ambush count? Isn't the essence of an assassin's combat style an ambush? Would you have an assassin engage in an open duel? At worst, they could conduct some public relations to sway public opinion. After all, netizens are easily influenced by rhetoric. The president has stated as much, leaving Dimming Light with little to counter. In truth, he has always harbored a strong aversion to Yinyuan's methods, deeming them excessively unscrupulous. However, considering the interests of the Yinyuan Guild, Dimming Light finds himself with little to dispute, and he can only advise the hidden void beside him. Have you heard? Should this mission succeed, you will be recognized as the foremost expert in the illusion realm. The hidden void nodded slightly, understood. However, it would be prudent not to harbor excessive hopes. From my perspective, Lu Cang is not an easy adversary. His brilliance is too overwhelming. I fear you may not be able to surpass him. Dimming Light took a sip of wine atop his mouth. Even the food system within the illusion realm is rendered with astonishing realism. The delicacies and wines are as delightful as those in reality. Upon hearing the Vice President's assessment, the hidden void could not help but inquire. Vice President, what kind of person is Lu Cang truly? Serious, exceedingly serious, and utterly unyielding. One might say a rather formidable type. Yet, youth is ultimately youth, and the young man was after all outmaneuvered by the president. Dark and Light discreetly stowed the wine within his backpack. He then conjured a cigarette from his hand, placed it between his lips, and ignited it. However, it appears that the president did not gain any advantage after all. Hidden Void, observing from the sidelines, could only shake his head at this vice-ridden president. Vice President, excessive smoking could diminish your maximum health points, Hidden Void kindly cautioned. Dark and Light waved his hand dismissively. It won't be a significant loss. Rather, it is you who must exercise greater caution in this operation. You're currently at level 13, correct? They have already reached level 18. If they are eliminated within the dungeon, it would be manageable, but should they emerge unscathed, you must be wary. Dark and Light gazed into the distance at the dungeon, his eyes distant and contemplative. This move was indeed a perilous gamble. Previously, we dispatched a probing unit to intercept, thus acquiring some intelligence. The second assassin from the Phantom Realm, Lung Qingying, has been confirmed to have joined the Godslayer Guild. More alarmingly, it is rumored that she has acquired a tiered talent. Upon hearing Dark and Light's intelligence, the other guild members accompanying him became unsettled. Beside Dark and Light, Black Lightning looked shocked. Lung Qingying? The one from District 1? All right, I recall you were a fan of hers. Dark and Light cast a glance at his companion. Black Lightning scratched the back of his head sheepishly. Haha, Vice President, you remember. Yes, it's that Lung Qingying who has attained a tiered talent. Our targets for this hunt include her. If you find yourself unable to act, it would be wise to withdraw now, lest I have to kick you out later. Dark and Light took a drag from his cigarette. How could I? The guild is far more important. Black Lightning's emotions were somewhat conflicted. He was unsure whether to feel joy for Lung Qingying's achievement or despair at the implications. However, upon reflection, he realized that winning or losing could both warrant a celebration, and his mindset improved somewhat. Hidden Void, when they emerge from the dungeon, target the fragile ones first. Their team lacks both tank and healer. The mage named by Lu is the most vulnerable. Brave and Fearless is likely a novice. After we eliminate these two, we can surround Lu Cang and Lung Qingying, using our numerical advantage to engage with them. You shall wait for the opportune moment to deliver the final blow. Based on the current intelligence and our devised plan, our guild's mathematicians calculate that we possess at least a 90% chance of victory. However, after finishing his statement, Dark and Light snorted coldly. According to calculations, Hidden Void. Do not be deceived by those fools. Lu Cang is far more formidable than you imagine. Hidden Void nodded in understanding. Understood. Vice President. There are two new pieces of equipment on the leaderboard, now ranked 6th and 7th. They are a dagger and a headscarf, held by Lung Qingying and Brave and Fearless, respectively. Upon hearing this news, Dark and Light's expression darkened further. The odds of victory had just diminished slightly. The Black Water Cave, the final cavern. The white deer retreated, stepping back outside the cave entrance. Facing the celestial judge, Lu Cang commanded with renewed seriousness. Valiant warriors, strike down the great serpent now. Lung Qingying, assist me. His tone had shifted, shedding its previous languor and casualness. Instantly, Lung Qingying altered her target and charged towards Lu Cang. Meanwhile, the valiant warrior deftly rolled aside, evading a jet of flame. It must be noted that despite being a novice, the valiant warrior exhibited remarkable reflexes, dodging 2 successive attacks unscathed. 24219, 24128, 14,021. The fierce dragon unsheathed his sword. Dual draw whoosh. 240291, 248529. With the 2 swords drawn, a staggering 600,000 health points vanished in an instant, leaving the foe with barely a sliver of vitality. Following the relentless sword strikes, the entity underwent a drastic transformation. Valiant warrior, retreat. Lu Cang's command echoed the very intention of the valiant warrior. Sensing the precariousness of the situation, the instinct to flee took precedence. Had Lu Cang urged him to persist, he might have braved the onslaught. Ordinarily, one would strategize to avoid triggering a critical state when aware of impending peril. However, the automatic locking mechanism of the health gauge rendered him helpless, obliging him to witness the transformation. Boom! The serpent's obsidian skin began to shed, revealing a searing, magma-like flesh beneath. Simultaneously, the other end unveiled a long head emanating waves of frosty chill. Boom! 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 From the cavern walls surged dozens of fiery and icy pillars, ascending skyward and spreading throughout the cave. Ding! 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 5. Shadow Kill. Avatars have been fully summoned by Lu Tsang. Each avatar, aside from his own essence, was crafted from the Valiant Warrior's template. High damage, monstrous stats, and exceedingly useful. Moreover, in such a constricted space, deploying meteor strikes would be impractical, rendering the white deer ineffective. As for Lung Qingying, possessing no specialized weaponry, her own form sufficed to utilize shadows. The avatars served no purpose as they bore no damage capability. Avatars could not summon further avatars, even if they replicated Lung Qingying's talents. At this moment, the 5 avatars encircled the celestial judge, simultaneously sheathing their swords at their sides. Almost in unison, they drew their swords in a sweeping arc. Fierce dragon, fierce dragon, fierce dragon, fierce dragon, fierce dragon. Sword draw whoosh, 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 whoosh. The massive swords unleashed a weighty sword aura akin to a tempest. 5 successive draws were swiftly followed by a near-invisible second draw. 5 swords, dual draws fully charged. 240,291. 248529. 251952. 251935. 249581. In an instant, a barrage of nearly overlapping damage figures erupted forth. In that fleeting moment, 2 of the celestial judge, S4 health bars vanished entirely. Yet, it was precisely at this juncture. Chapter 25. Perfect Coordination. A grand performance of continuous strikes. After severing half of the 4 health bars, Lu Tsang did not continue his pursuit, but rather retreated 2 steps. Humans, you seek your own demise. The Celestial Arbiter was utterly astounded that Lu Tsang would strike without warning. This sudden assault left it grievously wounded. The Celestial Arbiter roared towards the heavens. Accompanying the roar, a golden shield enveloped its form. In the distance, fiery pillars and icy spikes surged forth. Upon colliding, they unleashed a tremendous explosion. Behind the calm and ethereal Qingying, a fierce explosion ensued. The heavens. This explosion engulfed the entirety of the room. Seeing the explosion approaching from behind, Lu Tsang wasted no time and sprinted towards the stone door. The stone door had already been opened by Lu Tsang, and upon witnessing this, Qingying instinctively knew where to flee. Both of them dashed through the legs of the Celestial Arbiter and entered the stone door. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions ceased before the stone door. The Celestial Arbiter glowed with golden radiance. The recent explosion had inflicted no harm upon it. Having lost half its health to Lu Tsang, it activated its invulnerable golden form, locking its health. Thus, I desire a tank or a healer, Lu Tsang mused. In that case, we would not need to evade this catastrophe. As long as one is sufficiently resilient, one could stand and fight. Otherwise, no matter how skilled one is, one fears the map-wide attack. No matter how agile one may be, if others are obliterated across the map, where can one possibly hide? What now? Qingying furrowed her brow slightly. As the remnants of the explosion subsided, the entire swamp was suffused with a crimson hue. It was evident that stepping into this would result in burns akin to lava. If they were tanks, it would be one thing, but as 2 fragile beings, they could not withstand such fiery onslaughts. No rush. Let's wait a moment. Lu Tsang summoned his avatars to his side. Qingying's avatars remained intact as well. Presently, as they could not continue to inflict damage, the avatars would dissipate in 25 seconds, a duration determined by their levels. They were still in an invulnerable state. At this moment, the Celestial Arbiter shimmered with golden light, its entire being radiating a crystalline glow. Glancing at the status bar, one could clearly see an effect labeled Celestial Protection. Celestial Protection renders one immune to any active malicious damage. Although not a true state of invincibility, it rendered the Arbiter largely impervious to harm. They could only wait for this state to pass before resuming their assault. As for the 2-headed serpent, it was imperative to eliminate the Celestial Arbiter before dealing with the serpent. Why? One could say it was due to the mechanics of the game. If interpreted through the lens of the backstory, it suggested that the serpent had stolen powers from the Celestial Realm to augment its own existence. Without defeating the Celestial Arbiter, the theft of that power could not be interrupted. Can you jump rope? Suddenly, Lu Tsang inquired. What? Huh? The celestial arbiter floated upwards, adopting a posture reminiscent of ascension within the confined cavern. Immediately thereafter, a beam of golden light swept across the ground. A radiant beam of golden light surged into the depths of the stone cave. Lu Tsang leaped gracefully, while Lung Qingying was not far behind, springing into action as well. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Upon landing, another golden ray followed, swirling like a fan. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One after another, the two continued to leap. Suddenly, a beam of golden light no longer skimmed the ground but swept across from midair. Crouch. Lu Tsang quickly ducked down. Though Lung Qingying was unfamiliar with the mechanics of this instance, her swift reflexes allowed her to evade the strike just in time. This beam nearly severed Lung Qingying's head. However, as the encounter progressed, she became adept at navigating the mechanics, avoiding any further near misses. After enduring 5 successive waves of light, they had evaded approximately 70 attacks. Finally, the onslaught from the celestial judgment ceased. Following this pause in attack, the shield surrounding the entity underwent another transformation, and its golden hue gradually faded. The state of celestial protection dissipated, and the golden shield morphed into a translucent white barrier, marred by dark stains. Impure Shield reduces all damage by 90. If attacked consecutively by the same unit, it completely nullifies the attack. If struck twice in succession by different units, damage reduction is decreased by 5. At this moment, the scorching earth began to reveal some footholds. Amidst the crimson lava, patches of black marshland emerged. It was time to act. Lung Qingying nodded slightly. Not only was she formidable, but she also excelled in combat. Recognizing the shift in circumstances, she understood that this was the opportune moment to strike. Simultaneously, she comprehended why Tsang Xiong had summoned her assistance. Lu Tsang transformed his dagger into a spear and stepped forward, launching an attack from the furthest distance. Next, a clone wielding a massive sword appeared behind Lu Tsang, poised to draw its weapon. Exchange. The clone refrained from attacking as Lu Tsang shouted exchange. Immediately, Lung Qingying stepped forth from behind Lu Tsang, unleashing a gleaming arc. This attack originates from a different unit. Current Impure Shield damage reduction 85. In the very next moment, the clone swung its sword. Dragon's Fury Slash 27292. This attack originates from a different unit. Current Impure Shield damage reduction 80. Exchange. As Lung Qingying's main body landed, the clone immediately followed up with Swift Light Slash 141. This attack originates from a different unit. Current Impure Shield damage reduction 75. Just as the damage was dealt, Dragon's Fury Slash, second draw, followed swiftly. 32911. Impure Shield damage reduction 70. Lung Qingying executed Swift Light Slash at her feet. 112. Impure Shield damage reduction 65. Lu Tsang retaliated with a spear thrust, delivering a powerful strike. 211. Impure Shield damage reduction 60. Lung Qingying's clone performed Swift Light Slash, while Tsang Xiong's clone unleashed Dragon's Fury, and Lung Qingying's clone executed the Arc Strike. Followed by Tsang Xiong's double draw. The two assailants engaged in a relentless exchange of attacks, their coordination so seamless that it resembled a grand performance. The efficacy of the Impure Shield diminished rapidly. Impure Shield damage reduction 55. Impure Shield damage reduction 50. Impure Shield damage reduction 45. Impure Shield damage reduction 40. With each successive assault, the damage inflicted escalated increasingly. The Celestial Arbiter wielded its colossal sword, delivering a radiant counterstrike upon the earth. Boom! The searing light carved a golden gash across the terrain. Yet, this offensive failed to graze even the hem of their garments. With the agile prowess of Shadow Kill at play, it was sheer folly to believe that such a cumbersome attack could ever reach them. Arc Light flashed, Dragon's Fury sliced. Shadow Strike backstabbed, Dragon's Fury once more. Foolish serpent, what are you lingering for? The Celestial Arbiter roared at the twin black serpents. If I perish, you shall not escape your fate. It belonged to a unique species, endowed with its own intellect. The twin black serpents seemed to possess wisdom as well. Swiftly recognizing the precariousness of their situation, with both heads, they unleashed a torrent of fireballs and ice spikes towards Lu Tsang and Lung Qingying. The sheer volume nearly filled the entire space. Boom! Boom! The explosions from the ice and fire reverberated throughout the cavern. However, Lu Tsang and Lung Qingying adeptly evaded all explosive assaults through continuous phantasmic repositioning. This attack, though dense, did not blanket the entire area. Though Lung Qingying's skills paled in comparison to Lu Tsang's, she was undoubtedly among the elite in the illusion realm. Handling such a level of attack was well within her capabilities. Once more, the dragon unleashed its sword. 256, 945. This time, the strike dealt a staggering 250,000 damage. Impure shield damage reduction 10. The protective effect of the impure shield had nearly vanished. Boom! After exchanging positions through their illusions, Lu Cang and Lung Qingying retreated to a safe distance at the edge of the area of effect. They briefly paused their onslaught, with Lu Cang issuing commands. Dissolve the shield. You take down the serpent. I shall eliminate this one. Lung Qingying acknowledged with a nod, indicating her understanding. Bang! The golden radiance dissipated. With the Celestial Arbiter's skill concluded, the two swiftly parted ways, Lu Cang advancing to the front while Lung Qingying maneuvered to the rear. Once again, the familiar combination of moves ensued. The sword was drawn, arc light followed, and rapid/transitioned into sword draw bang. A shattering sound echoed. Impure shield damage reduction 0. Impure shield has shattered. In the next moment, Lung Qingying immediately shifted to the nearest phantasmic position to the serpent, dashing towards it with remarkable speed. Meanwhile, 5 phantoms of Lu Cang launched their assault on the Celestial Arbiter from various angles. Dragon's Fury, Earth Rend, due to the necessity of synchronizing their efforts. Each phantom had distinct cooldown periods. At this moment, each phantasm must execute a single task to immediately unleash all charged skills and reset the sword drawing cooldown. Alright, draw the sword directly. The 5 consecutive combos of the Celestial Realm were executed in succession, resetting the cooldown of the fierce dragon sword slash at different intervals. Subsequently, 5 beams of sword light were unleashed. Whoosh 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 whoosh. 282911, 282945, 259122, 281717, 285274. Following closely was the second sword draw, a dual sword draw. Buzz. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. And once again 5 beams of sword light. After these 5 golden lights sliced through, the body of the Celestial Judgment Envoy abruptly froze. Cracks sprawling across its armor and skin. An intense internal radiance seemed poised to burst forth. Bang! It was as if a pressure cooker could no longer withstand the stress. In the next moment, the light shattered. The Celestial Judgment Envoy disintegrated into fragments of light, meeting its ultimate demise. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Black King Serpent was left with merely 10 health points. Upon the death of the Celestial Judgment Envoy, the 5 avatars of Lung Qingying converged, leaving no opportunity for reprieve, executing the highest damage combo in full. Shadow Strike, Arc Light Flash, swiftly approaching, delivering a series of backstabs and rapid slashes. 1924, 1258. 1929, 1895. 1285, 21949. 29128, 5293. 9382. If the fearless attacks of the brave were akin to a powerful and swift strike, then Lung Qingying's assault resembled a relentless storm. Within a second of nearing, she unleashed all output skills in unison. A total damage of 150,000 surged forth. The final sliver of the dual Black King Serpent's health bar dwindled to 0, just in time to slay the dual Black King Serpent. Congratulations to the players, Celestial Realm, Fearless Hero, White Deer, and Lung Qingying for conquering the level 18 Nightmare difficulty dungeon, Black Water Cavern. Completion time, 00423. The Divine Slaughter Guild has achieved the first kill in the Black Water Cavern dungeon. Congratulations to the Divine Slaughter Guild players for defeating the unique hidden Celestial Judgment Envoy, level 30, in the Black Water Cavern. The Divine Slaughter Guild is the first guild on this server to slay the hidden entity outside the Black Water Cavern dungeon. Nearly 100 players lay in ambush nearby. The Black Water Stream area is a high-level map, and few players venture here early on. The Black Water Cavern dungeon sees even fewer players. Perhaps some have speculated that Lu Cang might come here to tackle the dungeon, possibly desiring to catch a glimpse of a celebrity. Yet the minor monsters along the road in the Black Water Stream would deter them. Thus, only the elite forces of the Hidden Element Guild, well-trained and poised, await outside the Black Water Cavern dungeon. Wow, the Divine Slaughter Guild truly secured the hidden kill. Vice President, are they about to emerge? The dimly lit figure took a deep drag of smoke. Is that even a question? Once the dungeon is cleared, they must come out, right? Be prepared, do not falter. This operation permits no failures. 100 of us to ambush for. If we fail, our Hidden Element Guild will lose all face. Upon uttering the phrase dim and lackluster, a player murmured, 100 people to catch for. Even if successful, it's not a significant achievement. Hearing this, Dim and Lackluster immediately bellowed. Who said that? Step forward. The players exchanged glances and, ultimately, all eyes fell upon the player named Dark Ice Unfrozen. Dim and Lackluster fixed a stern gaze upon Dark Ice Unfrozen and admonished. You should be grateful that I am leading this team. If your words reach the guild leader, you will not fare well. He continued with a warning. Let this be the last time. Dark Ice Unfrozen shuddered slightly and replied, understood. Dim and Lackluster then addressed the entire team, stating, managing public opinion is the responsibility of the PR department. It is not for you to concern yourselves with. Our sole objective here is to ambush the Divine Killing Guild. He shifted his tone, adding, if fortune favors us, we may even acquire some valuable loot from them. In a wilderness of the illusion realm, defeating foes can yield not only equipment, but also items from their backpacks, albeit with a lower probability. Should we obtain rewards for eliminating hidden targets, it would undeniably enhance our standing significantly. Upon hearing Dim and Lackluster's words, the eyes of Silent Void sharpened, and his hands trembled slightly. To vanquish Lu Tsang would be to prove his worth. Though Silent Void had never confronted Lu Tsang directly, the latter loomed over him like an insurmountable mountain. It was precisely Lu Tsang's presence that compelled him to remain concealed, never allowing anyone to discover his existence. He felt as if he perpetually dwelled in Lu Tsang's shadow, merely a subordinate or a substitute for Lu Tsang. In the eyes of the Hidden Element Guild, he was but a more loyal replacement for Lu Tsang. If Lu Tsang were to remain devoted to the Hidden Element Guild, Silent Void would be rendered irrelevant. Focusing his mind, Silent Void noted that Lu Tsang and his companions had reached level 19. Dim and Lackluster clapped him on the shoulder. Eliminating them will grant us the experience lost upon their demise. Level 19 offers significant rewards. If we can successfully defeat Lu Tsang, not only will we not fall behind, but we may also surpass our previous progress. Taking down 4 level 19 players in one fell swoop should elevate you directly to level 15. Inside the Blackwater Cave dungeon, the Fearless Warrior and White Deer entered the cave. They had previously been on lookout outside, where it was safe. From their vantage point, they witnessed Lu Tsang and Cold Clear Ing coordinating their efforts with remarkable synergy, rendering their opponents powerless. One could not help but acknowledge that the collaboration between skilled players was nothing short of a visual feast. Boss, I truly admire you, the Fearless Warrior exclaimed, sliding down to kneel and grasp Lu Tsang's leg. Get up, Lu Tsang said, kicking him aside. You really need to break that habit of clinging to my legs. It's quite embarrassing. Brother, I'm sorry for not being of more assistance. White Deer lamented, feeling that she had contributed little to the battle. With her most powerful ability, Meteor, disabled, her effectiveness had been greatly diminished. This experience illuminated her shortcomings. Seeing his sister so self-reproachful, Lu Tsang smiled to reassure her. Not at all. If it weren't for you providing cover, we would be dead by now. The toxic miasma within this dungeon poses a significant challenge. The conventional strategy necessitates completing the tasks on the Blackwater Creek side to acquire the Antidote Amulet before venturing into this dungeon. Otherwise, remaining inside for just a minute or two results in toxin damage exceeding 100 points per second, rendering gameplay untenable. Avoiding poisoning is not merely a matter of agility. While a gentle breeze can indeed alleviate the effects, how extensive can such a breeze truly be? Only a powerful wind, like that of the White Deer with its 30-fold range, can effectively clear a substantial portion of the dungeon's toxins. The 4 adventurers arrived at the chest. 2 distinct chests appeared, one golden and the other black, both emerging from the same central location on the battlefield. Without hesitation, Lu Tsang opened both chests. A golden radiance burst forth from within. Observing Lu Tsang's immediate action, White Deer expressed surprise. Ah, is that it? No grand opening ceremony? This dungeon had proven to be the longest they had tackled thus far, making the occasion rather momentous. Before their eyes lay 2 pieces of golden quality equipment, Battle Mage Ring, golden, and Featherlight Boots, golden. In addition, there were 12 pieces of silver equipment, among which was an exceptionally unique item, Glorious Resurrection Banner. A unique item. White Deer had played in the illusion realm for so long and had only heard tales of it, never having encountered it firsthand. Glorious Resurrection Banner. Unique. Activating this banner will establish the location as a resurrection point for all deceased players within a radius of 555 meters. It can also designate a single player for revival at this site, lasting for 2 hours with a cooldown of 12 hours. This item is unique to the illusion realm. Description: a special item that allows control over resurrection locations. Lu Tsang retrieved the Glorious Resurrection Banner, a subtle smile gracing his face. What a fortunate coincidence, he mused, recognizing its immediate utility. It was not mere luck. He was aware that this hidden treasure was bound to drop. Nonetheless, he feigned modesty, as his high luck value would render any extraordinary fortune unremarkable. Achieving the first kill was incidental. The banner was the true aim of Lu Tsang's expedition. Within the Divine Killing Guild, members were now quite adept at distributing equipment. Lu Tsang would first take what he required, and the remaining items would be claimed by others. The fearless heroes needed not inquire about their desired gear. Having learned from the veterans, they had become proficient in selecting equipment. Whenever they encountered items that boosted strength, they knew instinctively to claim them, particularly as level 18 equipment surpassed lower tiers. In a brief span of 2 minutes, the Divine Killing Guild underwent a significant transformation in their equipment. Currently, apart from lacking a specialized weapon, Qing Ying had caught up with the others in terms of gear. Naturally, White Deer acquired the Battle Mage Ring Golden, which enhanced her mental attributes by 620 points and granted the effect of Mana Shield. All incoming damage would be partially absorbed by her mana. Coupled with the protective shield from her chanting attire, White Deer was no longer entirely vulnerable. The ability to survive ranks among the finest within the entire 3rd District. After all, there are hardly any advanced tanks left in this area. As for the golden feathered boots, they were acquired by Lu Tsang, bestowing an additional 620 agility points and enhancing his maximum running speed by an extra 4 meters per second. Upon jumping, he could leap twice more in the air, with the height of each jump determined by his own attributes. The height of the jump is intricately linked to strength, agility, and stamina. After securing the equipment, Lung Qingying turned to Lu Tsang and inquired with a calm demeanor, "What are your plans now?" The Yinyuan Guild is likely waiting outside. Exiting now could lead to an ambush. There are still background stories within that stone cave. If you find it dull, you may wish to explore them. Once the dungeon is cleared, you can linger inside for as long as you desire. However, typically, few would choose to remain idly within a dungeon. Noting Lu Tsang's decision, Lung Qingying couldn't help but ask, "Are you planning to challenge them alone?" "Yes." "Do you require assistance?" "No, it would hinder me." With that, Lu Tsang stepped alone onto the teleportation array to leave the dungeon. The corners of Lung Qingying's lips twitched slightly. Must one always indulge in bravado? Chapter 26, A Lone Vanguard. Upon stepping onto the teleportation array, Lu Tsang found himself outside the dungeon in an instant. Yet in that very moment, fireballs surged from all directions, and the ground erupted with spikes, piercing toward Lu Tsang. However, within Lu Tsang's field of vision, none of these threats were visible, for a shroud of darkness had enveloped his sight. Shadow Veil creates a pure darkness zone with a radius of 15 meters centered around oneself, increasing with level, within which it diminishes the 5 senses of hostile beings and completely obscures their vision. Success! The moment he exited the dungeon, Lu Tsang was engulfed in darkness. Almost simultaneously, a barrage of attacks commenced. Dozens of fireballs flew toward him, illuminating the earth. It was not only Bai Lu who could learn the fire impact spell. Yet, in the next instant, Lu Tsang switched his weapon to a spear. Puff, 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 puff. The spear danced in his hands, unleashing piercing thrusts, sweeping strikes, and heavenly blows. Lu Tsang had allocated all his skill points to learn minor skills of the first star. He deftly maneuvered, evading fireballs either by dodging or exploding them with his spear, creating magnificent bursts of flames in midair. Remarkably, Lu Tsang remained unscathed. Even bullets from sharpshooters were deflected by his spear, sending dozens flying away. Boom, 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 boom. Behind Lu Tsang, plumes of ground fire shot into the sky. Such a slow-casting explosion spell could hardly hit Lu Tsang. Had these mages dispersed the ground fire, enveloping a vast area, it might have been a different story. However, they underestimated Lu Tsang's swift reflexes and limited the fire's range to a 10-meter radius at the dungeon entrance. Lu Tsang merely needed to take a few steps to escape that zone, not to mention the added advantage of the golden feather boots. After a round of assault, the ground lay in tatters, with scorched grass still smoldering. Despite being besieged by a multitude of adversaries, Lu Tsang evaded every attack without a single skill touching his form. Each player possessed their unique talents, and the array of abilities posed a considerable challenge for the average individual. However, the talent for guaranteed hits was exceedingly rare. Most talents below the legendary tier merely enhanced various aspects of one's abilities, providing incremental improvements and special effects, yet failing to induce the transformative change characteristic of higher tier talents. Lu Tsang adeptly dodged all skills aimed at him. As he prepared to exit the shadowy region cloaked in darkness, he suddenly halted, crouching low. Behind him, the player in Cang appeared momentarily bewildered. His strike had missed. Void Erasure can appear behind a target within a 15-meter radius without their line of sight, with a 1-second cooldown for the same target, initiating an attack that inflicts tenfold damage, undetectable by perception-based abilities. Attacks from behind that deal damage to non-divine entities with health below 20 instantly slay them. The legendary talent was anything but weak. Kang was perplexed as to how his attack had failed. The activation of Void Erasure indicated that Liu Tsang had, in fact, lacked any line of sight. If Liu Tsang's previous maneuvers could be explained by his own perceptual abilities, the very essence of Kang's Void Erasure was to obscure perception. It was inconceivable that Liu Tsang could sense his presence. As the dagger whisked past Liu Tsang's head in a flash, a flurry of incredulous thoughts erupted in Kang's mind. Yet in the next moment, Liu Tsang stepped forth, leaving the shrouded darkness behind, his spear poised for action. Heaven Strike. With a single blow, he sent Kang soaring into the air. Following this, Liu Tsang leapt back, transforming his weapon into a dagger, executing a swift arc that instantaneously eliminated the two nearest players. The sweep carved a near-circular path. Players surrounding him were caught in the onslaught. Blood splattered. Liu Tsang shifted his focus from Kang to another group of foes. He then advanced with rapid thrust, delivering 2 consecutive thrusts, each spear phantom targeting different directions. Thud, 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 thud. 28-14, 21-39, 21-30, 21-94. One spear punctured through 3 adversaries in succession. The 2 thrusts dispatched 6 hostile players in an instant. Before Kang could even descend, Liu Tsang had already eliminated a dozen members of the Yinyuan Guild. Just as Kang prepared to plummet from his elevated position, he witnessed Liu Tsang's spear transform into a flintlock pistol. Bang! A silver bullet was unleashed. Floating bullet. The projectile struck Kang's body, and instead of descending, he was propelled even higher. Bang! Another shot fired directly into the mist. The player endowed with the Shadow Veil talent was swiftly dealt with by Liu Tsang, causing the black fog to dissipate entirely. Bang, 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 bang. Bang, 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 bang. Witnessing this, the sharpshooters of the Yinyuan Guild could not help but curse in disbelief. How is this even human operation? To fire bullets without any line of sight? Is this person equipped with eyes on the back of their head? If one truly had eyes behind them, could they execute such maneuvers? Even if I were granted eyes on my back, I could not replicate that feat. The dim and lifeless figure was also enraged. What are you standing around for? Attack! Who stands are mesmerized by the enemy's actions. The recent bout of clearing was primarily aimed at removing any other players within a 15-meter radius of the Hidden Void. This was to prevent the Hidden Void from utilizing their talent to relocate allies and escape. Now, with only himself remaining in the vicinity, even if his teammates lacked visibility, he could not maneuver away. As Liu Tsang approached the area near the Hidden Void once more, he transformed his dagger into a War Spear. Thousand Mechanisms War Spear form effect. After every 5 consecutive strikes, the piercing skill refreshes, requiring only 1 strike for subsequent refreshes. A 5-second interruption will reset the count. This was the reason Liu Tsang could employ the piercing skill so frequently. The assassin's displacement skill, Arc Flash, requires a solid surface for propulsion. Now suspended in midair, he was unable to adjust his position. Piercing strike. Stab, stab. 2 consecutive strikes aimed at the sky struck the back of the Hidden Void. Bang, bang. The sound of 2 crisp impacts echoed. The shield protecting the Hidden Void was utterly shattered. This time, it was not just damage being dealt. There were also support players present, including those with defensive talents of various levels. With their presence, it was certain that 2 hits would not be enough to vanquish the Hidden Void. However, the 2 upward piercing strikes caused the Hidden Void's form to soar even higher into the air. How many more times could the shield withstand such blows? Seizing the moment, Liu Tsang swiftly tossed the resurrection banner to a distant spot. The banner firmly planted itself in the ground, unopposed by any enemies. Even if the Hidden Void were to resurrect, it would be impossible to escape through displacement. Resurrection target locked, Hidden Void. Liu Tsang's sweeping attack could hardly be termed as a mere sweep. It was nothing short of a circular sweep. With a single motion, he instantly detonated all the bullets and fireballs behind him. The timing was impeccable. Heaven Strike once again cleared the air. Following that, the War Spear unleashed a rapid barrage of thrusts. The Hidden Void attempted to retaliate, to block, to counterattack, but the reality was that he faced the sky, with his back to the ground, rendering him incapable of action. Finally, the last protective barrier was pierced by Liu Tsang. 2148. The War Spear, infused with immense damage, pierced through his body. Stop, stop, stop. Following swiftly were the rapid consecutive thrusts. 1324, 1230. In an instant, the health bar of the Hidden Void was reduced to an empty slot. He was dead. Without a moment's hesitation, after eliminating the hidden void, Liu Cang turned sharply and charged towards the ranks of the Yinyuan Guild. Bang, 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 bang. Liu Cang's flintlock rifle unleashed a relentless barrage, specifically targeting the most vulnerable foes. Each shot was a precise headshot, 60-22, 50-43, 59-20. The firearms possessed an added damage bonus for headshots, and the flintlock boasted the highest multiplier among weapons at 3 times the damage. 1 bullet, 1 kill. The earlier restraint in using the ability Invisible was due to the protective evasion blessing conferred by others. It was not that he was incapable of hitting. With Liu Cang's skill, he could have struck true. However, headshots would have resulted in a forced deviation. Close combat was the most reliable approach. The flintlock delivered high single-shot damage and had a significant headshot multiplier, though its rate of fire was not particularly rapid. After eliminating 5 or 6 enemies, Liu Cang charged into the heart of the enemy formation. First, he targeted the mages. These slow-moving, slow-casting spellcasters stood no chance against Liu Cang's onslaught. He charged like a deity of war, brandishing his spear with lethal intent. The spear's primary feature was its expansive melee attack range. The sweeping strike served as both a skill and a basic attack. The sweep was the default ability of the spear, automatically granted upon equipping the weapon, representing its unique attack mode. The cooldown for the sweeping strike was merely 0.5 seconds, with a shorter cooldown corresponding to a faster attack speed. However, the sweep inflicted slightly lower damage than thrusting strikes. With a swift motion, Liu Cang advanced, executing 2 sweeping strikes that cleaved through the ranks, each strike reaching the maximum number of enemies. The clustered mages unwittingly facilitated Liu Cang's assault. In just 2 blows, he decimated a group of over 20 mages. With Liu Cang's agility exceeding 2,000, it was entirely expected that he could fell these frail, low-level mages with a single spear strike. 2 seconds to obliterate an entire mage team. Not far away, Invisible had already respawned. Bang! Instantly, his weapon transformed into the flintlock rifle, without a moment's delay. A shot rang out. 55-32, a headshot. Just moments after his revival, Invisible met his demise once more. Upon resurrection, the evasion blessing had already expired. He barely comprehended his surroundings before succumbing again. Even he could not fathom how he had perished. Witnessing this, the shadowy figure felt bewildered. Why had Invisible respawned there? Shouldn't he have returned to the nearest resurrection point? The very premise of this operation hinged on the acceptance of the worst possible outcome. The loss of Invisible would amount to a mere 10 experience points at most. At worst, he might lose a piece of silver equipment. That was the extent of the anticipated losses, which were still bearable. Yet now, why had he respawned nearby? This was troubling. Bang! However, there was no opportunity for further contemplation. The heavens echoed with another bullet. To capture the thief, one must first seize the king. The commander was the first to fall. A hollow appeared on the forehead of the shadowy figure. Liu Cang executed a direct headshot. Thud! The shadowy figure collapsed, lifeless. The nearest resurrection point was not particularly close to the Blackwater Cavern, and it would take some time to reach it. The captain has fallen, and the mage team was swiftly annihilated, plunging the entire group into chaos. Steady. Focus fire on the Celestial. We still have a chance. In the midst of the turmoil, a marksman unleashed a barrage of gunfire, bellowing through the team as communication. He was the vice commander, whose primary duty was to coordinate the personnel. With the vice president now deceased, the command had fallen entirely upon his shoulders. Bang! 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 The marksman continued his relentless fire. However, the moment he opened fire, Liu Cang seamlessly switched to his dagger, charging directly at the marksman. Bang! Cling! 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 His blade sliced through bullets with astonishing speed. All the players from the Yinyuan Guild participating in this assault could swear they had never witnessed such velocity. What kind of monster is this? Is there truly a being capable of deflecting a marksman's bullets? This is absurd. They had never anticipated such extraordinary skill from Celestial. Conventional bullets were utterly ineffective, and even the special ones were evaded with ease. Before Liu Cang, the marksman's projectiles appeared as mere decorations, devoid of any offensive impact. Whoosh! He swiftly closed the distance to the marksman group. The arc of light flashed by in an eerie curve, immediately followed by a sweeping thrust of his spear. They had seen the arc of light paired with various assassin skills, but never had they witnessed it combined with a spear's sweeping thrust. The players from the Yinyuan Guild were clustered closely together to ensure they could swiftly eliminate the Celestial. If they stood too far apart, the trajectory of their shots would need to cover a greater distance. Thus, their formation was set at a medium range. approximately 20 to 30 meters from the entrance of the Blackwater Cave dungeon, forming a semicircular encirclement. Each team was tightly packed. Yet now, Lu Tsang had infiltrated their ranks as if he were in an unguarded realm. He first dispatched the mages, then the marksmen. The assassins, lurking invisibly in every direction, could find no opportunity to strike. Whenever Lu Tsang swept his spear, those fragile assassins would be eliminated in an instant. They could only watch from a safe distance, seeking a moment to act. However, Lu Tsang offered them no openings. 11, 24, 35. Before Lu Tsang, their number seemed laughable. Bang! 5291. During the slaughter, Lu Tsang drew forth a flintlock pistol and shot the resurrected player, Hidden Void, once more, eliminating him instantly. He then transitioned from the pistol to his spear, thrusting it forward. Splash! Blood erupted. The newly appointed vice commander, previously shrouded in gloom, also fell. With the complete loss of leadership, the players of the Yinyuan Guild were utterly bewildered. They realized their predicament. Continuing in this manner would lead to inevitable defeat. No, it was more accurate to say they had already lost. Their ranged attackers had been decimated. All that remained were a handful of melee classes, alongside a few healers and support roles. Engaging Celestial in close combat with such a godlike presence to fight in melee. As for the healers, their efforts were futile. Each individual was being obliterated at full health, leaving no room for healing. Before Lu Tsang, only the states of full health and death existed. Retreat. At last, they ceased their struggle. A voice rang out, shouting in desperation. The remaining players, upon hearing this, immediately began to flee in a state of panic. Why retreat? However, Lu Tsang did not pursue them. The immediate danger had been quelled. These individuals had completely abandoned any thoughts of slaying the Celestial. The Assassin Guild, renowned for its meticulous ambushes, had been rendered ineffective. Even when the elite, Cang, was alive and prepared with all strategies in place, it was impossible to eliminate the opponent under conditions of uncertainty. Now, having suffered heavy losses, with 2 commanders dead, the situation was dire. Cang, inexplicably revived on the sidelines, only to repeatedly perish. How could one continue to fight? What a farce. There was no prospect of victory in sight. In stark contrast, Lu Tsang had not only survived, but had maintained his health without a scratch. The only effects he endured were the unavoidable toxic clouds of lesser foes, which merely inflicted a trivial amount of poison, causing a slight decrease in health. Yet, during the poisoning, he consumed an antidote, promptly resolving the issue. This warrior remained in pristine condition. After all, at their current levels, none had traversed many dungeons or undergone class changes. They were all mere novices lacking extravagant skills. Run! Someone bellowed once more. At last, with this cry, the morale of all participants in the assassination crumbled. He did not pursue. We might escape. Damn, I don't want to lose my bronze gear. Naturally, no one wishes to perish if they can avoid it. Dying in a game is not inherently terrifying, but to die without purpose is an experience every player dreads. Moreover, death incurs penalties. No one desires to meet a meaningless end. With the collapse of their morale akin to a mountain falling, one person's flight triggered a mass exodus. Yet, Lu Tsang's lack of pursuit did not guarantee their escape. As these players scattered, 3 well-equipped individuals emerged from the dungeon. Bai Lu, Fearless Hero, and Ling Qingying. Bai Lu gently raised a hand, causing a spell book to levitate. Suddenly, the earth began to glow. Pillars of fire erupted. The faster runners, eager to escape the spell's reach, soon realized the area of effect extended several dozen meters beyond. How could such an outrageous range exist? Was this truly a pillar of fire? What a joke. Boom! There was no time for astonishment. The fiery pillars shot into the sky, engulfing a vast expanse. Flames ravaged the ground. 14219, 19244, 10245, 12946, 12942, 18358. In the blink of an eye, the fleeing players were reduced to charred remains. Outside the skill S radius, Cang revived once more. No sooner had he been resurrected than Lu Tsang raised his weapon and fired. Bang! He was slain yet again. As the flames subsided, the battlefield was left in disarray, strewn with the remnants of fallen players' equipment. In the wild, each piece of equipment has a 3-drop rate upon death, with higher quality gear yielding a lower probability. Nevertheless, even so, if 10 pieces of equipment were all dropped, the likelihood of acquiring something worthwhile remained quite substantial. With Lu Tsang's exceptional luck, the probability of acquiring equipment increases significantly, making the endeavor rather effortless. Ling Qingying approached, her tone revealing no hint of surprise. Bai Lu's right hand held a floating spellbook. she remained silent, instead opting to chant a new spell, inscribing it within the pages, ensuring that 3 spells were always ready for instantaneous casting. Why not let Bai Lu strike directly? Lung Qingying inquired. If the assassin disarms her at the first opportunity, Bai Lu would be unable to unleash her skills. Lung Qingying nodded. Lu Tsang's explanation was straightforward, and she grasped the situation. These adversaries acted with swiftness that surpassed Bai Lu's, and should a confrontation arise, it was certain that Bai Lu would fall first. Thus, it was imperative for Lu Tsang to take the lead and disrupt the situation, ultimately forcing the enemy into disarray. At which point, they could emerge to reap the aftermath. Haven't you utilized your talent? Lung Qingying naturally referred to the ability of duplication. That's not necessary. Lu Tsang replied. They are communicating within the team. Those outside cannot overhear. However, even during that one instance of use, I intentionally adjusted my perspective. Only the brave and fearless was aware of it. Currently, others only recognize the prowess of the Sky Dome technology, oblivious to the fact that it can harness the talents of others. This information disparity will serve as a potent trump card. Understood. Subsequently, Lung Qingying glanced toward a nearby flag. A figure was gradually reconstructing from a faint silhouette. Was that the level 10 shadow? Indeed, if you approach, it is advisable to keep your gaze fixed upon him. Otherwise, he may stealthily maneuver behind you for a swift strike. Lu Tsang succinctly explained the shadow's talent, while summoning a flare gun. Bang! 59-21, another shot struck him in the head. With Lu Tsang's current damage output, a single throat-cutting maneuver would likely result in instant demise. We will continue the dungeon shortly, but before that, I shall acquire some funds from him. I shall take 50 of the bounty for killing the shadow, and the remainder shall be divided among you. Any objections? Lung Qingying slightly shook her head. No objections. The brave and fearless nodded vigorously. No objections. We shall follow the leader's arrangements. Bai Lu was still chanting, but signaled Lu Tsang with a gesture indicating approval. This ratio was already quite generous. Without Lu Tsang, they likely would not have earned this sum at all. All right, you all should activate your recording for visibility. Lest the Stargate Guild accuse me of deceit. Multiple angles of filming will reveal how they attempt to evade accountability. By the way, maintain your distance to avoid becoming targets of his displacement. With that, Lu Tsang made his way towards the banner of radiant resurrection. The shadow resurrected once more. Glancing at the approaching Lu Tsang, his body trembling. He could not comprehend why Lu Tsang remained before him even after resurrection, nor why he had no protective status upon revival. Logically, resurrection should occur within a safe zone, where players cannot harm one another. Instinctively, he scanned his surroundings, only to find utter devastation. Had his guild been entirely annihilated? This was the first thought that flashed through his mind. But immediately after, he instinctively activated a flash arc to escape. Whoosh! Lu Tsang swiftly brandished his spear. 29-52. Just as the flash arc reached its midpoint, it was abruptly pierced by the spear, resulting in his demise. Don't run. After a brief 2 seconds, the entity known as Yinyuan was resurrected once more. Upon his revival, the silhouette of Lu Tsang remained before him. Chapter 27. Guarding the Resurrection Point. Descending from level 13 to a mere level 1. The dimly lit figure found himself resurrected in the black cement pond, the very origin of entry into the Blackwater Creek. Surrounding the figure, players continuously revived, lamenting their losses. Damn, I lost my weapon. That cost me 10,000. Curse it, my shoes are gone too. I've lost 13 gold coins. My 1,300 silver. Witnessing this dismal scene, the dim figure let out a sigh. There was no need for a report. He understood that this mission had ended in failure. He initiated a voice communication with Yinyuan. Soon, Yinyuan answered the call. Wugong, I've seen the world announcement triggered by the Divine Kill Guild. Their dungeon has concluded, and now you seek to report on the situation, correct? How did it go? Surely the video has been preserved? He referred, of course, to the footage of Lu Tsang being defeated by Yinyuan. According to their plan, Yinyuan was to be the one to vanquish Lu Tsang. With this video, the Yinyuan Guild could present Yinyuan as a hero who single-handedly defeated the formidable opponent under advantageous circumstances. Whether it was indeed a single kill or if there existed other evidence was inconsequential. The perspective of the Divine Kill Guild was shrouded in darkness, rendering their narrative absolute. Any differing opinions or discussions could easily be suppressed, such as disparities in equipment or level. They could easily portray Yinyuan as an assassin who, against all odds, managed to triumph over the strongest expert in the realm using environmental advantages. In truth, however, the situation was indeed one of disadvantage for Yinyuan. Moreover, public opinion could certainly be manipulated. Yet, contrary to the victorious dreams of Yinyuan, A loud crash resonated through the line as he heard the sound of a cup being smashed. Immediately following was an outburst of rage from Yinyuan. How could this happen? He too was bewildered. Was it because Liu Cang evaded the attack in the darkness? Because Liu Cang deflected the bullets? Or perhaps because Liu Cang discovered Yinyuan's position? There were numerous reasons, yet none seemed particularly significant. The fundamental issue was simply that they could not prevail. They could not prevail. When distilled to its essence, it was a straightforward matter of inability to win. Unable to win? We were the ones with the initial ambush. Do you think we were challenging him to a fair duel? Yinyuan could hardly accept such a conclusion. It was indeed an ambush, yet he managed to evade the first wave of skills. Yinyuan's tone grew grave. Are you jesting? This is no laughing matter. The moment one exits the dungeon, one's vision is engulfed in darkness. How could he possibly react in time? Even if I knew you were planning an ambush, I might not evade it myself. How could he? Upon exiting the dungeon, the immediate darkness would hinder any swift realization of the oddity of the situation. Liu Cang could not possibly be aware of the Shadow Veil talent, which the Yinyuan Guild had concealed masterfully. Only a select few players were privy to its existence. Liu Cang may possess a type of perceptive ability, explained in Dan Wuguang. Perception? What about Yinyuan? Is there no movement from Yinyuan? Are you suggesting that Song Qiong could evade Yinyuan's attack without any line of sight? And Dan Wuguang fell into a brief silence. Yinyuan had indeed guessed correctly. To this day, and Dan Wuguang could not fathom how Song Qiong managed to evade that strike, which was entirely devoid of visual cues and beyond perception. Indeed, Song Qiong had successfully dodged Yinyuan's assault, concealed within the darkness, locating Yinyuan's position before swiftly eliminating him. And Dan Wuguang calmly continued to articulate the facts as he understood them. Yet as he spoke, a smile crept onto his own face. The very notion seemed incredulous even to him. Upon hearing in Dan Wuguang's laughter, Yinyuan's anger surged. Hey Wuguang, are you jesting at my expense? Even if we assume Liu Cang possesses perception and can sense other attacks, Yinyuan's innate talent renders him undetectable. How could he possibly be discovered? I have already forwarded the video to you. This mission was undeniably a failure. With those words, Yinyuan opened the chat window. And Dan Wuguang, video file as he had stated, the file had been sent. Yinyuan clicked on the video. Instantly, his pupils constricted slightly, and once they contracted, they did not widen again. Throughout the duration of the video, which lasted a mere 30 seconds, Yinyuan maintained a serious expression, his eyes occasionally flickering with shock. The video's length was not due to the team's prolonged struggle. In reality, the assassination squad was annihilated in under 10 seconds. The 30 seconds encompassed various perspectives from different players involved in the battle. After watching the video, Yinyuan fell into a contemplative silence, fully grasping and Dan Wuguang's sense of helplessness. Within the footage, Song Qiong's performance was nothing short of astonishing. To put it simply, was this truly the work of a human? Even more astonishing to Yinyuan was that throughout the entire combat sequence, Liu Cang displayed no extraordinary abilities. He fought solely with that adaptable exclusive weapon, relying on basic skills and standard attacks. Yinyuan couldn't help but question, did he not even utilize his innate talent? Was he able to decimate my elite team of 100 without resorting to his gifts? This team comprised 90 players with top-tier talents, while the remaining 10 were included for their significant supportive roles. It was nearly a flawless team. Yet now, Liu Cang had accomplished this feat, eliminating them with ease as if they were mere chickens. 100 against 1. No professional player could achieve such a feat. What of Yinyuan? The last time I saw him was near the Blackwater Cave dungeon. It seems his resurrection point has been altered by Song Qiong. In the dim light, the figure known as Yinyuan Guild chuckled coldly, his tone laced with a hint of resignation and a profound sense of disillusionment. By the way, my current level is merely 11. Yinyuan opened his friend's list, locating the contact, Yinyuan, only to witness, in that fleeting moment, Yinyuan 11, abruptly transform into Yinyuan 10. Why are you only revealing this now? Yinyuan seethed with anger, for this was undoubtedly the most critical piece of information. By the edge of the Blackwater Mire, Yinyuan Guild sat upon a stone, drawing languidly on a slender cigarette. His gaze drifted into the distance, his eyes somewhat unfocused. The echoes of Yinyuan's furious reprimands resonated in his mind, yet his demeanor remained tranquil. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. I intend to resign from my position as vice president, seek another to take my place. At the periphery of the Blackwater Cave dungeon, Linking Ying sat on a stone, her expression calm as she gazed at a distant flag-marked location. 3 minutes elapsed. Yinyuan had been slain 37 times, reviving approximately every 56 seconds. Resurrection occurred naturally, with no option to abstain. Players could only engage in actions post-resurrection, even should Kang desire to exit the game. He could not do so unless someone forcibly disconnected the power, extracting him from the gaming pod. However, the predicament lay in the fact that Kang logged into the game, not from the Yinyuan Guild's club, but from the comfort of his own home. As a member of a privileged class, he was afforded certain advantages. The game, after all, offered the same experience regardless of where one logged in, and it was unlikely to encounter a situation necessitating disconnection. The Yinyuan Guild could never have anticipated that their guild's formidable mainstay would be relentlessly thwarted by loot song at the resurrection point, time and again. 20 million, 20 million, 20 million. Revive, thrust a spear, revive, thrust a spear. After being slain so many times, with a fortuitous luck value of 4, Kang's equipment had been entirely stripped away. Not to mention dealing over 2,000 damage, even 500 points of damage could now spell his demise. 20 million. Another spear pierced Kang upon revival. Bailu, brimming with excitement, gestured animatedly, exclaiming, 820 million. We haven't even breached the billion mark yet. Divided 50-50, I'll only receive 5, but should suffice to settle my debts. I must strive a bit harder. Meanwhile, Yongzhe Wuwei observed, his fists clenched tightly. 20 million, divided 50-50. Even if he only received a third, that amounted to 3 million. This was real-world currency. 3 million could easily secure a decent home in a region where prices soared to 20,000 per square meter. If 3 million fell short, he could always earn another 3 million. Watching the relentless spearing by Song, Yongzhe Wuwei felt an urge to rush in and assist Lu Song, inflicting even more wounds upon Kang, as if that would ensure his demise occurred all the more frequently. However, as the spearing continued, Bailu expressed concern. Brother, do you think the Yinyuan Guild will refuse to pay us? This feels rather unscrupulous. In past games, such behavior would likely be deemed malicious exploitation, leading to unjustified bans. This method of accumulating wealth seems rather deceitful, does it not? For the Stargate Guild, hundreds of millions are merely trifles. In our endeavors, they will only reap greater profits. Moreover, Lulu, do you truly believe they would dare to withhold payment? Lu Tsong's tone remained casual and indifferent. Upon hearing Lu Tsong's subtle hint, Bailu experienced a moment of epiphany. Indeed, this video serves not only as evidence of monetary exchange, but also as a form of intimidation. Today, the Godslayer Guild can eliminate the Shadow Realm. Tomorrow, they could just as easily extinguish their own guild's Xingxi. The power of life and death lies entirely within Lu Tsong's grasp. Withholding payment? Do they wish to continue playing? As he spoke, Lu Tsong did not cease his actions. Cold Qingying continued to count. Another minute passed, and Lu Tsong had already targeted 10 minor objectives. The Shadow Realm had also lost 5 levels, now reduced to level 8. The Stargate Guild would not default on their debts. In fact, they might even offer additional compensation. However, this would paint us as a nefarious force, collecting protection fees. You were aware of it too? The head of a criminal syndicate. Cold Qingying seized this rare opportunity for sarcasm. Yet at that moment, Bailu interjected, but the evil rating is 95, right? With a swift strike, another adversary fell. The Shadow Realm seemed to fade into the background as the Godslayer Guild engaged in lively conversation. Cold Qingying observed the scene with a chuckle, noting the chaos. If one were to designate the most chaotic and malevolent player in the illusory realm, it would undoubtedly be that individual. Within the dungeon, slaying those who wish to aid celestial beings, and outside, a player relentlessly tormenting 5 others. After yet another kill, Cold Qingying refrained from interjecting further sarcasm and continued her count. Meanwhile, within the Shadow Element Guild, turmoil reigned. At the highest conference table, 7 senior executives paced anxiously. Glancing at the contact list where Shadow Realm was listed, their faces contorted with worry. A bald executive frowned, exclaiming, "What is happening with Shadow Realm? Either they have been silenced or they were slain before they could send a message. Given the rate at which they are losing levels, the latter seems highly plausible." He slammed his hand on the table in frustration. How could such a thing occur? How did Song Qiong manage this? Furious, he declared, "We must rescue Shadow Realm." Beside him, the muscular figure known as Shadow Warfare spoke with indignation. "And how do we rescue them from the Blackwater Cavern? We just lost. Do you think we can win now? Should the entire guild mobilize to confront 4 individuals?" Upon posing this question, a heavy silence descended upon the meeting. The efficiency of combat is limited. When numbers swell, the peripheral players merely idly spectate, unable to engage in battle. Even if the entire guild were to descend upon them. They are, after all, one of the 8 major guilds. Confronting merely 4 adversaries would be a complete loss of face. For large guilds, Reputation is intricately linked to their interests. I was opposed to this action from the outset. Fundamentally, it stems from your insistence on provoking Cang. Now look where we are. Shadow Warfare's words were pointed and incisive, leaving even the guild leader, Yinyuan, somewhat at a loss for words. However, he soon tapped the table, reminding everyone that the responsibility could be addressed later. What mattered now was how to save Yinyuan. At that moment, Insu, wearing glasses, raised a hand and said, "I have an idea." "Speak." Unplug the network cable. The duo stationed at the entrance of Lu Cang's villa received a message from the Yinyuan Guild. Yet, upon reading the message, they were somewhat perplexed. Cut the network cable at Lu Cang's house immediately. Now unplug the cable. The shorter one, Zhang, was bewildered. Has the world not emerged yet? The taller one slapped the shorter one's head and exclaimed, "Come on, just do what you're told. No need for so much chatter. Just obey the superior's orders." With the command issued, they disregarded everything else and directly cut off the power at Lu Cang's residence. They swiftly snipped the exposed cables. After completing these actions, the two hurried to their vehicle and made a hasty retreat. Inside the illusory realm of the Yinyuan Guild, the members inquired, was it done? They were told it had been cut, and there should be no issues now. Everyone fixed their gaze on Yinyuan's name, which currently bore a level of 5. However, Yinyuan was unresponsive for an extended period. Why is there no information? After silently waiting for half a minute, which felt like an eternity to them, Yinyuan's name suddenly flickered again. Yinyuan, level 4. Yinyuan's level had dropped to 4. Damn it. Could it be that Cang has not disconnected? No. It was possible that others from the Godslayer Guild could assist Cang in the kill. I told you it wouldn't be that simple. Where are the people heading to Yinyuan's house? When will they arrive? If they don't hurry, the level will truly be lost. Heishui Cave. With a thrust, Lu Cang had been laboriously stabbing for over 10 minutes. Yinyuan's level had plummeted to 1, and it was now an empty experience slot at that level. One Yinyuan had yielded them 3 billion. Just as Lu Cang was about to thrust again, whoosh. Yinyuan vanished. He had disconnected. It seemed that farming was no longer an option. Lu Cang had anticipated this moment, and everyone knew it would eventually come. Yet, witnessing this scene still left them somewhat disheartened. The actions of the Yinyuan Guild had been swift. They arrived at Yinyuan's residence within 10 minutes. And when they could not break the door, they smashed through the wall, entering the house to disconnect him. For the members of the Godslayer Guild, losing a gold monster capable of infinite wealth was indeed a source of disappointment. As the fearless warrior would put it, to have such a monster to farm. He could tirelessly stab from dawn till dusk, working around the clock without rest. Taking a break would be a disservice to the money. 20 million. If working normally, the fearless warrior would not even know if he could earn 20 million in this lifetime. 3 billion, even if he only got a small share, with 5 billion for each person, he could pocket 500 million. Such immense wealth was beyond the dreams of a mere university student. Before engaging in this game, had someone informed him that it could be a lucrative venture, he would have surely regarded them as either Emperor Qin or someone coveting his kidneys. Following the disappearance of Yinyuan, Lu Cang promptly selected Xing Ke from his contacts. This acquaintance had been added for practical reasons. After all, without their connection, the earnings could not be withdrawn. Without further ado, Lu Cang sent over the recorded video. Cang, video file 152 times. Xing Ke had just emerged from a dungeon, having faced a catastrophic failure that resulted in their team's annihilation. He was neither part of the initial lineup nor a professional player, so experiencing a dungeon failure was quite commonplace. Upon emerging, he noticed a message from Cang. A video? Had Yinyuan been eliminated? That was remarkably swift. What did the number 152 signify? This figure eluded Xing Ke's understanding. Surely it could not represent the number of times Yinyuan had been slain. Without dwelling on it, he promptly forwarded the video to the guild group and began to watch it himself. Chapter 28. Information Unbeknownst. Upon receiving the video, Xing Ke was the first to examine it and was momentarily stunned. He watched it repeatedly, struggling to believe what he saw. Subsequently, he urgently uploaded the video to the leaders of the Yinyuan Guild, prompting the core members to be summoned by the leaders for an extensive review, replaying the video numerous times to scrutinize for any discrepancies. The number 152 held no other significance. It unequivocally represented the count of Yinyuan's eliminations. The video circulated throughout the Yinyuan Guild, reaching all high-ranking officials, followed by the second-in-command and then other senior guild members. After viewing the video multiple times and confirming the absence of any signs of forgery, the guild president, Xing Deng, swiftly convened an emergency meeting with all core members. The latest intelligence revealed that the Yinyuan Guild had dispatched individuals to ambush the Shunsha Guild's team, resulting in no survivors. Indeed, Kang had fallen from the level rankings, with sources close to Kang indicating that his current level was 1. Upon hearing this news, the members of the Yinyuan Guild could not help but feel astonished at the audacity of the Shameless Guild. Were they truly deranged, with the world reset imminent? There was little time left, perhaps just over an hour until the world would refresh. The illusory realm possesses an even more unique mechanism. If a player forcefully disconnects, they must wait an hour before they can log in again. It is said that this measure was designed by the illusory realm game company to protect the human brain, preventing irreversible damage. Consequently, users are prohibited from logging in immediately after a disconnection. The video clearly indicated that Kang had been forcibly disconnected, meaning he could not log in again within the hour. Given the time constraints, Kang would undoubtedly be unable to level up. They attempted to entrust Song Xiong with the task, though they held little hope, as high-level players are invariably shielded by the guild's layers of protection. Under normal circumstances, even if one cannot prevail, escape should still be feasible. Reaching a safe zone would ensure one's survival. Even in the event of defeat, it would not result in excessive losses. Furthermore, there exists a deterrent effect, and should both parties engage in conflict, it might lead to a mutually destructive scenario between the Godslayer Guild and the Hidden Element Guild. This would not only impact the Hidden Element Guild, but also impede the progress of the Godslayer Guild. For a mere 20 million, one could achieve dual objectives, a truly masterful strategy. However, the Stargate Guild could never have anticipated that their commission to Song Xiong to eliminate the Hidden Void would result in a massacre, reducing levels from 13 to 1, compelling others to disconnect forcibly. If the highest score on a test were 100, Song Xiong's performance would merit a staggering 10,000, far exceeding perfection. Congratulations to players Song Xiong, Brave and Fearless, White Deer, and Cold Qing for completing the 19th level of the Nightmare difficulty dungeon, the Frozen Marsh. Completion time 00036. The Godslayer Guild has achieved the first kill in the Frozen Marsh dungeon. This news sparked a discussion within the Stargate Guild, revolving around the Hidden Void, the Hidden Element Guild, Song Xiong, and the Godslayer Guild. During their deliberation, yet another announcement regarding a dungeon first kill emerged. Upon seeing this world announcement, the members of Stargate Guild found their pupils constricting in shock. It was terrifying. Just moments after receiving a video, another first kill was secured. Members of the Stargate Guild exchanged glances, uncertain of their next move. The matters they had just discussed seemed to be disrupted by this latest first kill, as inter-guild rivalry intensified. The emergence of the Godslayer Guild appeared to pose an even greater challenge than the Hidden Element Guild. The pace of their advancement was truly alarming. What could Song Xiong do? What indeed could be done? Perhaps they should offer them payment, establish diplomatic relations, and seek an alliance. After all, it was a sum of 3 billion. 3 billion? Sighed the Stargate Guild leader, Star Lantern, with resignation. No, we must offer them for billion. Song Xiong can only ally with us, not oppose us. After sending the video, Lu Tsong and others did not linger, but proceeded directly to the next dungeon. The Frozen Marsh. Currently, outside Fenghua City, 11 dungeons have been conquered by the Godslayer Guild, with 9 already eliminated. Among them were the Ashen Forest and Expansive Wilderness. 5 Bear Forest dungeons, 1 featuring the hidden Blackwater Cave, and now this recently completed Frozen Marsh. Blackwater Creek Nightmare Difficulty Dungeon, Frozen Marsh. This was an open-world exploration dungeon. With no spatial constraints, upon entering, White Deer effortlessly dispersed the toxic gas unique to the Blackwater Creek dungeon with a gust of wind. Subsequently, they unleashed a dual meteor strike upon the colossal Slime King, lurking in the distance. The thunderous impact of the meteors drastically reduced its health bar by more than half. Simultaneously, the shockwave obliterated all the mosquito minions scattered throughout the dungeon. White Deer has slain the giant mosquito of the Frozen Marsh, gaining experience points, 6,523. The White Deer has slain the Ice Marsh giant mosquito, earning experience points, 6,125. The White Deer has slain the Ice Marsh giant mosquito, earning experience points, 6,219. Throughout this entire process, not a moment was squandered. It took merely 36 seconds to completely clear the dungeon. Behind Lu Tsong and the others stood a soldier, wounded in the chest, whose eyes widened in astonishment at the unfolding scene. The expression on his face was one of sheer shock. This injured soldier clutched his bleeding heart, his life hanging by a thread, with only a sliver of health remaining. This state indicated that even the slightest additional damage would lead to his demise. After the threat was neutralized, Lu Tsong knelt and placed a reassuring hand on the soldier's shoulder. "It is all right now," he said. The soldier, pale of face, replied, "Thank you. I never expected such formidable adventurers to pass through here." I thought I would perish in this place. Lu Tsang gently prodded. Are you here on some mission? The presence of such a character, even if not a reborn individual, suggested he must be carrying a hidden quest. However, given my current state, I fear I may not have the time to fulfill my own mission. Mighty adventurers, could you assist me once more by delivering this letter to King Fenghua? The soldier produced a scroll from his bosom. Upon its extraction, the scroll emitted a faint glow as its seal was broken. Had this scroll been forcibly opened after the soldier's death, it would have detonated, destroying both the scroll and its contents. Thus, the soldier's survival was imperative. If this letter reaches the king, he will surely reward you handsomely. Do you accept the quest? Deliver the letter? Time limit, 57 minutes. Quest objective, deliver this letter to the Lord of Fenghua City. Reward upon completion, 200 gold coins, a 2-star skill book, Bleeding Strike, and Water of Forgetting. A 2-star skill, along with Water of Forgetting and a generous reward of 200 gold coins. Merely delivering a letter for such bountiful compensation was indeed remarkable. The gold drop during the previous world first kill was only 163 coins. The Water of Forgetting, a rare item for resetting skill points, was among the scarce resources for point redistribution in the illusion realm. Rest assured, I will ensure your letter is delivered, Lu Tsang assured him. You can find peace now. After Lu Tsang spoke those words, the soldier, with a hint of painful resignation, responded, No, I am not dead yet. Please hurry. I should be able to leave once I've rested a moment. Lu Tsang accepted the quest and shared it with the team. He succinctly explained, this is a unique task. There is only one letter, and with a countdown timer in place, we must prioritize this quest. The remaining 2 dungeons can wait. Upon hearing Lu Tsang's plan, both the White Deer and the Fearless Warrior expressed their agreement. Lung Qingying had no objections either. The White Deer and the Fearless Warrior held immense trust in Lu Tsang, harboring no doubts about his strategy. Subsequently, Lu Tsang began to distribute the spoils from this dungeon. This dungeon, aside from the presence of an injured soldier on the verge of death at the outset, possesses no other remarkable features. Given the lack of hidden elements, the rewards from this dungeon are rather meager, consisting of a few pieces of silver-quality equipment suitable for level 20. It is merely a straightforward upgrade of gear. Each participant donned 1 or 2 new items. On the equipment leaderboard, nearly the entire top 100 consists of gear from the Divine Slayers Guild. President, you seem to possess extensive knowledge about these dungeons. Qingying inquired privately of Lu Tsang. Many of the mechanisms within these dungeons had never been encountered in Zone 1. Yet, Lu Tsang appeared to be intimately familiar with them. For instance, upon entering this dungeon, Lu Tsang instructed by Lu to disperse the toxic gas, while simultaneously wielding his sword to eliminate the surrounding monsters. The entire process flowed seamlessly, with no interruptions, indirectly saving the soldier at the entrance. Nonetheless, these actions could be classified as fundamental skills. What intrigued Qingying most, however, was a different matter altogether. After she gleaned some information regarding the Brave and Fearless, she discovered a curious fact. The Brave and Fearless was someone Lu Tsang had encountered while leveling up and farming monsters outside, and he had invited him to join the guild without the Brave and Fearless ever revealing his capabilities. Based on Qingying's current understanding of Lu Tsang, it was inconceivable that he would casually recruit an ordinary individual with no apparent value into the Divine Slayers Guild. The probability of randomly selecting a player with extraordinary talent among billions was either due to an extraordinary luck score of 910 or an advanced knowledge of the Brave and Fearless exceptional aptitude. However, the peculiar aspect was that if the latter were true, it implied that Lu Tsang had knowledge of the Brave and Fearless exceptional talent even before the Brave and Fearless himself was aware of it. After all, according to the Brave and Fearless, he initially had no inkling of his own extraordinary abilities. Coupled with Lu Tsang's invitation and his awareness of how to unlock hidden rooms, Qingying's confusion deepened. She could no longer suppress her curiosity. President, how do you know so much information that seems impossible to obtain? Chapter 29. You sell me a 10 gold item for 100,000? Seeing Lu Tsang's faint smile, Qingying couldn't help but shiver. Had she unwittingly broached a forbidden topic? Indeed, my talent possesses elements of precognition, Lu Tsang replied nonchalantly, fabricating an excuse. While revealing other information was one thing, his identity as a reborn individual must remain strictly confidential. Precognition? Foreseeing the future? Qingying found it hard to believe. While this was indeed a game world where most mechanisms could be manipulated, the idea of foresight clearly transcended the game's established parameters. It's not as mystical as it sounds. Consider it merely as acquiring information. I can randomly access details about dungeons, hidden quests, and information on exceptional players, Lu Tsong continued his fabrication. In the future, I will often need to collaborate with guild members. If I don't explain the source of my information, it would be impossible to clarify. At times, in pursuit of greater rewards, one may need to undertake actions that appear counterintuitive or contrary to one's interests. For instance, one might have to destroy a rare artifact or recklessly cast all their money into a river, even contemplating self-harm in certain scenarios. Many of these insights stem from knowledge acquired in a previous existence, such as the method to unlock the hidden door of the Blackwater Cave, which is, in truth, a ritual incantation heard in the celestial realm 50 years in the future. How does one even begin to explain such phenomena? It is hardly feasible to remain vague and unsubstantiated each time. Therefore, Lu Tsong requires a legitimate excuse to rationalize his actions. Upon grasping the truth, Lung Qingying refrains from further inquiries. It becomes clear that the knowledge of the fearless hero as a superior talent and the understanding of how to initiate the Blackwater Cave instance all make sense now. One cannot deny that Lu Tsong's explanation is remarkably effective. Please keep this confidential. It is my trump card. Lu Tsong gestures for silence and smiles at Lung Qingying. Understood. She replies succinctly. Lu Tsong then notices a message from Star Fragment. Following a series of events, Star Fragment has been honored with the role of exclusive liaison between the Stargate Guild and Lu Tsong, receiving a promotion and a salary increase. His position involves maintaining communications and negotiations within the guild. Star Fragment. Boss Zhangxiong, the president has assured that not a single coin will be lost, and the funds will be transferred to your account shortly. By the way, Boss Zhangxiong, I noticed that the equipment leaderboard is filled with names from your guild. The Divine Killing Guild truly lives up to its reputation. However, Star Fragment hesitates to finish a sentence, wanting to gauge Lu Tsong's reaction. Looking to acquire the equipment. Are we? Lu Tsong does not beat around the bush and directly addresses the matter. Indeed, you are remarkably astute, Boss Lu Tsong. Star Fragment immediately flatters him. Lu Tsong states his price plainly. I can sell them to you, all silver equipment, with a starting price of at least 100,000 gold coins. Only gold, no world currency. Lu Tsong's pricing is quite bold. While the price he offered to Lung Qingying could be considered shrewd yet fair, the price for the Stargate Guild borders on outright robbery. The difference between 100,000 gold coins and 100,000 world currency is a staggering discrepancy of 100-fold. After all, level 10 equipment becomes obsolete by level 15. It would be unreasonable to expect a level 10 silver piece to still be worn as a family heirloom at levels 20 or 30. Given the rapid advancement of major guilds, this equipment would likely be useful for no more than a day. Star Fragment hesitates, but Lu Tsong subtly reminds him. We have already claimed the first kill. The implication is unmistakable. Without the first kill reward, the instance has only a 15% chance of dropping silver equipment. Currently, only the top-tier teams from various guilds can tackle the nightmare difficulty instances, and they typically require 0 mistakes. Even with a record-breaking pace, they can only complete around 56 runs in an hour, yielding just 1 piece of silver equipment. I am now in a position to dispose of all the unwanted equipment we possess, 33 pieces of silver gear in total. I'll round it down for you, and let us settle on 3 million gold coins. However, if you miss this opportunity and come to me again, each piece will cost you 200,000 coins. I am referring to gold coins. On the other end of the conversation, Xing felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, nearly letting out a curse. Damn, the price of silver equipment at level 10 Area 1 is only about 10 gold coins now, and there are hardly any buyers. I initially thought Lu Tsong was merely adept at gameplay, but it turns out he is also a shrewd businessman, a cunning merchant. Such equipment should naturally become less expensive as the game progresses. The first tier of equipment, once discarded, should be sold to the second tier, resulting in an abundance of gear with a dwindling number of users in need. Yet, with Lu Tsong, prices have inexplicably risen. Xing understood that Lu Tsong intended to employ a strategy of scarcity marketing. But what could be done? Only Lu Tsong could provide silver equipment, as it is exclusively dropped in the Nightmare Dungeon. With an entire set of silver gear, wouldn't battling other guilds feel akin to fighting primitive beings? May I consult the guild leader? Certainly. Lu Tsong was aware that Xing was merely responsible for communication and could not make unilateral decisions in such matters. So he did not press him unduly. However, it was too long before Xing relayed the response. Boss Tsong, the higher-ups have made their decision. Purchase it. Please wait for me. Upon confirming the transaction, the Yinyuan Guild swiftly dispatched a trader, and Lu Tsong engaged in a face-to-face exchange with him, selling off the surplus equipment. 3 hours had passed since the server launch, and players had accumulated more gold. The Yinyuan Guild received a substantial influx of coins. Nevertheless, Lu Cang's sale of 33 pieces of silver equipment for 3 million gold coins nearly left the guild financially drained once more. In the real world, they could muster trillions. But acquiring gold in the virtual realm was a daunting task, which was precisely why Lu Cang sought to exchange with them. Even with abundant cash in the real world, it held no value in the fantasy realm. Ultimately, gold coins must be earned by players. Therefore, prominent guilds have established specific channels for accumulating gold. Typically, a currency trader would acquire gold coins from numerous players and then resell large quantities directly to major guilds. Some guilds even maintain their own currency traders. However, Lu Cang lacked such channels. Even if he wished to purchase gold coins, he could not swiftly amass a significant amount. At that moment, the Yinyuan Guild fulfilled its intended purpose. After receiving the gold, Lu Cang glanced at his inventory. 3 million gold coins, barely sufficient for his needs. But if it fell short, he could always withdraw more. Unbeknownst to the Yinyuan Guild, they had been transformed into Lu Cang's personal ATM, and a self-service one at that. Once the equipment was sold, Lu Cang and his companions stepped onto the teleportation array, arriving at the Lord's mansion. The grand doors of the mansion were firmly shut, flanked by 2 guards. Upon seeing Lu Cang and his party approach, the guards raised their halberds to block their passage. Lu Cang retrieved the scroll containing the letter, revealing the emblem inscribed upon it. Upon noticing the distinctive insignia, the 2 guards promptly lowered their long rifles. "My apologies. I shall immediately notify the lord of the city. Please come in." Lu Cang entered the lord's mansion with an air of familiarity. What impressive palace! The fearless hero could not help but exclaim with genuine admiration, feeling reminiscent of Lu Laolao entering the Grandview Garden. Bai Lu scoffed. "How embarrassing." With a dismissive wave, she remarked, "You are already quite wealthy. With 500 million, you could certainly purchase a villa, if not a palace." This reminder struck the fearless hero, who suddenly realized, "Ah, yes, I am indeed wealthy." Lu Cang replied nonchalantly, "Wealth must be managed. Do not allow it to corrupt you." "Understood, boss." After receiving the hero's assurance, Lu Cang chose not to elaborate further. Even if the hero did not take heed, Lu Cang possessed ample means to ensure he would. Soon, they arrived at the Lord's Hall, where the Lord of Fenghua sat upon an ostentatious throne. The Lord of Fenghua City, King Nige Rongzi. Flanking King Nige were soldiers clad in full armor, well-equipped and vigilant. Propping his chin, Nige Rongzi gazed down at the visitors with an air of languor and arrogance. Observing the king's demeanor, Bai Lu could not resist sharing her thoughts in the team chat. It seems all kings and games enjoy sitting on their thrones. Don't they find it tedious? Sitting there all day? The fearless hero, too, found it peculiar. However, none dared to speak first. Instead, it was Nige Rongzi who broke the silence, addressing the adventurers. "My guards inform me that you have brought an urgent, encrypted letter." A soldier approached Lu Cang's side, holding a tray, evidently expecting him to place the letter upon it. Witnessing this, the fearless hero cautioned, "Be careful, boss. I've seen similar scenes in movies. Such moments often harbor treachery, and a disagreement could lead to violence." Chapter 30, The False King. His instincts proved rather accurate. Lu Cang produced the letter, but refrained from placing it on the tray. Fixating on the seated King Nige Rongzi, he scornfully declared, "False king, your disguise has been unmasked. Why not reveal your true form?" With a flick of his wrist, Lu Cang manifested a flintlock pistol. As he pulled the trigger, a bullet flew directly toward Nige Rongzi's head. Bang! 5291. However, the bullet failed to penetrate the king's skull, merely striking his forehead before falling away. In an instant, Nige Rongzi sprang to his feet, pointing at Lu Cang and his companions, shouting, "They are assassins. Seize them." At the Lord's command, all the guards sprang into action, surrounding Lu Cang and his allies. Yet, Lu Cang and his companions moved with a speed far beyond their adversaries' expectations. In the blink of an eye, Lu Cang and Lung Qingying surged forth from the throng, charging toward Nige Rongzi, whose 4 health bars had now become visible. He is indeed a being of extraordinary caliber. The realm of Mirage is characterized by unparalleled freedom, a freedom so profound that every individual possesses a rank, a health bar, and the capacity to slay. All edifices within this world are destructible. King Nige Rongzi of Maple Blossom. Health, level, skills. Description: the sovereign who rules over the entire Maple Blossom City. Although the reasons behind Lu Cang's declaration of war remain enigmatic, Lung Qingying chose to place her trust in him, for the current circumstances necessitated action, as her association with Lu Cang had long been established. "Brave warrior, do not slay the guards," Lu Cang commanded. At the utterance of this order, the valiant warrior, who was poised to unleash a devastating strike upon the guards, immediately halted his advance. Not to kill, What then shall we do? There was no need for a plan. Meanwhile, Lu Tsang had already leaped into the air above the palace, a grand structure with an impressively lofty ceiling. He activated the abilities of the brave warrior, transforming the weapon into a colossal sword. Subsequently, he executed the dragon's drawl. This technique was not a sweeping attack devoid of blind spots. Rather, it emanated from his being, unleashing a cylindrical wave of sword energy. The radius of the sword energy extended to 70 meters, yet its height was a mere 3 meters. As Lu Tsang descended from above, his strike was perfectly calculated to avoid harming the guards. With a resounding thud, he dealt 402,911 damage. Following the enhancement of his equipment, the dragon's draw could inflict up to 400,000 damage. He swiftly executed a second draw, 402,959, before King Nigronzi could retaliate. Both strikes landed upon him, instantly depleting his health bar. With a gasp, he fell to his knees. "Halt! Behold your king!" Lu Tsang bellowed after vanquishing the Maple Blossom King. All the guards turned in unison towards the throne, only to discover that the body upon the throne was no longer that of King Nigronzi. Following his demise, it began to morph, shedding its original humanoid form. Instead, it transformed into a grotesque creature with red eyes and wrinkled white skin. Shapeshifter Odusha. Witnessing this transformation, the names of all guards shifted from red to yellow, indicating a cessation of hostilities, though they remained in a state of tentative neutrality. Given the circumstances, conflict could erupt at any moment. But this was a marked improvement from the previous situation. What is this? Why is the king transformed in such a manner? Is this truly our king? No, our king ought to be human. This creature is clearly not one. The guards exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions reflecting confusion. In truth, as they posed these questions, suspicions had already begun to take root within their minds. Lu Tsang then produced a letter and began to read its contents aloud. Esteemed King Nigronzi of Maple Blossom, we have recently uncovered astonishing intelligence regarding the guard. A shapeshifter capable of assuming the guise of any living being may have infiltrated your residence. The nature of their conspiracy remains unclear, yet the urgency of the situation cannot be overstated. I implore you to exercise utmost caution and immediately investigate for any spies within the estate. Report to Captain Hans of the Guard. Lu Tsang sealed the letter and extended it towards the direction of the captain of the guards. Should any of you harbor doubts, feel free to examine this letter. It bears the magical seal of your Captain Hans, which cannot be forged by outsiders. Your true king is likely imprisoned in a secret dungeon. The guards exchanged glances, and one of the captains promptly commanded, "What are you waiting for? Hurry and investigate." With that, several guards hastily departed the palace, rushing towards the dungeon. The fearless hero and the white deer were momentarily bewildered by the unfolding events. Yet soon, the fearless hero regained composure, exclaiming, "I knew there was an ambush." Cold Qingying scoffed dismissively, just a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. The guards proceeded with their reconnaissance. Indeed, King Fenghua was confined in the dungeon. He had been blindfolded and shackled with magic-inhibiting cuffs, but now he had been rescued. 2 robust guards escorted him as he entered the palace. Upon his arrival, the palace guards knelt on one knee, paying their respects to King Fenghua. "Your Majesty, it is we who have failed in our duties." King Fenghua strode directly to the throne, gazing at the corpse of the shapeshifter with a complex expression. After a prolonged silence, he turned his attention to Lu Tsang and the others, his eyes reflecting a profound gratitude. "Great adventurers, I am deeply thankful for your assistance. Had it not been for you, I cannot fathom how long I would have languished in that dark dungeon. It is difficult to imagine the toll it would have taken on my sanity." Nigronzi expressed sincere gratitude to Lu Tsang and the others. "The promised reward for delivering the letter shall be fulfilled as agreed. Moreover, as a token of my appreciation for your rescue, I shall prepare generous gifts for you brave adventurers. I will summon the finest artisans in my city to craft magical items from the skin of this shapeshifter. You have completed the unique hidden task, the imposter. Task objective: identify and eliminate the imposter disguised within the Lord's estate. Hidden side objective: locate the true King Fenghua concealed by the false king. Task rewards: shape-shifting mask, delayed reward, 4-star skill book, unique skill, radiant flash skill crystal. In reality, even with the letter, following the normal procedures would yield merely a standard courier's reward, bringing the matter to a close. The false king would naturally not commission adventurers to investigate the whereabouts of the shapeshifter. After all, how could he allow adventurers to uncover his own deception? Had the adventurers chosen to open the letter themselves, they might have gleaned some vital information. However, such an action would not permit them direct access to the Lord's estate. Capturing the shapeshifter would prove to be exceedingly challenging. The tasks within the illusion realm offer various methods for completion and activation, exhibiting flexibility rather than rigidity. It is even possible to bypass numerous intermediate steps, achieving the ultimate goal and securing the final reward directly. Even the tasks do not necessarily need to be completed. At times, failure can yield even more favorable outcomes. Upon the successful completion of this task, as the captain of the team, the rewards were directly bestowed upon Lu Tsang's inventory. This delay was merely a reflection of the time required for the creation of magical artifacts. After receiving the task reward, Lu Tsang addressed Bai Lu, a 4-star mage skill, Radiant Ultimate. Bai Lu, it is perfectly suited for you. In the wake of a game that had enjoyed immense popularity in recent years, many players have adopted its skills to refer to those within the realm of illusion. Lu Tsang proceeded to trade both the skill book and the skill crystal to Bai Lu. While free agents can learn skills from all professions, they are restricted to those within the 1-star skill tree, which imposes a significant limitation. Naturally, this applies solely to the most basic of free agent classes. Consequently, Lu Tsang's own 3-star skill book remains unlearned to this day, preserved for the future. Bai Lu was taken aback to receive a 4-star skill from her brother. Such a unique skill at this level would be fiercely contested even in the first district. Acquiring a 4-star skill necessitates the discovery of hidden quests within the realm of illusion, tasks that are notoriously challenging and fraught with a high probability of failure. Even if the resulting skill does not correspond to one's own class, it is not easily relinquished. The skill crystal, moreover, is a precious item capable of elevating the corresponding skill by 1 tier. After distributing the rewards, Nguangzi spoke once more. Adventurers, I am profoundly grateful for your rescue. Yet I must impose upon you once again. Should we disregard the encroaching evil, Fenghua City may face an unprecedented crisis. I see that your team includes an assassin. Perhaps you can locate the chaotic shadow meteorite, which would allow the blacksmith within my palace to forge exclusive weapons for the assassin. Upon hearing the Lord's words, Lung Qingying's ears perked up instantly. Lu Tsang kept one eye closed, while the entirety of Lung Qingying's focus was directed upon the disheveled Lord. The Lord then produced a key adorned with a ruby, capable of unlocking the innermost chamber of the Black Crystal Mine at Heishui Creek. I have received intelligence that within the mine lurks a malevolent necromancer, bent on awakening a formidable undead army. Should he succeed in summoning this legion, our Fenghua City shall suffer unspeakable devastation. You must thwart his nefarious plot. Would you like to accept the quest to thwart the death conspiracy? Quest objective: proceed to the Black Crystal Mine. Insane difficulty: slay the necromancer in the innermost chamber and prevent the completion of the resurrection ritual. Quest failure: the undead ritual succeeds and the Death Legion descends. Quest completion rewards: chaotic shadow meteorite, possible, 4-star skill book, Dance of Death. Title: Hero of Fenghua City and a Castle, Guild Stronghold. As one who has played as an assassin through 3 lifetimes, Lu Tsang understands that even if the rewards from the Guild's challenge quests no longer include exclusive weapons, he is aware of where to procure such weapons for assassins. This knowledge is also the reason Lu Tsang is confident in his assurances to Lung Qingying. Furthermore, Lu Tsang knows how to elevate Lung Qingying's talents to the next level. In truth, the reason that the activation code for the advanced talent was obtained in the previous life, the 3rd life, was due to the knowledge gleaned from the lips of Lung Qingying in the 2nd life. Upon the elevation of the advanced talent to a higher tier, an associated activation code may also be acquired. After the demise of the talent holder, this activation code allows the subsequent player to inherit the talent, ensuring its continuity and preventing its total disappearance upon the holder's death. In the later stages of the illusory realm, formidable talents are treasures that are passed down through generations within races, with the sole limitation being that only one individual may possess them at a time. After Lu Tsang activated Lung Qingying's advanced talent in his previous life, the talent randomly assigned to her transformed into another ability. Chapter 31. The Black Crystal Mine, Resplendent Radiance. A few personal thoughts. The Black Crystal Mine is one of the 4 instances of the Blackwater Creek and is the only one with an exceedingly challenging difficulty. On their way to the Black Crystal Mine, Lu Tsang and his companions also serendipitously accepted several minor quests, hidden missions to be precise. Had it not been for Lu Tsang leading them, the fearless heroes would never have suspected that such hidden quests lay concealed in such locales. They acquired a note from a chicken's claw on the outskirts of Maple Blossom City, only to discover that this chicken was, in fact, a transformed human. The culprit being the hidden secrets of the Black Crystal Mine. There, they found the trapped individual and received the corresponding hidden quest. Additionally, They had pre-purchased the necessary items, enabling them to trigger the quest directly. The astonishing efficiency with which they uncovered hidden quests left everyone astounded. For ordinary individuals, finding a hidden quest typically requires meticulous digging through concealed clues to discover the corresponding method of acceptance. However, for Lu Tsang, seeking out hidden quests was as effortless as accepting ordinary ones. Wherever he went, he would seamlessly accept the quests. As the fearless heroes remarked, Lu Tsang possessed an almost prophetic ability to gather information, to the extent that he could discern the location of a fallen needle in the illusory realm. Thanks to Lu Tsang's insights, the group completed their quests in remarkably little time. Before the Black Crystal Mine instance, the details were as follows. Instance level, 20. Instance difficulty levels, normal, hard, nightmare, madness. Description: a mine used for extracting black source crystals, now occupied by strange cultists and seemingly housing a nefarious foreman. It is advised not to provoke them lightly, or one may endure unimaginable tortures. The instance still featured 4 levels of classification, but intriguingly, the simple level had been removed, replaced by an additional tier of madness. As for the madness difficulty, everyone took it seriously. Lu, change your spell to Flame Pillar, Wind Gust, and Radiant Flash. The latter was a newly learned skill. Unfortunately, due to the abundance of skills acquired, there were insufficient skill points to elevate Radiant Flash to level 5. Otherwise, its effect would undoubtedly be more potent. Choosing the instance difficulty, he declared, Madness. I shall enter the instance first. You all wait 1 second before following. With that, Lu Tsang stepped directly into the instance. After a brief pause of 1 second, the others then entered the interior of the instance. Upon entering the dungeon, the ground was strewn with blades and the corpses of evil ritual cultists, which gradually began to dissipate. This was a dungeon of insane difficulty, where the moment players stepped through the threshold, they would immediately come under attack. Typically, the tank would venture in first to absorb the initial wave of damage, allowing the rest of the team to follow and provide healing. Otherwise, they risked being completely wiped out by that initial onslaught. Lu Tsang, however, skillfully evaded the assault and unsheathed his sword, swiftly dispatching the foes. The sight of the numerous fallen bodies caused the others to momentarily pause. Yet, they soon heard Lu Tsang's voice. What you dawdling for? Let us move forward. Fearless. I'll lead the way. Xiaolong, protect the mage. Ensure the mage remains unharmed. The team delved deeper into the dungeon, and Lu Tsang recalled his previous experience in this instance. During his second life, he had soloed this dungeon, facing it alone, with only basic talents and lacking a specialized weapon. Clad in mere silver gear, the endeavor had been exceedingly arduous. No matter how exceptional one's skills, low damage output remained a significant hindrance. The difference between needing 100 strikes to kill versus 1 decisive blow was monumental. As they progressed further into the mine, they encountered little in the way of formidable threats. The cavern contained only scattered minor creatures, which congregated in small groups, although their numbers were not overwhelming. Averaging 4 or 5 per cluster, each wielded a small dagger and sported bird-like features, complete with diminutive wings on their backs. They attacked by throwing daggers, and being struck by one resulted in a 100 chance of bleeding. While their method of attack seemed straightforward and not particularly formidable, their attributes were undeniably terrifying. Each of these minor creatures possessed over 50,000 health points, sufficient to withstand even the mightiest of heroes without faltering. In contrast, other players would find these creatures trivial. Regrettably, the courageous heroes found themselves beyond the attack range of these creatures. Unable to retaliate, they were swiftly eliminated. This dungeon isn't so difficult after all, remarked the fearless warrior. Soon, the group reached the end of the mine, where a shaft awaited them. Beside the shaft stood a lever. Pulling this lever would raise the elevator. At this point, Lu Tsang sighed, expressing his desire for a tank. Nonetheless, he proceeded to pull the lever. With a creaking sound, the rusty gears began to turn, and the iron chain started to move upward. They gradually caught sight of the elevator's top. Fearless, draw your sword, commanded Lu Tsang. In that instant, they could see the elevator filled with creatures, all brandishing their small daggers, preparing to hurl them at Lu Tsang and his comrades. Dragon's Fury Slash. With a swift motion, a radiant arc of light sliced through the air, dealing damage in rapid succession. 402111, 401183, 404185, 412158. All the creatures within the elevator were obliterated by this single strike. Click. Immediately, the elevator continued its ascent, abruptly shaking before coming to a halt before the crowd. Why are you all just standing there? Come on up, commanded the leader. The brave warrior swallowed hard, pondering, surely there will be ambushes below. Indeed, there are many of them. Prepare for battle, came the reply. Cold and serene, Qing said little as she stepped directly into the elevator, followed closely by Bailu. The brave warrior swallowed once more before entering the elevator, which then began its unsteady descent. The entire scene grew dark as the light source vanished, replaced by an enveloping darkness. As they entered this shadowy realm, Bailu felt a twinge of anxiety. It's a bit dark now, but it will brighten soon, she reassured. The ancient elevator chains emitted a jarring creak. At last, they were nearing the bottom. Just as they approached the subterranean depths, Lu Tsong commanded, Bailu, flash. Without hesitation, Bailu raised her right hand, and a spellbook materialized. With a resounding bang, the brilliant flash erupted instantaneously. Almost simultaneously, a multitude of flying daggers shot towards the elevator's interior. However, upon encountering the flash, the daggers were immediately incinerated. Brilliant Flash, too, instantly unleashes a lethal Brilliant Flash, inflicting 15 mental damage within a linear range of 50 meters on the target, additionally applying a light burn effect, cooldown, 15 seconds, mana cost, 2,000. Light Burn inflicts a total of 5 dual attribute damage over the remaining duration, a skill of unassuming damage, yet with remarkable potency. The hallmark of the Brilliant Flash lies in its instantaneous activation, requiring no preparatory motion or delay, allowing it to be cast in the blink of an eye. Furthermore, its damage output is exceedingly explosive. In contrast to meteors that require 2 seconds to strike, this skill is nearly impossible to evade, especially in player versus player scenarios. A skill that can obliterate foes from a distance of 50 meters, leaving no room for escape. Bailu's Brilliant Flash was nothing short of terrifying. Boom! The blinding flash erupted with unparalleled intensity. Soon, the brilliance faded, leaving only the faint glow of the air on the wall. Beyond that, nothing remained. In the lower right corner of the group's field of vision, a series of kill notifications flashed by. Bailu has slain Ritual Acolyte, level 23. The entire team gains experience, 19,851. Bailu has slain Ritual Acolyte, level 23. The entire team gains experience, 19,851. Bailu has slain Ritual Acolyte, level 23. The entire team gains experience, 19,851. Bailu has slain Ritual Acolyte, level 23. The entire team gains experience, 19,851. A cascade of hundreds of kill notifications erupted, evidence of the ambush that had once lurked in this locale, an overwhelming number of ranged attackers. Bailu continued to store her flashes, bracing for the next strike. Chapter 32, Twin Black Mines, a plethora of hidden quest items. The monsters in this maddeningly difficult dungeon are numerous and of considerable strength. However, simultaneously, each monster yields a considerable amount of experience points. After the illustrious White Deer vanquished these creatures, the levels of Lu Tsong and his companions finally ascended to the pinnacle of 20. From this moment forth, slaying any further monsters would yield no additional experience points. Any excess experience would accumulate as extra luck, potentially resulting in greater rewards upon the next treasure chest's opening, although this luck too has its limits. Otherwise, Lu Tsong contemplated the notion of stalling his level until reaching an equivalent of 12 points of luck before opening a chest. Lu Tsong approached the edge of the cave, extracting several crystal blocks from the stone walls. These crystals were the objective items for a hidden quest he had recently undertaken. He had completed the task of collecting black crystal phosphorescence. You should gather the materials for the hidden quest as well, he advised. This hidden quest had been acquired in Maple City prior to entering the Black Crystal Mine dungeon, titled Collect Black Crystal Phosphorescence from the Alchemist Rite. Completing this quest would reward a potion that permanently enhances 4 attributes by 100 points. Though it is a one-time use, the reward is still quite commendable. The triggering condition involves accidentally shattering a specific potion while browsing his shelves. He would then inform the player that the potion requires black crystal phosphorescence powder for its creation. However, the shattered potion only temporarily boosts the 4 attributes. Upon completing the task and delivering the black crystal phosphorescence to him, he could craft a potion that permanently enhances the attributes using the materials provided by the player. The deadline for this task is prior to the outbreak of the Undead Tide. Once the Undead Tide commences, or after resolving the hidden quest, completing it would yield only a temporary attribute-enhancing potion, rather than a permanent one. According to the background lore, these ores are imbued with the essence of rituals. Thus, the resulting potions possess special enhancements. Due to the stringent conditions, only Lu Tsong from his previous life had truly completed this task. While collecting the materials for the hidden quest, White Deer engaged in casual conversation with her brother. Brother, the king of Maple City said that if we do not stop the necromancer, an army of the undead will invade the city. Is this true? Indeed, it is true. Lutsong replied with a slight nod. White Deer blinked in surprise. In fact, several significant events had transpired in Area 1. Following these events, players discovered various documents and, through subsequent hidden quests, realized that these incidents had corresponding causes. This gave rise to a theory among players. If one could identify the source of certain major events before they occurred, it might be possible to avert impending disasters. However, for White Deer, this was the first encounter with such a situation. What will happen if we fail the dungeon? She inquired. If we fail this time, the army of the undead will likely be summoned directly, invading Maple City, Lutsong described nonchalantly. There will be no second chance for us, he added. What? White Deer exclaimed, somewhat taken aback. She had not anticipated that the consequences would be so severe. Are we currently undertaking a world-line mission? Are we here to save Maple City? In the first district, there had been whispers of announcements, proclaiming that certain players had averted disasters that were meant to transpire, altering the fate of a kingdom's demise. Thus, tasks capable of changing the original narrative trajectory were collectively referred to by players as world-line missions. Indeed, after this battle, we shall be hailed as the heroes of Maple City. Hey, brother, please do not stand in such a place. She was well aware that her brother did not have a childhood sweetheart. I do not wish to be branded a sinner in Maple City. Bailu muttered softly. It is not quite accurate to label us as sinners. After all, if we do not engage in battle, the invasion of Maple City would still occur, and we are not responsible for that, Lutsong remarked nonchalantly. However, the thought of it happening does evoke a sense of wrongdoing, Bailu murmured. After storing her spells, Bailu scraped a few pieces of black crystal firestone from the wall. As she gazed at the tightly shut door of the room ahead, her hand gripping the spellbook trembled slightly. This is indeed a world-line mission. After all, she had merely been a casual player in the first district, not truly involved in the grand events of the world. Advancing the world line was a pursuit for elite players, entirely disconnected from someone like her, a mere 10,086 level player. Now, faced with such a situation, Bailu felt inexplicably anxious. Have we gathered all the items for the hidden quest? The peculiar feathers of the ritualist, black crystal firestone, and the ritual dagger. These are all required items for the mission. Given that this is a hidden task, the rewards are rather generous. Completing it would surely be a gain. Yes, I have collected everything, Lung Qingying said softly. Me too. Bailu gestured affirmatively. Boss, I am ready as well. The group approached the door. The Black Crystal Mine dungeon, aside from its hidden elements, contains only 2 encounters. In other difficulty levels, these 2 appear separately. However, in the insane difficulty, they manifest within the same room. Lutsong pushed open the door. Between the black crystal mines, creak, the heavy door swung open, revealing a colossal humanoid creature wielding a whip, turning its head towards the entrance. With a voice reminiscent of a duck's croak, it growled, "What is all this ruckus outside? Ah, it seems a rat has entered." Crack! The whip lashed violently against the ground, and immediately, its health bar illuminated. Witnessing this scene, Lutsong could not help but feel a twinge of nostalgia. Why is it displaying its health bar? Nevertheless, the illusionary realm had long since implemented mechanisms wherein everything could be destroyed or killed. In truth, even if the health bar were concealed from view, damage could still be inflicted, leading to death. Brutal Slave Master. Level 30. Health 5,000,000. Race Human. Skills Furious Strike, Enhanced Strike, Flurry of Whips, Command, Mental Enslavement. Dazzling Roar. Trait. 50 of the damage the Slave Master receives is borne by the slaves. In the depths of the Black Crystal Mine, a ruthless Slave Master amassed considerable wealth and wielded dominion over a formidable thrall. This creature possessed a staggering 5 million health points, mirroring the bloodline of the Celestial Adjudicator, elevating the difficulty to an insane level and significantly enhancing its prowess. Bailu stood steadfast behind me, and upon turning, I beheld a second figure emerging from the shadows. This was a larger entity, a miner wielding an enormous pickaxe, known as the Tormented Miner. The Slave Master brandished a whip in one hand while tethering the miner with a chain in the other. The miner's physique was colossal, his skin an obsidian hue, evoking a semblance of the undead. Tormented Miner. Level 30. Health 5,000,000. Race Human. Skills Dazzling Roar, Furious Charge, Earth Shatter Slam. Traits Frenzied. The lower the health, the faster the attack speed and the greater the damage. Description: a slave stripped of his will, he obeys mechanically, devoid of intellect, which may very well be his Achilles heel. While these two emerged, Lu Tsong did not remain idle. He moved with purpose, issuing commands. Bai Lu, target the slave master with flame pillars, and strike the miner with flash. Fearlessly engage the miner, maintaining a distance of 70 meters. Avoid close combat. Lung, join me in eliminating the slave master. Aim for his throat. Bai Lu, be mindful of your positioning to evade the miner. It is quite manageable in this instance. Although Bai Lu was not a master, her 2 years of experience in the illusion realm had endowed her with fundamental skills. During the earlier material gathering, Lu Tsong had delineated the roles within the dungeon. Thanks to the fabrication of his own talent abilities, Bai Lu and her companions were led to believe they had prior knowledge of the dungeon's intricacies, laying the groundwork for a seamless exchange of information that would otherwise be difficult to justify. The mechanics had certainly evolved. Lung Qingying had previously faced this dungeon at a mad difficulty level, where only a single colossal spider with a mere 750 health points posed a challenge. However, the current adversaries were miners and enslaved beings, a complete departure from the previous scenario. As Lu Tsong issued his directives, Lung Qingying prepared to spring into action. Suddenly, the miner extended his arms and unleashed a thunderous roar that reverberated through the chamber. Stunning roar. In an instant, Bai Lu felt a heavy fog envelop her mind. Status: stunned, unable to move or cast skills. Remaining time: 1 second. Glancing at the health bars of her companions, she noted with dismay that all, including Lu Tsong, had succumbed to the stun effect. Not far away, the slave master had raised his whip, aiming it menacingly at Lu Tsong. A chill gripped Bai Lu's heart. This was disastrous. Chapter 33. The Reckoning begins. With a resounding crack, the whip descended, sending dust and debris swirling. The strike landed precisely where Lu Tsong had stood moments before. Bai Lu's mind momentarily blanked, but swiftly, a voice within her urged, "Do not freeze, move." In an instant, Bai Lu realized that Lu Tsong was unharmed. The dizziness that had afflicted her was also lifted at that moment. Observing Lu Tsong's health bar, she noted that it was now below half. Brother, he truly fell victim? Since the commencement of the game, Bai Lu had never witnessed her brother being struck even once. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, her magical prowess remained unimpeded. With a decisive gesture, Bai Lu pointed at the tormented miner, unleashing a brilliant beam of light. Boom! The radiance pierced through the miner's form, not merely penetrating, but enveloping it entirely. The colossal beam nearly engulfed his entire being. At that moment, Lu Tsong's health bar rose slightly. The Thousand Mechanisms shield he wielded vanished, replaced by a dagger. Thousand Mechanisms shield equipment effect. After blocking, receive up to 90 damage reduction. While wielding the shield, the duration of abnormal states is reduced by 50. The previous dizziness had only incapacitated Lu Tsong for 0.5 seconds. During the remaining half, Lu Tsong swiftly executed a block with his shield, deflecting the whip. Nevertheless, he still suffered significant damage, leaving him with critically low health. Lu Tsong had not fortified his health, his base health being just over 4,000. Under the madness difficulty, a single attack could easily inflict 8,000 damage. The miner's next roar would occur in 1 minute. After that, he would not have any heart control, allowing them to resolve the encounter within that time frame. The valiant warrior emerged from his stupor. Universal Dominion activated. Lu Tsong immediately harnessed Lung Qingying's talent, utilizing her abilities to traverse the battlefield. Though her damage output was not as formidable as Lu Tsong's, her skillful maneuvers allowed her to serve as a capable support, adeptly managing complex situations on his behalf. Boom! The pillar of flames erupted. The blazing column completely enveloped the slaver, with a miner caught in its embrace as well. In terms of total damage, the fiery assault was indeed more formidable than brilliant flash. However, the slaver's health depletion was not particularly rapid. Half of the damage he sustained was absorbed by the miner, who, in turn, experienced a swift decline in health, effectively enduring 15 times the damage from the Pillar of Flames. At that moment, Lu Tsong and Lung Qingying found themselves amidst the inferno, standing at the slaver's feet. Lung Qingying remained still, while Lu Tsong immediately executed a swift light slash. Striking at the slaver's heel, he unleashed a series of attacks, rapidly summoning all 5 of his phantoms around him. In a breathtakingly swift maneuver, 5 blades descended from all directions. Each draw inflicted a staggering 400,000 damage. Following this, he performed a dual draw. Whoosh! 2 strikes followed. 402,918, 429,621, 405,920. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly, as if Lu Tsong had instantly materialized at the slaver's feet, summoning 5 phantoms to draw their blades. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. After Liu Cang's phantoms executed their dual slashes, the slaver's health plummeted to 50. A brilliant flash of dazzling light surged forth, rendering the miners momentarily blind. Such a magnificent glare, when directed towards the eyes, can indeed induce a state of blindness, particularly for creatures accustomed to dwelling in perpetual darkness. This latent effect, seldom documented in skill descriptions due to its myriad applications, often manifests as an Easter egg within the skill's framework. Furthermore, when struck by this radiant brilliance, it typically envelopes the entire being, making any notion of targeting merely the eyes rather absurd. You have provoked my wrath, declared the valiant warrior, undeterred and ready to inflict damage. With a swift command from Liu Cang, the fearless champion unleashed 2 ferocious sword strikes upon the miner, causing an explosive damage of 600,000 to erupt in an instant. Following this assault, the slave master extended his right hand, reaching into the void, momentarily lingering in the air before pointing at the serene figure of Lung Qingying at his feet. During this exchange, both parties remained in an invulnerable state, locked in combat. You shall be the one to challenge me. Challenge issued to Lung Qingying. Brutal slave master current status. Challenge declared. Only the player Lung Qingying may inflict damage. This constitutes the mechanism of the slave master. At 50 health points remaining, he designates the player with the lowest damage output as the only one capable of inflicting harm. This insidious mechanism, if faced by other teams, would effectively mean that the primary damage dealer must remain concealed, lest the presence of healers and tanks skew the dynamics. The designated player, invariably a healer, would not be expected to contribute to damage output. To counter this mechanism, Lung Qingying alone refrained from dealing damage within the entire team. Allowing the designated roles of Bai Lu or the fearless warrior to take risks would be perilous, as their novice maneuvers could lead to significant blunders. Apart from Liu Cang, Lung Qingying was deemed the second most reliable member of the team. As the flames gradually dissipated, Liu Cang entrusted the situation to her with a mere thought. Lung Qingying responded with a soft acknowledgement, immediately executing an attack to summon her doppelganger. Meanwhile, after 2 consecutive strikes, the miner's health diminished to 30. The miner's resilience and resistance far surpassed that of the slave master. However, due to his role in absorbing damage for the slave master, his health depletion was greater. With a crack of the whip against his obsidian skin, it transformed from black to a crimson hue. The miner had entered a state of frenzied wrath, roaring in fury as he wildly brandished his pickaxe, sending shockwaves of earth-shattering force radiating in all directions. The fearless warrior scrambled to evade the earth-splitting waves generated by the miner's strikes. The miner remained oblivious to the external chaos, still ensnared in his blind state. The brilliant radiance of the second stage enveloped the eyes, blinding for at least 5 seconds. For the suffering miners, who had long dwelt in darkness, this blindness could last up to 8 seconds. Yet, even for those utterly deprived of sight, the brave still fumbled when evading skills. In contrast, the elegant white deer effortlessly maneuvered to evade the spreading, earth-shattering wave. Such a slow, clumsy skill proved to be easily dodged. However, soon after the master of the slaves called out, Liu Cang turned to offer his support. On that side, there was no longer any business of his own. The poised figure of Lung Qingying floated gracefully. Her main body, accompanied by 5 clones, surrounded the master of the slaves, unleashing a torrent of damage. Blood Stab, a piercing attack that deals damage equal to 1 agility point, subsequently applying a layer of bleeding on the target that inflicts 10 damage per second for a duration of 3 seconds, with a cooldown of 3 seconds. If the target is afflicted with a bleeding effect caused by you, the cooldown is reduced to 15 seconds, the damage becomes 3 agility points, and an additional layer of bleeding is applied, with a maximum number of layers equal to the character's level. The Blood Stab, a reward for completing the delivery quest, was not the only gift bestowed by the King of Maple Blossom. The reward for the delivery was included as well. The Blood Stabber is a coveted presence within the dungeon. Once the bleeding effect accumulates, it can yield remarkably high output, even allowing for the 5th tier of Blood Stab to possess a damage-penetrating effect, enhancing the team's damage output. At this moment, Lung Qingying, both her main body and phantoms, surrounded the master of the slaves, inflicting bleeding damage. 9210, 9420, 8952, 8902. In a matter of mere strikes, the bleeding had already stacked to 20 layers. The bleeding damage had escalated to a staggering 60,000 per tick. While deftly evading skills, Lung Qingying executed her attacks with impeccable precision, her swift repositioning dazzling to behold. However, amidst her intense focus on the master of the slaves, a sudden thunderous sound resonated nearby. The massive figure of the suffering miner had collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Lu Tsang, accompanied by his phantom, had simply overwhelmed the miner with pure damage, leading to his demise. With an ever-increasing attack speed and damage output, Lung Qing's eyelids twitched upon witnessing this scene. The disparity between them was infuriating. While she had barely managed to deplete half of the enemy's health in 5 seconds, Lu Tsang had already finished off his opponent. Chapter 34. Do enlighten me, who exactly will meet their end? With a flurry of strikes and seamless repositioning, Lung Qingying dealt with her foe without much pressure. Lu Tsang, possessing second-tier talents, could solo this dungeon. With her own tiered talents and superior equipment compared to her previous incarnation, depleting merely half of a single foe's health posed no challenge. Even if her skills were somewhat inferior, they sufficed in this dungeon. Another resounding crash echoed. The colossal, frenzied master of slaves finally succumbed to Lung Qingying. Her health bar reduced to 0, collapsing to the ground. How splendid! The fearless hero offered lavish praise. The graceful maneuvers executed by the player were indeed remarkable. Such formidable skills, when complemented by the illusionary techniques, rendered a captivating spectacle. In comparison, it was akin to the distinction between a thief and a Garen. The level of charm was impeccable, leaving the hero's eyes gleaming with admiration. How could a man not be enamored by something so dashing? Isn't it splendid? After we complete the dungeon, I shall impart a few tricks to you, Lu Tsang remarked with a smile. The prowess displayed by the fearless hero and by Lu indeed warranted further practice. As one progressed, the illusion realm only grew more challenging. It was not merely the possession of equipment and talent that allowed one to overlook all obstacles. The strong had their battlegrounds, and the battles that Bai Lu and the others would face in the future would be anything but trivial. Boss, is that true? How marvelous! I've seen the community proclaim you as the foremost expert in the illusion realm. If you teach me, how formidable would I become? How many years would it take for me to reach your level? Upon hearing the fearless hero's inquiries, Lu Tsang merely smiled faintly. 100 years should suffice. 100 years? One could not help but remark that, although the president's strength was impeccable, his arrogance seemed rather excessive. According to cold Qingying's understanding, Lu Tsang was only 21 years old. Even if the fearless hero were less than adept, it surely wouldn't take him a century to improve. Furthermore, from cold Qingying's observations, the fearless hero was merely a novice unfamiliar with the controls, yet he still possessed considerable talent. Mastering advanced skills should not take an inordinate amount of time. If I were to reach the level of Sister Qing, how long would that require? Lu Tsang turned his gaze to cold Qingying, his eyes sweeping over her form. Perhaps 2 days. Cold Qingying was taken aback, a faint vein throbbing at her temple. This president was truly infuriating. President, after we complete the dungeon, please take me under your wing for some practice. I wish to gauge the extent of our disparity. Cold Qingying maintained a serene expression, betraying no trace of her inner turmoil. Though her thoughts were vivid, she outwardly exuded an air of aloofness, indifferent to all matters. So you seek a duel with me? Very well. After we finish the dungeon, let us head to the arena for a custom match. I will refrain from using my talents, and you 3 may engage me together, employing any skills or equipment you wish. This should not be deemed unfair. Upon hearing Lu Tsang's words, Cold Qingying nearly lost her composure. One person, without talents, facing 3? And this was not considered bullying? Was it not 3 against 1? Contemplating this, Cold Qingying replied coolly, President, I recall during our last bar in District 1, you barely triumphed over me. The two fell silent, with Cold Qingying turning her head away. Was the president seeking trouble? Determined, she resolved that after the dungeon, she would thoroughly thrash the president in the arena. When both sides utilized their talents, Cold Qingying did not believe she could surpass Lu Tsang. She recognized the considerable gap between them. Lu Tsang's skills were, at the very least, a tier above her own. Beyond that, Cold Qingying was uncertain. It was akin to the difference between an ant perceiving a lake and an ocean. For the two of them, it was an insurmountable challenge. To Lung Qingying, Lu Tsang exuded an aura of formidable strength. Though she remained uncertain whether he was akin to a stream, a lake, the ocean, or perhaps even the Milky Way. However, facing an opponent of similar level and equipment, devoid of any reliance on innate talent, victory seemed utterly unattainable in her eyes, a realm of possibility so distant it felt inconceivable. In her heart, she mused, President, as you yourself mentioned, though it may be unjust, I must seize this opportunity to retaliate. Yet, Lu Tsang remained oblivious to her contemplations. Time was of the essence. Further dialogue would only delay their progress, as the subsequent team was closing in. With that, Lu Tsong proceeded to open the treasure chest, while Bai Lu checked the level leaderboard. Rank 5, Cloud Sword, level 15. Rank 6, Holy Radiance, level 15. Rank 7, Gentle Cloud, level 14. Indeed, the levels of those trailing closely were rising rapidly. This was to be expected, as an entire guild was aiding a select few in their ascension, making swift progression inevitable. The individuals at the forefront were likely just reaching level 15. Meanwhile, while Bai Lu perused the rankings, Lu Tsong had already opened the chest. Oh, a level 20 golden quality power belt. Grants an additional 700 points of strength and possesses a charging effect. Quite commendable. He then spotted the Misty Ring, which could negate a control effect once. I shall take this. The Flowing Cloud Ring, capable of extending the range of all displacement skills by 3 meters, caught his attention. Lu Tsong turned to Lung Qingying, who, sensing his gaze, immediately averted her eyes. Though she understood his desire for the ring, she believed it would serve her better. Lu Tsong promptly claimed the ring for himself. In total, there were 4 pieces of golden equipment. He retained 2, including the solely strength-based charging piece, which he naturally bestowed upon the fearless warrior. The trousers that reduced casting time were directly given to Bai Lu. The remaining items comprised silver-quality equipment, which were distributed accordingly. Other artifacts included rare materials from this dungeon, specifically refined black crystal dust. The primary yield from the dungeon revolved around equipment and materials. Ever since his luck had risen to 4 points, he had hardly encountered any misfortune while obtaining gear. Most of the equipment was perfectly suited for members of his guild, with attributes and effects aligning seamlessly. Had his luck been merely 2 or 1 point, it was likely he would have had to grind for dozens of runs without acquiring desired items. Once the treasure chest was cleared, Lu Tsong and his companions approached the final door of the mine, a grand portal adorned with an array of black gemstones. Fearless, pry the gemstones loose. Understood. The fearless warrior had not anticipated that Lu Tsong's initial command would be this. Just follow the order. All right, with the highest strength value. He stepped forward and grasped the gemstone, exerting force to dislodge it. In no time, he had successfully removed the first gem, followed by the second and third. Within a minute, he had detached all 4 gemstones. Boss, are these gemstones truly valuable? The fearless warrior inquired, perplexed. Of course, they're worth a great deal. These gems serve as the materials for crafting the assassin's exclusive weapon, the Chaotic Shadow Meteorite. Upon hearing Lu Tsong's words, Lung Qingying immediately turned her gaze to the black gemstone held by the fearless warrior. However, the information displayed was merely black decorative gem. Effect: no significant effect. Description: the material composition remains a mystery. It is pitch black. Could this truly be the Chaotic Shadow Meteorite? Nevertheless, Qingying pondered. Surely the guild leader Wu Ti embarrass himself in such a manner. What if we repeatedly farm this dungeon? Wouldn't that be a windfall? Such delightful fantasies. From this doorway onward, we are in a unique scenario. After extracting the gems, the next player to enter this dungeon will find only a bare, unadorned portal. Well, we have acquired the item, so let us proceed. Lu Tsong produced the key given by Nige Rongzi and inserted it deeply. As the key turned gently, the massive door began to creak, open slowly. This dungeon lies in the depths of darkness. Yet, within the portal, a vast expanse of black wilderness unfolded. In the midst of this desolation stood a man clad in a black robe, singing melodiously to the earth. Upon hearing the doors creaking, the man sharply turned his head, questioning the presence of outsiders. Seeing this figure, the fearless warrior instinctively placed his hand on the sword at his back, adopting a stance ready for unsheathing. Having drawn his sword numerous times, he no longer relied solely on the horizontal draw. He had mastered slanted and downward strikes as well, expanding his range of attack to become ever more unpredictable. Otherwise, he would merely expose himself to cunning adversaries. However, the man, evidently engaged in a sinister ritual, gestured for silence. With a smile, he declared, "Do not make a move, or there will be casualties." The warrior trembled slightly at his words. This man exuded a formidable presence. No, he must not falter. The fearless warrior stepped forward. "Do you think I was raised in fear? I'm not afraid of you. Pray tell, who will perish?" The man turned fully, facing Lu Tsong and the others. "Who else but me?" Chapter 35, when grudges are equally shared. What? So it is you who will die? Why pretend otherwise? You made it seem as though you would slay us all. I nearly lost my composure. The fearless warrior lowered his hand from his great sword. Good, you are wise to recognize this. Meanwhile, Bai Lu regarded the fearless warrior with a look of incredulity, her gaze drifting downward. "Why are your legs trembling?" She mocked in the team voice chat. "Excited, are we? I trust you as far as I can throw you. Next time this occurs, I hope it frightens you to death." I never claimed to be afraid, the warrior retorted, a hint of defensiveness in his tone. Lu Tsang then strode forward, and upon entering the portal, the man's name materialized before them. Death Ritualist Oni. Level, 30. Health points, 2,500. Description: a death ritualist capable of awakening countless ancient and powerful souls. Lu Tsang locked eyes with his opponent and stated calmly, Nigarongzi has commissioned me to eliminate you. Do you have any justification to offer? Upon hearing Lu Tsang's words, Oni's complexion paled slightly. With a hint of self-mockery, he remarked, is this truly the conclusion? Almost immediately, he broke into a smile. Then what are you waiting for? You do not strike me as someone who indulges in justifications before extinguishing an enemy's life. Indeed, that is not my nature. However, I believe it would be of little consequence to hear your defense, Lu Tsang replied. Oni shook his head. You are quite an unusual individual. As you can see, I am merely a death sorcerer intending to summon an army of the undead. Lu Tsang, gripping his spear, approached him deliberately. Ah, how unfortunate. If I were to let you go, would you still proceed with your summoning of the undead legion? Upon hearing Lu Tsang's inquiry, the atmosphere turned tense. If I say I won tea, would you believe me? Oni responded, seemingly detached from the notion of life and death, his smile faint. Lu Tsang stood close before Oni, pausing momentarily. I do not believe you. By the way, have you ever heard a song? One of the lyrics goes, when grievances are equally divided. A trace of helplessness flickered in Oni's smile. Apologies, but I am not well versed in the matters of your world. As his words fell, Lu Tsang's spear had already pierced through Oni's chest. Indeed, a death sorcerer with merely 2,500 health points could not withstand even a single ordinary attack from Lu Tsang. Oni pressed against the spear embedded in his chest, gazing at Lu Tsang with a mix of fear and resignation. This was the final expression of his countenance. He was vanquished by Lu Tsang. Yet, within the brief exchange between Lu Tsang and Oni, Bai Lu observed her brother's silhouette, feeling as though the distance of mere meters stretched into an insurmountable chasm. An overwhelming solitude that could not be alleviated by any companionship. Was it truly this simple? The fearless warrior was taken aback as Oni's health bar reached 0. Logically, there should have been a climactic battle remaining, a grand confrontation. The fearless warrior took a battle stance. In 10 minutes, Oni would complete the summoning of the Death Army. And at that moment, Lu Tsang and his companions would face not just a 2,500 health Oni, but an immense and powerful undead legion capable of annihilating an entire kingdom. Even if they exhausted all their blue potions and used every skill available, it would only amount to a drop in the ocean. This would be the equivalent of a siege on Fanghua City, a challenge for billions of players to contend with for several days. Facing a death sorcerer intent on obliterating an entire kingdom while appearing to seek forgiveness from celestial beings was genuinely incomprehensible. Indeed, the president remained a source of frustration. Oni's corpse transformed into a treasure chest, and Lu Tsang opened it. You have acquired the Book of the Undead, unique, the Staff of Awakening, platinum, the Boots of the Moon, gold, the Psionic Bracers, gold, and 1021 gold coins. The Book of the Undead allows the wielder to bind the souls of the slain creatures through a ritual, enslaving them as undead minions. This tome can contract up to 2 deceased beings simultaneously. Upon seeing the Book of the Undead within the treasure chest, Lung Qingying could not help but express her astonishment. Its power is formidable. In just 4 hours since the server launch, following Lu Tsang, they have already obtained 2 unique items. It is indeed impressive. I require this item. Lu Tsang promptly stored the item in his backpack, as the book was among his objectives for this expedition. No one objected to Lu Tsang's actions. The Platinum tier summoning staff appears to be usable only by myself and by Lu, so I shall keep it. Summoning is a branch of magic for mages. However, Bai Lu's talent merely enhances the range and damage of chance, providing no benefit to summoning. The Book of the Undead and the Staff of Awakening are guaranteed drops, unaffected by luck. The Psionic Bracers can temporarily create a magical shield using mental energy to withstand all types of damage, suitable for Bai Lu. Congratulations to the players, Tsang Qiong, brave and fearless Bai Lu, and Lung Qingying for clearing the level 18 insane difficulty dungeon, the Black Crystal Mine. The completion time, 0:05:13. The Divine Killing Guild has achieved the first clear of the Black Crystal Mine dungeon. What? They have even cleared the insane difficulty dungeon? Securing the first clear in just 5 minutes? What could possibly hinder them? Hinder? Nonsense. Let them achieve a grand slam. According to researchers of the Illusion Realm mechanics, a guild that secures all first clears of a city may receive additional rewards, though the veracity of this claim remains uncertain. As no guild has ever accomplished such a feat, we are indeed witnessing history within the Illusion Realm. observing Lu Tsong and his companions clear yet another dungeon, and claim the first clear has left the players of Maple Blossom City feeling somewhat numb. Song Xiong is utterly remarkable. Presently, the players are solely concerned with when Lu Tsong will secure the first clear of the final dungeon, thereby completing this grand slam. Their thoughts have shifted from whether the Divine Killing Guild can achieve the first clear to when it will occur and how many seconds it will take, within 10 seconds or exceeding that. The notion of completing in minutes has entirely departed from their considerations. Only one nightmare difficulty dungeon remains. To achieve the first clear of a nightmare difficulty dungeon in over 1 minute? Such a notion is a grave insult to the Divine Killing Guild's dungeon clearing speed, unless there exists a hidden element within that dungeon, which may require the Divine Killing Guild to invest additional time to uncover. Yet, just when the players believed the first clear of the Black Crystal Mine had concluded, the announcement of a hidden kill resounded once more. The Divine Killing Guild has slain the hidden death ritualist, Oni, in the Black Crystal Mine. Another hidden? How many hidden elements do they intend to introduce? This is excessive. I have been playing since Zone 1 and have scarcely encountered a handful of hidden features. Yet, you expect me to engage with 2 in a single day? How is it that every instance features a hidden element? Is there hidden content being supplied in bulk? Upon seeing this announcement regarding hidden elements, players who had previously fallen silent began to fervently discuss the matter once more. However, shortly thereafter, a new world announcement emerged. World announcement. The player teams, Song Xiong, brave and fearless, Lung Qing Ying, and Bai Lu have resolved the crisis of the undead plague in Fenghua City. The Divine Kill Guild has been declared the honorary hero guild of Fenghua City. Goodness. Has this world announcement become a custom declaration for the teams of Song Xiong and Divine Kill? It's one thing to issue an announcement, but 3 in quick succession? Moreover, what does this latest announcement signify? What is happening? Haven't we yet to witness the undead plague? Yet they have already resolved it and been hailed as heroes of Fenghua City? Are we playing the same game? Chapter 36. The Untalented Facing 3 Levels. Thank you. You are the true heroes of Fenghua City. Nige Rongzi fervently grasped Lu Tsong's hand in gratitude. Lu Tsong felt as though his hand might be severed from the intensity of the handshake. Nige Rongzi's fervent appreciation for Lu Tsong was entirely understandable. After all, this task was, under normal circumstances, impossible to complete. To thwart the undead plague so early could only be achieved through extreme measures like those taken by Lu Tsong. Typically, the highest-ranked players on the leaderboard hadn't even met the entry requirements for the Black Crystal Mine. Even upon meeting those requirements, accessing the final hidden door necessitated a key. Each of these hidden tasks demanded a lengthy undertaking of preliminary quests. If someone else were to take on this challenge, not only would they fail to avert the undead plague, but they might not even be able to save the injured soldiers on the brink of death. Thus, all manner of conditions must be satisfied. While Lu Tsong and his companions made swift progress, even so, they had merely advanced by 10 minutes. The chaotic shadow meteorite has been entrusted to the craftsmen. We will do our utmost to meet your weapon requirements. Our artisans are highly skilled, and you shall soon possess the weapon of your desires, the palace liaison said respectfully to Lung Qing Ying. Lung Qing Ying had completed the customization of her exclusive weapon, a pair of daggers. The effect is mundane. Enemies struck by this weapon will incur additional damage equal to the weapon holder's agility value for each identical weapon attack received within 10 seconds. In simpler terms, the more identical weapons you wield against the same creature, the greater the damage inflicted. While this may seem promising, imagine a large team, each member wielding one weapon. 100 individuals, a mere basic attack would yield 100-fold damage. However, in practice, in the hands of an ordinary player, this becomes a purely redundant attribute. Firstly, to trigger this effect, it is not sufficient merely to equip identical effects. Even the names of the equipment, their grades, enhancement levels, and durability effects must be entirely identical to trigger the effect. The conditions for activation are exceedingly stringent, even if wielded simultaneously in both hands. If the durability of the weapons differs, the effect cannot be activated. Furthermore, the attributes that players acquire through equipment drops are entirely random. To obtain items of the same name, grade, and tier, while also triggering this specific attribute, is akin to winning a lottery. Assembling multiple weapons to arm an entire team is an arduous endeavor. However, for Lung Qingying, this effect is almost tailor-made. The phantoms replicate objects with absolute fidelity. They are mere projections of the original. The weapons can synchronize at any time, maintaining consistent durability. When Lung Qingying wields this equipment and dual wields, each strike inflicts an additional 12 agility points in damage, resulting in a substantial increase. Additionally, Lung Qingying receive a reward for completing this mission, a 4-star assassin skill book titled Death Dance. Meanwhile, Lu Tsang acquired the reward previously promised by King Fenghua, a transforming mask. This item, crafted from the hides of shape-shifting monsters, allows the user to temporarily assume the appearance of another creature and disguise their essence as well. As for the Guild's stronghold, the Grand Castle, King Fenghua has also delivered on his promise. Aside from me, you all possess 4-star skills now. Having a profession is indeed advantageous. Lu Tsang expressed a semblance of envy. Why do I say semblance? Because Leng Qingying discerned no trace of envy on Lu Tsang's face. Instead, he resembled someone who admires a friend's new car worth 300,000 while owning a Lamborghini valued at 3 million. Lu Tsang smiled quietly, refraining from speaking. Upon accepting their heroic identities, Bai Lu and the fearless warrior exhibited palpable excitement. After all, becoming a hero is an exhilarating affair. The youth thrive on such fervor. Boss, where to now? The arena? Aren't we going to tackle the last dungeon first? There's no rush. Leveling up won't occur from dungeon runs at this stage. Rather than engaging in dungeons, we should hone our skills. Soon, we will seize the world. Seizing is simple. Aren't you here, boss? What is there to fear? The fearless warrior harbored no concerns. To him, having Lu Tsang around was a guarantee of success. When did I say that? Lu Tsang scoffed. This time, unless new members join, each of you will need to act independently. What? The fearless warrior was taken aback. The challenge requires us to seize 4 worlds, each located in 4 distinct starting towns. How can we complete the challenge if we are all gathered together? Do you think my skills extend millions of kilometers? Or do you expect other guilds to surrender the worlds to us? There are a total of 4 initial towns in the Phantom Realm, and Fenghua City is merely one of them. Upon hearing Lu Tsang's words, the fearless warrior's face fell. I fear I may struggle with this responsibility. That is precisely what I'm here to teach you. Boss, I'm a newcomer. Isn't it a bit late to start learning now? An hour is sufficient time. At least, this situation seems more than manageable, Lu Tsang remarked nonchalantly. It felt less like competing with other guilds and more akin to mastering the art of frying an egg. The dungeon could be tackled at any time, and they were unlikely to secure the first kill in the near future. However, if they did not act swiftly, they would miss their chance. The world would reset at 5:30 in the morning, and it was already past 4. Lu Tsang and his companions spent over 10 minutes traversing the map to claim the rewards from the hidden quest. They received a potion that permanently enhanced their attributes by 100 points, albeit only once and limited to 1 bottle per person. Additionally, they obtained a revival potion that would not cause them to lose experience upon death, allowing them to revive instantly with 30 health points. However, while they would not lose experience, other losses would still occur. Furthermore, they acquired a golden quality equipment, the Flickering Necklace, which could be activated to teleport to any location within 12 meters, albeit with a 30-second cooldown. Lu Tsang claimed this item. Once they completed collecting the hidden quest rewards, Lu Tsang and his companions arrived at the arena, the Maple Blossom Arena. As the name suggests, the arena serves as an exclusive venue for players. Here, they can engage in random matchmaking battles or customize their own arenas for practice. They can even participate in cross-region matches, allowing them to spar with players from different areas. Upon reaching the front desk, Lu Tsang instructed, "You may register yourselves." After speaking, he casually approached a window to submit his registration. Upon paying 20 copper coins, he received a badge, a black iron-like emblem symbolizing his status in the arena. This badge also served as proof of identity outside the arena, triggering different storylines and demonstrating the adventurer's prowess. Sometimes, when accepting quests, players with insufficient strength might be denied the opportunity. However, it does not mean they are entirely barred. With persuasive skills, one might convince the quest giver to assign a task to them. Charm, emotional appeals, deception, or intimidation could all play a part. However, all such actions would inevitably influence future choices. It is precisely these intricate designs that make the illusion realm so alluring to players. Boss, the registration is complete, one of his companions announced. The registration was not difficult. It merely required payment. All right, I will set up a custom match. The arena was expansive, with 3 ethereal light gates at its center. Lu Tsang approached the arena setup interface. Please choose your desired mode: solo ranked, team ranked, guild war, entry, custom room. Lu Tsang selected the custom room option, setting the room capacity to 4. Subsequently, he invited Brave and Fearless, White Deer, and Cold Qingying into the room, grouping them into the same faction. In the customization settings, he unchecked the option for his talents, meaning that neither active nor passive abilities could be utilized within the arena. After completing these preparations, Lu Tsang transferred the host privileges to Cold Qingying. Here as the host, Choose a map you're skilled at. Don't say I'm bullying you. Upon hearing Lu Cang's words, Lung Qingying tightened her fist. President, are you truly that confident? Instead of hesitating, she swiftly acquired the homeowner's permissions and selected the map, Frozen Mirrorland, a battleground where she excelled. Her winning rate on this map approached an impressive 95. The 5 losses she incurred were attributed to facing Tsong, where she competed with talents of equal level, thus rendering those defeats somewhat justifiable. Ready? Lu Cang inquired. Yes. Very well. Let's enter the map. With that, Lu Cang stepped directly into the center of the luminous portal. Welcome to the arena, Frozen Mirrorland. Chapter 37, A Simple Battle, Ricochet Shooting. The name alone suggests a landscape blanketed in ice and snow. This map is adorned with mirror-like solid ice, surrounded by towering ice crystal walls shaped like prisms. These walls reflect the player's appearances, allowing skilled combatants to confuse their adversaries through these reflections while simultaneously observing their movements. It is undeniably a complex environment. The terrain does not consist solely of standing prism-like ice walls. There are also crystalline staircases floating mid-air, granting access to a vast platform of glacial ice. Upon entering the map, Lu Cang was immediately greeted with several notifications. Lung Qingying has joined the map. Brave and Fearless has joined the map. White Deer has joined the map. All members of the room are present. Combat will commence in 5 seconds. Lu Cang gazed skyward, spotting White Deer atop the icy platform, holding a spellbook and commanding the high ground. The whereabouts of Lung Qingying remained uncertain. Brave and Fearless, he mused. I can already hear footsteps. Indeed, newcomers are easily detected. Although Lung Qingying made no sound, he could sense her breathing. Brave and Fearless was hidden behind a nearby prism, careful not to reveal himself. Given his awareness of the hiding spot, it seemed White Deer had marked it for him. Lung Qingying took on the role of commander. After all, they were a team and could signal one another. As a mage, White Deer occupying the high ground was a common strategy. Brave and Fearless, wielding a colossal sword, assumed a posture ready for attack, likely under the impression that he remained undetected. Lu Cang chose not to move, allowing the 3 to encircle him. There was no need for action. His position was quite advantageous. Countdown. 4, 3, 2, 1. Combat begins. Whoosh. Almost simultaneously with the announcement, the fierce dragon unsheathed his sword and struck. Yet, faster than him was Lu Cang. Bang! Just before the battle commenced, a gunshot rang out. The bullet soared, instantly delivering a headshot to White Deer. Staggered by the impact, White Deer teetered backward. Almost concurrently, a brilliant white light erupted towards the sky as she activated her skill, Radiant Flash. Instead of meteors and flame pillars, the Flash is the swiftest skill. Although the flame pillar boasts a vast range, it still requires time to execute, making it relatively easy to evade. Skills released in the arena before the countdown are rendered ineffective. Bailu cannot cast the flame pillar before the countdown expires. Even if she attempts to do so, it inflicts no damage. 3102 whoosh. A beam of white light surged toward the sky. She had misfired. Bang! Another gunshot echoed. 3102. The mana shield mitigated the damage for Bailu, reducing it to half. Regrettably, 1 shot was insufficient to finish her off, and 2 shots sealed her fate. Struck by 2 bullets, Bailu fell lifeless on the spot. Merely as the battle commenced, Bailu was swiftly eliminated by Lu Cang. The fight necessitated the prompt resolution of Bailu. Otherwise, her 30-fold skill range would prove impossible to evade. As for whether Bailu chose to occupy the high ground or hide away to unleash her skills, it made no difference to Lu Cang. If Bailu intended to conceal herself, Lu Cang would swiftly locate her and eliminate her at the first opportunity. If she maintained a distance, Lu Cang had ample means to counter her. Whoosh! Sword energy sliced through the air beneath Lu Cang's feet. The dragon sword slash could only strike within a 3-meter radius from the ground. It was at this moment that Lu Cang was forced into midair. Meanwhile, Lung Qingying materialized in an instant. Shadow Strike, Death Dance. In midair, Lung Qingying's form became a flurry of chaotic shadows, seemingly poised to strike Lu Cang. However, a white streak of light darted through the air. Arc Flash. Lu Cang transformed into a straight line of luminescence, swiftly creating distance between himself and Lung Qingying. Upon witnessing this, Lung Qingying immediately canceled her death dance. She was baffled as to how Lu Cang executed the Arc Flash without a point of leverage, but she recognized the urgency of pursuing him without delay. Bang! Lu Cang was propelled backward, yet he steadfastly held the flintlock, facing Lung Qingying. With a flick of his wrist, he fired the flintlock. In midair, Lung Qingying's pupils constricted. She could anticipate the bullet's trajectory. However, Lu Cang's sudden movement rendered it impossible for her to discern the direction of a shot. She could only predict the potential trajectory based on the enemy's hand movement, but she could not visually track the bullet's path. In a moment of desperation, Lung Qingying immediately thrust downward, accelerating her descent, regardless of the direction of the shot. It could not possibly be aimed at the ground. Yet, she did not anticipate that the shot was not directed at her, but rather at the nearby Brave and Fearless. After his failed strike, Brave and Fearless, under Lung Qingying's command, prepared to pursue. He had already stepped out from behind the prism, making him the first target for Lu Cang to eliminate. Bang bang. The flintlock in Lu Cang's hands was nothing short of crafty. 51-20, 50-21. 2 shots inflicted a total of 10,000 damage. Brave and Fearless was struck twice in the head by Lu Cang, leaving him with only a third of his health remaining. In recent opportunities for equipment exchange, the Fearless Warrior has updated several items that enhance vitality, resulting in his health exceeding 15,000. The warrior promptly realizes that venturing outside would mean certain death. With a resounding thud, he notices that he has but a sliver of health remaining, and a cold sweat breaks out across his body. Fortunately, being a warrior endows him with tough skin and resilient flesh. Otherwise, he would have perished long ago. Positioned at the high ground of the battlefield, both Lung Qingying and the Fearless Warrior have vanished from sight. After landing, Lung Qingying swiftly hides behind a crystalline pillar. She feels an overwhelming sense of frustration. Her illusion requires physical contact to activate, yet Lu Cang remains out of reach, rendering her talent utterly useless. Fearless, just wait. Bang! A shot rings out, dealing 1,009 damage. However, Lu Cang fires his flintlock once more. This time, despite the lack of the Fearless Warrior's line of sight, the shot still finds its mark. The warrior's health reaches 0, and he collapses in disbelief, unable to comprehend how he met his demise. Bouncing shot. Among the subclasses of sharpshooters, there exists a specialization known as the roaming shooter, adept in this particular technique. Upon advancement, bullets can ricochet multiple times without diminishing damage. In confined spaces, even an entire room can be transformed into a barrage of the roaming shooter's projectiles. Bang! Another shot strikes Lung Qingying's arm as she hides behind the ice pillar, dealing 10-21 damage. Although it does not result in a critical hit and strikes a limb, the damage inflicted is still considerable due to Lu Cang's impressive attributes. Instantly, Lung Qingying maneuvers away. Bang, 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 bang. Yet, it seems as though Lu Cang possesses a godlike perspective. With each shot, her health continues to dwindle. What a wretched creature he is. Wasn't he supposed to be an assassin? How can he attack with a gun? For the first time, Lung Qingying finds the flintlock to be exceptionally unfair. To be able to hit someone from such a distance is truly outrageous. Continuously, Lung Qingying attempts to hide. Shadow strike. Arc flash. Bang. Terrifyingly, even while using arc flash, Lu Cang's bullets can accurately strike her during her movement. It is as if he has activated an auto-lock feature. Once Lu Cang's bullet is fired, it is destined to hit her. Lung Qingying is unwilling to concede. Without even approaching Lu Cang, her health has been depleted to a mere sliver. Meanwhile, Lu Cang remains a great distance away, attempting to close the gap which surely expose her. Bang! No mercy is shown. In the midst of her swift movements, Lu Cang fires his final ricocheting bullet, delivering a fatal headshot that pierces through her last remaining health. Chapter 38. How unfair. With this, the battle comes to a complete halt. The health of the 3 enemies is entirely depleted. Duration of the battle, 15 seconds. Not once did they manage to touch Lu Cang. Battle over. A white light envelopes everyone. Boss, your strategy is utterly unfair. Hee, not convinced? Another round would be acceptable. However, I recommend selecting the dummy training hall. This way, we can summon the phantoms, Lu Cang remarked with a slight smile as he exited the arena. Within the dummy training hall, there are wooden puppets available for assault. Very well, let us proceed, Cold Qingying replied, her brow furrowed. She was undoubtedly dissatisfied, having failed to utilize her innate talents, while her opponent merely wielded a flintlock pistol with casual precision to secure victory. How could she possibly accept this? Cold Qingying had anticipated defeat, yet was far removed from her expectations. Furthermore, could you teach me that aerial arc flash maneuver without a landing point? Cold Qingying inquired earnestly. The Hidden Element Guild has at least offered 50 million for me to impart such knowledge. This technique is, to say the least, a closely guarded secret. Lu Cang chuckled. Cold Qingying's expression turned troubled. She held a profound reverence for the skills of assassins. Otherwise, she would not have risen to be recognized as the second-best assassin in the illusory realm solely through technique. What do you desire? I am open to negotiating an exchange. She proposed. Anything at all? Lu Tsang replied with a faint smile, leaving cold Qingying uncertain as to whether he was serious or jesting. This Tsang Qiong was utterly inscrutable. Immediately jesting. This technique is not particularly secretive. I shall teach you, he continued. Ah, I see, I have indeed been played, she thought, having just contemplated what to do if Tsang Qiong were to demand something indecent in return. Why are you still hesitating? Shall we book a room? Now. Yet you have not stated your conditions for teaching me. Cold Qingying responded, assuming Lu Tsang would propose some minor demands before agreeing to instruct her in this maneuver. Suddenly, her expression shifted slightly upon recalling Lu Tsang's earlier words. Let us book a room. It's merely a small trick. There are no conditions. I'll teach you directly in the arena. Shall we continue? Cold Qingying slapped her cheeks. Cold Qingying, stop dwelling on trivial matters. She proceeded to create a room once more, this time selecting the dummy training hall map. The group re-entered the room, and the battle commenced. Bai Lu, predictably, failed to unleash a single skill before being eliminated by Lu Tsang in an instant. Her beloved brother had ruthlessly taken her down twice in succession, leaving Bai Lu dumbfounded. Next came the fearless warrior, wielding his most extensive attack, the dragon's sword slash. However, the 3-meter height limitation rendered him incapable of reaching Lu Tsang. Should he attempt the diagonal slash, Lu Tsang could simply leap aside, regardless of his swordsmanship. As long as Lu Tsang possessed the arc flash, he could easily evade within an 8-meter radius. Currently, Lu Tsang's equipment included a ring that granted an additional 3 meters to all displacement skills and a necklace with a blinking ability. Within a mere 7 seconds, Bai Lu and the fearless warrior lay defeated, leaving only Cold Qingying and her 5 phantoms. Ah, the aerial arc flash is quite simple. One merely needs to toss any item from their backpack while airborne and use that item as a landing point. The arc flash requires a point of contact to be executed. This is an unalterable condition of its activation. Upon hearing Lu Tsang expound upon his operational principles, Lung Qingying's lips subtly twitched. What sort of monstrous maneuvering is this? Is such a feat even within human capability? Is that all? Can we continue? Lung Qingying's expression darkened slightly, and in an instant, 6 phantoms surged towards Lu Tsang from various angles, immediately followed by the Dance of Death. Lu Tsang activated the skill from his necklace, vanishing in a flash to a distant location. Boom, boom, boom. 4 seconds later, Lung Qingying faced her second consecutive defeat. Boss, your weapon is exceedingly overpowered. Oh, is it really? Lu Tsang replied, twirling the flintlock pistol in his hand. In truth, bullets are the easiest form of attack to counter. As long as one can deflect or evade them, they pose no threat whatsoever. However, other weapons cannot be so easily dismantled. The onlookers darkened at Lu Tsang's remarks. It sounds easy, but can bullets truly be deflected with such finesse? The flintlock's projectile speed is not particularly swift. At such a speed, even if I were blindfolded, I could deflect them. You simply need more practice. Xiao Lung, Lu Tsang said earnestly, patting her shoulder. Taking a deep breath, Lung Qingying replied, let's go again. They re-entered the map, which was yet another training ground with dummies. The battle resumed, and Bai Lu was predictably eliminated by Lu Tsang. However, this time, it was not the flintlock that took her down. Instead, Lu Tsang charged directly to Bai Lu's front, executing a series of thrusts with his spear and sky strike. Bai Lu was left dumbfounded. Not even a single skill was allowed to be cast. After 3 rounds in the arena, she felt she had gained no experience whatsoever. She had endeavored to conceal herself, hoping to avoid being found by her brother. Little did she know, it was they who could not locate Lu Tsang. As the battle began, Lu Tsang appeared behind her without a sound, and she was soon relegated to a spectator's perspective. Soon, the valiant hero, undaunted, arrived to provide support, but his sword strike was effortlessly dodged. Then, Lu Tsang executed the arc flash, closing in. The hero, clearly flustered, unleashed his skills haphazardly. Earth shatter. He swung down. Yet Lu Tsang halted at the edge of the attack's range. Once the damage dissipated, he closed in, executing a sky strike that left Lung Qingying rushing in to intervene. However, as she arrived, Lu Tsang had already vanished, reappearing behind her with a dagger in hand. As he approached, his massive sword came crashing down. Boom! After sustaining damage, Lung Qingying successfully executed a phantom swap. Struck by the massive blade, she was left with but a sliver of health. The phantom that had replaced her was immediately stomped down by Lu Tsang, who then leapt into the air. Another phantom assailed Lu Tsang from behind. He pivoted, brandishing his shield. Clang! He successfully parried the attack, sustaining no damage. Dance of Death. Arc Flash. This brief exchange had allowed the cooldown of Arc Flash to conclude. Lu Cang's objective this time was still to confront the fearless warrior. However, he suddenly brandished his spear and hurled it forth with great force. Whoosh! A radiant spear streaked through the air, piercing directly through the warrior's form. The fearless warrior was utterly vanquished by Lu Cang, leaving only the solitary figure of Lung Qingying. In a flash, she executed her swift strikes, backstab, throat-cutting. 3 phantoms launched simultaneous assaults from different directions. Yet, Lu Cang charged forward, deftly evading each attack at the moment they were initiated. You have not forced me into an inescapable corner. Deploying your skills like this seems rather hasty. Indeed, skills could be dodged. However, Lung Qingying's angles of attack were exceptionally cunning, making it no simple feat to evade her strikes. Nevertheless, Lu Cang accomplished this with remarkable ease, doing so with an air of nonchalance. He successfully broke through the encirclement and retrieved his spear. Then, with a flurry of movements, sweeping strikes, successive thrusts, in another sweeping motion, he unleashed a devastating assault upon the surrounding phantoms, encountering the area of effect skill, Death's Dance. He switched to his shield, blocking the onslaught of Death's Dance damage repeatedly. It was utterly unreasonable, with merely a basic skill and ordinary attacks. He shattered all of Lung Qingying's incoming phantoms without sustaining even a scratch. In truth, even Death's Dance has its blind spots and gaps. While most would struggle to exploit them, Lu Cang could. Lung Qingying's true form remained hidden amongst the wooden posts, continuously generating phantoms. This maneuver could only be described as underhanded. She allowed her phantoms to engage Lu Cang while she cowered behind her wooden barrier. Her desire to win was palpable. She yearned for victory. Yet, Lu Cang afforded her no such opportunity. With his blink ability recharged, Lu Cang executed a flash into arc light strike, followed by a giant sword strike. Boom! He offered Lung Qingying no chance to react. In his eyes, the instant Lu Cang vanished, she was already ensnared. There was no time to reposition. A forceful and weighty strike swept over Lung Qingying's true form, once again depleting her health bar entirely. Do you see? Whether or not to use the flintlock makes no difference. Chapter 39, 9 consecutive defeats, questioning life itself. Another match. Yet another. Again, a new round commenced. Each battle concluded swiftly, in the best-case scenario, within mere seconds, and at most, 2 to 3 minutes. During this time, Bai Lu attempted to crush Lu Cang with the impact of a meteor, but Lu Cang simply drew his shield and absorbed the shockwave's damage. This tactic proved effective against non-shielded classes, but utterly ineffective against shield bearers. As for the Flame Pillar, a continuous damage skill, casting it before the battle commenced would yield no results once the fight began. Otherwise, mages would have a significantly higher win rate in the arena. Once the battle began, Bai Lu had to ensure she was eliminated immediately to cast the Flame Pillar. Regrettably, in all 9 matches, she was invariably the first to be dispatched. In the final round, Lu Cang once again wielded the flintlock pistol. This time, however, he was not merely aiming for limbs. In this match, no matter where Lung Qingying attempted to hide, she would inevitably be struck in the head by a ricochet from the flintlock's bullets. This round made Lung Qingying acutely aware that during the first match, it was not that Lu Cang was incapable of landing headshots, but rather that he was torturing himself for sport. If Lu Cang so desired, he could achieve precise headshots from any angle with the flintlock in his hand, as if he were utilizing a cheat. No, this was even more absurd than a cheat. Lung Qingying prided herself on maintaining constant movement. Even if there were a true aim-assist cheat, it would be impossible to hit her with such accuracy. Yet Lu Cang's shooting was unfailingly accurate. After losing 9 consecutive matches, a myriad of frustrations swirled within her, but she could not deny her defeat. Lu Cang had truly held back, being a free-spirited class. He could only utilize a first-level skill, while each of them possessed 4-star skills, compounded by the limitations of their talents. Furthermore, they had chosen a map that favored them, and Lu Cang had even discarded his flintlock weapon. Yet despite these advantages, the 3 of them, all endowed with advanced talents, were utterly dominated by Lu Cang. Such a record, if made public, would undoubtedly be a source of embarrassment for someone like Lung Qingying, who typically disregarded the opinions of others. After the 9 matches concluded, Lu Cang no longer engaged with them. Had enough fun? Now it's time to practice. He opened a training ground and invited them all into the room. Within this training arena, various forms of custom settings could be utilized, such as summoning dummies, assigning them attributes, refreshing skill cooldowns, and even setting modes to unlimited. In this simulated environment, nothing bore real consequences. Once inside Lu Cang's training room, Lung Qingying seized the opportunity to ask the question that had long been on her mind. How did you acquire all these skills? This inquiry had been bottled up for quite some time. Lung Qingying realized that Lu Cang possessed an overwhelming array of abilities. Not only was he adept at being an assassin and a marksman, but he also commanded the skills of mages, warriors, and the intricacies of every class and its various branches with remarkable proficiency. Shouldn't Lu Cang primarily be focused on playing as an assassin? Lung Qingying found herself at a loss. In just 2 short years, how had he managed to master such a vast repertoire of professions and techniques? The world of Huangjia was unlike other games. It was exceedingly peculiar. Once a character was created, changing professions was a formidable challenge, and deleting an account to re-register was impossible. The only avenue for changing professions was a transfer at level 20, which included the option for cross-class transitions, though the difficulty of such a transition was significantly higher than usual. Lung Qingying could hardly believe that Lu Cang had managed to learn all professions through self-exploration in just 2 years. Did no one teach you? She inquired. I did have some references from other players, but indeed, no one taught me, Lu Cang replied. Upon hearing this, Lung Qingying pondered for a moment, realizing that it was indeed a valid point. Who could possibly teach him such skills? What kind of extraordinary figure would that require? The technology of the firmament is undoubtedly a singular existence within the entire realm of illusions. Although Lung Qingying could not perceive Lu Cang's level of mastery, it was evident that Lu Cang's operational prowess far surpassed theirs. Left speechless, Lung Qingying had no further inquiries. Lu Cang then beckoned to the valiant warrior Wu Wei, who was nearby, saying, Wu Wei, allow me to impart some foundational techniques to you. Simply emulate my movements. With that, Lu Cang extracted a colossal sword from the projection of the Qinji box and positioned himself before a wooden post. The fundamentals Lu Cang was about to teach Wu Wei were a set of basic skills established a century after the inception of the illusionary realm, designed for children as young as 3 to practice. In the later stages of this world, children matured swiftly, often venturing out to battle monsters at the age of 3, and these monsters were not the sort that could be resurrected. This fundamental technique was aptly named Basic Combat Techniques. It was straightforward and accessible, making it easy to practice. However, mastering this set of skills would elevate one to the status of a novice expert in this era. The fundamentals encompassed numerous concepts that had yet to be discussed in the current discourse of the illusionary realm. For instance, the swiftest method of swinging a heavy sword, how to intertwine ordinary attacks during skill executions, determining a person's location through their breathing, interpreting the trajectory of a bullet via the flow of air, and discerning invisible foes by sound. Additionally, there were advanced courses on how to combat while completely deprived of the 5 senses. At present, Lu Cang's instruction was limited, focusing solely on the fundamentals of the heavy sword. Wu Wei, your task now is to perfect the basics. Each skill must seamlessly connect to the fundamentals, while maintaining vigilance of your surroundings. This is the foundation of output for all melee professions. Mimic my movements. The essence of wielding a heavy sword lies in striking with the momentum of the blow. Do not exert excessive force. A precise strike is sufficient, and immediately after that, mobilize your entire body. Yes, follow my lead, and let the strike flow downwards. As Lu Cang demonstrated and taught, it became evident that there was no explicit attack speed within the illusionary realm. Instead, it was replaced by movement speed and the determination of ordinary attacks. Theoretically, this resembled attack speed. The quicker the movements, the more ordinary attacks one could execute in succession. However, to deliver effective ordinary attacks, a complex judgment system was required. Each sword-type weapon had distinct judgments for thrusting, sweeping, slashing, and cleaving. This judgment mechanism remains a subject of study for researchers in the illusionary realm to this day. Presently, players relied on intuition for their attacks, resulting in varied performances under identical conditions. Some could only execute a single effective ordinary attack in 1 second, while others could manage 3 or 4 in the same time frame. Statistical data indicated that, on average, players required 15 seconds to successfully unleash an effective attack with a heavy sword. After 2 or 3 lessons with Lu Cang, Wu Wei gradually began to find his rhythm. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Upon mastering the complete set of movements, Wu Wei executed 5 consecutive strikes against the wooden post, adhering to Lu Cang's teachings. His speed was astonishing, causing even Lung Qingying, who had immersed herself in the illusionary realm for 2 years, to widen her eyes in astonishment. A 5-strike combo with a heavy sword in just 2 seconds, without relying on skills? The valiant hero merely imitated Lu Cang's gestures, replicating them without originality. That suffices. One must seek their own rhythm and practice several times. Subsequently, Lu Tsong directed him to the sidelines to practice against the dummy. The White Deer. A mage of the artillery type requires minimal operations. What you must learn is anticipation and the precise release of skills. Anticipation is rather straightforward. You need only remember it. The instruction on anticipation is delivered with clarity and depth. Yet, as Lung Qingying listened, she found each word profoundly insightful, as if a portal to a new realm had been opened. How had she been oblivious to this before? Why had she not paid attention to this aspect previously? Merely by attending Lu Tsong's explanations, Lung Qingying sensed an elevation in her skills. Listening attentively, her technical prowess burgeoned within her mind. After absorbing Lu Tsong's teaching, she reflected on her previous 9 battles, and a blush crept onto her cheeks. Theoretical knowledge operates on an entirely different plane. Soon after, Lu Tsong summoned several flying robots in the training ground to serve as aerial targets for the White Deer to hone her skill accuracy. Although the White Deer's skill range is extensive, that does not exempt her from the need for precision and skill execution. Accurate and stable skill application is a fundamental requirement for every mage. In Lu Tsong's words, if the White Deer anticipates correctly and releases her skills with unwavering precision, she could single-handedly eliminate an opponent. The Glorious Flash is a dazzling attack, executed at lightning speed, rendering it nearly impossible for a human to evade. Should the White Deer accurately release Glorious Flash just before her own displacement, she would find herself evaporated in an instant, leaving no room for further action. Thus, the White Deer proceeded to practice. As for Lung Qingying, Lu Tsong observed the glimmer of anticipation in her eyes. You shall engage in direct combat practice with me. Upon hearing Lu Tsong's arrangement, Lung Qingying felt a chill within her. Could it be? Must she endure further defeat? With her inherently strong character, she always aimed to confront challenges head-on. However, the shadow of having lost 9 consecutive matches loomed heavily over her. A balanced contest would have been acceptable and would have rekindled her fighting spirit. Yet these defeats had been so overwhelming that she hadn't even touched her opponent's sleeves. Noting the turmoil on Lung Qingying's face, Lu Tsong inquired, "Will you join me? If not, I shall proceed with solo matches." With gritted teeth, Lung Qingying replied, "I will join." Having said that, Lu Tsong left the valiant hero and the White Deer in the training ground while he and Lung Qingying departed. The world seemed to settle into a tranquil silence. It had been over an hour since Lu Tsong last appeared in the world announcement. Following the Black Crystal Mine, there had been no further world announcements. The last announcement recorded Lu Tsong being awarded the title of Hero of Maple Blossom City and the Divine Kill Guild becoming the honorary guild of Maple Blossom City. Why had the exclusive announcements from the Sky Dome fallen silent? Had the illustrious figure of the Sky Dome logged off? Currently, the world announcements had been humorously dubbed the Sky Dome exclusives by players, as at least 8 out of 10 announcements had been triggered by the Sky Dome. Could it truly be that he had logged off after just 1 dungeon? I must complete this copy overnight. Alas, it is quite distressing. My obsessive-compulsive tendencies are flaring. Why did the esteemed figure vanish just 1 kill away from a dungeon's first completion? By the way, are they all stuck at level 20, failing to advance further? You know nothing. That is the level cap prior to class advancement. Were I to possess their prowess, I would not hastily transition to a new class either. Professions are categorized into standard and rare classes. Rare classes tend to be significantly more formidable, and those who aspire to them often remain at level 20, seeking pathways for class advancement. However, not everyone finds success in this endeavor. Some individuals stubbornly refuse to advance without attaining a rare class, remaining stagnant at level 20 for an entire year. Soon, the world is set to reset, is it not? Speaking of which, I have noticed the Stargate Guild has been rather inactive. Are they not planning to contest? I believe the Stargate Guild is rather unfortunate. Sharing the same starting city as the Celestial Sky Guild, they likely have conceded. Have you seen the video that circulated recently? It is said that the Hidden Origin Guild was reduced from level 13 to level 1 by the Celestial Sky Guild. Currently, the members of the Stargate Guild regard the Celestial Sky with trepidation. I have heard their internal stance appears to be one of yielding the world to the Godslayer Guild. What do you think the attitude of other guilds will be? Will they also concede the world to the Godslayer? Perhaps not. The Stargate Guild seems to have opted for surrender, as they likely cannot compete for the spoils. No matter how powerful the Godslayer Guild is, they cannot seize the entirety of the world. Other guilds will probably continue their activities as usual. However, considering the current disappearance of the Celestial Sky, could it be that the other members of the Godslayer Guild have also abandoned their quest for the world? Perhaps they are simply disinterested in it altogether. Chapter 40. The Stargate's Concession and Independent Action. Maple Blossom City, cute CAF. Lu Cang met with the president of the Stargate Guild at a CAF. Inside, Star Lantern and Lu Cang engaged in a clandestine discussion. Brother Tsangxiong, what are your thoughts on this world? The president of the Stargate Guild, Star Lantern, inquired tentatively. Lu Cang opened his mouth, smiling faintly. I see. Then we shall withdraw. Upon hearing Star Lantern's declaration, a slight smile graced Lu Cang's face. For a guild of your stature, one of the 8 major guilds, to declare withdrawal seems rather undignified, does it not? Star Lantern replied candidly. To speak frankly, under normal circumstances, we might have contested with you. After all, one cannot afford to lose face. However, the current situation is an exception. Lu Cang simply chuckled at Star Lantern's words, stirring his coffee without further comment. Thus, the Stargate Guild shall refrain from participating in this world. However, should the world yield surplus equipment, we hope to secure preferential purchasing rights. Without hesitation, Lu Cang responded to Star Lantern's request. Agreed. Silver equipment will be priced at 10,000 gold coins per piece. Previously, Lu Cang had sold them at 100,000 per piece, meant for the Stargate's strongest team. However, that initial team is now fully equipped. The second and third teams, in contrast, exhibited less demand for superior equipment, prompting Lu Cang to reasonably lower the prices. Should you procure the entirety of the silver equipment, any additional bronze gear that may drop shall be considered a gift. As for the gold equipment that we do not require, it can be sold at the price of 5 million gold coins per piece. However, the same stipulation applies. Only gold coins, not real-world currency. Despite the price reduction, the conditions proposed by Lu Cang remained rather excessive. Yet, in response to his terms, Xingding merely smiled serenely and remarked, "That is acceptable." Xingding expressed hope that the Stargate and Divine Kill could maintain a lasting amicable relationship. Faced with the smiling old fox, Lu Cang readily agreed. Naturally. By the way, our Stargate Guild will withdraw from this world's plundering, though the Hidden Origin Guild is likely to participate. Xingding refrained from elaborating further, choosing to be succinct. Lu Cang took a sip of his coffee and replied nonchalantly, "It matters not. This portion of the price is already included in the equipment. The wilderness is the largest battlefield in the early stages of the Illusion Realm. It will reset at 5:30 a.m. on the very first day of the server launch, and subsequently, it will refresh weekly. The world can yield a plethora of equipment and materials, including materials for upgrading self-crafted weapons." Upon hearing Lu Cang's introduction, Brave and Fearless could not help but swallow hard. He was already aware of the formidable nature of self-crafted weapons. His specialized weapon, now at level 20, could enhance his strength attribute by 2,000 points, surpassing even gold-quality equipment. If self-crafted weapons could be further upgraded to gold quality, the value would be staggering, and Brave and Fearless dared not contemplate such heights. Even a novice like him understood that higher stats equated to greater power. Furthermore, under Lu Cang's repeated persuasion, Brave and Fearless had become a staunch believer in the notion that high stats were paramount. Should the stats be sufficiently elevated, one could cleave the arena asunder, shattering the world. No matter how skilled the opponent, it would be of no consequence. Likewise, if the stats were high enough and health points robust enough, one could stand still and be impervious to damage, ensuring victory was inevitable. The only reason for defeat was insufficient stats. With high stats, one could never lose, regardless of the circumstances. This was the philosophy Lu Cang instilled in Brave and Fearless. Skill, in Lu Cang's view, was secondary. Only the numbers mattered. What significance did skill have? As long as one could manage the basics, amassing raw stats was the key. Meanwhile, as Lu Cang imparted these ideas to Brave and Fearless, Lung Qing was also present, her mind somewhat in disarray upon hearing Lu Cang's words. It was difficult to fathom that such assertions were uttered by this man. While others might express similar sentiments, hearing them from the most skilled operator in the entire Illusion Realm felt peculiar. Nevertheless, Brave and Fearless did not dwell on these thoughts. Since it was the guild leader speaking, he naturally chose to trust him. All of the above transpired as Lu Cang prepared his teachings before the battle. The temporary training session was brief. Lu Cang had conducted a simple training, and it was already concluded. The valiant warrior had little to practice. The only exercises were those few moves taught by Lu Cang, a sequence of fluid combos practiced repeatedly. Beyond that, there were no special training contents. At this moment, the valiant warrior sat at the bar of the Water Lounge in Desolate Mountain City, bearing a massive sword upon his back. He recalled Lu Cang's earnest words before their departure. There would be but one opportunity, and if they faltered, their mission would remain unfulfilled. The valiant warrior swallowed hard. Since entering the Illusion Realm, he had always been guided by Lu Cang. Now, Without Lu Tsang, he faced the daunting task alone. A sense of isolation enveloped his heart. Could he truly succeed on his own? Was it possible to accomplish anything solo? No, he couldn't perpetually rely on the guild leader. Having received so many benefits, it was time to make a contribution. During this hour, the valiant warrior briefly exited the game to check his account. Indeed, a staggering 510 million had appeared in his bank account. Surely, the figures in a bank account could not be fabricated? The heavens would not allow a top-tier hacker to breach a bank security, would they? Within just a few short hours, he had reached the pinnacle of his life. Becoming a millionaire, the valiant warrior was a person of profound loyalty. The immense gratitude he owed to the guild leader could not be taken lightly. Meanwhile, in the tavern of Desolate Mountain City, numerous players were indulging in drinks. While the illusion realm boasted billions of players, not every individual was in a frantic rush to progress. In fact, it was always just a small handful that hurried. For most, the illusion realm remained a game. A realm filled with diverse activities. Some drank, others played cards, and some even ventured to watch movies within the realm. There are even long-distance couples meeting through the illusion realm. Have you heard? The Divine Kill Guild in Fenghua City is rising rapidly and is set to become the 9th largest guild. Someone remarked. Indeed, they are leading the guild rankings by a significant margin. I imagine other guilds must be seething with jealousy. Alas, I wish to join the Divine Kill Guild, but their leader has set restrictions. Only those with exceptional talents can apply. How absurd. I've heard they only have 4 members so far. Can a guild with such few members even function? True, they may be few, but each one is extraordinarily powerful. The white-haired demoness of destruction, the phantom assassin, and the crimson fury. Each one is fearsome. Which blogger did you hear that from? The version I heard mentioned Xiaomei, Xiao Shui, and Xiaoling instead. Who is this crimson demon? Is he not the warrior of shame? The king of escape? Not only was there the infamous 2-second gameplay video of Tsang Qiong, but footage of a group pursuing the valiant warrior had also surfaced. Listening to the chatter, the valiant warrior felt a twitch in his eyelids. The subject of the discussion was right beside them. What warrior of shame were they referencing? Believe it or not, a single fierce dragon could draw the guards over. Never mind. The fearless hero chuckled softly, surprised that his legend had spread among players, whispered in the corners of distant taverns. Although it was hardly a noble image. The fearless hero glanced at the time. 5:25 a.m. In 5 minutes, the world would reset. It was time to act. Rising from a bar, the fearless hero donned a red demon mask. He had already grasped much of the basic operations. With the mask on, his health bar would remain concealed. However, if he triggered a world announcement in such a state, his true identity would still be revealed. Moreover, should he fall, other players could choose to remove the mask and uncover who he truly was. The pressure in the Desolate Mountain City was immense. According to Lu Tsang's account, 2 guilds resided there, the Guild of Thick Soil Mountain and the Guild of Golden Balance. The Guild of Thick Soil Mountain had obtained an activation code for a powerful defensive talent. When activated, their leading shield bearer, Tian Wang, would likely reach level 17. The Golden Balance Guild featured healers, but their talent was quite peculiar. Not combat-related, but rather a wealth-oriented non-combat talent. Neither guild possessed formidable offensive capabilities. However, they maintained a cordial relationship, unlike the antagonistic ties between the Hidden Origin and Stargate, suggesting they could potentially ally. A level of healing paired with a level of defense was somewhat disconcerting. The fearless hero's task was to seize the world during a massive battle involving nearly 20,000 players from these 2 guilds. If he succeeded in this endeavor, perhaps no one would dare call him a disgraceful warrior. Chapter 41. Is your enmity merely paper thin? The Lord of Maple Blossom City, upon hearing that the heroes intended to utilize the interdomain teleportation array, generously granted access to the teleportation privileges. The interdomain teleportation array was not open to all. To activate it, one had to gain the Lord's approval or complete a special task related to the array. Only through this array could one reach the other 3 initial cities, which were situated at great distances. Without it, traversing on foot could take decades. Bai Lu arrived at one of the human initial cities, the city of Holy Water, using the interdomain teleportation array. As soon as he landed, he beheld 2 colossal statues standing in the central square, those of Shana of water and Jua of light. The city of Holy Water was bathed in a serene blue, with buildings that exuded a refreshing azure hue, emanating a sense of vast brightness. Upon arrival, Bai Lu did not linger to admire the sights. Instead, he sought out other nearby teleportation arrays and stepped onto one, swiftly transporting himself to the outskirts of the city. At that moment, a multitude of players had gathered on the outskirts of the city of Holy Water. wearing a white fawn mask that concealed his information. Bai Lu recalled the questions he had posed to Lu Tsang. Brother, if we seize these guilds, will they then hold a grudge against us? Precisely. Indeed, these petty guilds will certainly be quite sensitive to this world. However, our ultimate objective is to capture everything, so it is impossible to avoid animosity with other guilds. Thus, we must prepare in advance. Bai Lu arrived at the edge of the city wall. Leaning against the wall, he gazed out over the vast plains. It was 5:25. Subsequently, Bai Lu accessed the community and published an announcement. The Godslayer Guild, Declaration of Belonging. The Godslayer Guild shall participate in the crusade against the Four Worlds. The title of Hero of Maple Blossom City is a unique honor. With this title, posting in the community gains additional exposure and heightened engagement. Coincidentally, Song Xiong is currently the most watched player in the entire illusory realm. His posts are viewed by thousands within mere moments of being published. According to my brother, making a declaration is of utmost importance. By stating our intention, we publicly signal our involvement in this battle. If other guilds fail to seize opportunities, it is merely indicative of their lack of strength. These are the teachings of Lu Tsang. Indeed, following the release of this post, the gathered members of the glorious and soft current guilds began to stir, their members glancing around in search of the Godslayer Guild. The challenge lies in the fact that amidst the throngs of thousands outside, locating the concealed Bai Lu is no easy feat. He is not the only player donning a mask. Some players enjoy starting with a mask for show. It would be unwise to indiscriminately attack all masked players in an attempt to unearth the hidden members of the Godslayer Guild, as that would tarnish our reputation among bystanders. The Godslayer Guild does not recruit outsiders. They still need to attract members. Nevertheless, they do not have much time for their search. After scanning the area without discovering any clues, the space before them fractured, unleashing a chill. A colossal ice giant emerged from the rift. The world has refreshed. Alert! Following the world refresh, both guilds separated, positioning themselves on opposite sides. In addition to the two major guilds, several smaller guilds lingered nearby, but these guilds dared not engage. Remaining at the periphery, the wrath of the glorious and soft current guilds is not something ordinary smaller guilds can withstand. Not to mention, merely the financial prowess of these guilds could easily compel their members to abandon ship through private offers. A single guild could be effortlessly dismantled. A level 20 world has materialized upon the plains. It is a frost-covered ice giant, wielding an enormous ice club. Frost Peak Giant. Level 20. Unique world. Health points 150, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Skills: Snow Tread, Frost Smash, Ice Explosion, Ice Tomb. Traits: the Zenith Ice Domain is surrounded by a realm of frigid ice, within which all hostile entities experience a reduction in movement speed, action speed, and skill cooldowns. Traits: the ice composition grants near total immunity to ice-type attacks, while damage from physical attacks is mitigated. However, fire-type attacks inflict additional harm. Description: a formidable giant wielding the power of ice, possessing exceptional combat abilities in the ice domain, yet vulnerable to fire-based assaults, which inflict extra damage. With a staggering health pool of 150 million, Bai Lu swallowed hard at the sight. Such an immense vitality. Subsequently, thousands of players from the Radiant Guild surged forth to engage. Their attacks inflicted merely double-digit damage. Nevertheless, with their numerical superiority, the simultaneous assault of thousands could whittle down 40 to 50,000 health points per second. If this trend persisted, vanquishing the 150 million health would not prove insurmountable. Of course, this hinged upon maintaining the current momentum. The world is not merely a punching bag, it retaliates. The participants in this battle were not solely from the two major guilds. However, these players belonged to the Atmosphere group. The two principal guilds paid them no mind, as the aggro was firmly held by the Radiant Guild. Even if the casual players contributed damage, they were ultimately laboring for the benefit of the guild. Leaning against the wall, Bai Lu observed. In the realm of Mirage, there are two methods of calculating monster contention: aggro and the final blow. Aggro, as its name implies, refers to which team inflicts the most damage, drawing the ire of the creature, which will prioritize attacking the team with the highest aggro. The means of increasing aggro is based on damage dealt. The greater the damage, the higher the aggro towards that player. Most tank skills inherently possess effects that enhance aggro, allowing them to generate significant aggro without necessarily dealing excessive damage. The team that achieves the highest aggro gains priority in loot acquisition. This means that regardless of who lands the final blow, the team with the highest aggro will secure the right to loot. The final blow, however, determines who appears on the announcement, who claims the kill, and who receives the first kill reward, though it confers no rights over the loot itself. The guild's challenge tasks essentially revolve around securing the final blow rather than maintaining the highest output consistently. After observing the battle for a time, Bailu leisurely approached the edge of the fray. Slowly, he began to chant. 10 seconds later, a fireball was unleashed. Boom! A massive fireball erupted, dealing 219 damage. Although it was said that only the final blow needed to be secured, the task assigned by Lu Tsang required that all blows be claimed. One must admit, this brother is rather willful. Is this not akin to snatching food from tiger's mouth? This fireball unleashed nearly 100,000 damage. Crash! With a powerful strike, the leader of the Radiant Guild activated a sturdy defense skill, enhancing physical resistance and withstanding the blow. The healer urgently infused life into him, elevating his health bar. Immediately afterwards, the deputy took over, preparing to withstand a second assault. However, the anticipated attack did not descend as expected. After delivering the initial strike, it unexpectedly glanced in the opposite direction. Alas, it appeared to have been drawn to him. Little did Bailu anticipate that merely casting a fireball would attract the utmost enmity. Yet, it was only a fleeting glance. Boom! It struck the deputy of the Glorious Guild. A staggering 281 damage. Indeed, the primary tank of a major guild could withstand such substantial damage in one breath. This was, of course, the result of consuming various potions before the battle, combined with fully maximized talents. The deputy inhaled deeply and hastily retreated to the rear of the formation, allowing the fully healed main tank to step forward once more. Hundreds of healers contributed to a swift restoration. The speed of healing was nothing short of extraordinary. Otherwise, enduring a world-class blow would surely lead to immediate demise. Bailu vanished into the throng, sheathing his weapon and promptly shifting positions. He could not afford to attract further ire. Calculate the damage, Bailu. You could do this. Bailu could hardly fathom that the illustrious Glorious Guild, renowned in the realm, exhibited such lackluster damage output. It took nearly 30 seconds before he stepped forward to unleash his own attack. Yet, it was indeed difficult to imagine that the world's strongest guild, with the pinnacle of player prowess, could underperform so drastically. Presently, the most formidable damage dealer in the Glorious Guild possessed merely 4 pieces of silver equipment, one of which was a level 5 item. With various bonuses and potions factored in, the highest primary attribute was a mere 530 points. In contrast, Bailu, with just one specialized weapon, had augmented his spear value by 100 points. Not to mention his full set of level 20 silver gear, complemented by half a set of gold equipment. With all these enhancements, Bailu's current spirit value soared to an impressive 5,000 points, creating a staggering tenfold attribute disparity. However, it was becoming clear, the enmity generated by their main team over 40 seconds was roughly equivalent to that of a single fireball from him. As long as he cast a fireball every minute and unleashed all his skills when health was sufficiently low, he would undoubtedly seize the highest enmity in the arena and secure a kill. Chapter 42. Celestial Schemes, Strategies Across Thousands of Miles. What has transpired? Why does it feel like the enmity is unstable? In a secure position far from the Glorious Guild, several commanders were diligently orchestrating the battle. After all, this was a grand assembly of thousands. Lacking command would render it a disarray. Different commanders were responsible for various teams. As the deputy commander, Guangyin's duty was to coordinate and manage the unpredictable elements both within and outside the battlefield, ensuring that his guild could execute kills without unforeseen disruptions. He had already noticed the anomaly. With experience from directing over 100 battles, he distinctly recognized that a disruption had indeed occurred. To steal enmity from them, one would either need an ability that enforced enmity or possessed damage output so high that it surpassed their entire team's combined efforts. The initial conjecture holds some possibility, yet it is rather slim. After all, what significance does harboring hatred for that fleeting moment hold? It merely serves to heighten their vigilance without yielding any tangible results. Thus, extensive speculation is unnecessary. The second possibility is likely the case. It is indeed not challenging to deduce. The Godslayer Guild is serious. A remote attack was likely just executed, possibly by the mage known as White Deer. A thorough search of the surrounding players is in order, particularly those who conceal their identities behind masks. Furthermore, inquiries should be made regarding any conspicuous damage observed moments ago. Upon receiving the directive from the Radiant Guild, players promptly set out to execute the task. The primary guild can accommodate only 10,000 members. However, this does not imply that the Radiant Guild comprises merely that number. Prior to the main guild's upgrade, they established numerous branches, such as Radiant 1 and Radiant 2. Additionally, some players who have not joined any guild are also under the purview of the Radiant Guild. They are often dispatched to undertake tasks that can only be performed by non-guild members. Reports indicate that, according to feedback from nearby players, a fireball inflicting over 90,000 damage was recently witnessed. The magnitude of this damage resonates throughout the vicinity. Players who are not in a party can also perceive the damage inflicted by others. The immense fireball cast by White Deer, causing over 90,000 damage, is particularly striking. It is rather obvious. Amidst a plethora of 2-digit and even single-digit damage figures, a 5-digit damage occurrence stands out, especially one beginning with a 9. How could it not draw attention? 90,000. Upon hearing this report, Guanyin felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. He glanced at the damage output panel of his main team. Their guild's most formidable player, the Holy Radiance, has only dealt a total of 100,000 damage thus far. Yet, another player's fireball inflicts that much damage in a single cast? The disparity is utterly outrageous. Guanyin's concern deepens. She must be located. However, we are at a loss as to who she is. Are we to apprehend all the masked players? Perhaps it would be more prudent to offer those players a reward of 10,000 illusion coins in exchange for removing their masks. A mere 10,000 for unmasking should entice most. Those unwilling may very well be the mage known as White Deer. This White Deer is female, a mage, wielding a spellbook. Yet, one cannot solely rely on these characteristics for identification. If she is intent on evading detection, she might conceal her hair, don a wig, or even switch to wielding a sword when not attacking. Cang Xiong, originating from an assassin background, is adept at disguise. Perhaps she has imparted her skills to White Deer. It may be prudent to conduct a thorough search of all players, but this must be executed discreetly, ensuring only the masked players are aware. No word must leak out. Resorting to coercion is not an option. One cannot simply shake a mask off another's face. Soon, some players began to search the vicinity. A warrior from the Radiant Guild stealthily approached a masked girl wielding a bow. "My dear friend, we are in search of individuals. Might you remove your mask?" Upon doing so, a sum of 10,000 fantasy coins will be promptly transferred. Thank you. A mere 10,000 for the simple act of unmasking? The girl with the bow expressed her surprise. Is that truly the case? Certainly. The words of the illustrious guild are indeed trustworthy. Thus, the archer removed her mask, revealing herself as a genuine archer, merely an onlooker observing others engage in world battles. Thank you for your cooperation. The funds have been transferred. You may don your mask once more. Soon after, masked players were being searched one by one, yet the elusive White Deer remained unfound. Suddenly, a message reached Guanyin's mind. Report to Vice Commander Guanyin. We have identified a player who adamantly refuses to remove their mask. They are now surrounded, wearing a bull-headed mask. They mutter something about how a bull warrior never removes their mask. In the fantasy realm, potions with unique abilities, such as voice changing, are not uncommon. Transforming one's voice from female to male is indeed feasible. Subdue him and remove his mask. If we have mistaken his identity, we shall compensate him with 100,000 fantasy coins. Understood, Vice Commander. Indeed, he is a male warrior player, known as Brave Bull. Damn, this fellow, refusing to unmask even for money. What could he be after? Vice Commander Guanyin. Trouble arises. News has spread throughout the community. It originates from Cang Xiong. The illustrious guild lavishly spends, offering 10,000 fantasy coins for the unmasking of players. The individual responsible for these posts is none other than Cang Xiong of the Divine Killing Guild, the most talked about figure in the fantasy realm. Shortly thereafter, another post appeared. The Bull Warrior, unwilling to unmask, has been forcibly unmasked. The illustrious guild has paid a compensation of 100,000 fantasy coins. Will refusing to unmask lead to even greater compensation? With the release of these two posts, players throughout the city of Holy Water erupted in excitement. Even some directly involved players commented on Cang Xiong's post. I can attest to the truth of this. The illustrious guild indeed paid me to remove my mask. Simply unmasking grants you 10,000 fantasy coins? Is such fortune truly possible? Goodness. Isn't this akin to picking up money? Masks at the costume shop are merely 10 copper coins each, right? Initially, those wearing masks swiftly removed them. Yet soon, other players protested. How is it that those adorned with masks receive rewards merely for unmasking? Are we, the maskless, to suffer losses? Consequently, some players who originally did not wear masks promptly equipped the mask from their inventories. I have donned the mask. Oh, but I have removed it again. Fool, such folly will not suffice. You must wear it longer before removing it. Wait for them to seek you out. Otherwise, how will you claim your reward? Then I shall continue to wear it. What? The illustrious guild is distributing funds? Simply unmasking grants 10,000 10,000 coins? What? As long as one wears a mask to seek out the world, the illustrious guild will provide 10,000 upon the release of the news. It swiftly spread through the players like wildfire. Could donning a mask lead to such a fortuitous event? This prospect of financial gain rapidly circulated throughout the community, culminating in a collapse of the illustrious guild. A throng of spectators surged onto the battlefield, including those originally engaged in other quests or leisurely enjoying taverns within the dream realm, hastily abandoning their pursuits to seize this opportunity for profit. Even players who had previously shunned masks were now adorned with them, for there was no loss in doing so. 10 copper coins could easily be acquired by vanquishing a few monsters in the wild, and participating in a world event was inherently an entertaining spectacle. During regular gameplay, many players often joined in simply for the thrill of it, regardless of whether they succeeded in slaying foes or earning rewards. The added incentive of monetary gain drew an even larger crowd, transforming what had been a relatively empty venue into a bustling throng, with every face concealed behind a mask. Witnessing this scene, Guanyin's lips twitched in frustration. Damn it, he had been outmaneuvered. This celestial being was not merely skilled in gameplay. He was adept at wielding the power of public opinion as well. The illustrious guild could not simply eliminate these players. Could they truly attack innocent bystanders? Did they wish to jeopardize their standing? While the 8 major guilds might engage in underhanded tactics behind the scenes, they maintained a facade of harmony and justice in their dealings with casual players. As the number of nearby players swelled, the health bar continued to dwindle. Deputy Commander, we're overwhelmed. The reinforcements haven't even arrived yet. Shall we continue to pursue? Faced with this situation, Guanyin felt an ominous foreboding. This truly seemed to be slipping away. Chapter 43, Chaos of Battle. What the hell? Why are there so many more people? Did the conflict in Zone 3 require such a vast audience? The 2 guilds continued their relentless assault. Bailu hid among the crowd, stealthily dealing damage. No longer relying on charged fireballs, she now cast them directly. Even so, each fireball inflicted over 3,000 damage. A feat that increasingly strained the main team of the illustrious guild, causing their threat level to spiral out of control. Following the initial probing attack, Bailu felt her sensitivity to aggro management sharpen. She could estimate the output of the opposing teams and gauge how much damage she needed to control. This calculation was not directly imparted by Lu Tsong. Instead, he encouraged her to seek her own understanding and reflect on the evolving dynamics of the battlefield. Bailu perceived her brother as transforming into a mentor, assigning her a rather unconventional homework assignment. However, who would ever imagine that such homework would involve navigating a world in turmoil? Who could predict how the situation would unfold? The pressure is overwhelming. Should I falter? It could potentially jeopardize the entire guild's ability to complete the challenge. Each time Bailu casts a fireball, she swiftly changes her position. As for the Yinyuan Guild, the throngs of players make it nearly impossible to locate her. In truth, even if those players were to disperse, Yinyuan Guild would still struggle to find Bailu. At this juncture, even if Yinyuan Guild were to announce that they would no longer pay players to remove their masks, the majority would remain steadfast, adopting a mindset of having come this far. Boom! The giant smashed its ice stick into the ground, splitting the earth open with a fissure of frost. This strike affected numerous players, leading to the demise of many. As health points dwindled, it was inevitable that casualties would occur in this world battle. Under the concentrated fire of the crowd, the health points of the boss plummeted to nearly 30, leaving it with only 45 million remaining. Concurrently, the output from both guilds began to wane, as both sides grew wary of one another. Capturing the world was never solely the endeavor of one guild. The Roruan Guild and Yinyuan Guild were collaborating not out of goodwill. They had no intention of selflessly contributing. The aim of Roruan Guild was equally to seize the prize. The world adheres to a specific combat mechanism, and this world had already been tested in Zone 1. Weekly, various guilds had engaged in battle dozens of times, becoming quite familiar with the strategies involved. Without external interference, this seemingly formidable world could be conquered in merely 5 minutes. However, the question remains, how could there be no external interference during such a scramble? Swish! From the shadows behind Xingyao, a figure emerged, an assassin from Roruan Guild. The 8 major guilds maintain a friendly facade towards casual players, yet there exists no camaraderie among themselves. Should a conflict arise, they would strike without warning. Shuruja burst forth from the shadows, directing her attack toward a high-level player from Yinyuan Guild. If she could eliminate Xingyao, the enmity he had garnered would be reset, significantly diminishing hostility towards her team and redirecting it towards Roruan Guild. Thus, the spoils would belong to Roruan Guild. Clang! The healing defensive spell, Holy Shield, unfurled, forming a barrier behind Shengyao. The assassin strike met the shield, creating a multitude of cracks. Yet regrettably, it failed to penetrate. Ensnared within the encirclement of Yinyuan Guild, Shuruju was swiftly targeted. Yinyuan Guild regarded her as a monster to be taken down. Behold, it was Yinyuan Guild that initiated the attack. They intend to slay our Shengyao. We were merely competing fairly, each relying on our own abilities. But now they have assaulted us. If one does not provoke me, I shall not retaliate. Yet if one does, I shall pursue them relentlessly. Eliminate these women. At last, the world battle evolved into a guild conflict. The Yinyuan Guild consisted entirely of female characters, yet the prowess of these women was astonishingly formidable. The audacity of the glorious guild is truly remarkable. If the control of enmity remains firmly in the hands of the Gentle Stream Guild, it is indeed the glorious guild that should fear an assault. Yet, this predicament is unavoidable. Any team unable to manage enmity must consider taking action. To claim a right to seize is rather hypocritical. Has the glorious guild not seized from us before? Let the battle commence without the need for such excuses. Boom! In the initial seconds, both guilds were united in their offensive efforts. In an instant, however, this camaraderie transformed into a fierce conflict, with spells from both sides beginning to clash. As a marksman of elite talent, the Holy Radiance dealt devastating damage. A rain of light descended from the heavens, swiftly eliminating dozens of Gentle Stream Guild players. Yet, almost immediately, a barrage of water arrows surged forth from the Gentle Stream Guild. The melee fighters charged headlong into combat, and chaos ensued on both sides. Then, with a mighty swing, a blow landed. The resounding crash instantly felled the main fighter of the glorious guild. The previous attacks had already weakened many, bringing their health perilously close to the critical line. Focus on the enmity. The situation was not particularly advantageous for the glorious guild, as enmity still rested upon them. While their damage dealers were of elite status, the Gentle Stream Guild lacked a primary damage dealer of the same caliber, resulting in a significant disparity in output. I anticipated this escalation. Upon witnessing the scene, Light felt overwhelmed. It was exceedingly difficult to manage both the global threats and the skirmishes with the Gentle Stream Guild. Each skirmish devolved into a chaotic melee. After sustaining heavy damage, the genuine damage dealers were reduced to a mere fraction. Those holding the enmity had to defend against assaults while delivering damage, striving to eliminate foes before the enmity could shift. Conversely, the opposing faction, unburdened by enmity, could unleash their full might against the enemy. In this mutual restraint, the outcome remained uncertain. Yet, what troubled Light most was the presence of the Divine Kill Guild, particularly the enigmatic Bai Lu. If Light's intuition was correct, Bai Lu was covertly managing enmity, maintaining a considerable amount of it without engaging in any grand battles. Even with this knowledge, Light felt utterly powerless against the strategies of the Divine Kill Guild. The optimal solution would be to relinquish the enmity, allowing Bai Lu to take control, thereby drawing her out. However, the second tier of enmity would undoubtedly fall to Gentle Stream. If we relinquish control, Gentle Stream might not agree to abandon it alongside us. Furthermore, should we all forsake our enmity, Bai Lu could easily retreat to a distance and shed the enmity, allowing her to re-engage at her leisure. Light's mind raced with frantic possibilities, yet he realized that he had no feasible solution. The Divine Kill Guild, having dispatched merely one individual, had managed to ensnare both the glorious and Gentle Stream guilds in a dire predicament. This was indeed a terrifying scenario. Currently, the most effective approach is to proceed with the flow. Whether we can seize the opportunity depends entirely on fate. Attack. Do not allow them to harm our main forces. Fireball, Water Arrow, Divine Judgment. Spiral Arrow, Scattershot, Explosive Arrow, Toxic Projectile. Shield Wall, Explosive Shell, Hand Cannon Bombardment, Gatling Gun Spray. Players from the two major guilds fall in waves. Upon resurrection, they are instantly teleported back to rejoin the fray. The fierce competition between the guilds does not tarnish their reputation among casual players. Which player would feel offended merely by witnessing another guild's attempts at conquest? The conflicts between the grand guilds have always been irrelevant to the casual players. As long as they refrain from attacking ordinary players, their disputes will not sully their names. In fact, the victors are esteemed, and the guild that triumphs is often regarded with admiration by others. Engage in battle. That one in blue. You have someone sneaking up behind you. Why not eliminate the opposing leader first? Isn't it obvious one should target the stronger forces? A multitude of onlookers began to offer unsolicited advice. The battlefield was strewn with corpses, and chaos reigned supreme. As the formations of players began to unravel, the intensity escalated, with a single strike capable of slaying hundreds. Even the illustrious guild's radiant champion fell, resetting the aggro. However, just as Lightcaller had anticipated, despite the reduction in aggro, luring out the white deer proved impossible. Yet after the champion's demise, the white deer, thumping its chest, felt a thrill of realization. It turned out that maintaining such high aggro was unnecessary. One simply needed to await the downfall of their leader. The dynamics of the battlefield indeed shifted in an instant, nearly leading to a miscalculation. The health points continued to dwindle, reaching 302,520, then 10,5. At last, the health plummeted to 33, with under 5 million remaining. If the two guilds unleashed their full might without restraint, they could vanquish this last sliver of health in a mere 10 seconds. Yet, at that moment, the aggro still rested firmly with the illustrious guild. Suddenly, a colossal shadow loomed in the sky, as if something obscured the sun. The crowd looked up to witness 3 massive meteors hurtling down from above. The white deer raised its staff towards the distance, recalling its brother's words before taking action. White deer. The simplest way to secure the kill is to ensure that no one else but you can claim the life at this critical threshold. Now, under full power, you possess the highest kill threshold in the entire illusory realm. A single meteor spell, delivering its full damage without considering resistance, amounts to 1,500,000. The illustrious guild's charged attack totals 2,250,000, considering the white deer's resistance along with the vulnerability to fire damage. One meteor spell should inflict at least over 1 million damage. Employ the meteor spell to lower the health line and maximize aggro. After the third meteorite strike, maintain health at precisely 1,000,000. At this juncture, utilizing the Radiant Flash becomes an absolute safeguard against any player attempting to seize the opportunity, allowing for a direct annihilation. Chapter 44. The Three Great Worlds Strike. Desolate Mountain City. The valiant warrior, undaunted, clutched the teleportation stone, his palms slightly perspiring. The thick Earth Mountain and Golden Scale guilds, as the leader had foretold, indeed shared a remarkably harmonious relationship. Throughout the engagement, they maintained a steadfast cooperation, devoid of any discord. The entire combat sequence unfolded with grace and fluidity, akin to a splendid performance. Mountain Rampaging Bull Destroyer. Level 20. Unique World. Health 150,000. 150 million. Trait, Stony Body. Permanently possesses skin as hard as rock, exhibiting high resistance to all non-penetrative attacks. Trait, Blood Frenzy. When health falls below a certain threshold, it enters a frenzied state, dramatically enhancing attack power and movement speed, delivering powerful area damage to all surrounding foes. Trait, Unyielding Will. Immune to any control skills, perpetually remaining in combat mode. Skill, Tremor Stomp. Unleashes a potent seismic wave, inflicting area physical damage upon enemies ahead and temporarily reducing their movement speed. Skill, Landslide. Triggers a spectacular simulation of a landslide, inflicting continuous high physical damage to enemies within a designated area, with a slight chance of immobilizing them momentarily. Skill, Rockfall. The destroyer summons massive boulders from the sky, delivering fierce suppression to a single target or small area, causing immense physical damage and applying a slowing effect to struck enemies. Skill, Shattered Rock Wave. Releases a series of energy waves composed of shattered rocks, dealing continuous damage to enemies ahead, with a chance of causing their next attack or spell to fail. Description: the Earth Destroyer is renowned for its indestructible physique and frenzied power. It stands as a living mountain. When enraged, the very earth trembles, and any foe daring to approach will experience its unmatched destructive force. Although the combat prowess of the Golden Scale and Thick Earth Mountain was lacking, their cooperation, devoid of any conflicts, progressed far more swiftly than that of Radiant and Romeo. Within mere minutes, the health of the Mountain Rampaging Bull had plummeted significantly. Subsequently, its traits were triggered. Moo! A thunderous roar echoed as it reared back, commencing a wild charge in all directions. The valiant warrior swallowed hard. This colossal bull, towering at 50 meters and rampaging with abandon, was far more terrifying than the initial wild boar. A misstep here would jeopardize the mission. I possess but a single opportunity. If I swing my sword as practiced, success shall be within my grasp. Just like the maneuver often executed by the guild leader, the fearless hero took a deep breath. He recalled the words spoken to him before he stepped out. Fearless hero. You did not choose that name to shy away from challenges. Do not dwell on failure. Simply take action. To act and potentially fail is infinitely superior to evading and failing. Do not shy away. Just go for it. Boom! The bull charged recklessly, and the fearless hero fixated on a specific area on the ground, previously marked by him. The item acquired from the hidden quest was point-to-point teleportation beacon. This location had been selected by Song, Wasteland 18541-231. At that moment, his health would plummet to 1. As long as he teleported at the right time to unleash his full damage, victory would be his. The fearless hero waited for the opportune moment and activated the teleportation stone. Whoosh! In an instant, he appeared before the bull. Had he teleported too soon? The mission was on the brink of failure. He could be trampled to death in an instant. No, he mustn't overthink it. With a fierce roar, he drew his sword. The fearless hero moved, but this time, rather than fleeing, he lunged forward, drawing his sword with great force, then drew again. Swish! Swish! 660, 249. 662, 952. In mere moments, he inflicted over 1,000,000 damage. Yet his health still hovered precariously low. The fearless hero was quicker than his own heart. Even if he perished, he would fight to the end. In that fleeting instant, it was as if a clash between titans unfolded. A colossal bull towering at 50 meters colliding with a mere speck on the ground. Boom! A thunderous crash echoed as the massive bull collapsed. In the distance, 2 major guilds stood in stunned silence, observing the spectacle. With over 1,000,000 health remaining, the bull's erratic movements rendered effective damage output nearly impossible. They would need to regroup to whittle down its remaining health. Yet unexpectedly, amidst the chaos, it was suddenly vanquished. Congratulations to the player, fearless hero, for delivering the final blow to the mountain rampaging bull. You have slain mountain rampaging bull. Player, fearless hero has generated the highest enmity with the mountain rampaging bull. You have been granted priority loot rights. Near the outskirts of Xiaoya City, the Drunken Moon Guild clashed with the Precision Nexus Guild, in stark contrast to the tense and precarious struggle between Bai Lu and fearless hero. The encounter involving Lung Qingying was far more straightforward. The two guilds engaged in a fierce battle for supremacy. Just as the world's health dwindled to its last sliver, Lung Qingying burst forth, striking with lightning speed, decisively eliminating both main teams amidst the chaos. Immediately, she unleashed her damage, drawing aggro. Other players attempted to focus their fire on Lung Qingying, but in her eyes, their intentions appeared as transparent as clear water. With a single glance, she seemed to foresee their every move and attack. Song, you truly are a prodigy. In a brief span of merely 1 hour, Song imparted to her the essence of practical combat. Lung Qingying, already a formidable expert within the realm of illusions, experienced a profound epiphany akin to enlightenment following Song's succinct guidance, granting her a deeper comprehension of the illusory world. It was as if, when grappling with a perplexing problem, she suddenly beheld the definitive answer. In that fleeting moment of clarity, the entire thought process became seamlessly coherent. Maneuvering, evading, repositioning, and executing stealthy strikes, these players appeared sluggish in their actions, their movements clumsy. Even the bullets seemed to travel at a languid pace, stripped of their intimidating power. Here, there was no need to fret over unpredictable ricochets that might strike her from unforeseen angles, nor to fear the terrifying velocity of a spear that could shred her illusions in an instant. Moreover, there was no concern that her melee attacks would be evaded or parried with uncanny finesse. After enduring numerous defeats at the hands of Song Xiong, Lung Qingying plunged into the chaotic battlefield, only to discover that the threat posed by these players was significantly less oppressive than that of Song Xiong alone. Their maneuvers resembled a child's play, each strike and every action utterly wasted, devoid of any potency or menace. Shadowy ambushes and a chaotic dance of death ensued, with damage figures cascading like a tempest. 412021, 419024, 418248, 412949, 415249. 6 phantoms simultaneously unleashed a deadly vortex of slaughter. Root of chaos distortion. Special world. Level 20. Health points 405, 2015, 4,000,000, 100,000,000, 100,000,000. Skills: Thorned Lunge, Shadow Entanglement, Wrath of Nature, Tide of Distortion. Each strike activated the special weapon multiplier of mediocrity, unleashing a torrential barrage of damage figures that erupted in an instant. The world's health dwindled to a mere 4, melting away like snowflakes meeting a fierce flame. The speed at which the health bar was depleted left the players present utterly astonished, barely able to comprehend the spectacle unfolding before them. Congratulations to player, Long Qingying for delivering the final blow to the root of chaos distortion. You have slain the world. Root of chaos distortion. Player. Long Qingying is the player who has generated the highest enmity towards the root of chaos distortion. You have gained priority looting rights. After claiming the kill, Long Qingying glided through the battlefield, swiftly gathering the entire treasure chest, only to vanish without a trace moments later. The players from the two major guilds stood in stunned silence. What transpired? Their arduous struggle of nearly half an hour had been so effortlessly usurped, not even a scrap remained. Shortly after Long Qingying's theft, another global announcement appeared before the eyes of all players. Congratulations to player Bai Lu for delivering the final blow to the Ice and Snow Pinnacle Giant. You have slain the world. Ice and Snow Pinnacle Giant. Player Bai Lu is the player who has generated the highest enmity towards the Ice and Snow Pinnacle Giant. You have gained priority looting rights. Chapter 45. 15 consecutive meteorites. The entire world was left in astonishment. What on earth was happening? A single guild seizing 3 realms? That post was undeniably serious. Can you believe it? The Godslayer Guild comprises merely 4 individuals, with each one claiming a world. How astonishing is that? Hold on a moment. Has a crucial character yet to make an appearance? Isn't that obvious? The Godslayer Guild consists of 4 members. I, the Celestial God, have yet to make my entrance. The guild leader truly stands apart, making a grand entrance at the climax. Goodness, it seems the Yinyuan Guild is still embroiled in battle. Aren't they drenched in sweat? Still fighting? Shouldn't they be fleeing? Fleeing? Huh. The Stargate Guild appears to have forged some form of cooperation with the Godslayer Guild. If the Yinyuan Guild retreats, wouldn't the Stargate Guild emerge to engage? The Yinyuan Guild must be utterly drenched in sweat by now. At this very moment, in the arena where the world is refreshed, the Stargate Guild's presence is conspicuously absent. The players of the Yinyuan Guild felt a slight perspiration trickling down their backs. Initially, the plan involved the Stargate Guild competing with them. They had prepared thoroughly for battle. Yet now, not a single member of the opposing guild appeared. Only they remained, contending with the furious 3-headed hound. However, they were acutely aware that the Godslayer Guild must be lurking nearby. They would not believe for a moment that the Godslayer Guild would pass up this opportunity to seize. Whether others were seizing or not was uncertain. But how could Fenghua City possibly refrain from doing so? To guard against Lu Tsong's ambush, the Yinyuan Guild had deliberately slowed their pace, waiting for crucial intelligence. As it turned out, their strategy bore fruit. During their skirmishes, they indeed gathered intelligence on the Godslayer Guild. First, the fearless hero was eliminated. Soon after, they learned that the White Deer was seemingly attempting to seize information from the Radiant Guild in the Holy Water capital. Next, the Cold Crystal attacked the Drunken Moon and the Precision Hub Guild, successfully capturing them. Following swiftly was the announcement of the White Deer's world kill. The Yinyuan Guild then accelerated their efforts. They aimed to swiftly execute the kill before them. Did this not imply that only the Celestial remained within Fenghua City? Goodness, stop dawdling. Hurry up. If only the Celestial is left, what is there to fear? Regardless of Celestial's prowess, it is impossible for one to withstand the onslaught of our multitude. According to the intelligence gathered, Celestial seemingly lacks area of effect skills. Entering alone would spell doom. Reduce his health to 14, and let the Hidden Void execute the kill. Upon re-entering, the Hidden Void hastily leveled up. As he had previously accompanied the initial team to surpass level 10, he could not join Hidden Void in tackling the Ashen Forest once more. Unable to tackle the nightmare difficulty of the Ashen Forest, Hidden Void had no choice but to level up through a less efficient method. Consequently, he had only just reached level 7. Presently, his talent allowed him to inflict damage through back attacks, resulting in a kill at 14 health points. This threshold for execution scales with level increases, yet peaks at 25. Even so, the ability to seize is undoubtedly a remarkable talent. In the realm of normal progression, the Hidden Void Guild, shrouded in secrecy, undoubtedly held dominion over the world. Whether it was the final blow or the acquisition of spoils, they could seize it effortlessly. The damage dealt by their strikes was formidable, chipping away over 20 health points. Who could rival such output? Alas, their adversary was Lu Tsong. Quickly. While this guy merely possesses exceptional skill, his damage output is not particularly high. If he is alone, he poses little threat. We have nearly 20,000 here. 20,000 is the most effective number for combat. Any more would render us ineffective due to distance. The efficiency of 100,000 versus 20,000 is comparable. This explains why, during guild skirmishes, both sides typically deploy 10,000 players to encircle the target. Beyond a certain number, they can only strike from the periphery. Of course, this is an exception in team battles, where the chaos can draw out all who can be shaken. Currently, the only aspect displayed by Sky is his formidable control. If we can diminish his health, we can allow the Hidden Void to strike the final blow from their concealed state. That will secure our victory. No matter how skilled the operation, it cannot substitute for damage output. Yet such fantasies are delightful. The Hidden Element Guild began to accelerate their assault, and their health rapidly dwindled. With no interference from other guilds, the decline was swift, soon dropping to 20. It's almost there. Unleash full power, no matter where Sky is. As long as we reach the execution threshold of Hidden Void, victory is ours. We have triumphed. From the inception of the server until now, we have been under Sky's relentless pressure. The entire Hidden Element Guild has been cast into shadow. Even though Sky never revealed himself during the battle, he instilled a profound sense of oppression. Just as they glimpsed a flicker of hope, the sky abruptly darkened. More precisely, a vast shadow loomed, obscuring the light above. The masses looked up, questioning the phenomenon. Meteorites? How many? 15 meteorites plummeted from the heavens. Meanwhile, Liu Cang stood at a distance unreachable by these players. Activating the yellow name mode, the transition to guild hostile mode designated Hidden Element Guild as foes. The red name allowed indiscriminate attacks on any player but risked collateral damage, whereas the yellow name activated conditional assault mode, targeting specific groups without harming bystanders. Liu Cang initiated an attack solely against the players of the Hidden Element Guild. Meteorite spell? 3-star elemental magic? There was no time for further contemplation. The highest command of the Hidden Element Guild issued immediate orders. All shields. Defensive formation. Boom, 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 boom. All shield bearers promptly raised their shields. Helpless, they could only watch as the meteorites descended from the sky. The first meteorite struck with a resounding impact. Boom! It hit squarely, landing on the back of the three-headed hound, dealing nearly 1 million in damage. 121,985. Immediately following, the shockwave generated by the meteor's descent surged forth, resonating with a thunderous roar. The impact of the meteorite upon its descent unleashed a shockwave that instantaneously engulfed a radius of 6 kilometers. The numbers indicating damage, exceeding 400,000, momentarily materialized in the distance. In that first instant, a multitude of players from the Hidden Element Guild were obliterated, swiftly returning to the city for resurrection. A scant few survivors remained, primarily those wielding large shields. With their shields erected, they were able to significantly mitigate the impact damage, approaching an almost complete immunity. However, this defense was solely effective against shockwave-type attacks. As the first meteor struck, flames erupted from the earth, swiftly transforming the area into a terrifying inferno spanning 3 kilometers. While shields could withstand a shockwave, they offered no protection against the fire. The flames surged forth, claiming the lives of all shield bearers within the Hidden Element Guild. As for the player known as the Abyssal Void, who had only 14 hit points, he met his demise in the initial wave of the shockwave, departing this world with remarkable serenity. Yet, this was far from the conclusion. Following the first, a second, third, and fourth meteor descended. The ground shook violently as 15 meteors rained down, converting the battlefield into a vast sea of flames. Even if players from the Hidden Element Guild could resurrect and rush back, they found it impossible to penetrate the inferno. Given their current capabilities, it was exceedingly difficult to cast skills from a distance of 3 kilometers. The thought of executing a lethal strike on the Abyssal Void was laughable. One must be within reach to deliver such a blow. Presently, the area within 3 kilometers was a fiery no-man's land, making any attempts futile. Each meteor could inflict over 1 million hit points of damage, compounded by the searing heat of the inferno. The 15 meteors collectively decimated nearly 15 million hit points. Subsequently, the 5 phantoms of the land of Cang raised their hands in unison, having completed their premeditated charge and chant. Radiant flash. In a flash, 5 beams of light erupted simultaneously. Chapter 46. The Armed Ones? Rated as level. When the flames subsided, a prominent notification appeared before all players within the illusion realm. Congratulations, player. Cang Xiong delivered the final blow to the furious three-headed hound. You have slain the world, furious three-headed hound. Player, Cang Xiong has generated the highest enmity against the furious three-headed hound. You have been granted priority looting rights. The fate of the 4 worlds was finally determined. Other guilds could scarcely fathom that all the worlds spawned on the first day had been seized by the Divine Kill Guild. Other than the Divine Kill Guild, no other guild managed to reap even a modicum of benefit. The worlds yielded an abundance of equipment, with over 100 pieces of silver gear, and even several pieces of golden equipment. Such treasures would have equipped every elite player of the guilds to the teeth. Yet now all was rendered void. Countless resources have converged into a guild comprising merely 4 members. The abundance of these resources has incited envy among the multitude of players who behold this guild. Lutsong promptly stowed away 2 treasure chests into his backpack, the World Loot Chest and the World Kill Chest, with a total of 2 chests the treasures within, once unveiled, promise to yield an overwhelming bounty. Therefore, it is imperative that he refrains from opening them here. Otherwise, his backpack would be insufficient to contain spoils, and his takeaway would be rendered cold. Prior to immersing himself in the game, at the ungodly hour of 2 in the morning, Bai Lu had ordered 2 takeout meals. Yet, there was scarcely any time to indulge in such fare, as he fought tirelessly until dawn. After briefly reheating the food in the microwave, he made a phone call. Your call has been connected. Hello, this is the Talent Center. How may I assist you? I require a personal butler, someone capable of managing daily affairs and trivial matters. Please directly connect me with butler number 0592 from the private virtue company. Certainly, please hold. In this realm, there exists a specialized talent center that facilitates the swift and convenient acquisition of the desired personnel. Lutsong specifically requested a private butler from the private virtue company, which is renowned for training personal assistants. Beyond traditional education, acquiring a skill through a training institution is a viable means of livelihood in this world. Butlerno 0592 had served Lutsong across 2 lifetimes. In both of his previous lives, she had adeptly managed various trivialities. Having utilized her services for at least 2 lifetimes, she has proven to be quite dependable. Moreover, she herself is a player of the game, and Lutsong recalls her registering as a player with exceptional talent. Finally, a vibrant female voice answered the call. Hello? Are you in search of a butler? I apologize for the delay. I was engaged in the game. This is Butler No. 0592 from the private virtue company, who, on November 29, 2023, successfully completed the Elite Butler Certification Assessment. I specialize in property management, human resource allocation, scheduling, furniture maintenance at level 4, culinary skills at level 4, and appliance repair at level 4. Enough with the introduction. Let us proceed to sign the contract. I require your services starting today. Huh? Oh my goodness. You haven't finished hearing my introduction. By the way, sir, I do not offer such services. No amount of money will persuade me. If that is the intention behind your inquiry, I suggest we part ways. Do not be absurd. I have reviewed your resume, and there are no issues. Let us proceed with the contract. I propose a 1-year agreement. The reason for not signing a longer contract is not due to a lack of funds, but rather a matter of necessity. Moreover, signing a lengthy contract all at once might arouse suspicion. Lutsong preferred to manage affairs in the simplest manner possible without inviting unnecessary complications. Is that truly the case? How delightful. Yinxing had not anticipated finding an employer so swiftly after passing the elite assessment. Indeed, the elite certification holds significant value. Is this the mobile number you wish to use? I shall promptly send you the contract details. Soon, Lutsong received a text message on his phone. Private to company Elite Steward Service Contract. Lutsong adeptly clicked the link, glancing at the price. A monthly remuneration of 500,000, truly elite, and still as expensive as one would expect. After completing the contract, paying the deposit, and filling in his address, Lutsong finished the mundane tasks and enjoyed 2 pieces of freshly heated chicken nuggets. Beep, beep, beep. Shortly thereafter, his phone received 2 messages from Fantasy Realm Assistant. This was the official channel of Fantasy Realm, allowing messages from friends even while the game was offline, a most convenient feature. Brave and fearless. What the heck? Boss, are you offline? Are you tired? After gaming all night, it was hardly surprising that Brave and Fearless posed such a question. However, Lutsong had no intention of resting. Instead, he ordered another round of barbecue takeout and reclined into the gaming pod. Fantasy Realm, activate. Whoosh. Lutsong logged back into the square of Maple Blossom City. At that moment, the other 3 members of the guild awaited him in the central square. Brother, you scare me to death. Lutsong's login point was right beside the guild administrator. Upon seeing her brother online, Bai Lu immediately rushed to embrace him. What's wrong? Lutsong comforted Bai Lu by gently stroking her head. Brother, I thought that you wouldn't play today and would go to sleep. Little sister, your internet addiction is as strong as ever. If I were not a reborn individual, I would have taken you for a digital detox by now. Bai Lu pointed at herself. Lulu, Kai, take me along. You, the nearly fully geared, white-haired destruction sorceress, still consider yourself a novice? Lutsong couldn't be bothered to retort. Meanwhile, Brave and Fearless was equally exhilarated. Boss, did you hear? Our legend is being spoken of in every street and alley. The entire square is abuzz with discussions about us. We are a legend. Even the usually aloof Lung Qingying wore a faint smile of pride on her face. A guild that managed to seize 4 worlds, such a feat had never before occurred in Fantasy Realm. As one of its members, taking a moment to feel proud was quite justified. Presently, Lung Qingying maintained her image as a reliable senior and cool sister in front of everyone. Only Lu Tsong knew that her seemingly aloof demeanor was merely a facade, hiding her myriad peculiar thoughts. All right, let us submit the challenge quest. We will distribute the spoils later. Once we obtain the unique job transfer scroll, we can transition to our singular profession. Upon hearing Lu Tsong's words, Lung Qingying felt a surge of excitement within her. However, brave and fearless restrained her. After hearing him, Lung Qingying decided to wait a moment longer. There was no need to rush. Following Lu Tsong's directive, everyone began to submit their tasks. You have completed the guild challenge quest. You have received the quest rewards: 1,000 silver equipment enhancement stones, 15,000 guild contribution, and a choice of a 4-star skill book for your current profession. You have obtained a unique class transfer scroll. Choose freely. Your talent, Eternal Sovereign, has ascended to a higher tier. Each member of the Godslayer Guild has received a class transfer scroll. Even Lu Tsong, upon acquiring the scroll, couldn't help but feel a twinge of sentiment. He mused, after playing as an assassin for 3 lifetimes, it is finally time for a change of pace. Do not squander the class transfer scrolls. I shall guide you in selecting the profession that suits you best. However, prior to making your choice, you may familiarize yourself with other professions using the transfer scroll. Activate the unique class transfer scroll. Please select the unique profession you wish to transfer to. As the transfer scroll unfurled, a plethora of professions presented themselves before Lu Tsong. The term unique signifies that only one exists in the world. Regardless of the realm, only one can exist at a time. If one exists in Area 1, it cannot be present in Areas 2 or 3. Many newcomers harbor misconceptions regarding unique professions, mistakenly believing that a unique profession is merely the most formidable among the 7 initial classes. While such an interpretation is not entirely erroneous, unique professions indeed represent the pinnacle of strength, overwhelmingly surpassing the capabilities of non-unique classes. However, in truth, there are more than just 7 unique professions. The transfer scroll has been activated. To obtain a unique profession, you must complete the corresponding uniqueness tasks. If you do not wish to choose a unique profession, you may select any other profession and immediately complete the transfer. As the scroll expanded, a dazzling array of professions unfolded before the audience. Rather than a unique profession transfer scroll, it could be more aptly described as a self-selected profession transfer scroll. Is it possible that this game offers such a multitude of professions? The brave and fearless had thought that the class transfers were limited to just a few, considering there were only 7 initial classes, and even with 5 or 6 transfers per class, the total would amount to merely a few dozen. Yet now, the list of available professions boasts over 1,000 options: gunsmith, mechanist, elemental apostle, summoner, martial arts master, illusionist assassin, bloodburner, which gains additional attributes by consuming health points. If attributes reign supreme, is this not impressive? Qingying cast a glance at Lu Tsong, questioning how he could harbor such professional biases. In fact, bloodburners were quite popular in the illusion realm, excelling in both durability and output. Why then, did the guild leader perceive them as lacking in both resilience and damage? What about the armorer profession? This class can equip any type of gear and maximize its effectiveness, achieving a versatile combat style through constant equipment switching. Doesn't that seem strong? The brave and fearless appeared somewhat regretful, for it indeed seemed quite stylish. If one possessed exceptional equipment, it might prove formidable. However, its potential pales in comparison to other classes. Lu Tsong replied nonchalantly. In truth, every profession has its own ceiling. Nevertheless, for most classes, reaching their utmost potential requires exceedingly stringent conditions. Moreover, even if some professions do reach their limits, they may not be significantly more powerful. Unless one is a unique profession, it is hardly worth considering. Upon reflection, it appears quite beneficial to explore this. We may encounter such unique occupational mechanics in the future. It is prudent to familiarize ourselves, lest we suffer the consequences of ignorance. Brother, this profession, the spirit possessor, occupational trait, with the consent of others, one may inhabit the bodies of allied units, bestowing substantial shields and various additional bonuses and enhancements. Lu Tsong found himself at a loss for words. Do not play around. If your teammate falls, you shall perish alongside them. However, if one could possess my brother, would that not be formidable? Upon hearing this suggestion, Lu Tsong, for once, contemplated deeply, stroking his chin. In truth, I am quite formidable even without Yao. Of course, Song was aware that they were merely indulging in idle curiosity and did not genuinely intend to select these professions. If the brave and the sister were so foolish as to wield the unique profession selection scroll and choose an ordinary occupation, Song would simply restart the game on the spot. In the next cycle, he would continue as a lone wolf and let the guild members play as they wished. In contrast to his sister and the brave, who were like inquisitive children, wandering about and perusing profession descriptions, deliberating for an eternity, Song was far more decisive. He promptly selected the Omni class from the unique professions. Do you wish to choose Omni class as your new profession? This profession possesses a unique trait, requiring the completion of corresponding unique tasks to finalize the transition. Confirmed. Chapter 47. The selection of unique professions, the sole profession of the entire guild. Upon the initial transition, the titles of professions are generally rather mundane and down-to-earth, even among unique professions. For instance, titles such as Hand of Sacred Fire or Battle Frenzy are not exceptions. Yet, upon reaching the second transition, the prestige of the profession titles significantly elevates, manifesting names like Judgment, Saint of Battle, Sword Emperor, Floral Chaos, and Resurrector of Ashes. For ordinary individuals, transitioning typically involves proceeding to the sanctum of transition, basing the new profession on their original occupation. Naturally, there may be instances where an individual who starts as a mage wishes to transition to another profession, such as a warrior. The illusionary realm does not deny opportunities for reversal. By completing a series of cross-profession transition tasks, one may shift to a different profession. For example, a sharpshooter aspiring to become an elemental mage must fulfill various tasks, including basic magical training, mana control, acquiring temporary elemental magic, and utilizing the given spells to defeat monsters or undertake trials. Furthermore, there are specialized training tasks for elemental mages. Once all requirements are met, the transition is complete, and one becomes a distinguished elemental conjurer. Conversely, if one initially begins as a mage and desires to transition to an elemental mage, the process is far simpler. A mere word with the corresponding transition mentor suffices to accomplish the change. The procedure for obtaining a transition scroll follows a similar path. Possessing a scroll that corresponds with the original profession enables the transition. Freelancers also have corresponding advanced professions. In fact, the armorer is one such advanced profession for freelancers. Additionally, freelancers may pursue paths such as juggler or puppeteer. However, these transition directions necessitate obtaining corresponding transition scrolls or triggering specific hidden tasks to initiate the transition. Upon selecting the versatile class, Song gazed upon the transfer task he had acquired. The sole task of the versatile transfer task: achieve a top 10 ranking in 10 different categories. Each ranking counts only once. The highest position attained will be taken. Current progress: level ranking, 1st. Equipment ranking, 3rd. Guild ranking, 1st. First kill count ranking, 1st. Dungeon completion record ranking, 1st. World kill count ranking, 4th. Task completion reward: attain the unique class of versatile. The unique classes necessitate the completion of specialized tasks for transfer, which are generally quite challenging and not easily accomplished. This serves as a minor balance against other classes. Having already secured 6 rankings, only 4 remain. Song surveyed the other leaderboards. The rankings included Arena Rank 11, Guild War Ranking, Arena Team Rankings, 22, 33, 55. The Tower of Nullity Ascent Ranking, Chaos Battlefield Ranking, and the Trials of the Gods Ranking. There exists a plethora of rankings. However, for an average player, achieving a top 10 position in any of these categories is akin to reaching for the stars. The Mirage Realm is a world-class game, and the influx of players in the 3rd district alone is counted in the billions. Attaining a top 10 position is significantly more arduous than earning a national record in another game. The Tower of Nullity is currently inaccessible, and the Guild War has yet to be opened. The arena should be the quickest route. First, let us secure the top position in Arena Rank 11, followed by engaging in team matches and battlegrounds. This strategy should allow him to complete the leaderboard requirements. Song opened the arena ranking to take a look, while his sister pondered, "Brother, which class should I choose?" The unique magic classes seem quite formidable, Lu remarked after examining the class descriptions for a while, finding each one appealing. The Elemental Tyrant, a master of elemental control, can manipulate any element with dazzling skills. The Arcane Researcher can combine various minor spells to create more potent magic, undeniably powerful. The Binding Guardian can utilize binding magic to preemptively lay magical traps with diverse trigger conditions, ensuring unexpected defenses. You should choose the Cataclysmic Destroyer class. it suits you perfectly. Almost all skills require lengthy incantations, with very few that are instant cast. However, the potency and range of its magic far surpass that of other magic classes. Coupled with your innate talent, the synergy will yield results greater than the sum of its parts. The sole drawback of this class is the extended incantation time. Bailu's talent amplifies the incantation duration to tenfold. If there is no initial cast time, it defaults to 1 second. This does not mean that every incantation takes 10 seconds. Nonetheless, the extended casting time can be mitigated through various means to shorten it. Furthermore, with the presence of sacred recording, lengthy incantations are not a significant hindrance. One can prepare several spells before the battle begins. If Bailu cannot resolve a fight after unleashing 3 or 4 fully charged spells, switching to another class would be futile. Very well, I shall choose this profession. The gentle Bailu attentively heeded the advice. After offering his counsel to Bailu, Lu Tsang turned to the fearless warrior. Fearless, you should select the overweight blade profession. It encompasses skills that are all charge-based, boasts a wide attack range, and includes multiple skills that grant invulnerability. Furthermore, it offers substantial damage reduction, ensuring that your character will not be overly fragile. All right then, I shall heed the leader's advice. Fearless warrior responded to Lu Tsang's suggestion without further ado, confident that his leader would not lead him astray. As for Lung Qingying, she glanced at Lu Tsang. I wish to choose this one, the Twilight Shadow. Indeed, this is undoubtedly the most suitable profession for you. Lung Qingying nodded, promptly confirming her choice, and soon each individual received their respective task notifications. Lu Tsang meticulously verified each person's class transition tasks. Bailu's task required inflicting at least 1 million damage with a single spell. This task seems rather simplistic, does it not? Indeed, it is simple. If other mages were to receive such a transition task, they might be engulfed in despair. At level 20, achieving 1 million damage with a single skill is nearly impossible without the right talent. Even fully equipped, one might still fall short. In contrast to Bailu's task, Lung Qingying's seemed more relatable. She faced 2 tasks. The first required her to consecutively eliminate 100 different players without being detected by the targets. Should there be any interruption, she would need to restart the count. The second task necessitated that she cause an enemy AI to enter a suspended state in the training grounds and achieve a minimum of 200 consecutive hits during that state. This would take some time, but given Lung Qingying's skills, it was not insurmountable. With patience, success was attainable, unlike Bailu's task, which offered no room for failure. The only unfortunate aspect was that those 100 unfortunate souls would be quite unlucky. However, the existence of the Yinyuan Guild was precisely for such endeavors. Thus not all enmity was without merit. Indeed, when there are noble tasks to be performed, one need not trouble innocent players. Adversaries can be summoned to assist. The task for Fearless Warrior was considerably more straightforward. Inflict damage using fully charged attacks, totaling 10,000 instances. This required him to execute 10,000 fully charged attacks against any adversary in dungeons, arenas, or other practical scenarios. During this task, he could not employ any non-charge attacks or skills. Should he do so, the count would reset. If a fully charged skill were released but missed, it would not count towards the total, but also would not reset the count. In other words, even if the 100th charge attack failed to hit, it would still count as 100, not 101. For Fearless Warrior, every skill was a charged skill. Even basic attacks were charged. Thus, for him, striking a monster and reaching a count of 10,000 would complete the task. In fact, it would be challenging for Fearless Warrior to reset his count, as he possessed no non-charged skills. Alright, tasks have been accepted. Now, let's attend to the spoils of our endeavors. Having just acquired the spoils from the World Raid, the division of treasures had yet to commence. Upon hearing Lu Tsang's words, the eyes of the crowd sparkled with excitement. This was a bounty from 4 worlds. What exquisite treasures might be unveiled? Even the elusive Lung Qingying, who had traversed the illusory realm for 2 years, had never received a reward from Single World. As a free agent, how could one compete against the might of a guild? With the spoils consolidated among 4 individuals, Wooden Tea, they all be clad in golden quality gear, transforming into golden saints? Chapter 48. Yet, they still owed a staggering 80 million. The group was teleported directly to the Guild's stronghold via the Guild Administrator. Upon entry, they were met with an awe-inspiring castle. In the distance lay a dense forest and a vast plain, creating an expansive vista. Moreover, the Guild's base included a hunting ground and a farm. The entire setup was nothing short of opulent. A reward bestowed by Nigronzi upon the members of the Divine Slayer Guild. A grand castle alongside a bountiful environment. While the Guild's surroundings could be altered, Such changes typically demanded exorbitant fees, often causing larger guilds to tremble at the thought. Lu Cang and his companions then produced treasure chests before the palace. Bai Lu obtained her chest through the transformation mask lent by Lu Cang. Disguised as a member of the Glorious Guild, she managed to blend in and collect the chest. The players from the Glorious Guild, witnessing the disappearance of the chest, remained oblivious to the identity of the thief. Upon opening the chest, a dazzling array of equipment, items, and gold coins was revealed. The coins totaled over 4 million. Indeed, a reward of 400 million after conquering 4 worlds. This substantial sum elucidated why major guilds fervently invested in nurturing their elites. While such investments may initially seem painful, the returns would only increase. As for the quantity of golden equipment, there were over 40 pieces. Given that the raid involved thousands, the volume of loot was truly astonishing. Following the golden items, the silver quality equipment numbered in the thousands. It appeared that silver gear was now obsolete, as they could don entire sets of gold. Each individual possessed commendable luck, with most of the dropped equipment proving beneficial. The group directly selected gear from the chest that suited their needs, equipping a complete set of level 20 golden quality gear. Lu Cang's attributes surged to an average of 7,000 points. His brave power escalated to an impressive 30,000 points. Lung Qingying's agility soared to 17,000, while Bai Lu's spirit reached 13,000 points. Simultaneously, they benefited from the effects of their equipment. After Bai Lu donned her entire set, she gained a mana shield capable of absorbing half the damage, with her casting time reduced by 30 and skill cooldowns by 40. Her necklace could swiftly generate a shield to block damage based on her spirit strength, and her ring would create a shield when health fell below 30, instantly dispelling control effects and significantly increasing movement speed. The atmosphere was stark and unadorned, as one amassed a critical hit rate of 60, with the remainder dedicated to enhancing explosive damage and movement speed. A few essential survival attributes were incorporated, such as the swiftness of the ethereal entity allows for greater damage reduction the faster one moves when injured, with a maximum of 30. Additionally, there existed a skill. When facing a fatal blow not from divine power, one becomes invincible for 0.5 seconds, dispelling all control. This configuration resulted in a straightforward yet formidable damage-dealing machine. As for the fearless hero, it bestowed a moment of invulnerability upon charging, while also granting 30% damage reduction during the charging and attacking process, alongside a 30% acceleration upon executing a charged attack. The boots were adorned with a fierce leap attribute, enabling a higher jump while charging and causing shockwave damage upon landing. Furthermore, there was the ready-to-strike skill, which provided an additional 30% damage boost during charging. The opulence of their equipment was such that they dominated the top 30 spots on the equipment leaderboard. In this ranking, all items within the top 2,000 were attributed solely to the Divine Slayers. Even the Stargate Guild, which had previously acquired equipment from the Divine Slayers, found themselves relegated beyond the 2,000 mark. Their purchases were merely remnants from lower-level dungeons, while Lu Cang and his companions possessed gear that had emerged from world events, all approximately around level 20. The disparity between items around level 18 and those at level 20 could be described as a chasm. As expected, no sooner had everyone donned their new equipment than the Stargate Guild promptly reached out. Xing Deng, brother Lu Cang. It seems it is not Xing K contacting me this time. Xing Deng, as leaders of the 9 great guilds, it is somewhat inappropriate to have our subordinates handle communications. The mention of the 9 great guilds elicited a hint of questioning in Lu Cang's tone, yet it simultaneously conveyed an air of inevitability. On the other end of the line, Xing Deng offered a wry smile. President Song Xiong, you are now universally recognized as the 9th of the Illusory Realm's great guilds. Just moments ago, our alliance of 8 guilds acknowledged your guild's standing. The 8 guilds have now transformed into 9. The alliance of 8 guilds? I had presumed you all were at odds with one another. What led to this alliance? Lu Cang teased lightly. In truth, he was well aware of the existence of such an alliance, but he chose to maintain his persona in this life, feigning ignorance. President Song Xiong, please refrain from jesting with me. Having spent time within the Yinyuan Guild, you should know that our 8 guilds are bound by absolute interests rather than unyielding enmity. But let us set this aside for now. I have come to discuss the matter we previously negotiated regarding the purchase of surplus equipment. Xing Deng paused briefly before continuing. In any case, congratulations to the Divine Slayers for achieving 4 first kills in one go. To be honest, I did not anticipate you accomplishing all 4 simultaneously. With such a volume of equipment, we may struggle to manage it all at once. Is it possible to arrange for installment payments? We will accept all silver-tier equipment. The Stargate Guild had initially intended to acquire only one piece. However, Lutsong's unexpected acquisition of 4 had placed a slight strain on their finances. Not that they were lacking in real-world currency. However, the speed of accumulating gold coins cannot keep pace with Lutsong's rate of acquiring equipment. Yet, if all the silver equipment is not purchased, Lutsong will not bestow upon them the bronze-quality gear. The initial team is already sufficiently equipped. Presently, the Stargate Guild's primary objective is quantity, procuring a vast array of equipment to arm the majority of its members. Furthermore, if they can acquire all the equipment from Lutsong, it would signify that other guilds would be deprived of such resources. Consequently, the Stargate Guild would maintain its position as the second among the 9 major guilds, significantly outstripping the third. This represents thousands of pieces of silver equipment, while other guilds possess merely 4. With complete dominance over bronze gear, other guilds cannot possibly match the developmental pace of the Stargate Guild. Once the equipment is secured, the entire guild can exert its strength to tackle higher-level dungeons and acquire superior gear. It is akin to the scenario in Red Alert, where the Stargate Guild has seized control of 7 or 8 oil fields and constructed dozens of mining trucks, their resource-gathering speed skyrocketing. Meanwhile, other guilds are still laboriously operating a single mining truck. The few teams capable of exerting power are but a handful. Of course, we can arrange that. The number of silver equipment amounts to approximately 3,100 pieces. Let's round it down to 3,000. 30 million gold coins will suffice. We also have surplus gold equipment, but we can only sell you 10 pieces, each at 5 million gold coins, totaling 50 million. In all, 80 million gold coins. Please expedite the payment. Is it feasible to settle within a day? If not, interest will accrue at a rate of 10%. Upon hearing this offer, Xingding's lips twitched. 800 million for 10 pieces of gold equipment and over 1,000 pieces of silver equipment is indeed a profitable deal in this period. More importantly, it would eliminate the developmental space for other guilds. In reality, it represents a substantial profit. Yet, frustratingly, the guild has yet to distribute activity funds to a significant number of its members, each owed 10 coins. The gold acquired will first be used to repay debts to Tsangqiao. Now, they find themselves in a situation where activity funds remain unpaid and they owe 80 million. How is it that this money simply cannot be saved? This is the first instance for the Stargate Guild to encounter a situation in the illusion realm where they must tighten their belts. Chapter 49. A guild both poor and rich. In the illusion realm, the gold-earning efficiency of ordinary players is not particularly high. Unlike the Divine Killing Guild, which can annihilate monsters in droves, these players expend considerable effort just to clear a normal difficulty dungeon. Currently, the average progress for players is that they have just reached the nightmare difficulty of the Ashen Forest, with an exceedingly low completion rate. Moreover, not every player is frantically developing or grinding for gold. The total amount of gold generated within the entire illusion realm does not exceed 50 billion. Additionally, players cannot possibly sell all the gold they earn to currency merchants, who in their right mind would sell every little bit of gold they earn while gaming. Not everyone plays the illusion realm solely to farm gold for profit. Most individuals engage in gaming purely for amusement. Therefore, the circulation of gold coins in the market is limited, with perhaps only 2 to 3% amounting to a substantial sum. Approximately 150 million gold coins exist. Moreover, these funds are not solely collected by one guild. In addition to the 8 major guilds, numerous smaller guilds and casual players are also amassing gold. The 8 million gold coins that the Stargate Guild seeks will not be easily obtained. However, Lutsong remains indifferent to their difficulties. How they acquire the 8 million gold coins is their concern alone. Lutsong is solely focused on collecting the money. All right, brother Tsangqiao, let us establish a commitment and proceed with the transaction. Star Lantern gritted his teeth, agreed. Tsangqiang's offer was precisely the maximum amount of gold coins they could afford without jeopardizing their guild's operations. However, after this transaction, the Stargate Guild would likely find itself destitute. Seeing Star Lantern acquiesce, Lutsong finalized the plan. Let us conduct the transaction at our guild stronghold. If you have too many items to carry, select a representative, and I will assist directly. With this agreement, Lutsong promptly sent an invitation to Star Lantern. Tsangqiao invites you to the Divine Slaughter Guild stronghold. Would you like to proceed? Confirm. Star Lantern was also within his guild stronghold. Through the invitation of another, he could teleport directly. In the blink of an eye, Star Lantern arrived at the Divine Slaughter Guild's stronghold, where a grand castle loomed before him. Upon seeing the castle, Star Lantern couldn't help but reflect on the disparity. The Divine Slaughter Guild had secured a magnificent fortress, while the Stargate Guild was still confined to a dilapidated hut. However, upon reaching level 2, the Guild's stronghold would expand. allowing them to purchase a more favorable location from a lord and escape their current plight. As Star Lantern envied the grandeur, he initiated the transaction with Lute Song. Simultaneously, he noticed a mountain of treasures stacked nearby. The equipment dropped by the world lay scattered across the ground, nearly causing Star Lantern to salivate. Transaction gold, 10,000,000. Lute Song swiftly selected and dragged a multitude of equipment details into the trading box. Clunk. Thousands of items appeared in the transaction window. After verifying the details, they established a trading agreement and proceeded with the exchange. Once they left the area, any further issues would not be their responsibility. Star Lantern glanced over the items, primarily focusing on the 10 pieces of golden equipment. After double-checking the quantities of silver and bronze gear and confirming everything was in order, he entered into a trading agreement with Lute Song, promising that the Stargate Guild would repay the Divine Slaughter Guild the sum of 80 million gold coins within 2 days. He then confirmed the transaction. Transaction successful. You have traded gold, 10,000,000. At the moment of confirmation, Star Lantern felt an obscure sense of servitude to the Divine Slaughter Guild. Shortly thereafter, the Stargate Guild received good news. Every formally registered player within the guild would receive at least one piece of bronze equipment free of charge. While engaging in tasks assigned by the guild, one may temporarily acquire 1 or 2 pieces of silver equipment. This equipment is considered a loan and must be returned to the guild upon completion of its use. The higher the rank of the member, the greater the quantity of silver equipment one can receive. Unfortunately, the funding has dwindled once more. Ordinary members can now receive a maximum of 1 silver in activity funds, while senior members may obtain 10 silver and core members are allotted 1 gold. Is our Stargate Guild truly so impoverished? Just 1 silver for activity funds? Is it all we have? I have a friend who is part of the core group, and I have just heard through the grapevine that our guild has purchased all the equipment dropped by the world boss from the Godslayer Guild, incurring a debt of 80 million gold coins. Even currency traders cannot procure that amount in a short time. Therefore, the activity funds and gold coins are restricted to this, though it has been stated that compensation will be provided when funds become ample. The issue remains that 1 silver is woefully insufficient. I cannot even afford to repair my gear. After battling in the Bear's Nest dungeon, all my equipment is damaged, and repairing it requires at least 13 silver. Members of the Stargate Guild find themselves in a state of dilemma. On one hand, their equipment benefits have indeed improved. When undertaking tasks or delving into dungeons, they can now request silver equipment, significantly enhancing their attributes. However, on the other hand, the entire guild can no longer afford potions, food, or various scrolls and supplies. Previously, each team member could be equipped with 3 large health potions, 3 large mana potions, and 4 major elixirs for wisdom, constitution, agility, and strength. Now, a team of 5 must share just 3 large health potions and 3 large mana potions, with no other elixirs being purchased at all. Food has also shifted from a variety of beneficial delicacies like wild mushroom soup and 10-year-old duck blood to a state of scarcity. The guild exudes an aura of extravagant poverty. A guild can simultaneously appear both destitute and affluent, and currently, only the Stargate Guild exemplifies this paradox. As the players of the Stargate Guild oscillate between lamentation and a sense of sweet irony, a world announcement resounds once more. Congratulations to players Song Qiong, Brave and Fearless, White Deer, and Cold Ching Ying for completing the 18-level Nightmare difficulty dungeon, The Dark Twisted Mire. Completion time, 00033. The Godslayer Guild has achieved the first clear of the Dark Twisted Mire dungeon. The Godslayer team has claimed the first clear of all dungeons in Maple Blossom City. A hidden reward for regional first clears has been triggered. This team has received the special title of Dungeon Pillagers. As expected, shortly after seizing the world spotlight, the Godslayer Guild also achieved the first clear of the last dungeon near Maple Blossom City. The first clears of all 11 dungeons in Maple Blossom City have been monopolized by the Godslayer Guild. Chapter 50, Arrival of Equal Standing. The colossal vine monster falls. The Dark Twisted Mire is ultimately vanquished by a magnificent strike from the White Deer. Lute Song and the others complete the last dungeon, simultaneously fulfilling White Deer's job transition task. The fearless hero engaged in the dungeon, having completed the transfer task a mere 56 times. Alas, the team's expedition speed was exceedingly swift. Before the brave hero could even strike a few blows, the dungeon was conquered. This count of 56 was achieved while in an invincible state. The white-haired sorceress of destruction received heartfelt congratulations on her successful ascension to the harbinger of catastrophe. "Oh, brother, please refrain from teasing me," blushed the White Deer, feeling a wave of embarrassment at such a title. Your team has completed all 11 first kills in Maple City. You have received a hidden first kill reward. Team additional reward title, Dungeon Raider. Equipping this title allows you to receive all previously acquired treasure chests again after completing a first kill in a dungeon. Upon achieving the first kills in all 11 dungeons surrounding Maple City, they indeed received an additional reward. Wow, this legend is truly real, the white deer exclaimed, filled with astonishment. Securing first kills in every dungeon surrounding a city grants hidden rewards. This hidden reward was remarkable. Each time a first kill was attained, the treasure rewards would double, a transformative enhancement for her guild, which frequently secured first kills. Nevertheless, the surprise was only slight. After collecting the spoils, they departed the dungeon. Unbeknownst to them, the standards within the hearts of the members of the Divine Kill Guild had significantly elevated. For the Divine Kill Guild, attaining such rewards felt entirely justified. Yet, Lu Tsong reflected silently. Honestly, the effect of this hidden title is hardly inferior to that of a unique class. It would hurt for you to be a tad more astonished. However, the others seemed entirely oblivious to the true strength of this title, their surprise appearing somewhat lacking. First kills have become as commonplace as daily meals. What are the plans moving forward? Shall we continue leveling up? With her class change complete, the white deer was poised to progress further. Brother, do you have any suggestions? She inquired. Leveling up was certainly an option, yet it was not imperative. There was no pressing urgency in their progress. Surely you aren't afraid that I might outpace you in levels, are you? She chuckled playfully. Me? Unable to keep up with your leveling pace? He retorted. However, if you rush to level up now, after our class changes, we may find ourselves out of sync in terms of levels, and thus unable to tackle the same dungeons. Moreover, if you secure a first kill alone, we shall miss out on the first kill rewards. The team title was specifically designed for the group. At least 2 members must possess the title to activate the effects of the Dungeon Raider. That is a valid point. Brother, are you planning to enter the arena soon? She asked. Shall we team up for a 2v2 match? That could work, but isn't that a bit too ruthless? Lu Tsong pondered, recalling the formidable players in the arena who engage in 2v2 matches, envisioning the stark disparity in strength should they face the white deer. After all, this class had not been introduced in the strategy guides. The 4-star skill book could be utilized directly. Perhaps it was time to learn the 4-star Cataclysmic Quake. The sole profession consists entirely of hidden roles, and the players who attain them are few and far between. Not to mention, some have even penned guides to elucidate the details. As for the skill books, Lu Tsong advised them to wait until they complete their job transfer before utilizing them, as this would grant them access to more potent abilities. In truth, using any optional skill books prior to the job transfer feels rather wasteful. The skills available before the transfer, even if selectable, are merely standard abilities of that profession. It is only after the transfer that the optional skills become exclusive to the profession. Without hesitation, Bai Lu chose to place her trust in this notion. She produced a skill book and selected Devastating Earthquake from the Destruction Magic category. Bai Lu was unsure why this was classified under Destruction rather than Earth Magic. After exiting the dungeon, Lu Tsong disbanded the team temporarily, no longer needing to maintain it. The fearless hero re-entered the dungeon solo this time. Without Bai Lu's wide-ranging bombardment, the hero's methodical strikes did not significantly slow his progress on the task. With his current monstrous stats, soloing a dungeon was no longer a challenge. Moreover, he could simultaneously practice the fundamentals of the giant sword's 5-fold lightning slash. He learned a level 1 stealth skill, which allowed him to remain invisible for 30 seconds. However, dealing damage would immediately break the stealth. He swiftly eliminated players from the Yinyuan Guild with a single lethal strike. Thanks to the stealth kill, they had no opportunity to detect Lung Qingying's presence, as she specifically targeted isolated foes, ensuring her task completion remained efficient. I'll go solo queue. You should focus on upgrading your specialized weapons quality, he suggested. It was fortuitous that she had just completed her first job transfer. The specialized weapon was unique, requiring completion of the job transfer before it could be equipped with golden quality. Conversely, only after the first awakening could one equip a platinum quality specialized weapon. Otherwise, even if the quality was upgraded, it could not be donned, leading to an exceedingly awkward situation. Very well, Bai Lu responded and parted ways with Lu Tsong. Only the city lord possessed elite blacksmiths capable of forging specialized equipment. Ordinary blacksmiths could not accomplish such feats. Lu Tsong then returned to the arena, selecting the solo ranking option. Ding! Within mere moments, another prompt appeared before him. A worthy opponent has been found. Please enter the battlefield within 10 seconds. Failure to do so will result in a rematch. Lu Tsong stepped into the white light portal. In an instant, he found himself in an expansive gladiatorial arena. surrounded by countless indistinct figures cheering. These were the atmosphere enhancers of the arena. Even these onlookers would respond differently based on the unfolding battle, adding a layer of authenticity. Before Liu Cang stood a warrior donned in a chicken head helmet, level 6. Cold-blooded chicken, level 6. Profession, warrior. Health, 750. The cold-blooded chicken was momentarily taken aback upon seeing its opponent. Song Qiong, level 20. Profession, free agent. Health points, 13,465. What a ridiculous matchmaking mechanism. Is this what you call evenly matched opponents? Chapter 51, Vicious Cycle. Bang! Liu Cang wasted no time and did not engage in idle chatter with his adversary. He swiftly drew his flintlock and dispatched his opponent with a single shot. He was eager to ascend in rank. If every encounter required a dialogue, it would take an eternity. Battle concluded. Victor, Song Qiong. Continue matching or leave the arena? Continue matching. Ding. A prompt appeared once more. You have been matched with an evenly matched opponent. Soon the scene shifted. In a dense jungle, the opponent stared in disbelief at Song Qiong before him. He uttered a single word. Grass. Yinyuan Guild base. Within the confines of the Yinyuan Guild, every face bore a grim expression. In a reporting hall, the bespectacled Su conveyed, "We have suffered immense losses in our efforts against Song Qiong. In the recent battle on the world stage, a significant portion of our elite team lost 1 or 2 pieces of equipment. Our progress has fallen drastically behind. Moreover, just now, the Stargate Guild has begun encroaching on our outdoor leveling zones, slaying the monsters we have weakened, severely hampering the leveling progress of our reinforcements. Furthermore, it is suspected that Lung Qingying from the Divine Slayer Guild has been hunting our guild members in the wild. It seems she ambushed in Cang just 3 minutes ago." The president, Yin Shun, appeared troubled. "Seems?" He replied, "Well, we did not witness her actual presence. In Cang and his squad had only just exited the dungeon when they were instantly eliminated. However, the likelihood of it being Lung Qingying is quite high." Yin Shun frowned and clicked his tongue. After Yin Su completed his report, another voice, and Liu, continued, "This is not the only issue reported by Yin Su. We are also facing significant challenges in recruitment. An increasing number of newcomers are reluctant to join our Yinyuan Guild, even with improved benefits. According to the latest survey, the primary reason given by those invited but unwilling to join is fear of opposing the Divine Slayer Guild, accounting for 19. This percentage is alarmingly high. After all, reasons for not joining a guild are often varied and peculiar, yet a singular reason comprising nearly 1/5 of the total speaks volumes. Additionally, the member in Dan Wu Guang has withdrawn from the guild. The vice president has also departed. The assembly fell into silence. It was well known among them that the vice president and the president had always held differing views. Nevertheless, they had continued to work together until now. The sudden departure of the vice president dealt a significant blow to the Yinyuan Guild. Peng Tao is the name of Dan Wu Guang in the real world. As you can see, President, the guild situation is dire. The influence of the Divine Slayer Guild upon us is overwhelming. If we cannot attract fresh talent, we risk being dragged down. Players are the lifeblood of any guild, akin to the relationship between a novel website and its authors. As the number of authors dwindles due to their departures, the website is inevitably destined for decline. Consider a certain platform that, during its peak, boasted a daily revenue of 4,000 at the bottom of the rankings. Now, it requires a position at the top to achieve the same. With authors leaving, the allure of captivating literature diminishes, leading readers to drift away as well. Thus, every novel website places great emphasis on nurturing and attracting new talent, as well as acquiring skilled authors from competing platforms. The more successful books that break into the mainstream, the greater the influx of readers to the site. An increase in readership translates to higher earnings for authors, and as websites' revenues rise, the influx of new authors follows suit, creating a virtuous cycle. The same principle applies to guilds. Conversely, if a guild fails to attract players, it will inevitably weaken, leading to a decline in its appeal, which further discourages new members. Meanwhile, other guilds thrive, entering a phase of positive development. For instance, the Stargate Guild has directly acquired thousands of pieces of silver equipment while generously distributing bronze quality gear, effectively drawing a steady stream of players eager to join. In comparison, this creates a stark disparity. It won't be long before other guilds begin to suppress and dismantle the Hidden Element Guild. In fact, the Stargate Guild has already initiated such actions. If this situation persists, it won't be long before the once mighty Hidden Element Guild becomes nothing more than a relic of the past. An undercurrent sighed and proposed a suggestion. What about negotiating with the Godslayer Guild? Negotiate? Are we to bow down to them? The Hidden Depth shook his head. All players in the illusion realm are aware that they have reduced our level to 1. if we approach them for negotiations. Our guild's morale will plummet, and we will be unable to hold our heads high in front of outsiders. Bowing down will not resolve our current predicament. The Godslayer Guild not only stand above us, but also towers over the other 7 guilds. If we can bring them to their knees and make them suffer losses, it will signify our superiority over the other guilds. We should then sever ties with the Godslayer Guild, refraining from further entanglements, at least temporarily reversing our current disadvantage. As for any future demands for accountability from the Godslayer Guild, we could consider a private reconciliation, proposing compensation, ensuring a mutual non-aggression pact. Hidden Element adjusted his glasses and pondered for a moment before inquiring, could we not spend some money to contact them for a performance? After attempting to reach out, we were declined. President, could we not enlist the help of other guilds to collaborate against the Godslayer Guild? Hidden Element once again posed the question. Hidden Depth frowned. Currently, among the 8 guild alliance, opinions on the Godslayer Guild vary. The Golden Scale Guild holds the Godslayer Guild in high regard, hoping to establish a cooperative relationship. The Precision Hub, having suffered an attack from the player Cold Crystal, seeks to hold the Godslayer Guild accountable. These 2 guilds exhibit particularly pronounced attitudes, while the other 4 maintain a neutral yet friendly stance, preferring to avoid conflict. Ultimately, the world is governed by the powerful. Self-interest prevails above all. Whether through conflict or collaboration, decisions are dictated by the pursuit of benefit. Merely seizing a single opportunity does not necessarily engender enmity. It is likely that they are observing us as a reference point. With our example in mind, they may reconsider their intentions towards the Divine Slaughter Guild. Lingering in his tone is a hint of anger, yet it also reveals a sense of helplessness. He never anticipated becoming a mere stepping stone for others. As for the stance of the Stargate Guild, it is evident they have fully aligned themselves with the Divine Slaughter Guild. Presently, the only potential for collaboration lies with the Precision Nexus, though it remains uncertain whether they would be inclined to assist us, considering our strained relationship with them. Chapter 52. The Cataclysmic Magic of 4 Stars. A Devastating Tremor. Current winning streak, 39. In a mere 15 minutes. Liu Cang has achieved a remarkable 39 consecutive victories in the arena. However, as his triumphs accumulate, the pace of his victories begins to slow. This is not due to encountering formidable foes that render his battles arduous. In fact, Liu Cang has consistently resolved conflicts within a second, with no adversary thus far requiring even 2 seconds to defeat. This impressive streak has propelled Liu Cang from Black Iron Rank 0 to Silver Rank 1. Yet, due to Liu Cang's burgeoning fame, news of his arena exploits has begun to spread across the World Channel. World Channel, have you heard? That Cang Xiong is competing in the arena. Not only have I heard, but I've witnessed it myself. Simply search for Cang Xiong in the arena and select to spectate. He has enabled the option to prohibit observation. Goodness, can we not glean his techniques? Learn? Do you know how many players are currently watching Cang Xiong in the arena? To this day, no one has compelled Cang Xiong to exhibit any techniques. What? No techniques? Why not? Come on, are you just a casual gamer? Have you not been paying attention? Cang Xiong has thus far resolved every battle with a single bullet, not even taking a single step. What techniques could one possibly learn from that? In the arena, Liu Cang has once again dispatched an opponent. The defeated foe lies lifeless upon the ground. With this victory, Liu Cang has achieved 40 consecutive wins, and the number of spectators continues to rise. Look, Liu Cang is unfazed by the audience. He muses that the mere act of raising his hand to shoot, visible to others, poses no concern. Yet a new dilemma arises. He has completely run out of challengers. With 39 consecutive victories, his current notoriety means that the entire illusory realm is aware of his ranking battles. Most players within the top 100 are merely rank fodder. For them, facing Cang Xiong equates to a guaranteed loss, devoid of any chance of victory. To avoid being overshadowed by Liu Cang's brilliance, they will refrain from competing at this time. Liu Cang clicks to continue his ranking matches, searching for suitable opponents. Please wait. Currently, Liu Cang has ascended to the ranks of the top 100 players, earning the status of a distinguished guest in the arena. He can enjoy complimentary access to a private lounge, where charming bunny girls provide soothing massages. As he indulges in the relaxation of the massage and sips on exquisite beverages, Liu Cang takes the opportunity to peruse the effects of his talents. Upon his elevation to the rank of Eternal Sovereign, Liu Cang's talents have now rightfully earned the distinction of being the most formidable in the realm of illusions. Eternal Sovereign. The effects of this talent are activated solely when you serve as the guild leader. Effect 1. The fewer elite guild members there are, the stronger the other effects and guild bonuses will become. When the number of members is 5 or fewer, the effects reach their maximum potential. granting an additional enhancement to the current guild skill tree, current enhancement multiplier, 10 times, and all gold expenditures within the guild receive a corresponding discount, current discount, 90. Effect 2. Challenge missions will appear within the guild. Completing these will yield special and substantial rewards. When the guild has 5 or fewer members, the rewards will reach their maximum potential. Subsequent members, limited to 5 or fewer, who join the guild and accept challenge missions will receive additional tasks. And completing these extra challenges will grant them rewards that were previously available before joining the guild. Effect 4. Universal Domination allows you to acquire all abilities of any member within your guild, as well as replicate the equipment they are wearing. This can be switched once during the duration, allowing you to select another member's abilities and equipment. Duration: 2 minutes. Cooldown: 2 minutes. Description: an exceptionally unique guild enhancement talent. This talent seems to harbor infinite possibilities. The effects of the talent have been comprehensively amplified. The enhancements provided by the elite status not only bolster the other effects of the talent, but also elevate the guild skill tree's effects by tenfold. Of course, with a guild skill tree of level 2, a tenfold enhancement offers little practical benefit. Currently, the most significant aspect of this effect is the consumption within the guild, which allows members to enjoy a mere tenth of the cost. This means spending only a fraction of the original amount. Whether it be in the guild shop or repairing equipment, any expenditure within the guild is subject to this discount. As for the enhancement of challenge mission effects, it enables new members who join the guild to also receive rewards from previous challenge missions. This implies that future members will have the opportunity to acquire unique professions and specialized weapons. The active skill aspect allows for a one-time switch of member abilities, effectively permitting the use of 2 guild members' abilities and equipment within a span of 2 minutes, significantly enhancing combat prowess. Aside from the unchanged effect of leaving a name, every other effect has undergone a transformative enhancement. Lutsong perused the guild shop and glanced at the requirements for upgrading the guild. Currently, to elevate the guild to level 3, he still needs to fulfill the conditions pertaining to class transitions and talent. At least half of the players must complete their class transitions, and the average level must exceed 25 to achieve a level 3 guild. Furthermore, the guild must have at least a dedicated blacksmith and chef. There is no rush. While waiting in the lounge, Lutsong spent approximately 15 minutes in line, yet he had still not reached his turn. Lutsong pondered for a moment before sending a message to Bai Lu. "How are you? Almost done." The enchanter is applying a protective film to the book, claiming it's the final step. The forging of this specialized weapon is quite authentic. You haven't forgotten to enhance it first, have you? Of course not. I first upgraded the sacred record to level 4 before proceeding to the next tier. All right, how many enhancement stones do you have left? The guild's challenge quests not only rewarded us with guild contributions and a 4-star skill book, but also provided a substantial amount of silver enhancement stones, which can be used to enhance silver quality equipment. It would be a waste not to utilize them. However, among the equipment worn by the members of the Divine Kill Guild, only the weapons are of silver quality. The rest are all of golden grade. After upgrading, the enhancement levels will still be retained. A silver specialized weapon of level 4 will transform into a golden specialized weapon of level 4. Generally speaking, enhancing golden equipment requires golden enhancement stones. Not only do these items possess unique effects and attributes, but they also require fewer enhancement materials compared to ordinary equipment. Thus, specialized weapons are coveted by every player in the illusion realm. Who wouldn't desire them? I believe there are still around 552 enhancement stones left. That's quite a substantial amount. I have only played for 20 minutes, and yet I am already ranked within the top 100. This is the top 100 of the world server, a testament to its significance. Upon hearing Bai Lu's words, Lutsong replied with a tone of resignation. "It's not progressing quickly. Those players are hesitant to queue, and now no one is willing to face me. Once you have equipped yourself, come directly to the arena. We will engage in a match at level 22. Before you arrive, I will first work on ranking in the battlefield. After all, the task merely requires me to place within the top 10. There are no stipulations regarding a specific leaderboard. If I don't engage in rank 11, I can temporarily participate in other modes." Lutsong canceled his solo ranking. Subsequently, he altered his mode selection, joining the chaotic battlefield. Would you like to join the chaotic battlefield? The chaotic battlefield accommodates up to 500 players, and the last player standing within the battlefield emerges victorious. This message appears only once. Yes, matchmaking completed with current participants. 500. Swish. This chaotic battlefield map is the Death Oasis. 500 players spawned onto the map, and the first action for the players was to scan their surroundings, assessing the terrain before formulating a strategy. However, This time, the players barely had a chance to comprehend the landscape when the ground began to tremble. 4-star destructive magic, devastating earthquake, smiley face 1. Chapter 53. Once again, a first-place ranking. Devastating earthquake, when a seismic shock is unleashed from any point within a 6-kilometer radius, inflicting 10 mental damage. Subsequently, after every 0.1 seconds, aftershocks are triggered, each causing 0.1 mental damage. The aftershocks will severely disrupt balance, causing players to stagger and struggle to stand firm, and this skill will drastically alter the terrain. The devastating earthquake has a chance to create fissures in the ground, which will possess a strong gravitational pull. Cooldown, 15 minutes, casting time, 3 seconds, duration of earthquake aftershocks, 30 seconds. Boom! The shockwave from the earth erupted in an instant. The entire battlefield was utterly enveloped by this singular skill. The Harbinger of Catastrophe wielded skills of immense range and unparalleled destructive power. The shockwave emanated from Lu Tsang, spreading outward in all directions. Boom! The earth shattered in an instant, fracturing into countless pieces. Players standing on the ground could only utter a single word of despair before being instantaneously obliterated by the terrifying shockwave. The damage soared into the millions, a threshold that no player could withstand. The radius of the earthquake reached a staggering 180 kilometers, equivalent to the size of an entire province in the real world. In contrast, the chaos of the battlefield spanned merely a radius of 10 kilometers. This cataclysmic tremor extended far beyond the confines of the battlefield. The ground quaked violently, splintering and sending forth waves of terrifying shockwaves, leaving everything in a state of eerie stillness. In the mere span of half a minute since the battle commenced, it had concluded. All players involved in the chaotic arena had been decisively vanquished by Lu Tsang alone, and the earth lay in ruins, riddled with fissures. Current survivors. Final victor, Song Xiong. With his hands casually tucked into his pockets, Lu Tsang surveyed his surroundings with a nonchalant glance. The earth lay in tatters, strewn about in disarray. The ground was marred by numerous black crevices, each possessing a powerful allure that could inadvertently draw enemies into the abyss. Even those who survived the initial shockwave faced the peril of falling into these chasms and meeting their demise. The aftershocks of the devastating earthquake not only inflicted damage, but also rendered players unstable and unable to counter the relentless pull of the fissures. The lethality of this skill was multifaceted. Truly, the Harbinger of Catastrophe was the most formidable class, without question. This was the choice that Lu Tsang had been unable to make in his previous life. The Harbinger of Catastrophe had long captivated his desire. After all, the destructive capability of a mage was not at all comparable to that of an assassin. Who would want to embody a character of such overwhelming power? However, each class possesses its own unique advantages. It would be an exaggeration to claim that the Harbinger of Catastrophe was superior to the Shadow of Twilight. Rather, it was evident that when confronted with the Shadow of Twilight, even the Harbinger of Catastrophe would have to yield. Once Qingying completed her class transition and attained the singular vocation of Shadow of Twilight, Lu Tsang believed his strength would only enhance, eclipsing his previous self. Throughout this ordeal, Lu Tsang had continuously compared his current prowess to that of his former life. He accessed the leaderboard, noting that the rankings for the chaotic battlefield were relatively easy to ascend. After accumulating a substantial number of kills, his ranks surged. To eliminate 499 opponents in one fell swoop was an extraordinary feat. Most players could only dream of such kill counts, with even 20 or 30 being considered significant. Typically, a match in the chaotic battlefield lasted around 40 minutes, with the duration of combat leading to increasingly perilous terrain and dwindling hiding spots. The map compels the remaining players to converge and engage in fierce combat. After a 40-minute match, the top player has managed to eliminate only around 10 opponents. Since the server's launch, a mere 6 hours have passed, and no one has surpassed Lu Tsang's kill count. Thus, he ascended to the pinnacle of the chaotic battlefield's leaderboard, earning the title of Battlefield Slayer. However, such titles offer no additional attribute bonuses. Their only significance lies in recognition. Acknowledging a player's prestigious title may trigger unique narrative events. With 3 leaderboards remaining, completing these will allow Lu Tsang to fulfill his class transition quest. After patiently waiting for approximately 2 minutes, Lu Tsang exited the battlefield and opened the community tab. As anticipated, the community was abuzz with news regarding his battlefield exploits. He then switched to solo queue mode and unexpectedly matched into a game with an opponent of equal skill. Match found. An equally matched adversary. The notification read, quick entry. Indeed, upon seeing his participation in the battlefield, some took the opportunity to engage in ranked matches. Lu Cang entered the arena. With a map was set on a beach. He surveyed the information of his opponent. Precise bloom, level 18. With a faint smile, Lu Cang greeted hello. Upon recognizing the name Cang Xiong, Precise Bloom was momentarily taken aback before promptly raising his revolver. Bang! However, as he lifted his weapon, a gaping wound appeared on his forehead. Lu Cang's flintlock gradually vanished. Your draw speed is rather sluggish. You have a new message. After concluding this match, Lu Cang opened a message tab. Brother, I'm ready. Wait for me. Your beloved sister is here to duo with you. Help me climb the ranks. Reading the latest message. Lu Cang couldn't help but smile wryly. Help? Do you still need assistance? In just half an hour, Lung Qingying had eliminated 96 players. The location of the Hidden Element Guild's leveling grounds was hardly a secret. In such a vast map as the Illusion Realm, solitary players were abundant. The only challenge was the visibility. If detected, the count would reset. Nevertheless, the task was not overly demanding. The failure condition only required that if one was discovered and subsequently eliminated an opponent, the quest would fail. However, if one realized they had been spotted but refrained from attacking, the task would not reset. Thus, completing this quest proved rather convenient. Remarkably, she felt no fatigue. Initially, Lung Qingying had intended to play until 3 or 4 in the morning before resting and resuming her progress afterward. The World S resets were of no concern to her. As a lone player, she held little interest in such matters. The world represented the Grand Guild's war, of no relevance to an independent soul like her. Unexpectedly, she encountered the Divine Kill Guild and, before she knew it, had participated in an entire night of conquest in the Illusion Realm. As it stands, I fear I may never sleep again. Lung Qingying sighed. In the complete absence of others, she ceased to feign aloofness. Indeed, staying up late is the nemesis of beauty. Suddenly, as she spoke to herself, her avatar moved beside her. At that moment, 5 players from the Hidden Origin Guild lined up in the Bear Forest. Lung Qingying's avatar stealthily darted out, executing a swift arc of light. In the very next instant, she dispelled the illusion. The phantom, which had been rendered invisible by the attack, vanished instantaneously, as if it had never existed. The last awareness of those 5 players, illuminated by the arc of light, was merely bewilderment as they beheld their health bars plummet to 0. What has transpired? After completing her actions, Lung Qingying opened her task list. The mission to eliminate 100 players had been accomplished. Now, all that remained was to venture to the training grounds and achieve a 200-hit combo against the practice dummies. Gazing at her second task, she mused aloud. If I were to use this task as an excuse to seek out Cang Xiong for lessons on combo techniques, would he be willing to teach me? However, his skills are undeniably exceptional. Is such mastery truly attainable in just 2 years? Inquiring about Cang Xiong, she discovered that, indeed, he had ascended into the top 30 of the Arena 11 rankings. In the chaotic battlefield, he had astonishingly claimed the first position, within a mere span of 10 minutes. Both Cang Xiong and Bai Lu had surged into the top 10. Chapter 54. Donations, a direct contribution of 10 million. Lu Cang emerged from the arena. After reaching the top 100, Lu Cang and Bai Lu disbanded their team, each opting for solo play. He then posted a message announcing his intention to queue for the 22 mode solo. Upon the release of this post, the high-ranking players in the 22 category could hardly remain composed. This indicated a possibility of teaming up with either Lu Cang or Bai Lu. Moreover, given Cang Xiong's immense fame, players ranked high were drawn in, eager to team up with him. The environment of 22 is certainly more favorable than that of 11. Unlike 11, where encountering Cang Xiong guaranteed defeat, the likelihood of being in the same team as him is considerably higher. Furthermore, with Cang Xiong and Bai Lu currently playing in tandem, there exists a chance they might queue together. Would it not be delightful to witness the internal conflict of the Divine Kill Guild? If they were to lose, it would simply be accepted. There were indeed instances of players encountering Bai Lu. Unfortunately, within the realm of 22, Lu Cang imposed no restrictions upon himself, possessing full access to his abilities. He had no possibility of losing to Bai Lu. Encountering Bai Lu consecutively 4 times, Lu Cang swiftly dispatched her each time. The thrill of racking up points was exhilarating. Meanwhile, Bai Lu contemplated reporting the situation. How could it be that she faced her brother on the opposing side 4 times in a row? Ultimately, Lu Cang ascended to the first position in the 22 rankings. Bai Lu, having lost several matches to Lu Cang and finishing each battle at a slower pace, secured the 9th position. Upon achieving first place with a score of 22, Lu Cang exited the arena and made his way to the lounge, where he immediately spotted Lung Qingying. Ah, Lung, have you finished your tasks? Lung Xingying maintained a neutral expression, too disinterested to retort, accepting the moniker of Lung without contention. She candidly stated, I still need assistance with the second task. The combo task? Lutsong inquired. Indeed, with your skills, it should pose no challenge, right? Lutsong smiled faintly. Are you looking to me for guidance on your techniques? Have my skills captivated you? Are you being tsundere? His tone carried a hint of curiosity. Lung Xingying's lips twitched slightly. I am not. Typically, those who are tsundere deny it vehemently. She clenched her fists, only to relax them. Frustrated, yet unable to retaliate. She thought, if you could straightforwardly ask for my help with the aerial combo techniques, I might believe you're not being tsundere. When did our conversation shift to whether I am tsundere? A slight frown creased Lung Xingying's brow. She initially intended to refuse, but realized that stubbornly arguing with Song Qiong resembled a child's temper tantrum, which did not align with her persona. After uttering this sentiment, she turned her head away and clicked her tongue softly. Why does it feel like I've been trained? She muttered, vexed by the situation. Oh, I don't have time right now. I still need to complete my job change task. If you follow the methods I previously taught you and practice a few more rounds, you should be able to achieve a 200-hit combo. Do your best. I will teach you once I finish. With that, Lutsong turned and left the arena, leaving Lung Xingying alone. Once Lutsong had completely departed, she abruptly hurled a dagger in the direction he had vanished. Clang! The dagger embedded itself in the stone wall. Curse that insufferable guild leader. If I could, I would love to give him a couple of punches. However, after throwing the weapon, Lung Xingying quickly raised her hand, inhaling deeply to compose herself. Calm down, Lung Xingying. You are the cold-faced assassin. This is your character's persona. Remain composed. After finishing her own bout in the arena, Bai Lu emerged, brimming with excitement, with a holy record floating beside her. Holy record 4. Quality golden. Equipment level 20. Spirit value 10, 700. Effect. Can store 4 spells on the holy record, allowing for their release without any preparation or incantation. Effect 2. Increases the skill level of destruction-type magic by 1. Description. A tome that records powerful magic, significantly enhancing the lethality and destructive power of destruction-type spells. The attributes of the holy record had risen to 10, 700 points. The golden quality holy record additionally granted an effect that elevated the level of destruction-type magic by 1. This time in the arena, the players served as a testing ground for Bai Lu to experiment with the characteristics of her new class. Upon completing her job change, she would automatically undergo a reset of her skill points. The skill points previously allocated to learn skills would be fully refunded, while skills acquired through skill books would remain on the skill tree, albeit in an unlocked state. In order to re-unlock skills, one must still expend skill points for learning. Under the guidance of Lutsong, Bai Lu has currently mastered but a singular cataclysmic earthquake and a descent of heavenly fire capable of raining down flames from the sky, resulting in a vast explosion. The power and range are indeed formidable. As for the other skills, according to Lutsong, it is prudent to conserve skill points for the future, as opportunities to learn more exceptional abilities will arise. The items for resetting skill points are exceedingly rare, thus, it is best to refrain from arbitrary allocations. Brother, where shall we go now? To the church. The church? Lulu, do you recall those statues from when we selected our professions? I remember the deities of the world background, such as the god of warriors, the god of archery, and the god of magic. Not long ago, during a raid in the holy water capital, I even encountered similar statues. I am well versed in such background lore. Lutsong smiled faintly and asked, Lulu, have you ever seen these gods of the world background? I have not. Bear this in mind, within the illusion realm, there exists no utterly useless backstory. Lutsong and Bai Lu arrived at the Wealth Cathedral. Compared to other edifices, the Wealth Cathedral housed but a few players. During this period in the illusion realm, there were no quests available in the cathedral, resulting in fewer explorers. Naturally, there were occasional players who simply came to admire the scenery. Upon Lutsong's arrival, the priest within the cathedral greeted him with a warm smile, inquiring, Dear adventurer, do you require assistance with any difficulties? As Bai Lu was part of the same team, she could perceive Lutsong's demeanor. Hearing the priest's words, Bai Lu couldn't help but think. Typically, it is we who inquire if assistance is needed. It is quite rare for a priest to ask players if they need help. This is indeed peculiar. In the illusion realm, there is much that even Bai Lu, a player of 2 years, has not encountered, including interactions with the priests of the Wealth Church. Bai Lu had never held any interest in the church. Nothing much. I merely wish to make a donation. A donation? Upon hearing Lutsong's statement, the priest's smile broadened considerably. Generous adventurer, on behalf of Lady Rona, I extend my heartfelt gratitude. I believe the divine being will greatly appreciate your generous offering. Rona is the deity governing wealth and the object of veneration for the wealth church. Lu Tsang approached the donation box and chose to contribute a sum of gold coins. Donation amount, 10 million. Ding. Do you confirm the donation of 10 million gold coins to the Wealth Cathedral? Upon completion, the donation will directly enter the church's treasury. Confirm. Your relationship with the Wealth Church has elevated to close friends. You have received the Compass of Wealth. In Lu Tsang's hand, a compass emanating a gentle glow gradually materialized. Thus, by donating over 10 million gold coins in a single instance within the Wealth Church, one can obtain hidden rewards. However, this is exclusive to the Wealth Church. Lu Tsang waved the compass in his hand, casually explaining it to Bai Lu in a private chat. At that moment, a notification popped up before Bai Lu and Lu Tsang. The Illusion Realm is about to undergo a version update. Chapter 55, it's updating. The new version of the Illusion Realm is imminent. This update will require downtime, scheduled from 8 to 2000 hours. The update will take 12 hours. Upon seeing this notification, all the players were astonished. What? An update? And a downtime update at that? For the past 3 years, every update had been a seamless one. I had thought that all updates in the Illusion Realm were conducted without interruption. I am aware that there is a significant update every year. But the Illusion Realm never announces updates in advance. They only provide a brief notice a few hours prior to the update. I believe that with the introduction of the third district, a new version would indeed be forthcoming. An update to the Illusion Realm? What could it entail? After all, I have never observed any nerfs or buffs concerning the classes. They do not make adjustments to classes or talents, only adding new content to the game. Oh wait, they do introduce new classes occasionally, but once added, they remain unchanged. It's a mere case of kill without burial, isn't it? No wonder the balance is utterly dreadful. In this game, only certain levels are exceptions. However, as long as one does not cross paths with a few formidable players, the game remains quite enjoyable. In the chat channel, players exchange comments here and there. Bai Lu gazed at the notification before her, feeling somewhat incredulous. The two emerged from the church, where the priest, with utmost reverence, escorted Lu Tsang and Bai Lu out as if bidding farewell to a father. My brother is truly remarkable. He possesses such intelligence. Compass of Wealth. Effect. Holding this item allows the user to directly view hidden treasure locations on the map. It can unlock any treasure point or other types of barriers. Description. Possessing this compass grants one the key to endless wealth. It guides the holder to unknown treasures and unravels the mysterious puzzles hidden throughout the world. The Compass of Wealth allows one to directly see concealed treasure locations on the map. Furthermore, it possesses the ability to unlock. This significantly enhances the quest for treasure. As many treasures are protected by restrictions, even if one discovers the location, lacking the means to unlock it renders the treasure inaccessible, leaving one merely staring at it in vain. However, once the unlocking function is available, the circumstances change dramatically. Lu Tsang placed the Compass of Wealth into his backpack. Not bad at all. The Illusion Realm is preparing for an update. It's nearly time to log off. Bai Lu also shifted her focus to the announcement. Indeed, it is surprising that the Illusion Realm is opting for a downtime update. In truth, Lu Tsang is the root cause of this update. The update mechanism of the Illusion Realm is contingent upon player progress. Players are assigned varying weights based on their advancement, and once the weight reaches a certain threshold, an update is triggered. The world has concluded its battles, and the singular profession has already been attained by some. The calamity of Maple City has also been resolved. Moreover, a player has directly expended 10 million gold coins and forged a deep bond with a certain faction. The cumulative weight of these events has triggered a version update. Under normal circumstances, this update would have arrived much later. Lu Tsang stifled a yawn. Indeed, the time for slumber has finally arrived. After enduring until the maintenance period, I pondered whether continuing to play with you all might lead to my untimely demise. Presently, the illusory realm remains an ordinary game. The data within the game does not translate to reality. No matter how much one plays, they remain an ordinary person. The energy of an ordinary individual is finite, especially in Lu Tsang's current state, having gone nearly 24 hours without sleep. I am truly exhausted. Playing Illusory Realm does not equate to resting while reclining in the game pod. How wonderful it would be if this update could occur without a shutdown. I wish to play a little longer. I long to accompany you, brother, on treasure hunts. Still wish to play? Lu Tsang exclaimed in astonishment, directing a look of trepidation at Bai Lu. Brother, why do you gaze at me so? Lulu, your addiction to gaming is truly remarkable. If you continue to level up before resting, your brother may very well perish in the game pod, he replied. Indeed, in previous lives, I had never sensed such an obsession in my sister. Bai Lu of past lives could merely be described as enjoying games, but it did not reach the level of addiction. Yet, in this life it seems she has crossed the line. However, it is understandable. Having acquired a unique talent and entered her Divine Slayer Guild, along with obtaining an unparalleled profession, she has garnered abilities akin to cheating. It is hardly surprising that she has become enthralled. Well then, let's be content. At least during the maintenance update, we can catch up on sleep, and others will not be able to surpass our progress. Otherwise, while we slumber, other players might secretly toil away, and upon awakening, we would find ourselves lagging behind. In reality, even if progress temporarily lags, other players must ultimately rest as well. Thus, in actuality, everyone's gaming time is relatively balanced. Bai Lu, however, still expressed a hint of reluctance. Furthermore, after this update, the game will only become more enjoyable. Once the update is complete, Illusory Realm will officially transcend the realm of ordinary games. Soon, all players will come to realize the extraordinary nature of this game. Additionally, the new content introduced in this update will bring about remarkable transformations within the entire game world. Alright, let's restore our spirits. Poor mental acuity will only lead to flawed operations within the game. After this slumber, we shall have much to accomplish. Such as? Bai Lu inquired curiously. For instance, Lu Tsong chuckled. Are you familiar with the 3 emperors of the human race? I haven't heard of them. Are they characters from the game's backstory? Indeed, the 3 emperors of humanity. The Supreme Emperor Yakutikto, who governs the fate of humanity. The Day Emperor Muchio, who presides over daylight. And the Night Emperor, whose name I shall refrain from mentioning. Huh? Is there such a setting? Bai Lu was evidently unfamiliar with such matters. In truth, these concepts had yet to manifest within the current gaming context. The information Lu Tsong referred to was purely speculative, destined for a future revelation. However, Lu Tsong, being a professional player with profound insights into the realm of fantasy, elicited no skepticism from Bai Lu. She merely perceived it as knowledge gleaned from her brother's time in the Yinyuan Guild. Does the 3 emperors relate to our endeavors? She asked with a hint of amusement. Indeed, it bears substantial relevance, although it is not the appropriate moment for such discussions. Should I elaborate? My words may fall prey to prying ears. The emperor's hearing is remarkably acute, Lu Tsong replied with a faint smile. Upon hearing this, Bai Lu huffed in annoyance. You're being cryptic again. You've piqued their curiosity only to withhold further details. If I were to divulge it now, I might find myself facing the executioner's blade at any moment, he jested. Lu, even if you suspect the truth, refrain from articulating it or inquiring through any means. Is it truly that grave? Wait, could it be? She pondered, realizing the implications of a game where dominion could be overturned and status supplanted. Players could obtain titles and lands, be bestowed with official ranks, ascend to the role of city lord, or even lead a monstrous tribe. The essence of the game lay in the freedom of identity. Moreover, one could ascend to the throne of a nation through myriad pathways. Such was the allure of the fantasy realm. Its gameplay was endlessly diverse, allowing anyone to discover their preferred style of play. Reflecting on this, she considered her brother's words. Brother, you wouldn't mean to. Yet, recalling his admonition against any form of inquiry, Bai Lu promptly covered her mouth. Lu Tsong regarded her with a knowing smile, as if to say, you understand me. He then deftly shifted the conversation. Enough of this, the update is imminent. I must complete my class change quest post-haste, so that when I log in tonight, I shall be in the state of having fulfilled my transition. Chapter 56. 10 million gold coins? All in. What? Song Qiong has donated 10 million gold coins to the church? Upon hearing this news, Xing Deng nearly choked on his own breath. Every guild possessed informants who reported valuable intelligence uncovered throughout the realm. Recently, a player had ventured to the Wealth Church to investigate uncharted hidden quests, only to discover that Song Qiong topped the donation list. Donation amount, 10 million gold coins. Soon after, this astonishing news reverberated throughout the networks of the fantasy realm. 10 million gold coins? Donated to the church? Such unimaginable wealth, yet it eludes my grasp. Xing Deng's countenance darkened further. The funds donated by Lu Tsong had originated from their Stargate Guild, painstakingly amassed to sustain the guild's considerable operational expenses. Did Song Qiong truly opt to donate such an immense sum as mere charity? The inner musings were but a fleeting moment. Xing Deng was acutely aware that Song Qiong would not undertake such actions without reason. Perhaps Lu Tsong had uncovered some hidden method to trigger a reward. Donating gold to the church might also serve to activate this concealed boon. Indeed, Song Qiong concealed profound secrets. Just how much hidden information did he possess? Thus, he resolved to send a message to Lu Tsong, inquiring about the circumstances at hand. Xingdong, President Sangqiong. To his surprise, upon sending the message, he received a prompt reply. Sangqiong, President Xingdong, I was just about to reach out to you. Are the top 30 players in your guild still participating in ranked matches? What the hell? Lu Tsong had approached him directly. Xingdong knew that Lu Tsong was engaged in ranked play, which was precisely why he had advised the elite players in his guild against entering the rankings at this moment. Other guilds were adopting a similar strategy. The top 100 players were primarily dominated by participants from the 8 major guilds, who held sway over the entire leaderboard. Naturally, they did not wish for their guild members' ranks to be diminished. However, when posed with such a question, Xingdong did not refuse. Instead, his mind raced with possibilities. How fortuitous, Sangqiong. Our guild's top players are just about to engage in ranked matches. If we could face you, we might learn some of your techniques. Xingdong could have easily told Sangqiong that those competing in ranked matches were busy leveling up. However, it was highly probable that Lu Tsong would not disclose the truth to him. To extract information, one must be willing to make sacrifices. Reluctantly, he resolved to allow his guild's seasoned players, who had been consistently competing, to lose a few points. It was a small price to pay. They could always strive to regain their ranks later. Sangqiong. Oh, then, President Xingdong, what brings you to me? Xingdong. Haha, President Sangqiong. I just heard that you donated 10 million gold coins to the Wealth Church. I was curious about your reasoning, as 10 million is no trifling sum. Regarding that, you could simply inquire with a priest of the Wealth Church, and they would provide you with the answer. However, there is no harm in sharing. I heard in Area 1 that donating 10 million gold coins to the Wealth Church would yield hidden rewards. Hence, I made the donation. Upon hearing this information, Xingdong immediately dispatched several individuals to verify its authenticity. Report to the president. The priest stated that a certain adventurer named Sangqiong, after donating 10 million gold coins, has drawn the goddess's gaze. This is his first encounter with a divine manifestation. It seemed that Sangqiong spoke the truth. The priest would not lie about his deity. Xingdong hastily sought confirmation from Lu Tsong. President Sangqiong, can other churches also trigger hidden quests in this manner? Lu Tsong had anticipated this inquiry. Gangqion, no. Considering the cooperative relationship between our guilds, I advise you against making donations to other churches. This is my counsel. Whether you choose to heed, it is entirely up to you. As soon as Lu Tsong finished speaking, another message arrived for Xingdong. President, I'm matched up against Sangqiong. President, I'm dead. Xingdong gazed at the final message left by Sangqiong, lost in contemplation for a prolonged moment. In the Yinyuan Guild, Yinyuan gazed at the latest intelligence. A donation of a certain amount of gold coins to the church could yield special hidden items. Was this information credible? If they managed to amass a similar sum of gold coins, it was highly likely they could make another donation to the next church in pursuit of formidable hidden rewards. They also sought to verify this information with the clerics of the Wealth Church, for the clerics would not deceive using their divine entities. Furthermore, the Stargate Guild had intensified its efforts to collect gold coins, with an astonishing exchange rate reaching 180. One gold coin could be exchanged for 180 units of currency, nearly doubling the original price. The market value, which should have remained stable or declined, had instead surged under the influence of the Stargate Guild. Current indications suggested that donating gold coins to these churches could potentially trigger hidden rewards. Yinshan furrowed his brow and inquired, is there a 100% guarantee? The analyst shook his head. No, these are merely conjectures. However, these rewards are one-time offerings, and other guilds are likely aware of this as well. If we delay our actions, it is very probable that the hidden rewards will be seized by rival guilds. This was indeed a gamble. The president was urged to make a decision. Not only the Yinyuan Guild, but other guilds swiftly received this news. A single donation of 10 million gold coins to the church could yield hidden rewards bestowed by the divine. Major guilds were deliberating whether to partake in this audacious gamble. It could end in futility, or they might find themselves outpaced by rival guilds claiming multiple divine rewards, falling further behind. Caught in this dilemma, Yinshan finally gritted his teeth and resolved, very well, let us donate 15 million gold coins to the Assassin's Church. No, make it 20 million. We must be prudent. Yinshan feared that 10 million gold coins might merely meet the conditions of the Wealth Church. For another church, the threshold could be even higher. The guild was in a state of gradual decline. To salvage it, a gradual approach was no longer feasible. In this critical moment, only a riskier strategy could be chosen. The 20 million gold coins represented the entirety of the Yinyuan Guild's assets accumulated over the past few hours. This was indeed an all-in gamble for Yinshan. Chapter 57. What? Deceived? Upon learning that Lu Tsong had donated 10 million gold coins to the church, major guilds convened meetings in rapid succession. Had the donor been anyone else, these guilds might have dismissed it as a mere jest. Yet, it was Cang, a man of legendary stature, whose actions undoubtedly bore significant reasoning. At this moment, in the city of Holy Water, a multitude had arrived at the Church of Light, a sanctuary devoted to the principles of illumination. Before the grand edifice of the Church of Light, Sheng Yao frowned at the magnificent structure and turned to the golden-haired man beside him. Are we truly to donate all those gold coins to the church? It took us 6 hours to gather this amount. Sheng Yao, this is the most reliable analysis provided by the analytical department. According to research conducted by the analysis department, the deities within the background story of the illusory realm possess extraordinary status. Acquiring items bestowed by these divine beings significantly enhances one's chances of surpassing others. While we can continue to gather gold coins, this opportunity must be seized promptly, lest it be claimed by rival guilds. In the illusory realm, there exist priceless treasures that cannot be exchanged for mere currency. In their presence, any amount of gold is trivial. As he spoke, a player known as Eternal Flame entered the Luminary Church and approached the donation box. Upon seeing the box, thoughts flickered through Eternal Flame's mind. No wonder it is said that only undiscovered clues exist in the illusory realm. There are no superfluous elements. Is this the true significance of the donation box? Under normal circumstances, who would donate such a substantial sum of gold to a church in one go? The priest of the Luminary Church, upon noticing Eternal Flame's presence at the donation box, immediately donned a broad smile. The Wealth Church had just received a donation of 20 million gold coins, and it seemed these adventurers were exceedingly generous. Naturally, he welcomed this well-meaning adventurer with great enthusiasm. Might you be facing some difficulties and in need of assistance? He inquired warmly. Eternal Flame returned the smile and replied, Indeed, esteemed priest, I intend to contribute a token of my humble appreciation to the Luminary Church. Such kindness is truly commendable. Your generosity will surely be acknowledged by Lord Julia. Pray, how much do you wish to donate? Eternal Flame entered the amount into the donation box, 10,000,000. 10 million gold coins. The priest gasped in astonishment at the figure displayed. The rumors were indeed true. These adventurers were quite affluent and delighted in donating to the church. Nevertheless, the priest managed to suppress his astonishment, presenting an exceptionally warm smile to Eternal Flame. He refrained from uttering further words, fearing that any additional remarks might dissuade the adventurer from his noble intent. Eternal Flame felt a tightening in his chest at the sight of such a substantial sum being deposited into the donation box. Was he truly committing to such a donation? Ultimately, however, he was merely a facilitator. The decision to donate was not his to make. Do you wish to confirm your donation? Ding. You have completed your donation. The Luminary Church's favor towards you has increased to goodwill. You have become a distinguished guest of the Luminary Church. Please collect your commemorative gift from the priests of the Luminary Church. Lu Cang emerged from the arena, having achieved an impressive ranking of 11. Thanks to the assistance of the Stargate Guild, he had successfully completed 9 out of the 10 required rankings for his job transition quest. Only one more ranking remained before he could finalize the transition. As he exited the arena, Lu Cang received another message from the president of the Stargate Guild. Thank you for your reminder, President Cang Qiao. Lu Cang read the message and simply smiled faintly in response. Suddenly, the community was opened, and, as expected, it was filled with wails of despair. The guild is bankrupt. 10 million gold for a mere certificate of honor. Is it still too late to run away? Who claimed that donating would yield divine artifacts? Show yourself. A commemorative backpack for 10 million gold? With a capacity of only 30 slots? The various guilds, having donated their funds, were utterly devastated. What was the point of going all in, merely for a piece of parchment? What use is a commemorative backpack to me? With just 30 slots, ISNT akin to the expandable backpack sold in general stores? The members of the other 7 guilds experienced a complete mental breakdown. Their guild's economy had collapsed, and naturally, the members were dragged down with it. World Channel, have you heard? All those major guilds sent their money to the church, and ended up with nothing. Could it be that they actually gained something and are hiding it? Why would I lie? I have connections within the Glorious Guild. They suffered immensely this time. I heard from their finance department that they were left utterly destitute. It was said that this was all part of a scheme orchestrated by the Celestial Realm. One wonders if these guilds will seek retribution against them. Across the entire fantasy realm, aside from the Stargate, all other 7 guilds fell victim to this deception. It's hard not to be fooled when the major guilds are engaged in a constant battle of wits. Once they realize they have been duped, who would want to allow others to feel at ease? As predicted by Lu Cang, none of the deities within the church reacted to the donations made by these guilds. Meanwhile, The clergy within the church became bosom friends with the donors. After all, having donated such a substantial amount, their favorability must have reached its peak. 10 million gold had thus gone to waste. Lutsong scrolled through historical posts in the community. The Glorious Guild donated 10 million to the Light Church, receiving the pure source of Annihilation artifact. The Hidden Origin Guild donated 15 million gold to the Assassination Church, acquiring the eye that kills all. They feigned having received divine rewards, enticing other guilds to donate as well. The result was that within mere minutes, all 7 major guilds became victims of this ruse. Initially, only the Stargate Guild was impoverished. Now, they were all equally destitute. What was once a slight economic advantage had been forcefully stripped away, placing them on the same starting line. Like the Stargate Guild, the treatment for players within the major guilds plummeted instantaneously. Upon learning of this outcome, the Star Lantern could not help but feel a chill of fear. Had they not listened to the Celestial Realm, they too might have fallen prey to this scheme. Chapter 58. What if they come knocking? Outside, the brave and fearless remained blissfully unaware of the turmoil. The brave and fearless were solely focused on the task at hand, watching the count rise as they swung their sword repeatedly, experiencing a peculiar sense of achievement, as if a system existed that rewarded them for the number of swings. 6,240. 6,245. 6,247. The fearless warrior relentlessly brandished his sword, vanquishing foes with each strike. Most of his gear had been replaced with items that enhanced his health, not solely to avert untimely demise, but also to diminish his power level. With reduced damage output, he could unleash multiple attacks on the same creature. Otherwise, a single blow might dispatch an enemy too swiftly, considerably slowing his questing pace. The dark, twisted mire teemed with monsters. With each successive swing of his sword, the warrior felt his mastery over the great sword grow increasingly refined. The unsharpened blade, embodying effortless skill, became second nature to him with prolonged use. Initially, the lightning-fast 5-hit combo required precise positioning, mirroring the stance of the guild leader to execute swiftly. Now, the fearless warrior could perform rapid strikes even while in motion, delivering 5 consecutive blows at remarkable speed. Countdown to the Illusory Realm server update. 2 minutes and 33 seconds. Please exit the game before the server update to prevent data loss. Only 2 minutes remained. Regrettably, it appeared the quest would not be completed. The fearless warrior delivered one final strike. After nearly an hour and a half, he had cleared this dungeon over 20 times, each run culminating in the annihilation of all lesser foes before confronting the final adversary. This approach took longer, yet it expedited quest completion, eliminating the need for repeated entries into the dungeon. Upon finishing, the warrior opened the treasure chest. Obediently, he exited the game without waiting for the Illusory Realm to forcibly disconnect him. In the real world, Lutsong had exited the Illusory Realm ahead of time, collecting a barbecue takeout from outside. He had opted for a scheduled delivery, set to arrive at 8 o'clock, and the barbecue still emanated warmth. Beep, beep, beep. Nearby, the gaming pod emitted a series of beeping sounds. As the beeping subsided, Bai Lu's gaming pod ceased its operation, awakening her from the virtual realm. Brother. Upon waking, she was startled to find Lutsong savoring barbecue. When did you order this? Just after logging off. Oh, care for some? Sure. They took their seats at the table. Brother, what do you think this update for the Illusory Realm will entail? The official website hasn't disclosed any information, shrouded in mystery. Bai Lu held a skewer of meat in her left hand and her phone in her right. She perused the Illusory Realm's official website, only to find a notice about the server downtime for updates, yet no information regarding the new version. This game was indeed enigmatic. The game company, silent and unassuming, had no other titles to its name, abruptly emerging with the Illusory Realm. Even more peculiarly, nations worldwide had issued no announcements concerning this game company, allowing its advertising and growth to unfold organically. With each update thereafter, there was also no prior notification. Updates occurred without a word, and only after completion was an announcement made. Yet even those announcements merely stated, some intriguing new content has been added. Players are encouraged to explore. Should a different game adopt such an approach, it would likely face vehement criticism from players. Yet, this is Phantom Realm. There exists no substitute on the market, and each update is exceptionally engaging. Thus, even with such a hastily composed update announcement, no player has voiced discontent. One can anticipate a plethora of updates, especially since a downtime is required for this update. Lutsong has refrained from disclosing any specifics regarding the update. After all, there will be ample time for his sister to explore the new features post-update, and discussing it now would only complicate the explanation of its source. While enjoying barbecue, Lu Tsang also placed an order for a new gaming pod through a delivery platform on his phone. Brother, Bai Lu inquired, given how prominent and formidable our guild is, do you think we might face suppression from other guilds? I admit I feel somewhat apprehensive. Their scale is considerable, and they likely possess substantial funds. Those clubs must be quite wealthy. Bai Lu harbored lingering concerns. In the gaming world, the Godslayer Guild holds significant power, yet in the real world, it comprises merely 4 members who are not even located in the same place. Currently, only her brother and she are together. Moreover, there is no significant force backing the Godslayer Guild. Do not fret, they will not take action against us in the real world. Furthermore, even if they desired to, it will be too late. This update from Phantom Realm has already begun to showcase its influence on the real world. Players who are formidable in-game will exhibit slight deviations from the ordinary in reality. Therefore, should other guilds wish to exert their influence in the real world, they're already behind the curve. There is no need to attain the overwhelming strength of our past. Acquiring even a modicum of extraordinary ability will suffice. With that, Lu Tsang can face 99 of external threats without fear, unless these guilds become brazen enough to deploy missiles to bombard residential buildings in the city. Even firearms like Gatling guns or submachine guns would not intimidate Lu Tsang. Trust in your brother. Nothing will happen. Upon hearing Lu Tsang's assurance, Bai Lu sighed in relief. As long as it was a promise from her brother, she felt she could place her trust in it. However, almost simultaneously, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Bai Lu looked towards the entrance in alarm. Brother, could it truly be those guilds knocking at her door? Chapter 59, Daily Expenses of 100 million. Lu Tsang gently patted Bai Lu's head. The butler I hired has arrived. A butler? Brother, you hired a butler? Lu Tsang nodded affirmatively and proceeded to the door to open it. Hello, may I ask if this is Mr. Lu Tsang? As the door swung open, Bai Lu beheld a young woman with golden hair, clad in a black professional suit, standing outside. She appeared to be around the same age as Bai Lu. I am a 0592 butler from the private virtue company. Mr. Lu Tsang has just completed a contract with me. Yes, that's me. Please come in. Upon receiving Lu Tsang's permission, 0592 sighed in relief, realizing she had not made a mistake. It was not that she was concerned about finding the wrong address. Such a basic error was far beneath her. She has indeed passed the elite assessment to become a professional housekeeper. However, this modest apartment does not resemble a residence befitting the affluent. Her employer is none other than the illustrious Lu Tsang. 0592 is well aware of her employer's identity, as the contract bears Lu Tsang's true name. Upon seeing Lu Tsang's name on the contract, she was already taken aback. While Lu Tsang may not be a household name, anyone who has dabbled in the realm of fantasy games has likely heard of him to some degree. It is difficult not to recognize such a prominent figure. The thought of serving as the housekeeper for this esteemed individual evokes a sense of exhilaration. Boss, in what manner would you prefer I communicate with you? As long as it pleases you. There is no need for formality. We can interact in a familial manner. Upon hearing Lu Tsang's request, 0592 blinked slightly. Boss, you are quite perceptive. During their conversation, they had already closed the door and seated themselves on the sofa. Perceptive about what? Observing 0592 settle in, as if visiting, Bai Lu felt a twinge of unease. In response to Bai Lu's inquiry, 0592 displayed a professionally sweet smile and remarked, depending on the specific needs of the boss. We private housekeepers can embody various personas. If the boss requires a serious and professional housekeeper, I will adopt a stern demeanor and adhere strictly to protocol, much like an office secretary. Should the boss desire a gentle older sister, I can provide care and affection with the utmost tenderness. If the boss favors a tsundere with a sharp tongue, we can tailor our services to suit those preferences as well, as long as the boss is willing. Our elite housekeepers are adept at seamlessly transitioning to the style that the boss enjoys. 0592 replied with a sweet smile, not bothering to inquire about Bai Lu's identity. The boss's earlier request aligns with the familial mode we learned during training, ensuring that our interactions are not overly distant or cold, but rather infused with warmth. After listening, Bai Lu blinked in astonishment. Is this what a professional housekeeper is like? It sounds quite impressive. So, is your name really 0592? Bai Lu had just heard 0592's self-introduction at the door. 0592 is merely my employee number. My name will be bestowed by the boss. Until the contract concludes, I shall be called whatever the boss wishes. Upon this topic, Lu Tsang interjected, Yinyuan, that shall be your name. Very well. 0592 graciously accepted the title bestowed by Lu Tsang. From this moment onward, she would be known as Yinyuan. Yinyuan, I have a financial matter that requires your attention. The adjacent room is vacant. I will contact the landlord shortly, and you will reside next door. You will also be responsible for our meals. Currently, we have no plans to relocate. In addition, you will need to assist me with certain matters within the realm of fantasy. This location suffices. As long as it allows for engagement in the fantasy realm, Lu Song is indifferent to where he resides. The only reason for avoiding public spaces is the familiarity of his appearance, which makes it easy for other players in the fantasy realm to recognize him. For Lu Song, the house serves merely as a vessel for the gaming pod. Boss, I have a question. Ask away. What exactly will my responsibilities be in the illusory realm? Yinyuan felt no surprise at being asked by her boss to assist with matters in the illusory realm. After all, this was Lu Song, a professional player who had made a name for himself in that very game. There was little curiosity to be found in the work he required within the game. Over the past 2 years, illusory realm had even become an integral part of the essential curriculum for the butler examination. Good question. In the illusory realm, you will be responsible for liaising with currency merchants, converting the assets I need you to manage into gold coins within the game according to my specified proportions. I have prepared a card for you, which contains all the wealth you are to oversee on my behalf. Lu Song produced a card from his pocket, leaving Bai Lu in a state of disbelief as she witnessed her brother retrieving it. When did you arrange this? Did you foresee this situation before the opening of Area 3? That seems rather far-sighted. Boss, how much wealth is contained within this card? Do you have a more detailed financial plan? Yinyuan inquired as she accepted the card. 3 billion. Yinyuan's hand trembled slightly, nearly dropping the card to the floor. 3 billion? It's not that I haven't seen wealth before, but to so nonchalantly hand over such a sum. Are you not afraid I might abscond with the money? 3 billion is no trivial amount in this materialistic world. Of that, 500 million is for compensating the Yinyuan Guild for breach of contract. The remaining 2.5 billion will be converted into gold coins within the game. The last billion, well, let us save a bit for daily expenses. Consider it an advance for your reimbursements. Upon hearing Lu Song's words, Yinyuan's smile faltered somewhat. 1 billion for daily expenses? Truly, the disparity between people can be more pronounced than that between humans and dogs. Chapter 60, Reality Feedback. Isn't that a bit extravagant? Spending 500,000 a day would still take 200 days to deplete. Bai Lu, listening to her brother issue command after command, felt as though she were engrossed in a tale of a domineering CEO. This was her first experience of having a butler attend to her needs. After Yinyuan finished speaking, she made a gesture with her hand. Boss, you need not worry about matters in the real world. However, I'm not particularly adept at the affairs within the illusory realm. I may not perform exceptionally well. Over the past 2 years, she had focused on preparing for the elite butler examination, while her experience in the illusory realm had been limited to occasional gameplay. No witties. You only need to follow my instructions, Lu Song reassured her. What he required was simply someone capable of managing trivial tasks for him. The gaming pod you ordered should be delivered soon, and you will be responsible for receiving it. Yinyuan smiled and replied, no problem. I'm feeling quite tired. Lulu, if you need anything, just let Yinyuan know, such as what you like to eat. Please wake up before 7:30 in the evening. Yinyuan looked at Bai Lu with a soft smile. So, my lady, may I inquire what services you require? My esteemed lady. Upon hearing this address, Bai Lu's face flushed instantly. This was a title that every girl dreams of, and today it had unexpectedly come to fruition. Back in his bedroom, Lu Song did not immediately recline. Instead, he took out his phone, logged into the Fantasy Realm Assistant, and sent a message to the brave and fearless. Go to sleep immediately, wake up at 7:30 in the evening, and be ready to play when the Fantasy Realm update is complete. In his own room, the brave and fearless was initially lost in ecstatic thoughts upon seeing the balance in his account, dreaming of the future. He contemplated how to spend such a substantial sum. A castle, a luxury car, indulging in fine dining, perhaps even hiring a model. After all, he was an 18-year-old youth, not a wealthy heir, and there were countless experiences he had yet to savor. Sleep eluded him. The sudden influx of money made him feel as though he could purchase anything. Yet, suddenly a message popped up. Upon seeing Lu Song's notification, the once thrilled brave and fearless felt a shiver run down his spine. He glanced at his balance, then at the bed behind him. Gritting his teeth, he reasoned that the money wouldn't vanish and could be spent at any time, but he still needed to heed his superior's instructions. Upon awakening, Lu Song stretched his body, producing a series of cracking sounds. He then clenched his fist, a rush of strength surging through him. He directed his gaze toward the bedside lamp and, reaching out to it, squeezed it gently. Crack! The lamp splintered with numerous fractures. Lu Song exited his bedroom, where Bai Lu and Yinyuan were already waiting in the living room. On the modest dining table sat 2 exquisite porcelain bowls. Boss, dinner is Buddha jumps over the wall, as requested by your sister, Lu Cang acknowledged with a slight nod. The private virtue company specializes in training butlers, and the elite butlers possess not only an array of professional skills, but also resources specifically allocated to them by the company. Top-tier chefs, world-class medical teams, and professional legal teams. All of these could be summoned with a mere phone call. Naturally, these services come at an additional cost. Many employers hire butlers from the private virtue company for the bespoke services they provide. Yunqing leaned against the wall, waiting for the two to finish their meal and clear the dishes. Bai Lu glanced at her brother, who seemed preoccupied while eating, as though he had something to say. Noticing this, Lu Cang addressed Bai Lu. Yunqing is one of us. Feel free to speak your mind. Upon hearing her brother's words, Bai Lu looked at Yunqing. This was the first time her sister was experiencing butler service, and she seemed quite unaccustomed to it. Just as Bai Lu was about to suggest that Yunqing step away, Lu Cang shook his head. No, you stay here. Bai Lu, just go ahead and speak. Since her brother had encouraged her, Bai Lu refrained from insisting Yunqing leave. Brother, have you felt any changes in your body? After waking up, I feel incredibly alert. This clarity is more than just being well-rested. It is an unprecedented sensation, with my thoughts flowing freely and everything appearing remarkably clear. I can instantly gauge various data. It feels as though I have evolved. Moreover, Bai Lu cast another glance at Yunqing, her expression somewhat intricate. To her, this matter appeared to be a profoundly significant secret. Nevertheless, as her brother placed his trust in this steward, Bai Lu chose not to harbor any doubts. She gently raised her hand, and a flicker of flame materialized at her fingertips. The flame gradually ascended, forming a fireball approximately the size of a grape. Witnessing this spectacle, Yunqing's pupils constricted slightly. What on earth is happening? A magic trick? Yet it hardly seems so. Brother, I feel as though I can manipulate the elements of the world. Bai Lu uttered a phrase reminiscent of a youthful fantasy. However, to Yunqing's ears, it resonated like thunder. What is this? How did the ambience shift into something surreal? Has physics ceased to exist? An update? Bai Lu was taken aback. Although she had harbored suspicion since awakening, hearing it from Lu Cang still left her inexplicably shaken. Did this not imply that the illusory realm could influence reality? If such a phenomenon were to occur, what exactly is the nature of this game? Bai Lu promptly opened her phone to search, yet found no news pertaining to this matter. If Lu Cang's hypothesis held any truth, there should be a plethora of trending topics regarding the capabilities of the illusory realm impacting real-world individuals. Lu Cang discerned Bai Lu's thoughts and remarked, "You should check the official illusory realm website. The announcement regarding updates should be available." Yunqing, standing by, felt herself stiffen. Is this the kind of intelligence she was privy to? This information could alter the entire landscape of the world. One international joke. Such matters were being discussed right in front of her, a newly appointed steward. Would she be silenced soon? She had no desire to hear any of this. One of her own? Boss, we've only just begun our collaboration. You place an incredible amount of trust in me. Found it. This time, the update announced by the illusory realm included a section titled Update Content Announcement. One of the points stated, surprise rewards have been issued to the top 100 players in the ranking. Rewards vary according to ranking. Surely, this pertains to my brother? The top 100 players would receive surprise rewards. Bai Lu, being the first to complete her class transition, was ranked first and thus received the most feedback. Following her, as the ranking decreased, even if there were real-world feedback, it would merely constitute a slight enhancement, hardly resulting in any drastic changes. Consequently, the other players within the top 100 might only perceive a marginal increase in strength and vitality. Beyond that, no significant transformations would occur, and thus would not draw much attention. Only those within the God-slaying guild, who ranked highly and were statistical anomalies, would experience notable changes. Yunqing's mind was filled with astonishment. The brief exchange between the siblings contained information potent enough to upheave the entirety of human society. Yunqing, Lu Cang called. Are you there? In my bedroom. I have decided to replace my old lamp with a new one, regardless of the style. Later, will you join us online? You have already created an account in Zone 3, haven't you? Yes. I rushed to establish my account early this morning as the new server launched. Hee. Yunqing sheepishly scratches her head. Currently, there are 3 gaming pods in the room, and the new pod has also been delivered. Sure, let me in, and I will add you. Lu Cang is aware of Yunqing, but must feign ignorance. All right, I will call myself Yunxiao. In fact, the name suits me well, as it aligns with what you wished for me in a previous life. How could not? This was the name you desired to adopt, hoping to always be a cheerful person who could assist others. After dinner, Yunqing ordered a new lamp and had the old one removed. The 3 of them engaged in casual conversation for a while, and Liu Cang became better acquainted with Yinyuan. Subsequently, they all lay down in their gaming pods. Game update completed. Current version 205,202. Current expansion Expedition of the Races. The login interface of the game has undergone a significant transformation, with countless dragons soaring, celestial bodies plummeting, and a sword suspended in the sky on the verge of descending upon the entire continent. Fantasy Realm Login. Chapter 61. Major update. Strongest rankings among races. Maple Blossom City. Upon logging in again, they found themselves in the familiar Maple Blossom City. Opening the friend list, Brave and Fearless, as well as Lung Qingying, were already online. Before the game update, Lung Qingying had successfully completed the Training Grounds challenge of achieving 200 consecutive hits and had completed her class change. Liu Cang opened the leaderboard. The leaderboard has also received an update with this version. The updated leaderboard now features a new category, Strongest Players of the Human Race. The top player among humans is none other than Liu Cang. Strongest Human, Song Qiong. He has secured a position within the top 10. The class change task has been completed. Upon entering the game, a message from Brave and Fearless immediately popped up. Boss, should I come to gather with you now? Or continue with my class change task? Liu Cang replied to Brave and Fearless. No rush to gather. Focus on your task for now. Alright, boss. Do you confirm the completion of the class change task? Upon completion, you will transition to the unique class, Omnivore. Confirm. Ding. A radiant array of colors enveloped Liu Cang, swirling around him, accompanied by a subtle and profound aura. Class upgrade completed. Current class, Omnivore. You have gained exclusive class specialization, Mastery of All, allowing you to learn skills from all default skill trees of various classes. You have gained class specialization, Diligent Scholar, enabling you to receive 5 skill points for each level up instead of 1. You have gained class specialization, Universal Weaponry, allowing you to wield any type of weapon without incurring penalties for using non-class weapons. And you will receive the bonuses that the class associated with that weapon would typically gain. After completing the class change, Liu Cang's skill tree illuminated. A regular free agent could only learn skills from 7 basic classes. Upon reflection, the skills that a solitary player can acquire amount to merely a few dozen. Countless branches of professions appear before Liu Cang's eyes. Even skills unique to specific professions can be found within Liu Cang's skill tree. However, the Omnipotent class boasts a repertoire of over 10,000 skills. Simultaneously, Liu Cang's skill points have escalated to a total of 100, a sum typically reserved for players who have reached level 100. Regrettably, he lacks the specialized proficiencies that define a profession. Such proficiencies are what render a profession truly unique. Merely possessing skills allows one to harness less than 1/3 of the potential power of that profession. Even though the Omnipotent class can learn all skills, without specialized proficiencies, one is left with only 1/5 of the skill points. This results in a significant decline in capability. Therefore, despite the Omnipotent class's ability to master every skill, it remains unable to entirely supplant other professions. Liu Cang clicked through the skill tree, illuminating various skills from different professions, allocating skill points accordingly. Only Liu Cang could execute such maneuvers. Were another individual to acquire the Omnipotent class and behold this skill tree, they would be utterly bewildered. With so many skills, merely perusing the skill descriptions would take several days, leaving one at a loss as to how to optimally select skills for the best synergy. Once Liu Cang completed his allocations, Bai Lu approached him. Having spotted the highlighted label of President among the crowd, she immediately tugged at Liu Cang's sleeve and inquired, "Brother, what does this newly released ranking for various races signify? Are there other races aside from us?" "No, there shouldn't be any race selection in the Phantom Realm, right? Could be that with this update. New accounts can now choose their races? If so, have we missed out? I was even considering selecting the elf race." "Indeed, the Phantom Realm has introduced other races. Take a look at the map," Bai Lu suggested. Opening the map, she was astonished to discover that the world map had undergone a transformation, entirely distinct from its previous version. "Brother, it seems the map has changed." "Yes, it has expanded, revealing numerous new regions. The maps of other races have also been integrated," Liu Cang remarked. Bai Lu gazed at the dramatically altered map, exclaiming, "This update has truly introduced a wealth of new content. Wait, why are there now rankings for other races as well?" Previously, there were indeed monsters and even tribal groups from other races in the Phantom Realm, and entire cities inhabited by non-human races existed. But those were merely... Now, however, the leaderboard features human races' strongest player ranking, stone golems' strongest player ranking, dragon's strongest player ranking, and tree spirit's strongest player ranking. Each leaderboard displays corresponding player names, levels, and professions. What does this mean? Are the other races also players? But brother said, one cannot choose their race in the Phantom Realm. Does this not imply that these races are players beyond humanity? Brother, what exactly are these races? Bai Lu asked, swallowing hard. What could signify? It implies that this game is not solely inhabited by our human race. Within the community of human players, chaos reigns. Other races have emerged. Who are these enigmatic entities? Races being bestowed with player identities? From whence do these players originate? Beyond merely humans, the mystical identity of this game. Illusory realm unfolds. The mysterious rewards for the top 100 rankings have led to whispers among players claiming to have acquired extraordinary powers. What on earth is happening? What has been updated? Are players of other races truly that exhilarating? It was never mentioned that races could be chosen, and even if one selected a race, could they possibly reach level 20 immediately after the update? Some players have glimpsed the rankings of other races. The leading contender has astonishingly reached level 20. In fact, several formidable races have seen nearly all of their top 200 players ascend beyond level 20. Indeed, many have completed their class transitions. Clearly, these cannot be players of the human race, as the mightiest among us, Lu Tsang, seems yet to have completed his transition. Please do not frighten me. Could this be an Easter egg set by the developers? Is it possible that other races, apart from humans, are genuinely engaging with this game? What of alien invasion plans? Have scientists, unable to discover extraterrestrial life for centuries, found it within this game? Rather than being astonished, it would be more prudent to directly inquire of a player from another race. As for the rewards for the top 100, could a knowledgeable expert clarify whether this is mere marketing or something substantial? There's a surfeit of misinformation in this world, and I am at a loss. Nevertheless, Lu Tsang remains the unequivocal strongest among our humankind. What criteria is used for this ranking? Is it based on arena standings or something else? Nonsense. If it were based on arena rankings, how could a player who has never participated in the arena since the game's launch be deemed the fourth strongest among humans? At the Lord's Manor in Maple Blossom City, Lu Tsang and Lung Qingying arrive post their class transitions. Lord, we have returned. We would appreciate your assistance in upgrading our weapons. Lu Tsang entrusted his and Lung Qingying's weapons to the Lord. Soon, Lord Nigarong arranged for craftsmen to undertake the bespoke weapon upgrades. Lu Tsang and Lung Qingying leaned against the wall, awaiting their turn. Lung Qingying gently brushed her hair back and inquired, President, what is the nature of this latest update? Have you, too, received powers to relay back to the real world? Lu Tsang had anticipated this question from Lung Qingying. He scratched the back of his head and replied, Have you read any online gaming novels? Lung Qingying responded nonchalantly. I am somewhat familiar. Precisely, it's akin to that trope where the game invades reality, allowing characters in the real world to gain powers from the game. You understand, right? Concepts such as cursed talents or tiered talents are prevalent. These novels are quite popular. You've likely heard of them. Upon receiving this explanation, a vein of annoyance seemed to appear on Lung Qingying's forehead. Of course, she had heard of online gaming novels. However, such a scenario occurring in the real world seems utterly absurd. President, are you serious? You don't believe it? The facts lay bare before you. Indeed, the truth is as such. Yet, when this statement is uttered by the president, Lung Qingying inexplicably feels the urge to retort. There is no doubt. My suggestion is to convert real-world currency into gold coins as soon as possible. Soon enough, the value of real currency will plummet significantly. Lung Qingying fell silent, as she had already formed corresponding conjectures in her mind. Her speculations were quite similar to those of Lu Tsang. In this case, becoming stronger in the game has become even more crucial. The benefits of strengthening within this game extend beyond mere monetary gain. Presently, the feedback from reality constitutes merely a fraction of one's capabilities. Lung Qingying is uncertain if she will receive greater feedback in the future. Nevertheless, even if it is not a full return, as she continues to grow stronger in the game, obtaining even a tenth of her capabilities within the game would render her an extraordinary being in the real world. This would undoubtedly lead to a monumental transformation. Without joining the Godslayer Guild, she might still be a solitary player, currently languishing in mediocrity, unable to ascend to the upper echelons or acquire specialized weapons and unique professions. Thank you, Lung Qingying uttered, her voice barely above a whisper. What did you say? Lu Tsang inquired. I said, I am grateful to you, President. Lung Qingying replied, tilting her head away in annoyance. Oh, I thought you were the type to dismiss such sentiments as nothing, Lu Tsang remarked nonchalantly. You clearly heard me just now. Lung Qingying retorted, her forehead twitching with irritation. I have excellent hearing. Did you not know? Of course I know, the perverse president who eavesdrops on others' breaths and heartbeats. Lung Qingying scoffed. then you must be the diligent member who strives to learn the art of listening to heartbeats and breaths. You. Lung Qingying decided it was best to end the conversation there. It was exhausting. Whenever she conversed with the president, it was she who always ended up at a disadvantage. Other races are simply that. Other races, quite literally. Are they all players? Bai Lu had already asked me once. Explaining it to everyone is quite tiresome. Lung Qingying remarked. The guild does not have many members. Yes, they are all players, and not merely human players. Those engaging in the game of fantasy realm are not exclusively human. They are genuine players hailing from other worlds. Chapter 62. The Orcs, a feeble team. Suburban area. The 4 members of the Godslayer Guild have gathered. Boss, you all have completed your job change tasks, but I have yet to finish mine. I still need to complete 2,000 more. Your task is troublesome. It cannot be rushed. In reality, by all normal standards, the most complicated task should belong to Bai Lu. Inflicting 1,000,000 damage with a single skill is a monumental feat. And if the numbers do not meet that threshold, they simply do not. Conversely, the brave and fearless task merely requires time to gradually accomplish. Ironically, the one to complete their task the quickest was Bai Lu, while the slowest turned out to be brave and fearless. Boss, where are we headed now? To venture into the imperial city of the human race while simultaneously seeking treasures, one can conveniently undertake the job transition tasks along the way. The fearless hero nodded, seemingly comprehending. Understood. The enhancement of weapons consumed approximately 20 minutes. Lu Cang's Qinji box and Lung Qingying's Fancheng dual daggers ascended to the golden tier. Following the upgrade, the Qinji box unlocked an additional 7 weapon forms: Eastern Staff, Colossal Hammer, Whip, Healing Crystal, Ordinary Longsword, Slender Sword, and Giant Scythe. Moreover, each weapon form boasts 2 unique attributes. The overall attribute value has been elevated to a cumulative enhancement of 7,000 points in Strength, Constitution, Agility, and Intelligence. Lung Qingying's dual daggers underwent a refinement of their mediocre attributes. Identical weapons not only amplify damage, but also allow the sharing of other attribute effects. Lung Qingying augmented Fancheng with the attribute Mark Displacement, enabling her to teleport directly to the location of the dagger. The weapons within the illusory realm can be thrown directly, implying that Lung Qingying could hurl her daggers and subsequently teleport to their positions. This significantly enhances her mobility. With her own form, the illusion, and 12 daggers in rotation, she can bewilder any adversary. This 20-minute equipment crafting period has also allowed Lu Cang to arrange for Yunqing to level up first. Now under the guidance of the Yinyuan Guild. For Yunqing, while level is not paramount, it is not entirely inconsequential either. As for remuneration, the Yinyuan Guild still owes him a debt. Have the challenge tasks been accepted? Yes. However, this challenge task requires the elimination of at least 2 foremost champions of different races, with the objective being to seize control of an alien city in the name of the guild, perhaps a touch too daunting. To conquer a city, for instance, taking Fenghua City as an example, there are billions of human players within. This is a conservative estimate, as some players may not be online consistently, and others may venture outside the city to grind dungeons or hunt monsters. To gauge other races through the lens of humanity seems imprudent. Boss, to accomplish this task, will we not be pitted against billions of players? In response to the fearless hero's inquiry, Lu Cang smiled gently. Is it truly that difficult to conquer a city? Raising his hand, he gazed towards the setting sun, slowly clenching his fist. What we aspire to conquer in the future is the myriad realms of existence. Brother, you have quite the delusional ambition. The human race? Our sustenance has entered the chaotic realm of myriad races? The leaderboard displays a maximum level of 20. The 5th rank human is merely at level 18, while the player ranked 100th is at level 15. The lower races are all deemed inferior. It appears that we orcs have also been classified alongside these races, destined to share the same battlefield. A robust tiger orc gnawed on a bloody bone, perusing the information of various races on the leaderboard. Guya, level 31. Class, Blood Rage Berserker. Champion ranking, 10. The more he read, the more fury surged within Guya. Umans. It is laughable that our sustenance has become our adversary. Are we orcs truly relegated to the ranks of inferior races? By what right can these other races be compared to us? We orcs are innately of level 15, yet we find ourselves alongside these mere insects, who rank within the top 100 at the same level. It is an utter disgrace. Gaia's grip on the bone tightened, causing it to crack with a resounding snap. Food should always remain steadfastly as food. As Gaia seethed at the list, he noticed in the distance a few human players approaching on various mounts. One clad in red, wielding a massive sword, another with flowing white hair, accompanied by a floating spellbook. A third donned in sleek black attire, with daggers secured at either side. And yet another, dressed simply, carrying nothing at all. Compared to the orcs, the four appeared diminutive. The entire party exuded an air of fragility. As for their levels and names, they were too far away to discern. However, Gaia paid no mind to their levels or names. The strongest among humans barely reached level 20, while he himself stood at level 31, a complete domination. A smirk crept across Gaia's face upon seeing this group. Humans, how fortuitous to encounter you just as I thought of you. Let me teach you that this world cannot accommodate the weak. Boss, there seems to be an orc over there. The fearless warrior pointed into the distance. Not far off, a berserker orc wielding a heavy sword was charging towards Lu Tsong and his companions with great speed, kicking up a cloud of dust in his wake. Lu Tsong clutched the compass of wealth, studying the map. The treasure must be nearby. He had only learned in his previous life that donating to the wealth church would grant one the compass of wealth. This revelation had left him with many treasures yet to be unearthed. Many players who struck gold would not disclose the precise locations of their finds. More often than not, they would only hint at a general vicinity. Thus, even as a reborn player, it was challenging for Lu Tsong to remember the whereabouts of every treasure. Yet, possessing the compass of wealth allowed one to pinpoint treasures based on approximate locations. Boss, that orc is charging towards us. Goodness, his level is so high. 31. Should we flee? Murmured a nearby player. If memory served, the treasure in this vicinity should belong to the ancient relics of the orc race, Lu Tsong whispered under his breath, audible only to himself. It must be quite formidable. Cold sister, that orc. When Lu Tsong remained unresponsive, the fearless warrior urgently sought Cold Qingying's attention. She feigned ignorance, appearing indifferent. Dear sister, alas, if it were truly dangerous, brother would have acted long ago. Bai Lu sighed softly, exuding a sense of nonchalance. At that moment, Gaia had already closed the distance to within 100 meters of the group. In just 5 seconds, no, 4 seconds, he would be upon them. Ah, humans, indeed they are human. So sluggish in their reactions that even when I approached from such proximity, they remained oblivious. How amusing. They possess not a shred of crisis awareness. Such a species deserves extinction, should willingly become fodder for the orcs. In an instant, he accelerated once more. Beastly instinct unleashed, savage acceleration. Bang! However, as he raised his foot, he beheld a girl with flowing white hair, mounted upon her steed, gently raising her hand towards him. Immediately thereafter, a blinding light erupted. Boom! Chapter 63, The Sin of Pride. Guya stood in bewilderment, surveying his surroundings. This was the orc city-state of Shilong. Had I been resurrected? Had I perished? How'd I meet my end? Guya could only recall a blinding flash before finding himself here. Guya? Were you not investigating the new dungeon's exploration? No, wait. Why is your level dropped by 1? A few orcs noticed Guya and approached with inquiries. Huh, Guya, could it be that you were slain? Hey, the 10th-ranked Guya, actually killed? Faced with the jeers of the wolf and fox orcs, Guya displayed a visage of fury. Cease your meddlesome chatter. Guya reached behind him, preparing to draw his great sword and deliver a stern lesson to the two provoking orcs before realizing he was grasping at air. Wait a moment, where's my great sword? With a focused thought, Guya checked his equipment inventory, only to discover that he had inexplicably lost 4 pieces of gear. Ha 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 ha. Guya, where's your grand sword? No way. Could it truly be that you were killed? Guya, your ranking has plummeted beyond the top 100. The position of the second in command of the Mad Tiger Guild would be better suited for me. Who was it that killed you, Guya? Ha ha. Could it be that you were felled by our food? Ruokong Plains. To have lost so many pieces of equipment? It appears the penalty for being slain by an alien race is quite severe. Lung Qingying also dismounted and approached the location where Guya had vanished. On the ground lay a silver quality level 30 great sword, a silver quality tunic, along with a silver quality hat and belt. The penalty is indeed harsh. When killed by players of an alien race, each piece of equipment has a 40 drop rate. Additionally, one would lose at least 1/3 of their gold from their backpack. And if there are other pieces of equipment in the backpack, there would also be a 10 drop rate per item. Theoretically, the drop rate is higher when a weaker race slays a stronger one. Conversely, the penalty is slightly reduced when a stronger race slays a weaker one, though the difference is negligible. Lu Tsong elaborated. No one is more familiar with the rules of the illusory realm than Lu Tsong. In the later years, players would take great care to lock their belongings in the guild warehouse or the bank before venturing out, carrying only enough money for expenses. Otherwise, being killed once would truly result in a catastrophic loss. Impressive, leader. Where did you find this information? It's documented in the player manual, just updated. within the category of races and warfare. Receiving the prompt from Lu Tsong, the fearless hero opened the player manual and glanced at the updated entries. What? Hundreds of thousands of newly updated directory contents? This is merely the directory? The sheer volume of text in the directory alone exceeds 1,000,000 words. This is far too much, isn't it? President, in facing these alien races, are there any precautions we should take? Indeed, there are precautions. If a player is killed by alien players more than 5 times within 24 hours, their account will be permanently deleted and they will never be able to register again. Furthermore, if all respawn points are lost, the account will also be temporarily deleted unless new respawn points appear thereafter. Hearing Lu Tsong's explanation, the fearless hero shuddered. Lung Qingying remarked coolly, if one could be killed 5 times in a day, they deserve to perish. For now, this is still an online game. One can log off. At worst, upon being killed for the 4th time, one can simply log off and return after 24 hours. Lu Tsong collected the gold and equipment dropped by Gaia into his backpack. It would be foolish not to pick up the gold sent by flying corpses. Stargate Guild. Please report. Half an hour has passed since the end of the update and the reopening of the server in the illusory realm. During this half hour, analysts and technicians from various guilds have been organizing the information from this update. The most straightforward approach to analyze the data is by studying the player manual. This manual contains millions of entries, each with countless sub-branches. For 2 whole years, the major guilds have been unable to fully comprehend the rules of the illusory realm. The main content of this update seems to revolve around the expedition of the myriad races, as stated on the login interface. According to the leaderboard, several new races have emerged in this world. Orcs, stone statues, elves, treants, and dragons. However, most of the leaderboard is locked, and we can only view the rankings of the orcs, stone statues, and treants. By combining this information with the updates in the player manual, it can be roughly inferred that these races inhabit the same continent as us. The same continent? What does that imply? Xingdang looked towards the analysts. According to the player manual, we and these alien races should be on the same battlefield. Aside from this continent, there exist other continents inhabited by different races. Have we clarified the origins of these races? Xingdang inquired once more. Based on the information from the player manual, they likely originate from different planes and do not belong to our universe. This hypothesis is quite terrifying. Xingdang cupped her hands before her mouth, resting her chin on them, and stated solemnly, it seems that the prophecy is indeed true. At this point, it should no longer be a secret. Xingdang gazed at the researchers present. This secret is known to only a handful of people in the world. 10 years ago, an exploration team unearthed a prophetic steel from the sea. Over the past decade, every prophecy inscribed on that steel has come to pass with uncanny precision, each representing an unavoidable major disaster. The final prophecy inscribed upon it foretells the arrival of the illusory realm and the invasion of myriad worlds. The races involved are likely to be our adversaries. In the Ruakong Plain, it has been discovered right beneath the surface. Lu Tsong pressed the compass of wealth against the ground. A thunderous rumble echoed through the air. A massive stone door gradually ascended from the earth. The compass not only possesses the capability to locate treasures, but also serves as a key to unlock doors. Blood Beast Ruins. Entry level restriction, none. Dungeon monster level, 30 to 40. Difficulty, Orc Insane. Would you like to enter this dungeon? Please note, this dungeon pertains to the Orc race. Non-native beings may be unable to obtain the ultimate reward. Caution, this dungeon is designated for the Orc race, and its difficulty is categorized solely for Orcs. The stone door slowly creaked open, revealing a blood-soaked membrane of light. A gust of sanguine wind swept forth from within. A hidden dungeon, with its maddening difficulty, there could be no mistake. Lu Tsong recalled his past experiences. The Orc's blood of pride had been found here, within the illusory realm. Within this realm, various races likely conceal unique heirloom artifacts awaiting discovery. Such heirlooms are typically crafted for their respective races and can be uncovered through a series of special quests, leading to corresponding locations to obtain the associated legacies and rewards. Almost every race possesses such artifacts. Powerful races often have formidable heirlooms, but this does not imply that weaker races lack strength in their artifacts. Some lesser races can achieve a resurgence solely through their heirlooms. The Orc's blood of pride falls into this category, serving as a crucial key to unlocking the 7 deadly sins. Pride form. The illusory realm offers countless abilities to alter one's form, each shape presenting its own unique advantages. Lu Tsong believed that the most potent forms within this realm are undoubtedly the 3 illusions and the 7 deadly sins. Among the 7 deadly sins, the form of pride is indisputably the most formidable for a warrior. Had the hero of his previous life possessed this form while valiantly guarding the Imperial Pass, circumstances might have unfolded entirely differently. Ordinarily, this form is exclusive to orcs, a treasure of their heritage. Even if others were to locate the dungeon's entrance, they would be unable to access it. Without pure orc blood, one cannot unlock it. Alas, the Compass of Wealth can unveil all treasure locations, unlock every chest, and reveal hidden doors. Possessing the Compass of Wealth is akin to holding the key to all treasures. Acquiring the heirlooms of various races becomes effortlessly achievable, be it the Elven race's elixir of immortality, the Mystic Eye race's Eye of Void Gaze, or the Starscar Beast race's Light Deficiency. A gentle smile graced Lu Tsong's lips as he recalled the oft-repeated phrase of goblins. Mine, mine, all mine. With these thoughts in mind, Lu Tsong reached out to touch the blood-red membrane of light, preparing to step inside. As per tradition, the distribution of spoils would be determined by me. Lu Tsong glanced at Brave and Fearless, saying, by the way, you might as well complete your job transfer task in this dungeon. Huh? Boss, I still need 2,000 more tasks, came the reply. 2,000 should suffice. With a thought, Lu Tsong made a gesture. In an instant, everyone vanished, entering the dungeon. Simultaneously, a notification appeared before the players of the human and orc races. To the orcs, it was a red warning. The orc race's inheritance sacred relic dungeon, Blood Beast Ruins, has been activated. Human players, Song Qiong by Lu, Lung Qing Ying, Brave and Fearless have entered the dungeon. Please guard your sacred relics. Upon seeing this notification, all the orcs were taken aback. What the hell? Our rations have entered the dungeon, guarding our sacred relics? How'd they find it? The orcs were still searching for hidden task clues regarding the sacred relics, and they hadn't even discovered any hints themselves. Yet, the humans found a location directly and, to their utter disbelief, had entered it. Chapter 64, Behind the Scenes. Why are you still dawdling? A werewolf stepped onto a wooden crate, raising his weapon and shouting, the rations have come to us. How can we tolerate this? Awoo. Hearing this, countless wolf orcs couldn't help but feel exhilarated, joining in the chorus of howls that echoed throughout the camp. Just as the wolf orcs were in high spirits, a fox orc approached and pressed down on the werewolf's shoulder, saying, brother, why the excitement? This may not be such a bad thing. The wolf orc looked puzzled. A good thing? The fox orc revealed a cunning expression and whispered, do they really think humans can acquire our sacred relics? That's simply a delusion. In my view, these humans are merely stepping stones to help us obtain the relics. They realize the absurdity of the situation. How could humans hope to conquer their orc dungeon? Huh? How laughable. This should be a joke. It's like a chicken raised for eggs trying to engage in a world war. The thought that they were worried about such a situation only made it more ridiculous. As the orcs recognized this, sly smiles spread across their faces, and they burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, hey, this is why we must thank that guy, the one named Song Qiong. He actually helped us find the location of the relics. If it were up to us alone, it might take months to uncover clues about the relics. But who would have thought that rations could provide us with such significant assistance? Ha! Who says rations are useless? The orcs laughed heartily, their eyes gleaming with mockery. Whoever obtains the sacred relics, the relics belong to them. Maple Blossom City. Players stood atop the city walls, witnessing a multitude of Stargate Guild members riding chocobos, hastening towards the north. The speed of the Stargate Guild's operation is truly astonishing. Indeed, it is remarkably swift. As the formidable Lu Tsong stirred the pot, the Yinyuan Guild swiftly reached a decision to deploy troops. What was their purpose? One inquirer pressed. Perhaps it was the will of Lu Tsong, speculated another player in the dialogue. I possess a whisper of information. It is said that Lu Tsong is the true mastermind behind the Yinyuan Guild, interjected a player unexpectedly. From where did you hear such news? Another player responded with surprise, their tone laced with skepticism. It's evident, you see. The Yinyuan Guild consistently heeds the counsel of Song Qiong and invariably receives his support. Even the gold collected by the Yinyuan Guild is donated to the Godslayer Guild. Is there not a notion that the Yinyuan Guild is merely a subsidiary of the Godslayer Guild? Given the current circumstances, can you assert that Lu Tsong is not the true puppeteer of the Yinyuan Guild? In my opinion, the one called Xingdeng may merely be a superficial figurehead of the Yinyuan Guild. On the city wall, 4 or 5 players engaged in a fervent discussion. Upon hearing such speculation, many players found themselves in agreement. The recent mobilization of the Yinyuan Guild likely had Song Qiong's influence behind it. Otherwise, how could they have prepared for departure so swiftly within a mere 2 minutes? Indeed, your reasoning holds merit. The orcs will undoubtedly join. And who would have anticipated that the racial war would ignite in such a manner? It appears to be the strategic machinations of the great Song Qiong. Are there any movements from the other 7 guilds? The Yinyuan Guild, after enduring several setbacks, seems to be faltering, on the verge of being ousted from the ranks of the 9 major guilds. The 9 major guilds include the Godslayer, right? That goes without saying. The other 6 guilds are unfamiliar with Fanghua City, as it is not their stronghold. I genuinely do not know the strength of the orcs, but judging by their ranking on the leaderboard, it does not bode well. The sound of hooves echoed as the Lu Xing bird galloped across the vast wilderness. This being the most affordable steed at the mount shop, available for 1 gold and 20 silver without any discounts. This time, the Yinyuan Guild dispatched over 20,000 elite troops. President, was this operation again the brainchild of Song Qiong? Questioned Xing Shi, addressing the leading president. Having reached level 19, Xing Shi had yet to undergo a job change. As a level talent, one would not casually choose an ordinary profession for their transition. Only someone like Lung Qing Ying, who is accustomed to being carefree, would consider taking a level talent and casually opting for a mundane shadow dancer profession. Anyone witnessing Lung Qing Ying's thoughts and actions would condemn such a waste of potential. Had it not been for Lu Cong's timely intervention to rein in Lung Qing Ying, the world would have gained yet another level shadow dancer player. No, it was our guild's own decision, replied Xing Deng, riding a unicorn lizard. Xing Shi rode a vividly colored painted horse. Both he and Xing Deng had unique mounts. As the most significant figures within the guild were naturally afforded better treatment. Xing Shi remarked, it is indeed rare. Despite having the assistance of Qiming, we still find ourselves constrained by the Godslayer Guild at every turn. Xing Deng furrowed his brow and remarked, this vast firmament is more unfathomable than anyone could ever fathom. Even with our prophetic gifts, we, the enlightened, cannot extract any advantage from it. Only by adhering to the stipulations set forth by the God-slaying guild can we truly align with our greatest interests. Xing Shi gazed into the distance, contemplating, the world will be seized by the God-slaying guild. Surely, that was foretold by the enlightened. Hence, we resolved not to covet the world for ourselves, but to relinquish it to the God-slaying guild. With a wry smile, Xing Deng continued, indeed, yet I never anticipated that the God-slaying guild would audaciously claim all 4 realms. Within the Stargate Guild, there exists more than one player of exceptional talent. Xing Shi merely represents the most formidable force exhibited by the guild, a manifestation of multi-tiered spellcasting. However, unbeknownst to many, another wielder of extraordinary talent resides within the Stargate Guild, possessing an astonishingly peculiar ability, level talent, foreknowledge. This talent transcends the confines of mere gameplay, enabling its possessor to foresee the ultimate outcomes of events. Although it is bound by various limitations, the foresight cannot extend too far into the future. The matters predicted must not be overly complex, and the outcomes may remain somewhat ambiguous. It is nonetheless a formidable capacity. Furthermore, it is subject to cooldown restrictions. Yet, foreseeing the future remains a potent asset. A guild endowed with the ability to predict the future is almost destined for prosperity, and indeed, this has proven true. Not a single prediction made by the enlightened has deviated from reality. Following each foresight, events unfolded with remarkable precision. This player, the enlightened, ought to have been the Stargate Guild's ultimate weapon, a surefire talisman for triumph over all guilds. However, in the face of the God-slaying guild, the Stargate Guild unearthed a terrifying revelation. The gift of foresight bore little fruit against the God-slaying guild. At most, they could anticipate the prosperity and growth of the God-slaying guild, yet they were powerless to influence its actions, even with foreknowledge of its intentions. They could neither intervene nor impede its progress, which continued to surge forward unabated. Ironically, their guild, endowed with foresight, found itself tightly ensnared by the God-slaying guild. Xing Deng elaborated. Thus, this military expedition is a cue from the enlightened. As for the specific objectives, he has not disclosed them, only instructing me on the actions I ought to undertake. Xing Shi inquired, is it due to a fear of altering the future? Xing Deng shook his head. I remain uncertain whether the foretold future can indeed be altered, but I suspect that if we were to play rock, paper, scissors, and he predicts my move, I would likely refrain from acting according to his prophecy. Xing Shi appeared to contemplate a certain blind spot. What if he predicts who will win? To which Xing Deng replied, I cannot ascertain that. His predictions are bound by cooldowns, and each opportunity to foresee is exceedingly precious. We have yet to waste any attempts on predictive experiments. Suddenly, a thought struck Xing Deng, and he chuckled. Perhaps this is indeed the experiment he intends to conduct. With conviction, he stated, understanding the mechanisms of the prophetic talent is crucial, even if it entails some sacrifices. What is our purpose in this endeavor? Battle? The battle against the orc race, regardless of the outcome, is an essential step for the human race to explore the unknown. However, there is another matter at hand, assisting the Godslayer Guild in their predicament. Upon hearing Xingding's words, Xingxi's lips twitched in disbelief. I had thought this operation was entirely unrelated to the Godslayer Guild. With their formidable strength, did they truly require our assistance? Moreover, there were no orcs below level 20 in the rankings. Wouldn't our involvement merely be a sacrifice? Alas, who knows what prophecies Qiming has foreseen? An awkward silence enveloped their conversation, the atmosphere thick with tension. After a moment, Xingxi helplessly inquired, President, is it true that our benefactor is indeed the Celestial Void? Chapter 65, The Battle. Exhilarating. Blood Beast Ruins, Frenzy. This dungeon is an open dungeon. All players may enter and exit at any time. The maximum number of players allowed, 10. The dungeon unfolds into a sanguine world, with a crimson sky, scattered stones, and traces of blood, painting a scene reminiscent of a blood-soaked apocalypse. On the ground lie countless orc corpses, lifeless and strewn about. As Lu Tsang and the others entered, these carcasses began to rise from the earth. Their furs and skin had decayed, leaving only a layer of blood red covering their forms. Crimson Blood Beast. Level 35. Health 100. 000. Skills: Frenzied Scratching, Blood Intent Acceleration, Blood Scab Surface. Merely a minor creature boasts a staggering health pool, and this one appears to be a mere fragment of its former self. Bai Lu, observing from behind, noticed even more complete and formidable blood beasts lurking nearby. Just as Bai Lu raised a hand, Lu Tsang pressed it down with an air of resignation. We must complete the task, and if you slay it, how will we fulfill our objective? Realizing the truth, Bai Lu lowered her hand. Before them lay a narrow gorge, and as Lu Tsang and the others approached, countless blood beasts began to awaken along the constricted pathway. This dungeon only offers a singular route to traverse. Additionally, some blood beasts clung to the surrounding cliffs like monkeys, clearly not mere spectators, but rather waiting for an opportunity to strike. Dungeons of insane difficulty often present such challenges. Players find themselves at a severe disadvantage within the environment. Of course, there are instances where players enjoy an advantageous environment in such dungeons, but those scenarios tend to escalate into more dire predicaments. This indicates that the monsters within are of an even higher caliber than usual insane difficulty, requiring environmental advantages for players to have a chance at victory. Boss. The sight of the multitude of blood beasts caused the brave and fearless warrior's countenance to falter. He raised his sword, his legs trembling. Am I to face them alone? What else is there to do? Could we not allow Sister Bai to clear at least a few of them? Absolutely not. Very well. The brave warrior understood that the president's decisions were not easily altered. Almost simultaneously, countless monkey-like blood beasts descended from the rock walls above, charging towards Lu Tsang, Bai Lu, and Qingying. These monsters not only possessed formidable single-target strength, but also exhibited the ability to latch onto individual players. However, upon witnessing this scene, Lung Qingying's eyes sparkled with an almost imperceptible excitement. Her form vanished, leaving only her hands raised in intricate patterns. Her tall silhouette appeared strikingly graceful. As she lifted her hands, the shadow of the blood beasts on the cliff also rose high. In an instant, the shadow detached from the wall, transforming into a series of tangible dark figures that surged towards their corporeal forms. With a series of piercing sounds, one blood beast after another was impaled by the shadows. The life force of these blood beasts plummeted to 0. Twilight Shadow, Class 4-star skill. Phantom Kill. Passive instantly materializes the shadow of a life target. Limited to 1 per target. This shadow can execute attacks equivalent to your own ordinary attacks, including charged attacks, normal launches, and blocks. With a range of 100 meters and a maximum activation limit of 202 levels. Shadows are immune to physical damage, and most elemental magic can be harmed by radiant and holy damage. Once a shadow is destroyed, it cannot be reformed within 1 minute. Twilight Shadow represents the pinnacle of the illusionist assassin class. Mastering shadows, doppelgangers, and illusions, it also possesses the ability to conceal its own form in a similar fashion. The potential for synergy with illusions and doppelgangers is vast. Twilight Shadow is undoubtedly the most suitable profession for Lung Qingying, also the class that Lu Tsang possessed in his previous life. Swish. The attack speed of the shadows was astonishingly swift. Their strikes were equivalent to Lung Qingying's own ordinary attacks. Should these shadows be able to employ skills, their power would reach the heights of innate talent. In midair, only remnants of the blood beasts remained. Congratulations, you have leveled up to 21. The white deer blinked. Level up so soon? The courageous warrior, undaunted and surrounded, was taken aback by the team notification. He realized with a start that he was beginning to lag behind in levels, as the blood beast surged forward relentlessly. The courageous warrior swung his sword with fervor. Bang! The great sword in his grasp seemed to lose its weight after 8,000 swings. Coupled with the sound, fundamental teachings imparted by Lu Tsang, his swordsmanship had surpassed that of the current era's top great sword players. A single correct technique could rival decades of arduous practice. The skills the courageous warrior had acquired represented the most refined version of what great sword players had been perfecting for centuries. However, he remained unaware of his own level of prowess. Boom! The courageous warrior swung his massive sword, unleashing a powerful shockwave. With one strike, he felled 7 or 8 monsters. Yet, immediately after, dozens of blood beasts charged towards him. Battle. Thrilling. The frenzied, crimson beasts shouted mindlessly as they hurled themselves at the courageous warrior. The sheer force of their assault made his hands tremble slightly. Damn, these monsters are incredibly ferocious. Gripping his sword, the thoughts of Lu Tsang's words flashed through his mind. Lu Tsang, fearless, your weakness lies in your excessive timidity. As long as you overcome your fears, you shall become the most formidable warrior of this era. Fearless warrior, but encountering terrifying things naturally instills fear. It is not something I can control. Lu Tsang, in truth, there exists a most straightforward method to bolster your courage. Simply shout it out. Shout what? Anything that ignites your passion will suffice. Roar. Dozens of blood beasts surged forth like a net, enveloping the fearless warrior. It seemed as though he was submerged in a tide of monstrosities. Seeing the dire situation, the white deer raised a hand, only to hear a resounding battle cry. Thrilling. Boom. The mighty dragon unsheathed his sword and struck. The fearless warrior swept through with a single blow, instantly clearing a wide space. Witnessing this scene, everyone was momentarily taken aback. Lung Qingying pressed her forehead, exclaiming, "Alas! With the sword drawn and the foes vanquished, how can we proceed with our task?" Lu Tsang stepped forward at a leisurely pace. No matter. After all, this is a 10-person mission, and the monsters are abundant and relentless. More importantly, personal growth is paramount. With his sword drawn, the fearless warrior charged ahead. His speed in swinging the blade significantly heightened. Thwack! 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 The blood beasts fell like refuse, unable to even approach him. The breadth of the fearless warrior's heavy sword attack was immense. Standing at 2 meters in length, it resembled a door when slung across his back. Not to mention the range of his charged strikes, which projected sword energy. Centered around himself, he wielded a radius of 5 meters for his standard attacks. Battle. Thrilling. Exhilarating. Battle. 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 Exhilarating. As he slaughtered his foes, the fearless warrior roared with fervor. Lung Qingying sighed. Is this truly growth? Lu Tsang smiled. Every young person goes through such a phase. It shall pass. Just as someone once maintained an air of aloofness. Upon hearing Lu Tsang's words, Lung Qingying shuddered, but quickly retorted with a cold laugh. Humph, think as you will. Ruakong Plain. The orcs relentlessly advanced toward the location of the dungeon. Across the vast plain, a dense throng of orcs had gathered. Observing this horde, Xingshi could not help but feel a twinge of anxiety. President, do you think our 20,000 is sufficient? It appears these orcs number in the hundreds of thousands, if not more, with reinforcements continuously arriving. After all, Lu Tsang had disturbed the resting place of their sacred relic, prompting the orc clan to mobilize en masse. Were it not for some orcs who could not arrive promptly, their numbers would surely be greater. The orc tribe boasts more than one stronghold. The Yinyuan Guild had circled to a nearby mountain, surveying the distant plain from its heights. Otherwise, a direct confrontation might result in utter annihilation. Xingding lowered his arcane telescope. Indeed, there are countless. Xingxi inquired. So, should we engage? Traps? Yes. Those orcs have set traps at the dungeon's entrance. It appears that merely stepping on them will trigger them. Wouldn't that mean the Divine Kill Guild would inevitably fall into the traps? Emerging from the dungeon, they found themselves directly at its entrance. Xingxi gently caressed her face and adjusted her attire. So, are we essentially here to clean up after the Godslayer Guild? She inquired. Clean up? What a distasteful way to put it. Xiangdong retorted with disdain. This is what we call strategic mutual assistance. Chapter 66. Delivering equipment across 1,000 miles? In the vicinity of the Blood Beast ruins, the orcs had completely surrounded the area. They operated independently, forming several distinct factions. Within these factions, various guilds existed, not united, but rather at odds, each focused solely on their own interests. The first orcs to arrive did not enter the dungeon. Instead, they prioritized setting traps at the entrance. Many had transitioned into trap masters, capable of deploying traps that would not harm their fellow kin. Akin to the way skills are designed not to damage allies. While traps were being laid, an orc wielding a massive sword sheath approached the front of the dungeon. We, the orc tribe, honor strength above all. The foremost warrior is currently engaged in the trials of the Bao God and cannot attend. Thus, the right to challenge this blood beast ruins should rightfully belong to me. This sacred relic shall be mine, and its utilization shall rest in my hands. He stood approximately 3 meters tall, at level 35, adorned with 4 pieces of golden gear. Orc power rankings, 2nd place guy. This ruin permits only 10 participants. Shouldn't we discuss how to allocate spots? A wolf orc suggested. Guy turned to the wolf orc, drawing his great sword and pointing it at him. Discuss? With the foremost orc absent, I am the law, as Guy brandished his weapon. A group of tiger orcs behind him drew their weapons in a display of readiness for conflict. The atmosphere grew tense and charged. Guy raised his sword toward the nearby Swift Wolf Guild, proclaiming, "Strength is the highest decree of our tribe. The powerful are our deities." Other orcs bared their teeth, but found themselves unable to oppose him. In orc society, strength equated to status. The strong prey upon the weak. Those ranked higher wield considerable influence. Had the foremost orc been present, Guy would have had to yield. Intimidated by Guy's display, the players of the Swift Wolf Guild gritted their teeth, but remained silent, acknowledging the unyielding nature of orc customs. Strength reigned supreme, devoid of any other considerations. Observing the silence of the other orcs, Guy burst into laughter. Cowards! You tremble yet dare to shout. This ruin shall be entered by our angry tiger guild first. Should we fail, I shall willingly relinquish my position to let the third in line take my place. Is that satisfactory? With this declaration, no one dared to refute him, and the arrangement was, in fact, relatively fair. Guy then pointed to a few individuals. You, and you come with me. Subsequently, Gui led several tiger beastmen directly into the dungeon. TSK, if I weren't incapable of defeating it, I would have slapped it twice to see if it would still be so arrogant. After they entered, the wolf beastmen dared to speak fiercely from behind. However, before they could utter more than a few harsh words, luminous beams ascended. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Gu Yi and his companions were unexpectedly ejected right at the entrance of the dungeon. This was a clear indication of having been killed and resurrected at the dungeon's entrance. Yet, Gu Yi and his comrades had barely spent 5 seconds inside. Witnessing this scene, regardless of any prior grievances, the group of beastmen was left utterly bewildered. What is happening? The second strongest of the beastmen tribe has failed in his challenge, just like that? Blood Beast Ruins. Flintlock now possessed a second attribute, multi-bounce. The bullets from the flintlock could now ricochet off surfaces at least 3 times without any damage attenuation. The few beastmen who had just entered the dungeon had not even comprehended what had transpired when Lu Tsong swiftly shot them down. Lu Tsong stood guard at the dungeon's entrance. Lung Qingying and Bai Lu followed closely behind the fearless hero, advancing into the depths of the dungeon. Lung Qingying's primary duty was still to protect Bai Lu from surprise attacks by monsters. Most of the creatures within the dungeon were melee types, with no ranged monsters, making the situation relatively favorable for the fearless hero. Otherwise, with the harassment from ranged monsters, the fearless hero would find it difficult to comfortably complete the class transition quest. At this moment, the ground before Lu Tsong shimmered with golden equipment. Even within the dungeon, the rules of death and item drops adhered to those of the wilderness when slain by foreign players. Lu Tsong's high luck allowed him to obtain all 4 pieces of golden equipment from Gu Yi. He stowed the equipment into his backpack. TSK, sending gold over 1,000 miles, so generous. Lu Tsong glanced at the leaderboard. With a loss of 4 pieces of equipment, Gu Yi's rank plummeted outside the top 100 in an instant. Lu Tsong turned to the fearless hero. How much more do you need? Boss, I still need 500 more. Due to the requirement for the fearless hero to complete tasks, rapid monster clearing was not an option. However, even so, everyone's level still increased to level 23. Only the fearless hero remained stuck at level 20. Alright, keep it up. As soon as Lu Tsong finished speaking, 6 beastmen of various forms appeared again at the dungeon's entrance. Yet, they had no time to react. A spear pierced through them, causing 2 more pieces of golden equipment to drop. Upon witnessing the situation on Lu Tsong's side, Bai Lu felt a tinge of envy. Brother, it seems like your side is much more exciting than ours. Currently, the only thing Bai Lu could do was follow closely behind the fearless hero in their advance. She could not cast skills. If she did, the entire dungeon's monsters would likely be wiped out. The possible outcome would be that everyone's levels soared to 25 or even higher, yet the fearless hero's task would remain uncompleted. Indeed, it was somewhat intriguing. A pitch-black gust of wind swiftly decapitated all the orcs that entered the dungeon. However, A thunderous roar soon echoed. Fight or perish. Lu Tsong turned to glance behind him, as the scythe severed the heads of the remaining orcs. Yet, one orc wielding dual axes remained, a deep gash marking his neck. He charged at Lu Tsong, still bellowing. Whoosh! The massive axe flew toward Lu Tsong. He tilted his head slightly. Bang! The axe missed Lu Tsong and crashed into the distance. The remaining axe, however, descended with tremendous force toward Lu Tsong. Martial Saint skill, Sky Rising Dragon. Bang! The powerful impact sent the orc soaring into the sky. Very high. This was the most effective launch skill among all professions. This orc, possessing a death resistance, could linger for 5 more seconds before succumbing to death. Bai Lu witnessed the entire spectacle. She observed as the orc's health bar depleted, his body turning to ash while still ascending into the heavens. Ultimately, what fell to the ground was merely the equipment he dropped. Void planes. What truly transpired within the dungeon? The orc that had just been slain, endowed with death resistance, had resurrected outside the dungeon. He spoke in a low tone, the sole orc to grasp the unfolding events. The previous 2 waves of orcs had no comprehension of their demise, having perished instantly without even experiencing the encroaching darkness of the dungeon. Humans killed us? Indeed, a remarkably powerful human who dispatched us with a single strike. His name is Tsang Qiong. What nonsense are you uttering? The strongest of humans is merely. An orc tapped the leaderboard, only to see that the foremost human had already ascended to level 23. Only level 23. He is called Tsang Qiong. We are all above level 30, and with our robust physiques, how can we possibly be slain by them? The orc race inherently possesses a significant physical advantage. Oh wait, he has now become the second strongest. After the 2nd and 3rd ranked orc warriors were eliminated, he secured his place on the 2nd throne. The voice of authority among the orc race now resided with him, a rather composed individual among the orcs. He commanded, let the orcs ranked outside the top 100 of the dungeon. Do not equip them with superior gear. We must first ascertain the internal situation. In the worst-case scenario, these intruders may seize our ancestral relics. However, even if they escape the dungeon, we have set traps outside. As long as we eliminate them, the relics shall undoubtedly drop, and they will return to their rightful owner. Moreover, with our hundreds of thousands of orcs surrounding this place, I refuse to believe that these intruders can escape unscathed. Conversations between different races shall be translated for the humans. The number of humans corresponds to the number of orcs, and so forth. 1 human, 1 orc, 1 goblin. Chapter 67. The Unique Profession, Overweight Blade. Under Lu Tsong's arrangement, the fearless hero, undeterred, slashed through the monsters without a hint of concern. The orcs that entered, one by one, and in groups, fell to his might. Finally, after fending off approximately a dozen waves, these orcs ceased their futile attempts to invade the dungeon. The fearless hero successfully completed his class transition quest. At last, it was over. He howled towards the heavens. Battle. Exhilarating. This display, however, elicited only disdain from the 2 women. Bai Lu and Lung Qingying exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a nuanced complexity. Lu Tsong chuckled and said, all right, let us proceed with the class change. Sure thing, boss. The fearless hero selected the completion option for the quest, achieving his class transition within the dungeon. Unique class, Overheavy Blade. This was the singular class within the warrior category, characterized by the heaviest and most forceful attacks. Its drawback was that all skills required prolonged charging time. Yet as a unique class, this shortcoming was hardly deemed a genuine flaw. These charged skills provided extended invulnerability and significant damage reduction during their preparation. They bore resemblance to a character in a mobile game that had been popular years ago, relying on heavy swords with skills that involved charging for damage reduction and invulnerability. The fearless hero clicked to complete the quest. A radiant glow enveloped him, and he had now become the unique class, Overheavy Blade. Upon completing the transition, the fearless hero gazed at his personal information panel. However, he mused, is the name Overheavy Blade a tad unrefined? It feels somewhat akin to a common class. The name of the first transition seemed rather mundane, with only a select few classes possessing names that sounded more flamboyant. Nevertheless, the awakening name for Overheavy Blade in the second transition was indeed impressive. It was called the Sword Emperor of the End. In contrast, Bai Lu's awakening title would likely be Disaster Sorceress. Of course, if the bearer of the Disaster Destroyer was male, the title would transform into Destruction Demon Lord. Lung Qingying's Dusk Shadow would awaken as the Twilight Terminator. The awakening title for the all-rounder would be Boundless. Enough complaining. Receiving a unique class and still grumbling about the name being unrefined, Bai Lu rolled her eyes. The fearless hero quietly muttered to himself, of course, The title Disaster Destroyer sounds magnificent. Naturally, he dared not let Bai Lu hear, only whispering to himself. Bai Lu, clear the area with heavenly firefall. All right. Bai Lu was finally relieved of her idleness as she raised her hands, the spellbook floating gracefully with her movements. Destructive magic, heavenly firefall. Disaster Destroyer class skill. 1-star magic. Chanting for 3 seconds summons a celestial fire descending from the heavens, delivering a devastating flame strike within a 500-meter radius. The closer to the center, the greater the damage. Center damage. 5 mental points, minimum damage. 1 mental point. Cool down 1 minute. In an instant, a searing light appeared in the sky, followed by the descent of fiery brilliance. It erupted. Boom! A terrifying shockwave formed a massive red hemisphere. In the wake of this fiery explosion, countless blood beasts were reduced to ashes. As the flames dissipated, the path before the crowd transformed into a smooth thoroughfare. The Harbinger of Catastrophe wielded skills that resembled vast area of effect spells. Within its skill tree, even a mere 1-star spell rivaled the 3-star meteor strike of prior classes. Among skills of the same star rating, there existed a hierarchy across different professions. For instance, the charge skills of the Overweight Blade were undoubtedly superior to those of standard charging warrior. In terms of area damage, the White Deer undeniably held the title of the most formidable class. Brother, why must I employ Falling Fire instead of the Cataclysmic Quake? I have yet to use it. The White Deer inquired while supplementing spells on the sacred record. The Harbinger of Catastrophe specialized in mental chanting, allowing incantations to occur silently in one's mind. And if vocalized simultaneously, 2 spells could be chanted at once, enabling dual casting. Of course, speaking aloud was also an option. Lutsong remarked, if you were to unleash the Cataclysmic Quake here, we would be buried alive. The Cataclysmic Quake also had the effect of drastically altering the terrain. The group was still situated within a chasm, flanked by sheer cliffs. Should they invoke the Quake, their team would most likely be entombed. After clearing all the minor foes in the dungeon, the Brave and Fearless leapt 2 levels, reaching level 22, while Lutsong ascended to level 24. This upgrade effectively compensated for the previously missed experience. All right, it's finally time to engage. Just let me showcase the prowess of my class. Boss, allow me. The Brave and Fearless exclaimed eagerly. However, Lutsong, stroking his chin, pondered the proposal. Is that so? Wait until you see before making a decision. The Brave and Fearless, slightly perplexed, asked, is this particularly challenging? Who knows? After all, I have yet to confront it. From the intelligence I've gathered, it should be quite formidable, with attributes that overwhelmingly surpass ours. A direct confrontation would likely result in total annihilation. Within the Godslayer Guild, it was no secret that their leader possessed access to special information. The others merely regarded it as Lutsong's unique talent, without further contemplation. Lutsong had indeed never ventured into this dungeon in his previous life. Having never entered, he had naturally never fought it, only hearing whispers of its legend. Huh? Boss, if you say total annihilation, doesn't that mean defeat is certain? Lutsong replied with a smile, we will prevail. I only stated that a frontal assault would lead to annihilation. I did not claim victory was impossible through cunning. Boss, didn't you say attributes reign supreme? Attributes certainly hold dominion. However, they do not encompass everything. Intelligence can often play a pivotal role, especially when one is outmatched. Wisdom aids us in overcoming formidable foes. While attributes may reign, there exists a plethora of instances where the weak have triumphed over the mighty. Ling Qingying chuckled upon hearing this. Hell, leader, you truly have a rationale for everything. When the enemy is weak, it's about your attributes. When they are strong, it's about your wisdom. No matter how the battle unfolds, it always seems to favor you. Leader, when will you ever find yourself at a disadvantage? Lutsong smiled faintly and remarked, my greatest advantage does not lie in attributes, for there will always be entities in this world with superior qualities than mine. Nor does it reside in wisdom, as there are countless wise beings in existence. Lung Qingying interjected, then is it your technique? I must admit, your skills are indeed impeccable. However, Lutsong shook his head. No, it is not technique either. With a perplexed expression, Lung Qingying asked, President, you truly excel at keeping us guessing. If nothing is your advantage, then what is? To this inquiry, Lutsong merely smiled mysteriously. My greatest advantage is that I will never allow myself to be at a disadvantage. Brave and Fearless gazed at Lutsong's silhouette. Although he could not fully comprehend, he sensed an overwhelming aura of prestige. Truly, as the president, he possessed an unparalleled flair for grandeur. Lutsong instructed Brave and Fearless to allocate his points according to his guidance. Due to the class change, Most of his previous skills needed to be replaced. Brave and Fearless utilized a 4-star skill book, acquiring the 4-star sword skill Forbidden Domain Sword Slash. This skill evolved into the 5-star skill Closed Forbidden Circle Slash, after which Brave and Fearless promptly upgraded the skill to level 5. According to Lu Tsang, acquiring 2 usable skills would suffice. He planned to save the remaining skill points for future use. It was hard to fathom the despair that an ordinary team would feel when faced with such a multitude of terrifying monsters. Fortunately, this dungeon allowed for repeated entries. In reality, as long as one possessed perseverance, the mundane small monsters outside would eventually be cleared away. Of course, this was predicated on the condition that those small monsters would not respawn. Upon leaving the canyon, a vast and open valley lay before them. The sky remained stained with crimson. At the center of the arena stood a solitary orc. Boss, is this the final foe we must defeat? Chapter 68. The Arrogant Original Beast with 4 arms and 4 swords. Arrogant Original Beast Luga. Race, Pureblood Lion Orc. Level, 40. Health, 480 million. Trait, Arrogance. Ignores all direct control skills. Trait, Mythical Incarnation. Its essence derives from legendary myths, allowing it to utilize certain superlative mythical techniques with strength, agility, and constitution receiving corresponding mythical enhancements. Skill. Description. An orc warrior imbued with the blood of arrogance. Once the strongest warrior of its tier in a bygone era. Blood and fire intertwined upon its form. Beyond its original 2 arms, 2 additional arms unfurled from its back. Its stature was not particularly imposing, standing at merely 2 meters, appearing only slightly more robust than an ordinary human. Compared to others, it seemed rather diminutive, as most beings towered at 4 to 5 meters. Yet, merely gazing upon it instilled a profound sense of pressure and almost suffocating arrogance. It regarded the onlookers with utter disdain, quietly observing the blood-red sky. It was as if the arriving Lu Tsang and his companions were merely a swarm of ants, easily crushable at any moment. Was a one-on-one duel still necessary? Lu Tsang remained silent, merely advancing forward. The crowd followed his lead, and the sense of oppression grew increasingly palpable. His gaze shifted from the heavens to the gathered individuals below. He cast his eyes upon them, and with that single glance, the fearless warrior instinctively turned to flee. Yet Lu Tsang seized him by the scruff of his neck. If you run now, do not seek me out in the future. The fearless warrior immediately halted. Even the usually composed Lung Qingying took an anxious step back. His pupils constricted. Was I not the only one gripped by fear? Even Lung Jia appeared intimidated. What is happening? It's merely a game. Why does it evoke such trepidation? Nevertheless, the fearless warrior understood that the being before him was of an entirely different caliber than anyone he had encountered before. Lung Qingying also regarded Lu Tsang, who remained unchanged, his demeanor unwavering. A challenger? Not of our bloodline, yet having reached this place. Truly insatiable. However, it matters not. I have been lonely for too long. Anyone will suffice. Humans, I offer you a chance to depart. You are not yet worthy. Should you wish to challenge me, at least awaken fully before returning. Ruga had discerned the levels of Lu Tsang and his companions. Level 24 and level 22. Ruga, are you afraid? Lu Tsang remarked lightly. Afraid of losing, afraid of death. Hence you wish for us to leave. Ruga gazed at Lu Tsang, devoid of any anger, revealing only a smile characteristic of the strong. A true warrior finds humor in being deemed weak and does not succumb to genuine rage. Indeed, it is akin to listening to a jest. Ruga plunged his hands into the flesh of his legs, as if pocketing them. Should you wish to stay, then by all means. I suspect that if we were to engage in battle, you would be so fearful that you would dare to target the weak first, rather than lay a finger on me. Lu Tsang hypothesized with a smile. Is that so? Employing provocation before battle, are we? The arrogant primal beast lifted its 4 arms, gazing at Lu Tsang. You wish for me to direct my attention solely at you, do you not? Ruga grinned, displaying a haughty smile. Ha ha ha, indeed. This aligns perfectly with my impression of humans as mere tricksters. It's settled then. I shall strike you first, just as you desire. I will not touch those feeble beings around you before I eliminate you. Ruga grinned wildly, simultaneously raising 4 middle fingers towards Lu Tsang. To kill you, for seconds will suffice. Whoosh. In the next instant, Ruga vanished from sight. Bang. In a fleeting moment, Lu Tsang also disappeared before the eyes of the crowd. Boom. A long trail was etched into the ground, extending into the distance. Lung Qingying swiftly turned her gaze toward the end of the trail, only to witness Lu Tsang with his hands crossed at his left side, adopting a defensive posture with an eastern staff. Yet, Ruga remained elusive. Oh, Quite a swift response. You managed to block my first attack? Then how about this one? Luga's intent permeated the arena, his offensive intentions laid bare without a hint of concealment. Lu Cang's arms were still positioned defensively on his left side, yet Luga had already manifested on his right. Upon witnessing this, Lung Qingying's pupils constricted. The speed was astonishing. It was so swift that her eyes struggled to keep pace. How could one fight under such circumstances? Her body yearned to move, to assist Lu Cang. But her speed was insufficient. Bang, 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 bang. Lu Cang, seemingly unaware of how he had shifted his position, instantaneously adjusted his stance. Faced with Luga, he executed 3 rapid blocks against the onslaught. Martial Saint class skill, Perfect Block, activates upon the moment of impact with a physical attack, rendering the user immune to its damage, cannot block elemental piercing attacks, while instantly refreshing the cooldown for the next perfect block, cannot perfectly block attacks imbued with divine power. Magician class skill, Magic Turn, passive, allows the user to change the direction they face at will, as if they were always oriented that way. Excellent. Splendid. In the next instant, Luga tightened his form, unleashing a torrential barrage of fists upon Lu Cang. Bang, 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 bang. The sound erupted around Lu Cang like a hail of gunfire. Yet in the face of such a tempest, where even the shadows of the fists were undetectable, Lu Cang continued to wield his eastern staff with deft precision. Clang, 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 clang. The weapon danced in his grip, achieving one perfect block after another. As Lung Qingying closed in at full speed, she was astonished by the intensity of their clash. This was a realm far beyond her reach. Yet, as if compelled by an unseen force, Lu Cang conveyed a thought. Without hesitation, Lung Qingying surged forward, her shadow rising ominously behind her, transforming into a blade aimed at Luga. Whoosh! In an instant, however, Luga vanished from Lu Cang's side, leaving Lung Qingying momentarily stunned. The next moment, he materialized right before her, his face alarmingly close. Female, he grinned. Whoosh! In another fleeting moment, Luga's visage dissipated from before her eyes, reappearing at a distance. A dark dagger had plunged into his back, yet the strike inflicted little harm. His health bar remained impressively robust. Was evasion truly impossible? Luga cast a frigid glance at the shadow behind him. The Shadow Manipulator class, which controls shadow attacks, makes evasion nearly unattainable unless one can render their shadow non-existent. Hence, no matter how swift one may be, they would remain tethered to their own shadow, unable to escape. Meanwhile, Lu Cang's eastern staff vanished from his hands as he smiled gently. Luga, your 4 seconds are quite lengthy. Is it calculated according to the Chaos era, where 1 chaos equals a year? Haha, I indeed underestimated you, human male. Your image in my eyes is transformed from tadpole to frog. A little more earnestness wouldn't he hurt, would it? Luga, unfazed, merely laughed with abandon. It unfurled its 4 arms, each hand brandishing a weapon of distinct form. Divine Sword Projection, Yinyuan Divine Sword Projection, Shi Feng Huoji Divine Sword Projection, Phantom Divine Sword Projection, Bajiliuji. Witnessing this scene, the valiant yet untested warrior, Wu Wei, swallowed hard. Still seeking an opportunity to join the fray, Lu Cang, upon seeing Ruga draw forth these 4 swords, momentarily stood in astonishment. How mischievous this is.